You are clearly one of the 12 white lotuses in the primordial chaos, comparable to the 3 pure ones. But you have spent 10,000 years suppressing the luck of the Jiejiao sect and binding yourself to the Zhuxian sword formation, causing you to lose all your cultivation and almost revert to your original form. The supreme master of the sky connecting sect, in order to uphold his authority, not only stripped you of your position as the leader of the cut sect, but also abolished your Taoist methods and expelled you from the cut sect. All because your views on the enfeoffment of gods contradicted those of the sky connecting sect. In response, you didn't get angry but laughed instead. You weren't laughing at your regained freedom, but at those ignorant followers of the Jiejiao sect, who were so confident that they dared to provoke the calamity of sealing the gods, and the accumulated luck you had suppressed for the Jiejiao before, as well as the mediation between Jiejiao and Chanjiao, will now also vanish into thin air. In that case, what does it matter to me, a poor Taoist, about the downfall of Jiejiao in the future? Disciple, how dare you abandon the sect without hesitation, attempting to betray the teachings of our sect? Tongtian's gaze was icy, and his hands hidden under his jade sleeves trembled slightly. You, the follower of the 12 pure lotus sect, have devoted yourself to the cause of the interception sect. If you hadn't become a useless person, he would have truly wanted you to inherit his mantle. Unfortunately, as a disciple, whether or not you participate in the conferment of gods is not something you can meddle in. He feels that you cannot afford to defy him in public. For a moment, the atmosphere became so stifling that it was suffocating. Just as you were about to argue with the Supreme Master Tongtian and completely break ties with him, a cold mechanical voice suddenly appeared in your mind. Ding. Detected the host's awakening. The divine level selection system successfully loaded. Option 1, endure everything in silence. Apologize to Master Tongtian, and receive a pair of turtle shells as a reward. Option 2, cut off karma. Sever relationships. Become a carefree wanderer, and receive the chaotic blue lotus as a reward. Option 3, descend into the demonic path. Instantly refine the disciples of the various sects, and receive the divine weapon, the slaying god spear, as a reward. Without having time to suppress the shock of the system's arrival, you find yourself entangled in a dilemma. In an instant, refining the disciples of the Jiejiao sect, not to mention that with your current strength, you simply cannot do it. Even if you are confident in wiping out the Jiejiao disciples present, the heavenly master of the Tongtian sect will not sit idly by. Moreover, watching the Jiejiao sect participate in the sealing of the gods and bring destruction upon themselves with a cold eye is much more satisfying than simply wiping out these people. You scan around, ponder in your heart, and make a firm decision. System, I choose option 2, severing karma, cutting off emotional ties, and gaining freedom. Accompanied by a slight movement in your mind, the electronic sound of a machine rang out in your head once again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Chaos Blue Lotus origin, which has been stored within the system space. In a daze, your divine consciousness appeared within the system space, only to see a fist-sized sparkling light, shimmering with a faint blue glow, exuding boundless laws and evolving order. Vast and mysterious, the Chaos Qinglian was originally a supreme treasure of chaos, but it shattered during the time when Pangu, the great god, opened up the heavens and the earth. Now that you have obtained a strand of the original Chaos Qinglian, the excitement in your heart is beyond words. Once I refine the original Chaos Qinglian, my own Tao injuries will heal, and the lost cultivation will return. But by then, will the master of the heavenly sect regret it? You lightly flick your sleeve, sweeping away the distractions in your mind, feeling the suppressed killing intent in the BL palace. Your spine straightens even more, and a warm smile starts to bloom on your face. From now on, you will live for yourself. What does it have to do with me and the matters of the sect? When facing death, you can still laugh. I see that you are truly insane. If you are willing to apologize to the master and to all fellow disciples, I will plead with the master to let you stay within the sect. However, you are no longer worthy of being a direct disciple. At this moment, Xiong Xiao, with a proud posture and dressed in a light blue silk skirt, scolded you angrily. Senior sister Xiong Xiao, don't say more to him. According to the rules of the Jiejiao sect, going against the sect, disrespecting the saints, just these 2 crimes are enough to condemn him to death. Being expelled from the sect is already letting him off lightly. The golden-winged great pung snorted coldly, not bothering to hide his sarcasm. His gaze fell on you, filled with disgust. If it weren't for you setting the rules back then, saying not to commit unnecessary killings, he would probably still be recklessly devouring the human race to advance his own cultivation. Now he wants to treat others the way he was treated, wearing fur and horns, being born from wet eggs, things that cannot be civilized. Dare not speak of the laws of heaven in front of me. It's simply ignorant. And you, Xiong Xiao, do you also have the qualifications to dictate to me? You boldly confront the leader of the heavenly sect, your words filled with mockery and disdain. Before the crowd could react, you raised your voice again, saying, if it weren't for me sorting out the karmic consequences caused by you all, the Juxian sword formation would not have been able to suppress the interception sect's luck. Now that the calamity of enshrining gods is approaching, you will reap what you have sown. Heavenly Master Ton Tian, there is no need for you to go to great lengths to expel me from the interception sect. By taking the initiative to sever ties with the interception sect, I am also doing you a favor. As you spoke, you raised your head to the sky, then bowed and said, Heaven's will is above all. I am Xiancheng. Today, I sever the karmic ties with the Jijiao sect and cut off the master-disciple relationship with the leader of the Tongtian sect. From now on, Xiancheng is no longer a member of the Xianmen sect, nor a disciple of the Jijiao sect. May heaven be the judge of it all. As the words fell, a mysterious yellow light emanated behind you, the accumulation of countless ages of celestial virtue, all dispersing at this moment under your celestial oath. This is the price you pay by severing the cause and effect of the saints with the help of the celestial way. With a deafening roar, the next moment echoes with the sound of the way. In the grim expression of Tian Tian, you turn around and are about to walk towards the outside of the Bo Palace. Halt! Since you are no longer a disciple of the Jijiao sect, leave behind the teachings of the upper clear way and everything bestowed upon you by your master. Suddenly, supreme greatness swept towards Ling Xiao, and the person who spoke was none other than Taoist Duo Bao. Ha! What else has sect leader Ton Tian bestowed upon the poor Tao besides that empty statement that I am in the name of the sect leader? But if we're talking about the Tao of Xianqing, I do have to strip this broken thing from my own Tao. Ling Xiao stared at Taoist Duo Bao and operated the little remaining mana. The genesis collapsed and the skin burst into blood, forcibly using his mana added insult to injury to his already weak and dying body, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as he stripped away everything about the Tao of Xianqing. Round and back again. At the last minute, I'm still left alone as I was at the beginning. Ling Xiao's turn to leave with a tone of frustration prolonged. When he stepped out of the Bijou Palace, Ling Xiao looked back at the ironclad, enraged sect leader Tong Tian on the podium. Shake your head and drift away. Cloaked and wet and spawned, Ling Xiao has already taken his death, and now that he is not a disciple of the Interceptor sect, the heavenly rule that prohibits fellow disciples from killing each other does not concern me. I'm going to break Ling Xiao into pieces and clean up the door for the Interceptor sect. The golden-winged rock eagle was filled with righteous indignation. The killing intent around his body condensed into substance, and a dense killing aura stirred up as he wanted to follow Ling Xiao and wipe him out. Stupid! Ling Xiao severed his karma with the intercepting sect on one foot, and was killed by you on the next. How would you let the spirits of all races and all the great powers look at Master Teacher? If you really do it, I'm afraid you'll attract the world's delusion at that time. Besides, a wastrel can't bounce around for long. Kong Xian slapped the golden-winged rock eagle on the back of its head, and his words were tinged with a bit of hatred. Just as he looked at the platform, he realized that sect leader Tong Tian had long since disappeared. Throughout the Baiyu Palace, the oppressive atmosphere did not change due to Ling Xiao's departure, and even the disciples of the Interceptor sect unintentionally appeared in their hearts because of this matter. It's just that no one knows about it. Disperse. Today's matter must not be discussed in private. All of you need to cultivate diligently in order to deal with the next God-sealing quantum sundering. Taoist Duo Bao assumed the stance of the head of the Interceptor sect, a serious look spreading across his face. Soon, inside the empty Bo Palace, he was the only one left, bowing slightly to the gantry above. Taoist Duo Bao suppressed the upturned corners of his mouth and also headed towards his cave. He wanted to celebrate. After a long time, a long sigh echoed through the Bo Palace. Jade Palace. The first Heavenly Father withdrew his divine thoughts and muttered, the 12-pin white lotus of the pure world follows the foot, and the temperament is also in line with this seat's appetite. But unfortunately, for the Interceptor Church to disobey the heavenly Tao, it is considered to be destroying itself. The way is different, and yet so between master and disciple. Alas! Looking into the void, the first Heavenly Father was slightly lost in thought. Without Ling Xiao to mediate between the disciples of the two religions, the conflict between the hierarchy and the interceptors will completely explode. This seat in Tong Tian, it is also time to part ways, and indeed, the great trend of heaven cannot be violated. Yuding, go give Ling Xiao a ride, cut off the karma and the love. This move by Ling Xiao was the first of its kind in the Flood world. After leaving Bo Palace, Ling Xiao headed down the green steps toward the lower Kunlun Mountains, and the interceptor disciples he encountered along the way all scoffed at him. In response to this, Ling Xiao was unmoved. His Tao mind was incomparably calm. Long in the cage, return to nature. The great Tao is at large, and the road is long. Before the God-sealing quantum revelation, severing the karma with the Xian sect and the Interceptor sect will also be a good thing for me. Ling Xiao walked briskly without any disheveled color. Even though his body was crippled, he didn't have any expression of pain. Instead, he was free and easy to break free from the cage. Several hours later, Ling Xiao appeared at the foot of the Kunlun Mountains, and a silhouette stood in the distance. When he saw Ling Xiao coming, he immediately opened his mouth and said, "If you are leaving, how can you not have a deceased person to see you off? This is the master's treasured agar jelly. Today with you to send off." Chapter 3 Heal Metamorphosis. Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud's kindness. A fresh breeze in clouds. The jade cup was filled with agar jelly, glowing with a crystalline light. Ling Xiao lifted the jade cup and drank the jeweled liquid in it. Immediately afterward, there was a majestic surge of creation vitality, causing Ling Xiao's tattered body to show signs of a withered tree. But in the next instant that thick energy escaped and disappeared. Mellow and long, rich and fragrant, worthy of being the Heavenly Father's treasured jeweled liquid. Today, on the occasion of parting, to be able to taste such a good wine, the poor Taoist can forget his regrets. Raising his eyes to look at the jade tripod realist, Ling Xiao showed a gentle expression on his face. Cultivate hundreds of millions of years, for the interceptor church to exhaust the blood and energy, in the end became a loner, but instead, the elucidator disciples to send each other. Think about it to make him a little helpless and funny. The jade tripod realist who witnessed this scene had a worried look in his eyes. The origin is depleted. The Dao injuries are all over the place. And the Yuan Shen will perish. Your body can't even carry the creation of this agar jelly right now. So it seems that you, Taoist friend, should have experienced excruciating pain during your 100,000 years in the immortal execution sword formation. Uncle Tong Tian unloaded the donkey, and the many disciples of the interceptor sect are enmity. So when the God-sealing calamity descends, the poor Taoist will help you out of this bad anger with all of your brothers and sisters. The jade tripod realist first let out a long sigh. Then a look of indignation appeared on his face. What Ling Xiao did moved the hierarchy. Hopelessly. None of it ended well. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao lightly laughed. There are 50 great roads and 49 heavenly derivations, and one of them has been removed. The Interceptor Church is not concerned about intercepting a line of heavenly opportunity. Perhaps not long after, poor Tao will be transformed. Cocoon into a butterfly. The words fell. Ling Xiao sipped his own wine, leaving Yuding Jinren alone and somewhat puzzled. Moments later, it was only with hesitation that the Jade Cauldron truly asked, "Can it be that you already have a method to replenish your origin? It's just that in your current condition, even if my master is the one to take action, I'm afraid that there's no cure." Surveying Ling Xiao, the Jade Tripod was filled with disbelief. The mind is like a tidal wave, creating a shocking wave. Cut off the karma and leave the sect of the Interceptors. If Ling Xiao were to remodel his origin again and set foot in cultivation again, the Interceptor sect and sect leader Tong Tian, I'm afraid that they will be reduced to the laughingstock of the world, right? After all, the 12 pure white lotus heel, which came to prominence during the period of the quantum sedition of witch and demon and the 3 emperors and 5 emperors, pressed the rest of the Xian sect disciples head on. Ling Xiao's qualifications and creation could be seen for all to see, cutting off the old shackles of the past. Today I know I am who I am. Fellow Daoist Jade Tripod, there will be a long time to come. Ling Xiao did not answer anything, but stood up and made a Dao Bao and salute to the Jade Tripod master. Then they left in the light of the setting sun. Cut off karma to know the true self. Wonderful. Looking at Ling Xiao's back, the Jade Cauldron realist seemed to understand something, and the smile at the corner of his mouth grew stronger. Good show. Coming up, far away from the Kunlun mountain territory, Ling Xiao sought out an immortal mountain. Sitting on top of the mountain, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathered from all directions. The chaotic green lotus origin was wrapped in the order of the great Tao and hovered in front of him, and just by sensing the vastness of the Tao rhythm, the injuries within Ling Xiao's body improved. Pangu opened up the sky and died of exhaustion. The chaotic green lotus broke apart into various spiritual treasures. One of the lotus fell into the flood world within the 12 white lotuses of purity, which is my heel. The energy and vitality carried by this mass of chaotic green lotus origin is enough for me to patch up my tattered origin, erase my Tao injuries, and allow my Yuan Shen to regroup. Just whether or not it will allow me to regain my cultivation at the Dala Golden Immortal Realm will depend on luck. Ling Zhao's eyes were deep as he muttered. If he had been placed 100,000 years ago, before he entered the Immortal Execution Sword formation, these chaotic green lotus origins would have been enough for him to break the order of the realm and step into the realm of the mixed golden immortal. It was only now that Ling Xiao was on the verge of dying, and the only way to do so was to recondense his roots and reshape his origin. A moment of contemplation. Ling Xiao operated his magic power and incorporated the chaotic green lotus origin within his body. Accompanied by flashes of arcane light and bursts of Dao sounds, his cracked meridians came to life, and the Tao injuries in his body began to gradually heal under the flushing of the chaotic green lotus origin. A green light illusion evolved and a law of order wrapped Ling Xiao. The origin, body, and Yuanshan were all greedily absorbing the vast origin, while the spiritual qi of the heavens and earth within billions of miles also surged towards Ling Xiao's body, turning into pure mana. The lost realm cultivation was gradually recovering. In an instant, Ling Xiao's cultivation reached Golden Immortal, then broke through the shackle barrier and stabilized at the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal. How come the cultivation isn't moving? Ling Xiao frowned slightly as he had some doubts in his heart. The chaotic green lotus origin contained enough energy to push his realm to the peak of Tai Golden Immortal, or even the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, but now the realm was experiencing a bottleneck. Just as Ling Xiao was wondering, the chaotic green lotus origin transformed into a torrent and fused with Ling Xiao's origin, and then only to see his innate Tao body disappear, replaced by a 10,000-foot sacred white lotus. The petals are like frost, the stems are quite fragrant, and the mist surrounds the immortal posture, purifying the light of the world. Crystal clear, with a gentle and holy glow. 24 pure white lotus, my followers have unexpectedly elevated. Now with my potential and qualifications, I have long surpassed all the disciples of the Interceptor sect and the Elucidator sect, and am on par with the top innate deities. If I cultivate to the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, I will definitely be able to reassemble the flower of the Great Luo that surpasses the former one, and my potential will definitely not stop at the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal or the Mixed Golden Immortal, but the ethereal Mixed Great Tao. Reincarnating into an innate Tao body, Ling Xiao's tone was mixed with excitement and thrill. Heaven and earth evolve, and all things are born. The moment the heel of an innate being is born into consciousness, there is no more possibility of upgrading or metamorphosis. But perhaps because he is the white lotus of the pure world, which is originally a part of the chaotic green lotus, after refining the chaotic green lotus origin, Ling Xiao's heel forcibly breaks the restriction. In terms of followers, aside from the three Cheng, Nuwa, and a few other innate deities, Ling Xiao was no weaker than anyone else. Converting his breath, Ling Xiao's divine thought swept over himself, dusty and ethereal, the entangled cause and effect in karma. Because with the Interceptor sect to cut off the cause and effect and dissipate, now is just incarnated out of the world, like a natural diamond, need to be carefully carved. It was just that after experiencing all the things he had done in the Interceptor sect, Ling Xiao's Taoist heart had become incomparably tougher. The flood is so big. Where should the poor man go? Ling Xiao murmured and pondered in his mind. For hundreds of millions of years, he himself has been seeking blessings for the Interceptor sect, and most of the forces and cultivators he has befriended are also inextricably linked to the Interceptor sect, so naturally he has been excluded. Little friend Ling Xiao, why don't you follow me back to the Five Zhuangguan, so that the poor Taoist can do his duty as a landlord? Cutting off cause and effect to obtain the true self, breaking and then standing up to reveal divine power. Perhaps in the near future, little friend Ling Xiao will cultivate to the quasi-saint realm and be able to call Poverty Road a Taoist friend. A kind voice, echoing out of thin air. Only two figures were seen, landing about 10 feet in front of Ling Xiao. Jin Yuanzi was dressed in a green shirt, long flowing robes, wide cuffs, and his eyebrows revealed the immortal style in Taoism, like the quietness of the pines and cypresses, and like the ease of the breeze. Beside Jin Yuanzi was the Red Cloud Taoist with a red robe tattooed with cloud patterns, a kind smile on his face. Senior Ling Xiao, Nichin Yuan de Xian, Senior Red Cloud. Ling Xiao made a Dao bow and saluted with respect and humility. Traveling through the flood world, he naturally also changed some of the heavenly momentum. Originally the Red Cloud Taoist was going to perish, but under Ling Xiao's maneuvering, it's preserved a life. Even the Hongmeng purple qi had not disappeared, but had fallen into Jin Yuanzi's hands. It was just that the only three people who knew about this were Jin Yuanzi, Taoist Red Cloud, and Ling Xiao. It was also for this reason that Ling Xiao made good karma with Jin Yuanzi and Taoist Red Cloud. Little friend Ling Xiao, don't be rude with the two poor Taoists. After you took the heavenly Tao vow and set aside your relationship with the Tongtian sect leader and the Interceptor sect, we wanted to seek you out and then bring you back to the Five Zhuangguan. Originally, the poor Taoist in Jin Yuanzi's intention was to use that strand of sacredness to help you step back into cultivation, but seeing that you've now been blessed with a heel transformation due to a disaster, we can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Tongtian Godfather is not clear in recognizing people. The Interceptor Church cannot accommodate the little friend. Then the poor road two people will be your strong backing. Taoist Red Cloud's brows relaxed as he patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and said, acts wild and unruly, but doesn't get on people's nerves. Looking at the solemn face of Taoist Red Cloud, as well as Jin Yuanzi, who was stroking his beard and smiling, Ling Xiao's heart was filled with relief and warmth. And even more so, he was somewhat touched. Not all beings are like the disciples of the Interceptor sect. Chapter 4, The Punishing Sword Formation. Strange. The clown was actually a member of the Interceptor sect. Wanshou Mountain. Wuzhuangguan. Ling Xiao followed Jin Yuanzi and Taoist Red Cloud to this place and landed in the dojo. Greetings to the two lords. And meets senior brother Ling Xiao. The two Taoist children, Qingfeng and Mingyue, made a Dao bow and saluted Ling Xiao. With red lips and white teeth, a transcendent breath, and an extremely uncommon Taoist rhythm around them, the cultivation of the two had long since reached the peak of the golden immortal, only that they had yet to cultivate the Taiyi golden immortal Dao fruit. Qingfeng, Mingyue, little friend Ling Xiao is going to meditate and cultivate at the 5 Zhuangguan, so you must not be slow. Now go pick some ginseng fruits and bring the spirit wine brewed by the poor Taoist. Jin Yuanzi invited Ling Xiao to sit on top of the futon, then instructed the two Taoist children. Soon, the fragrant scent of ginseng fruit wafted through the air, and the spirit wine in the jade cup shimmered with amber light. Latecomers have disturbed me much, please forgive the two seniors, Ling Xiao said slowly with a smile on his face. Although he had made good karma with the two paramount saints, the proper etiquette still could not be lacking. Seeing this, the Red Cloud Taoist said helplessly, little friend, is people too good for the Interceptor sect of life and death? In the end ended up in such a situation, but fortunately the peak turn around. The road ahead is all straight. Come to think of it, there are some similarities between what happened to you and me. The words fell. A cold light glowed in Jin Yuanzi's eyes, and there was killing intent constantly escaping. This killing intent was directed at the two saints, Junti and Jain, who were far away in the Western world. In the witch demon quantitative hijacking, the Red Cloud Taoist suffered a terrible disaster. On the surface of the demon race and the old man of the river Styx and other people. In fact, the two saints of the West is the secret promoter. If you can't pay back the karma of giving up your seat, you'll settle the debtor. Taoist Red Cloud. The Western two saints were as good as they were going to get. A good old man of the flood and a good old man of the Interceptor sect. These two karmic consequences will not be forgotten by the poor Taoist. And the day I become a saint against the heavens will be the time to clear my karma. Little friend Ling Xiao, don't ever be polite to the two poor Taoists. If it weren't for your deep blessings, making the heel comparable to top innate deities, we would have really wanted to take you in as a disciple. After the outbreak of the God-sealing quantum revelation, the rules of heaven and earth will be disorganized, and at that time, I will find the opportunity to become a saint. After all, over the hundreds of millions of years, I have long since accumulated enough heavenly virtues. Jin Yuanzi's words changed and he resumed his gentle color. The importance as well as expectations for Ling Xiao were even overflowing. There are countless living beings in the flood world, but only Ling Xiao is the one who is to the liking of both Jin Yuanzi and Taoist Red Cloud. The two seniors have treated me so well, and my late generation is grateful. It's just that the matter of sainthood needs to be planned out slowly, and must not be rushed. According to my speculation, the Interceptor sect will have to face the human sect, the Elucidator sect, and the Western sect at the same time, and it won't be too late for Jin Yuan Daxian to become a saint when the big picture has been finalized. Furthermore, the one from the Interceptor sect has plans that are far more simple than you may seem. Ling Xiao stood up and bowed to the two. Since the witch demon quantum revelation, the power and heritage of the Interceptor sect has been increasing, occupying more than half of the human emperor's teacher position, and the ambition of the Interceptor sect up and down the line, and with it, more and more powerful. Lord Tongtian is in charge of the immortal execution sword formation, coupled with the human race's greatest treasure, the Kongdong seal, the Qingping sword, and other great treasures. He has the bottom line to suppress the rest of the saints. It was thus that he pushed for the coming of the God-sealing measure, rather than following Ling Xiao's advice and sending some Interceptor disciples with low cultivation to the God-sealing list. Don't worry, little friend, the poor Taoist can hold it down. Come on, drink. Soon, inside the 5 vestiges, the atmosphere was pleasant. Ling Xiao drank wine with Jin Yuanzi and Taoist Red Cloud, two great powers, talking about the many things in the flood world, and the two quasi-saintly powers, who also passed down many true meanings of the great Tao to Ling Xiao. In the meantime, Kunlun Mountain, deep within the Bio Palace, the immortal execution sword formation erupted with clanging sword sounds, and a berserk aura raged out. Saint Mother Wu Dang and Saint Mother Golden Spirit steeply opened their eyes. How is that possible? The two of them had their red lips slightly open. It was hard to hide their shock and awe, and they were somewhat alarmed. Didn't Ling Xiao enter the immortal execution sword formation and clean up all the killing karma brewed by his fellow disciples? Why is the immortal execution sword formation stirring now, and the Interceptor Church's fortunes have become shaky? Can it be that Ling Xiao left hidden dangers in the immortal execution sword formation during those 100,000 years? The Golden Spirit Holy Mother's brows furrowed, and there was dissatisfaction in her tone. In her opinion, The immortal execution sword formation agitation was a plot by Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao doesn't know what's good for him and has already severed his karma with the Interceptor sect and rebelled against the Xianmen sect. The immortal execution sword array is shaking. The Interceptor Church's chi is entangled in killing karma. Now we can't cultivate here with the help of the immortal execution sword array, or else we'll be attacked by the killing intent on the Tao heart, and we'll end up in a fire and become a demon. Senior sister is right. Perhaps today's matter cannot be separated from Ling Xiao. Perhaps he has suffered many grievances in the Interceptor sect, but putting aside the facts, isn't he at fault in any way? Disobeying his master and disrespecting the saints. Becoming an invalid would be considered cheap. Holy Mother Wu Dang shook her head and also verbally attacked Ling Xiao. 100,000 years ago, before Ling Xiao sorted out the karma of killing, she still had some respect for him, even admiration. However, after Ling Xiao became an invalid, Holy Mother Wu Tang's goodwill towards him was gone. In the flood world, strength is honored. A wastrel with a damaged origin and no cultivation had no qualifications to become a prodisciple, let alone talk about gaining her favor, even if, at one time, the pawnless Holy Mother had received favors from Ling Xiao. Upon hearing this, the Golden Spirit Sacred Mother nodded and said, Ling Xiao has eaten his own evil. There is nothing to lament. Anyway, my Interceptor sect has 10,000 immortals coming to court, and without him, my Interceptor sect will still be the #1 sect in the flood. Senior Sister Wu Dang, you and I will go and report to Master and inform him of the movement of the Immortal Execution Sword formation. Since Lord Tongtian set up the Interceptor Church, the Immortal Execution Sword formation will be in the depths of the Bo Palace to suppress the Interceptor Church's fortunes. But this killing and destroying the treasure contains the true meaning of the Sword's avenue, and so it has become the Interceptor Church's disciples to refine their own way of the whetstone. In Ling Xiao worship into the Tongtian Godfather seat before, the Immortal Execution Sword formation riot a few times, but since it's every now and then combing the cause and effect of killing, the Immortal Execution Sword formation is no longer abnormal movement. Even, it closed in the Immortal Execution Sword formation for 100,000 years, purifying all the obscure chi and killing karma in the Interceptor Church's chi, and helping the Interceptor Church to erase this hidden danger. However, both the Holy Mother of Wu Dang and the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit were puzzled as to why the Immortal Execution Sword formation, as well as the Interceptor Church's chi fortune, had appeared to be moving again. A few moments later, the two of them took a step and stepped inside the Bo Palace's main hall. When he entered, his eyes, sect leader Tong Tian, Daoist Duo Bo, San Shao, and other disciples of the Interceptor sect were all there. Just why was the atmosphere in the Great Hall so weird? Tongtian sect leader's face was iron blue, and the disciples of the Interceptor sect below the podium looked at each other, and various emotions appeared between their glances, not the least of which was icy killing intent. Just who is it that has attracted the master and all the senior brothers as if they were enemies? The Golden Spirit Sacred Mother was puzzled, but she calmly walked to the center of the hall and reported the abnormalities of the Immortal Execution Sword formation to sect leader Tongtian. Slightly colorful, Golden Spirit Holy Mother made a bow and said, Enlightenment Master, the Immortal Execution Sword formation is different. The killing karma is coming back, and my Interceptor Church's fortune will be affected. Benton time. Inside the Bayou Palace, all the Interceptor disciples did not dare to breathe a single breath. Hearing this, the Tongtian sect master's divine thoughts went towards the depths of the Bayou Palace, and the Yuanshan imprint engraved in the Immortal Execution Sword formation sent a stream of messages to him. The original iron-green face was instantly blacker than the bottom of a pot. The house is leaking. He had just received news about Ling Xiao, and now there was such bad news. Even though Lord Tongtian's Taoist heart was strong, now he also felt a little tricky. Ling Xiao had just left shortly after the Immortal Execution Sword formation and the Interceptor Church's chi movement, and even though the Tongtian sect leader realized that this matter had nothing to do with Ling Xiao, his heart's indignation towards the latter was getting stronger and stronger. Adversary, adversary. Sect leader Tongtian slapped his hand on top of the platform, his voice thick as thunder. Seeing this scene, the Interceptor disciples present were terrified, and the Holy Mother Wodong and the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit were even more mistaken, thinking that it was Ling Xiao's plotting and scheming that had caused everything to happen now. And so, Sacred Mother Wu Dang stepped forward and said indignantly, if Ling Xiao is unkind, don't blame my Interceptor sect for being unrighteous. Since he dares to calculate my Interceptor Church's fortune, disciples are willing to catch him back and use capital punishment as a warning to others. An invalid, can't make any waves. The voice fell in the empty and silent hall, which could be described as a sound. Instantly, it caught the attention of the crowd. A few breaths later, Zhao Gongming said with an ugly face, a wastrel? That rebellious disciple has already remodeled his heel. Even more so, and has even gained the regard of Jin Yuan de Xian and Taoist Red Cloud, the Interceptor's rebellious disciple, cutting off karma. And now what he's done has made my Interceptorism a complete joke. Chapter 5 Forgive Ling Xiao? The 6th Imperial Exalted Position. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The origin is silent. The Yuan Shen is shattered. The meridians are destroyed. And the Dao injuries are all over the place. Unless the great ancestor Hongjun Dao sends down a blessing, even a saint's hand will not be able to help him recover from his injuries and reshape his heel. And Ling Xiao is just a wastrel with no cultivation. How could he gain the favor of Jin Yuan de Xian and Taoist Red Cloud? Don't talk nonsense here. Senior brother Gong Ming, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, gritted her teeth with a look of disbelief. Ling Xiao stepped into the immortal execution sword formation to sort out his killing karma. And after he brewed such an injury, even old man Tai Cheng stepped in to heal his wounds. But in the end, there was no improvement. Old man Tai Cheng, the way of alchemy can reverse yin and yang, but it can't make Ling Xiao heal. Reinventing the heel. What does waste Ling Xiao have? Senior sister Jean Ling, accept reality. Master deduced the heavenly chances and gained insight into that rebellious disciple Ling Xiao's steep rise in qi. And since he didn't hide anything when he restored his cultivation and remodeled his heel, the various great powers are already aware of this. Immortal Jin Yuan also personally transmitted a Dao sound and took the opportunity to satirize and humiliate my Interceptor sect. Taoist Duo Bao shook his head and let out a long sigh at the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. In his heart, boundless indignation arose. After going through all the trouble of driving Ling Xiao out of the Interceptor sect, he was able to regain his life, which caused the Interceptor sect and the Tongtian sect leader to lose face. Since that rebellious disciple has recovered from his injuries, why don't we order him to rejoin the master's seat? Previously, we can also leave his treacherous and insane behavior alone for the time being and give him the name of an inner disciple. After all, only that rebellious disciple can now comb through the murderous karmic aura tainted by the Interceptor Church's qi. Or else when the murderous karmic aura completely erupts, the immortal execution sword formation will be subjected to a devastating impact. Most importantly, my Interceptor sect has 10,000 immortals coming to court, and now that we are not far from the God sealing measure, our fortunes must not be affected. The pawnless Holy Mother was also slightly stunned after she was clear about the ins and outs, but she soon came up with a solution. When these words came out, waves rippled within the Bayou Palace, and all the disciples were talking about it. The brows of the three heavens, the turtle spirit sacred mother, and the others were sometimes stretched and sometimes tightly frowned, appearing to be considering the proposal put forth by the pawnless sacred mother, while the Tongtian sect leader also had some intentions at the moment, cutting off karma and rebelling against the sect of the Interceptors. If Ling Xiao admitted a mistake, he could let him rejoin the Interceptor sect. For this disciple, Tongtian Godfather's heart is ultimately a little regret, if he has him for his own advice. Hierophantism, the Western Church, the human religion, are to be intercepted by the church trampled underfoot. At this time, a stout-bodied Taoist man, surrounded by a surge of fury qi, stepped out from the crowd. In a deep voice, he slowly said, Senior brother Ling Xiao was forced to sever his karma with his master, whether it was by virtue of profound chance to remake his heel, and also received the appreciation of immortal Jin Yuan and Taoist Red Cloud, he has no relationship with the Interceptor sect either. When senior brother Ling Xiao left the Kunlun Mountains, the only person who went to see him off was Taoist Jade Tripod, and from that moment on, he became disillusioned with my Interceptor sect. Now that you see that people have re-entered cultivation and are able to sort out their killing karma, you want to welcome them back to the Kunlun Mountains, where under the heavens is there such a good thing? Righteous indignation and suppressed anger. Xing Tian had long since grown tired of seeing the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, the Pawnless Holy Mother, and the others. Because of Ling Zhao's cause, Xing Tian, Feng Bo, and other great powers of the witch race had also joined the Interceptor sect. It was just that they had not been in the Kunlun Mountains when Ling Xiao had left the Interceptor sect previously. Otherwise, how could one stand by and watch Ling Xiao suffer a blank stare and be forced to take the heavenly Dao oath? Fellow Taoist Ting Tian is right. Whether the 10,000 immortals of the Interceptor sect come to court or fall apart, it no longer has anything to do with senior brother Ling Xiao. If you and the others want to do something so shameless, step over my corpse, the North Sea Xian turtle said with a cold voice, disappointment in his eyes. When Nuwa was mending the heavens, she wanted to cut him down and refine his limbs into pillars to support the heavens, but it was Ling Xiao who planned ahead and allowed him to make an oath to the heavenly Tao, then retain his fleshly essence and true spirit, and finally reincarnate. After reincarnating and recultivating, the Xian turtle of the North Sea went along with joining the Interceptor sect in order to repay Ling Zhao's kindness. Xing Tian, Feng Bo, and the Xian turtle of the North Sea were originally qualified to be sect master Tongtian's personal disciples, but they ultimately chose the outer sect of the Interceptor sect. Disciples of the Interceptor sect should prioritize the sect's chi and interests. The rebellious disciple Ling Xiao rebelled out of the door. Do you and the others want to follow in his footsteps? Immortal Dingguan's eyes widened angrily, and bloodlight flickered underneath them. The words fell. Killing intent raged in the Bayou Palace, and Xing Tian and the others hated to crush the fixed-light immortal to death. The Tong Tian sect leader, who had taken everything in, finally spoke. As a saint of the heavenly Tao, this seed has the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth. I will use the great Tao merit to wear down the killing karma on the Interceptor Church's chi, which will be used to maintain the stability of the immortal execution sword formation. You and others must not brew killings during this period of time before the sealing of God quantum robbery descends, or else the immortal execution sword formation will no longer be able to suppress the Interceptor Church's chi. As for adversary Ling Zhao's place, who is willing to make a trip to the five vast expanse? The great Tao merit is the blessing of the great Tao that the great god Pangu received when he opened up the heavens and the earth. This was sect leader Tongtian's heritage and reliance, so naturally he could not use all of it to clear his killing karma, or else all of his cultivation would be affected. Thus, sect leader Tongtian could only hope for Ling Xiao, the good old interceptor, his most obedient disciple, should be back again. Chutzpah man. Ha! After seeing the hypocritical side of sect leader Tongtian, Xingtian sneered in his heart. On the side, the North Sea Xian turtle lightly wanted to speak, gently shaking its head, with a slight indifference in its eyes. He understood that after the Tongtian sect leader had spoken, there was no point in continuing to argue. Enlightened master, disciple is willing to go. Xiong Zhao's voice was clear and cold, and she directly stood out despite Yun Zhao's obstruction. The light blue jade sleeve lightly waved, and a high and cold color flashed across her pretty face. Disciple will admonish Ling Xiao and ask him to come back with me to confess his faults to the master. If he willingly combs through his killing karma, I can forgive him for his offenses and teach him what it means to respect the master. Since you are a disciple of the Interceptor sect, you must give everything for the sect, including your life. Xiong Xiao bowed to sect leader Tongtian, and after seeing that the latter had no objections, she then stepped on the auspicious clouds and disappeared into streams of light. The people left alone in the great hall looked at each other, each with their own thoughts. Heaven. Ling Xiao Palace. Auspiciousness derives from 1,000 streaks of auspicious colors and a fairy atmosphere. Hao Tian was seated high above the throne of the heavenly emperor, and on the jade seat next to him sat the graceful and magnificent Queen Mother Yao Qi. The 10,000 immortals of the Interceptor sect have come to court, intending to open the God-sealing calamity. The foundation of our heavenly court is weak, and apart from Tai Bai jinxing, who can be of great use? There is no other great power that can be used. Now that Ling Xiao has reshaped his heel and is still friends with Jin Yuan Immortal and Taoist Red Cloud, if we send charcoal in the snow and make good karma with Ling Xiao, we might be able to gain the support of those two great powers. Yao Qi's red lips slightly opened and said to Hao Tian, Jin Yuanzi had the honorific title of the ancestor of the Earth Immortals, and it was not a false name. If Xin Yuanzi could support the heavenly court, there would be a vast number of cultivators and beings who would take the initiative to go up to the heavens and become the mainstay of the heavenly court, and the heavenly court's dignified authority could be manifested. Otherwise, there is no one available under the hands of Hao Tian and Yao Qi. Then the heavenly court will not live up to its name. Upon hearing this, Hao Tian nodded and responded. Ling Xiao bowed and scrapped for the Interceptor sect, but sect leader Tong Tian killed the chicken and took the eggs. This matter attracted dissatisfaction from all sorts of great powers, and even some of the Interceptor sect disciples had quite a few words. And since the trigger for Ling Xiao to break off his enmity with the Interceptor sect was also because he supported the Interceptor sect's disciples to enter the God Sealers list, we can't let him get cold feet either. The White Lotus of the pure world is following the footsteps and will surely become a paragon in the future. Senior sister, this emperor is prepared to distribute a 6th royal position to Ling Xiao. 6 defenders. In terms of heaven and earth's chi and heaven's authority, it was only below the 3 Qing saints. The lord of the heavenly court is the Jade Emperor of the 6 Imperials, who dominates the flooded world, practicing the way of heaven, ruling over all the spirits, and being the co-owner of the 3 worlds. The remaining 5 Imperials assist the Jade Emperor in dealing with the affairs of the flood. In terms of status and honor, the 6 royals are equal. After hearing Hao Tian's words, Yao Qi's pair of beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of shock, but she quickly figured everything out and nodded at Hao Tian. The matter of Ling Zhao's 6 imperial honors will be discussed by senior brother, who will go to the Purple Heavenly Palace to discuss it with his lordship. This palace will first send the 9 heavenly mysteries with gifts to visit Ling Xiao at the 5 Zhuangguan to meet immortal Jin Yuan and Taoist Red Cloud. If Ling Xiao is willing to enjoy the 6 royal honors, then my heavenly court will benefit greatly. Even the matter of sealing the gods might be given to him altogether. Chapter 6 Defeated. Xiong Xiao moved herself, the house of the immortal god of longevity, and the house of the Taoist who lives with heaven. In front of the five Zhuangguan, Xiong Xiao stared at the words on both sides of the portal, her eyes slightly lost in thought. Jin Yuanzi, the ancestor of the Earth Immortals, and Taoist Red Cloud, two quasi-saintly powers who simultaneously valued Ling Xiao. This seemed heavily in Xiong Xiao's eyes, but this was the case. Slightly straightening her face, Xiong Xiao made a Dao bow and saluted at the portal, then raised her voice and said, "The late interceptor Xiong Xiao, by the order of Master Tong Tian sect leader, has come to pay respects to Jin Yuan Daxian and Senior Red Cloud." The sound of the Dao echoed and set off the wind and clouds. Squeak! A clear, crisp sound rang out. Qingfeng and Mingyue pulled open the gate of the five Zhuangguan and stepped out through the immortal mist. Qingfeng sized up Xiong Xiao for a few moments, then said indifferently, "Senior brother Ling Xiao doesn't want to see you. Fairy Xiong Xiao, please go back. The two lords are drinking and discussing the Tao with senior brother Ling Xiao, and they don't want you to disturb them." Jin Yuanzi's magical powers were vast, and his art of deducing heavenly chances was extremely profound. He also knew a little bit about what had happened within the Baiyu Palace, and as an innate deity who had been cultivating for countless years, Jin Yuanzi had already understood her intentions the moment Xiong Xiao had appeared in front of the five Zhuangguan. Ling Xiao was kind-hearted, and he was afraid that he would be deceived by the interceptor sect again. Thus, it simply planned to not let Xiong Xiao step into the dojo. What? There was no retention when you drove away senior brother Ling Xiao, and now that you see him remodeling his heel and embarking on cultivation you're going to snub him back. Your interceptor sect is really insidious and cunning. I'm sure that when senior brother Ling Xiao was in the interceptor sect, he also helped you to purify your spiritual platform and dissolve the karma and cause an effect that was brewed, and now you're trying to push him into the fire pit. Enough to see that you're harboring malicious intentions. If you ask me, there's not a single good thing in the interceptor sect if the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is not crooked. Compared to Qingfeng's gentleness, Mingyue's diction was more eloquent. As Jin Yuanzi's Dao child, there were some words that Jin Yuanzi couldn't say out of his face, but Mingyue was able to be the former's mouth substitute. In a few words, it was exactly what Jin Yuanzi had in mind. Now, through the mouth of the bright moon, Xiong Xiao and the interceptors were counted out, and even the Tongtian sect leader was not left behind. Senior sister Mingyue, as a person of cultivation you should be elegant. Don't entangle yourself with a benefactor like Fairy Xiongxiao, otherwise it will affect your mind. Qingfeng chimed in with a harmless expression on his face. Humph, those who cultivate the Tao follow the heart of the Tao. Not to mention Xiong Xiao, even if Godfather Tongtian were here, I would still have to make it clear that he is unworthy of being a teacher of man, and that he has violated the heavenly Tao and the law, and uncover his unsavory side. Even if I'm broken to pieces, I'll still fight for senior brother Ling Xiao. The bright moon was impassioned, its voice echoing between heaven and earth. Hearing this, Xiong Xiao's face was ugly. If it wasn't for the fact that she was in the way of Mingyue's identity, she would have done it long ago. After all, Mingyue was only the peak of a mere golden immortal, while she had already touched the threshold of a great Luo golden immortal. You must not dishonor my master. I only came here for the interceptor's rebellious disciple Ling Xiao. I am not trying to make a grudge against the five Zhuangguan, so please both of you go and inform Jin Yuan Daxian again. You guys tell Ling Xiao that unless he goes back with me, sorts out the killing karma that entangles the interceptor church's chi, and sits in the immortal execution sword formation again, I, Xiong Xiao, will not forgive him. Xiong Xiao forcibly suppressed the anger in her heart, then said to Qingfeng and Mingyue. The pressure and aura of a peak Tai golden immortal unintentionally turned into a torrent and stirred out, causing the void to gently shake, enough to highlight Xiong Xiao's mood at this moment. Forgiveness? Oh, two fellow Taoists, let her in. At this time, a cold laugh came out from within the five vast expanse, inside the five shovels. Ling Xiao withdrew his divine thoughts and looked at Jin Yuan Daxian and Taoist Red Cloud, then said, the two seniors don't need to worry about my juniors. I know what's in my heart, so naturally I won't make the same mistake again. Letting Xiong Xiao in is just to see how this jumping clown of the interceptor sect jumps up and down. Past life. Ling Xiao had read countless flood stream novels, so he also knew the formula of the divine choice system. Divine choice needs to be triggered. Xiong Xiao came to the five Zhuangguan and asked him to go back to the interceptor sect to continue burning himself and dedicating himself to others, and perhaps this situation could trigger the divine choice system. Thus, Ling Xiao could only endure his nausea and meet this personal disciple of sect leader Tong Tian. So very good. The humiliation you suffered in the interceptor sect can't just be forgotten. Since sect leader Tong Tian sent his disciples, then this Qiangxiu should be prepared to take the humiliation on herself. You don't have to have any scruples. The poor Taoist and Red Cloud will firmly support you. Jin Yuanzi's eyes showed relief, his appreciation for Ling Xiao undisguised. The Taoist heart is firm and knows the importance of lightness. The future creation is unlimited. What's more, Jin Yuanzi, under Ling Zhao's guidance, had begun repairing the broken Western Earth veins since the Witch Demon Quantum Revelation, and while accumulating massive amounts of merit, he had also gained the blessing of the will of the earth with the help of the Earth Book. The heavenly Tao prohibition on the Hongmeng purple chi had long since worn off. All it takes is the right time to become a saint on the spot. Therefore, Jin Yuanzi is not afraid of the Tongtian sect leader. As long as Ling Xiao does not get Xiong Xiao killed, everything will go with him. When he became a saint, Ling Xiao wiping out a few interceptor disciples would not be a big deal here in Jin Yuanzi. Great good. Ling Xiao raised his wine cup and drank the spirit wine, no longer being polite or anything with Jin Yuanzi. Soon, Qing Feng and Ming Yue walked closer, and Xiong Xiao followed them. Greetings to Jin Yuan Immortal, Elder Red Cloud. Xiong Xiao made a Dao bow and saluted, but her eyes flicked towards Ling Xiao, early stage Tai Golden Immortal, with a thick breath and a natural Taoist rhythm. Ling Xiao surprisingly really remodeled his heel and his origin was completely restored, and now he was even more sacred and natural than when he first joined the Interceptor sect, as if he was trying to get close to the Great Tao. This kind of scene was something that Xiong Xiao had only seen on the three pristine ones and some of the top innate deities. Nowadays, Ling Xiao was able to possess such a unique Tao rhythm and aura. Xiong Xiao, feeling some trembling in the heart of the Tao, the beliefs of the long past, but at this moment, it collapsed. If there's anything, talk to little friend Ling Xiao as soon as possible. We don't welcome people from the Interceptor sect here. Taoist Red Cloud knocked on the jade table and said in a bored manner. The slightest escape of the Tao rhythm of a quasi-saint powerhouse nearly pressured Xiong Xiao to lift her head. Ling Xiao sat on the futon and never looked at Xiong Xiao. Seeing this, Xiong Xiao became calm within herself before speaking. Senior brother Ling Xiao, the Interceptor Church's chi needs you to guard it, and the Immortal Execution Sword formation is also in turmoil. Follow me back to the Interceptor sect, and I'll beg Sister Yin Xiao, Senior Brother Duo Bao, and the others to speak for you, and I'm sure that the Master will forgive you for your sins and let you worship under him again. For billions of years, you were the one that all the Masters and Brothers respected, and now that you have rebelled against the Interceptor sect, you have been subjected to 1,000 accusations, but as long as you confess your faults to the Master, we'll all go back to the old days. As Xiong Xiao spoke, some images appeared in her mind. Ling Xiao pinched his spells, not bothering to wipe the sweat from his forehead to purify himself of the karma that he was tainted with. And even though his mana was greatly depleted, he did not stop. At that moment, Xiong Xiao's heart all but gave birth to some longing in love, but with Ling Xiao turning into an invalid, everything went up in smoke. Thinking of this, Xiong Xiao continued, Sister Yun Xiao, the Golden Spirit Virgin Mother, and a few other senior sisters, are also very attached to you. As long as you return to the Intercept sect, we can fulfill all of your past requests. Even as long as you pass my test, I can marry you as a Tao couple. As the words fell, Xiong Xiao's pretty face turned a little scarlet, as if it was extremely shy and embarrassing for her to say those words. Looking at Ling Xiao, who was surrounded by a faint holy light, Xiong Xiao was in a trance as a warm current surged through her heart and a thought appeared out of nowhere. Becoming senior martial brother Ling Zhao's Taoist couple seemed barely acceptable. The poor Taoist can't stand it anymore. Ming Yue's entire body directly exploded after hearing those words. He was about to roll up his sleeve and whip it towards Xiong Xiao's face, but fortunately Qing Feng covered his mouth in time and then pulled him back. Jin Yuanzi and Taoist Red Cloud looked at each other and exchanged divine thoughts. Pushin' girl? Jin Yuanzi frowned slightly and bristled. Sect leader Tong Tian only accepts but does not teach. This Xiong Zhao's character is naturally no better. Even if it's not bad in nature, it's been negatively affected in the mixed melting pot of the Interceptor sect. Keep watching the show. The poor Taoist has never seen such a brazen person. Wanting to become little friend Ling Zhao's Tao couple, is she worthy? Taoist Red Cloud showed no mercy at all. In his case, Xiong Xiao had already hung the label of shamelessness. What kind of female fist speech is this? Test me? Ling Xiao was astonished. It was the first time he realized that Xiong Xiao turned out to be this kind of person. Not waiting for him to open his mouth to ridicule Xiong Xiao, the system's voice appeared in his mind first. Chapter 7, Hongmeng Measuring Ruler of Heaven. Xiong Xiao regretted it. Ding! Divine Choice Quest refresh successful. Option 1, forgive the interceptors and follow Xiong Xiao back to the Kunlun Mountains, rewarded with a mouthful of innate nesting breath. Option 2, punch Xiong Xiao in the face, ravage and decapitate her, rewarding her with the very best innate spiritual treasure, the Jin Yuan sword. Choice 3, ignore Xiong Xiao and treat her as heir, rewarded with the latter heavenly merit supreme treasure Hongmeng Measuring Ruler. The cold system voice echoed in his mind, and joy flashed through Ling Zhao's heart. Hongmeng Measuring Ruler of Heaven, a top-notch offensive and destructive treasure. Killing without touching karma. Killing power is only below the heavenly Tao's ferocious exotic treasure. God Slayer Lance. This thing has a destiny with me nah. System, Poor Taoist chooses 3. Without the slightest hesitation, Ling Xiao made his choice. Lazy talk matches the listen. Xiangzhao's face made Ling Xiao feel disgusted, and her anticlimactic remarks made him even more speechless. Compared to arguing about it or suppressing it, Ling Xiao was more inclined to let her go as a fart. As for a Taoist couple, is Qiong Xiao worthy? Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Hongmeng Heavenly Measuring Ruler. Along with the system's voice ringing out again, the system space was filled with visions. The color of purple and gold. The power of the Tao was brilliant. The great Taoist God pattern if hidden. Merit golden light bright and dazzling. Thick if 1,000 pounds of weight. Taoism ethereal vastness. Seems to have the ability to open up the universe. The destruction of the power of the heavens. For billions of years, the poor Taoist has been born and died for the interceptor sect. Now I will live for myself. And the Hongmeng Measuring Ruler of Heaven will become my innate base card. And in the upcoming God-sealing Quantum Revenge, this latter heavenly merit and virtue supreme treasure will protect me. The corners of Ling Zhao's mouth lifted slightly, and he immediately made up his mind. The matter of the interceptor sect, Ling Xiao chose to swing for the fences and wouldn't care at all. But cultivating and planning for the God-sealing quantum reign, he was serious. Senior brother Ling Xiao, what are you still struggling with? I know that you have grievances in your heart, but you can't cut off the karma with the interceptor sect. Now that I've given you a step down, what more do you want from me? Seeing Ling Xiao not say a word, the shyness on Xiongzhao's face disappeared. In its place, there was a hint of frost. As an innate being, Xiongzhao had her own pride, and the fact that she was now forced to bow her head to Ling Xiao was already a great humiliation and reluctance for her. But Ling Xiao, surprisingly, would disregard her feelings, and was still high and mighty even now. How did the once warm, considerate, and understanding senior brother become psychologically twisted to such an extent? Anger continued to rage, and Xiongzhao was like a fish in her throat. These words, she didn't dare to say. After all, Jin Yuanzi and Taoist Red Cloud were watching from the sidelines. Only, the icy aura emanating from her exposed her mood at the moment. You didn't think the poor man would be impressed, did you? Ling Xiao didn't even raise his eyelids and mocked with a light-hearted air. The conversation turned, and he raised his glass. Immortal Jin Yuan, Elder Red Cloud, we don't need to care about this jumped-up clown. Come, drink. The atmosphere was cheerful with a lot of drinking. Ling Xiao regarded Xiongzhao as heir and did not even have the desire to talk to her. Sitting cross-legged on top of the futon, his brows were gentle and refined. And as for the farce just now, he never put it in his mind. Xiongzhao, on the other hand, froze in place, her vermilion lips trembling slightly. First, he took the initiative to show goodwill to Ling Xiao, and then he used the agitation method later on. But all of this was like a fist hitting cotton, and it didn't make any ripples. An inexplicable heartache made her blush. Since elder brother Ling Xiao is unwilling to return to the Kunlun Mountains with you, it would be better for Fairy to leave the 5 Zhuangguan, or else we won't be able to afford to get in the way of elder brother Ling Xiao and the 2 lords. Qingfeng looked towards Xiongzhao and suppressed the corners of his mouth that were about to grin to the base of his ears. The jade sleeve lightly waved, a gesture of wanting to send off the guests. Next to him, Mingyue hummed softly. He had seen a lot today. The disciples of the Interceptor Church, to be this kind of goods, is really laughable. Ling Xiao, are you really unwilling to return to the Kunlun Mountains with me? When it came down to it, Xiongzhao didn't pretend anymore. Silver teeth clenched. The aggression and anger in her heart exploded out. Pointing at Ling Xiao's nose she questioned. The aura of a peaked Tai golden immortal pressed towards Ling Xiao. Only in the next instant, Taoist Red Cloud frowned as boundless red sand flew out from the gourd at his waist, drowning Xiongzhao in the blink of an eye. Don't know how to be courteous? How dare you bark at the dogs within the 5 Zhuangguan? It seems that sect leader Tong Tian is spoiling the disciples of the Interceptor sect. If not for the fact that I honor him as a heavenly sage, I would certainly have sent you to the land of the 10,000 evocations, injuring your origin, damaging your Yuan Shen, and decapitating your cultivation. This is considered some punishment from the poor Taoist, and it also lets you feel the pain that little friend Ling Xiao has been subjected to. If you're not convinced, you can go find sect leader Tong Tian to back you up. The poor Taoist is someone who almost died once, so he doesn't mind blowing up his own origin and cultivation and pulling the Interceptor sect along with him to destruction. The words fell and the red sand dispersed. Blood was flowing from the corner of Xiongzhao's mouth, and her breath became extremely shriveled. A crack appeared on top of her skin. The 5 chi in her chest and the 3 flowers on top of her head were affected, and at this moment, her cultivation was directly chopped off a layer, dropping to the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Taoist Red Cloud. What's the point of self-destructing when you're talking nicely? If this Xiongzhao and sect leader Tong Tian don't obey, poor Tao will just detonate the Eastern Earth vein, and I'll see how sect leader Tong Tian ends up at that time. If you dare to count and bully little friend Ling Xiao, poor Tao will be the first to say no. Jin Yuanzi laughed helplessly and turned his head to stare at Xiong Xiao. His tone was flat, his eyes ancient. Just that heaven-defying killing intent wasn't much worse than Taoist Red Cloud in the slightest. Seeing this, Ling Xiao casually glanced at Xiong Xiao and slowly said, "The Interceptor Church's fortune is tainted with killing sins and karma, and the Immortal Execution Sword formation is in turmoil. So what does this matter have to do with Poverty Road? Get lost." When these words came out, they didn't wait for Xiong Xiao to be shocked. Qingfeng and Mingyue then pulled Xiangxiu and directly threw her out of the 5 zhuangguan, gray head and tears in his eyes. Xiong Xiao had never suffered such humiliation before. Her Dao heart couldn't help but tremble. Her jade hand clenched into a fist, her nails cutting through her palm, blood dripping down. Pain. It hurts too much. Senior brother Ling Xiao must have gone off the deep end, otherwise he wouldn't be so thin-skinned. In the past, even if my requests were harsh, he would have greeted them with a smile and then satisfied them. Nowadays, it's impossible to even tell me to get lost. I have to hurry back to the Kunlun Mountains and inform Master Teacher of what happened, so that he can weed out the demonic seed in senior brother Ling Zhao's body. An invisible obsession arose from Xiong Zhao's heart. Remorse, chagrin, aggravation. I don't know. As this thought arose, the baleful aura and quantum rules of heaven and earth shrouded toward her Yuanshen. And even the true spirit in the river of life was entwined with a trace of black aura. It's obvious that Xiong Xiao has entered the hijacking. Boom! Taoist sounds rolled and immortal music resounded. Beyond the sky, red and gold light shone brightly as the heavenly soldiers and generals stepped on the void, their armor shining coldly, catching Xiong Zhao's attention. What's with the heavenly court? Why are they here? Xiong Xiao worked her magic power and was about to change her wretched side, but before she could do so, a slender figure landed in front of her. The heavenly soldiers and generals, too, guarded hundreds of miles away from the 5 zhuangguan. Fairy Xiong Xiao, what are you playing at? Zhou Tianxian Nu could see Xiong Zhao's dilemma, but she had come on this trip to show Ling Xiao goodwill by the decree of the Queen Mother Yaoji, so naturally she would not let go of the opportunity to help Ling Xiao out. Looking up and down at Xiong Zhao's miserable appearance, the 9th heavenly goddess was slightly startled in her heart. The scent of the 99 red cloud scattering prana gourd. It seems that Xiong Xiao has annoyed Taoist Red Cloud, and that's why she's been taught a lesson. The Queen Mother and Heavenly Emperor guessed correctly. Taoist Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi attach extreme importance to Ling Xiao. The 9 heavenly mysteries had a penetrating mind and saw what was going on. I'd like to ask you why the heavenly court sent you to the 5 zhuangguan? Xiong Xiao operated her magic power and finally washed away the dirt that stained her surroundings. Only her pale and pretty face, and her shaky and delicate body, all indicated that she was already at the end of her strength. If he could not heal his wounds in time, the foundation would definitely be damaged. Upon hearing this, the 9 heavenly mysteries said leisurely, the heavenly court is in charge of the 3 realms of the flood. So logically speaking, there is no need for the poor Taoist to explain anything to you, but seeing you in this state, I'll be merciful and tell you, by order of the Queen Mother and the Jade Emperor, the poor Taoist has come to visit fellow Taoist Ling Xiao and present him with some gifts. Say it. The 9 heavenly mysteries withdrew her gaze and walked straight towards the gate of the 5 zhuangguan. The clear wind and the bright moon rushed to meet them. This scene, compared to what happened to Xiong Xiao, was really a heaven and a earth. That female fairy looks like a dog. There were heavenly generals, pointing at Xiong Xiao. The moment, tears slipped from Xiong Zhao's eyes, and with reluctance and regret, she flew toward the Kunlun Mountains. Chapter 8, You're hurting me. Inside the 5 shovels, the 9 heavenly Xian Nu made a Taoist bow and saluted, slowly saying, I have been ordered by the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother to come and pay my respects to fellow Taoist Ling Xiao. Please forgive me if I have disturbed immortal Jin Yuan and Senior Red Cloud. There was no arrogance or any other emotion in the words. Even though Ling Xiao only had the cultivation of an early-stage Tai Golden Immortal, she didn't show any disrespect. Instead, she explained her intentions in a few words, highlighting Ling Zhao's position. Jin Yuanzi and Taoist Red Cloud were so profound that they didn't take kindly to the touting of the bystanders at all. But when they saw that the 9 heavenly Xian Nu was respectful to Ling Xiao, a hint of goodwill immediately arose in their hearts. Jin Yuanzi waved his hand and said with a smile, Xian Nu, don't stand. Sit down and talk. Your intention to come poor Taoist know some. First taste the ginseng fruit before saying business is not too late. Upon hearing this, the 9 heavenly mysteries put down the constraints in her heart, so she sat down on the futon and drank wine and discussed with the crowd. Ling Xiao was on cloud 9, a smile always hanging at the corner of his mouth. Only after a long time did the 9 heavenly Xian Nu open her mouth and say, after the witch demon quantum revelation, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother took charge of the heavenly court. Only that after so many years had passed, the beings of the floodplains continued to know only the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao. but not the honorable power of the heavenly court.
Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao has deep followings and immeasurable blessings,
introducing many powerful cultivators to the Interceptor sect, and also helping the Interceptor sect to take a number of human emperors' master positions, which makes me envious of the heavenly court. Now that fellow Taoist Ling Xiao is all alone, coupled with the fact that the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother have been longing for fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, they have sent the poor Taoist here to pay you a visit. Taking advantage of the cordial atmosphere, the 9 heavenly mysteries told everything. The jade sleeve waved lightly, a long sword was suspended in the air, the pure supreme yang law stirred out, and there was also a rich immortal charm wrapped around it. It was clearly a superb innate spiritual treasure. The Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother are deep and generous. This extreme innate spiritual treasure was once one of Immortal Emperor Lord Dongwang's original treasures, and it went missing after he perished, not realizing that it would end up in the hands of the heavenly court. The pure yang sword, also known as the East King's sword, is a rare killing treasure in the Flood world. Jin Yuanzi raised his eyebrows slightly and said to the 9 heavenly mysteries, in the Flood world, only the top innate deities and quasi-saintly powers were qualified to wield the very best innate spiritual treasures. And now this pure yang sword was just gifted to Ling Xiao by the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. Jin Yuanzi couldn't help but feel that the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother could see and perceive Ling Xiao's potential, as well as his creation. Better than sect leader Tong Tian. Nothing escapes the eyes of immortal Jin Yuan. This pure yang sword is a meeting gift from the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother to fellow Taoist Ling Xiao. Other than that Panglai immortal island above the East Sea has already been tidied up and tended to by the heavenly soldiers and generals and the heavenly court female immortals. If fellow Taoist Ling Xiao doesn't mind, you can accept the Panglai Immortal Road as a dojo. It's just a pity that the remaining 2 Yingzhou Islands and Fanjiang Island were destroyed in that amazing battle. The 9 heavenly mysteries didn't dare to hide anything and told everything. Pure Yang Sword, Panglai Immortal Island, not to mention Ling Xiao. Even Taoist Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi were somewhat surprised. In the midst of the witch demon calamity, Panglai Immortal Island was the place where the immortal court was located, and it gathered infinite fortune between heaven and earth. And even though the Duke of Dongwang had fallen, it was still a blessed place for the immortals. Now, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother are asking the Water Spirit to hand over Panglai Immortal Island to Ling Xiao. What old cadre can stand such a test? Poor Tao is only a tiny golden immortal. How can I be worthy of the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother's great love? The pure yang sword and Panglai Immortal Island are extremely precious, and I'm afraid that I'm not virtuous enough or worthy of them. Ling Xiao shook his head, still pretending to be reserved. Potential and followership were one aspect, and most importantly, Jin Yuanzi and Taoist Red Cloud stood firmly behind him, which was why he was rewarded by Haoyan and Yao Qi. Upon hearing this, the 9 heavenly mysteries explained, when there is a heavenly Tao sage in the Flood world, there are also 6 royal heavenly emperors under the heavenly Tao. The Jade Emperor is in charge of the heavenly court, but the positions of the remaining 5-6 imperials have yet to be determined. Before Poverty Road came to the 5 Zhuangguan, the Jade Emperor had already traveled to the Purple Heaven Palace to have an audience with Grandmaster Hongjun. And if there are no surprises, fellow Taoist Ling Xiao should be one of the 6 royal celestial emperors. And the Queen Mother has also instructed Poverty Road that the God-sealing calamity is about to descend, and the heavenly court needs someone to preside over the situation. And you, Taoist friend, are the right person for the job. The 6 royal celestial emperors. The words of the 9 heavenly Xian maiden were like thunderous explosions that echoed in Ling Xiao's mind. The Jade Emperor, who rules over the flooded worlds, is the common lord of the 3 realms. The remaining 5 imperials, 2, were in their own way. The East set up the East Pole Chung Hua Da Di, the 3 worlds of all kinds of command, control the growth of all things, to save the suffering of the dead souls, also known as Tai relief of the suffering of the Heavenly Father. The South set up the South Pole Changsheng Da Di, the command of all thunder, the 4 seasons of the climate control of all things blessing and misfortune of the pivot of the hair. In the West, there is the great Emperor of the Western Pole, Go Chun, who is in charge of all the gods, assists the Emperor of Heaven in controlling the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and man, and is in charge of the affairs of the 3 realms of war and revolution. In the North, there is the Arctic Ziwei Emperor, who is in charge of all the stars and assists the Celestial Emperor in controlling the heavenly scriptures and the earth. In the lower part, there is the Fengdu Emperor, also known as the Underworld Emperor, who follows the laws of heaven and assists the Heavenly Emperor in controlling the fertility of yin and yang. The 6 royal celestial emperors are the foundation of the heavenly court, with the Jade Emperor as the head, suppressing the heavenly Tao's qi and ruling over the flood. Nowadays, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, who wanted to give themselves a 6 royal heavenly emperors honorary position. Ling Xiao appeared to be stoic and steady as an old dog, but in reality, his heart was surging. Compared to the saints of the heavenly Tao, The 6 royal celestial emperors did not need to send their Yuanshen to the depths of the heavenly Tao, so naturally they did not need to be subjected to the constraints of the heavenly Tao, as long as they each performed their own duties. However, the heavenly Tao authority enjoyed was far beyond that of a heavenly Tao saint, just because, after Hongjun Daozu had united with the Tao, he sent down a decree to all the heavenly saints, restraining them from interfering with the great power of the flood at will. The Jade Emperor has traveled to the Purple Heavenly Palace to discuss this matter with Grandmaster Hongjun. That would mean that it would be very difficult for you, little friend Ling Xiao, to refuse, so in the opinion of the poor Taoist, you should accept the Jade Emperor's and the Queen Mother's goodwill. Once you take the 6 royal celestial emperors' honorary seat, the poor Taoist and Red Cloud will naturally support you with their full support. All you need to do is to focus on cultivating and dealing with the God-sealing measurement calamity, and leave the rest of the matters to us, Jin Yuanzi said with a calm and unhurried expression. The ancestor of the earth immortals, honored by all immortals. All living beings born and raised on the earth can honor him with a cry of earth ancestor, and as long as Jin Yuanzi shouts out, there will be a sea of living beings coming to join him. Now, Jin Yuanzi intended to spare no effort in supporting Ling Xiao and helping him to secure his position as the 6th royal celestial emperor. Jin Yuanzi is right. You can't miss such an opportunity. The Interceptor sect and sect leader Tong Tian have negated you. This revenge is not unrequited, but the time has not yet come. When you preside over the matter of sealing the gods and the quantum robbery, the good days of the disciples of the Interceptor sect will come to an end. Don't squirm, just accept the pure yang sword. Daoist Red Cloud patted Ling Zhao's shoulder, his words carrying the pleasure of raising an eyebrow. The heart murmured, sect leader Tong Tian, you also have this day now. At this time, Ling Xiao stood up and said solemnly, Immortal Jin Yuan, Senior Red Cloud, and fellow Daoist woman Xian Nu, you're all doing me a disservice. Say it. Stretching out his right hand, he clutched the pure yang sword. Divine thoughts surged out and began to refine this extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure. The 6 royal celestial emperors, though less honorable than the heavenly Tao saints, are by no means comparable to those interceptor disciples. In the future, when we avenge our hatred, we don't need to get our hands dirty, and we will be able to overwhelm them in terms of their status. If you are unwilling to bow respectfully, then you are flouting the heavenly court's honorable authority, disobeying the heavenly Tao's jurisprudence, and disrespecting the heavenly emperor, and no one will dare to take this hat. Daoist Red Cloud said wistfully. The people of the Interceptor Church did not say that Ling Xiao disobeyed his master and disrespected the saints. When the time comes, the wind and water will turn, attacking and defending the alien. Let's see what they'll do. Jia Jia Jia. Xian Nu pays homage to the heavenly emperor. At the same time that Ling Xiao held onto the pure yang sword, the 9 heavenly Xian Nu did not hesitate to bow to Ling Xiao. The 6 royalties, all of whom are the celestial emperors. Thus, before the Jade Emperor had decided which heavenly emperor Ling Xiao would be, the 9 heavenly mysteries could only honor him as a heavenly emperor. Be quick and disrespectful. Ling Xiao showed a gentle look on his face, and a magic power helped Jiao Tian Xian Nu up. At this moment, he felt that there was heaven and earth's chi luck gathering from all directions, and even his Tao heart was much more enlightened. I think the Jade Emperor and Hongjun Daozu should have discussed this. Ascending to the throne of the 6 royal celestial emperors was just a process away. The other side. Xiongxiao dragged her severely injured body across billions and billions of miles back to the Kunlun Mountains, but before she could go forward to the Baiyu Palace to pay her respects to sect leader Tong Tian, she saw an explosive scene. The people left and the tea was cold. Ling Xiao had just cut off his karma with the Interceptor sect not long ago. Ding Guangxian and the others have already begun to dismantle Ling Xiao's cave. Chapter 9, People leaving tea. Arresting Ling Xiao? Kunlun Mountain. The Interceptor disciples were gathering in front of a cave. The traitor Ling Xiao disobeyed his master, disrespected the saints, disregarded the love of his fellow disciples, and even abandoned the Intercept Church. Such an unfeeling, unrighteous, and unaware of respect and etiquette sinful animal does not deserve to leave any traces in my Interceptor sect. From today onwards, anything related to Ling Xiao shall be put to the torch, in order to rectify the authority of my Interceptor sect. Ting Guangxian was impassioned and said to the Interceptor disciples present, righteousness, as if he were the embodiment of justice. One moment, the disciples of the Intercept sect talked, even the hierarchy's jade tripod truthfulness, when Shu Guangfa Tianzuan, and Huanglong truthfulness were attracted to it, and they stood at a distance looking at each other. It is said that when people leave, the rabbit dies and the dog dies. Ling Xiao has bowed and scrapped for the Interceptor sect, and all he got in return was this. And today, if the fixed light immortal dares to destroy Ling Xiao's cave, tomorrow, I'm afraid that even that Interceptor sect's heavenly rule will be abolished. Huanglong Jinran shook his head and sighed softly. On the side, When Shu Guangfa Tianzuan slowly said, Ling Shao treats people with sincerity, and the disciples of the Interceptor sect do not know how to cherish them, but it is a pity that my Hierophantism does not have such a heavenly talent, or else the master would be afraid that he would be extremely favored.
Ling Shao has remodeled his heel and is back on the path of cultivation.
If it wasn't for Jinyuan Daxian and Taoist Red Cloud striking too quickly, I'm sure that master would have disregarded Uncle Tong Tian's face and taken Ling Shao under his seat.
Regarding Ling Shao,
Manjushri Guangfa Heavenly Father had mixed emotions.
All are Xianmen disciples.
Ling Shao is extremely strong. In the 3 Emperors and 5 Emperors period to help the Interceptor sect to occupy more than half of the Emperor of the human teacher position, but in and hierarchical disciples usually get along with and very easygoing and humble.
Really, one can't find anything to criticize about him. The Interceptors, however, drove them out the door and were considered invincible. At this time, the Jade Cauldron Master indifferently said, 10,000 immortals are coming to court and the first sect in the flood. The Interceptor sect seems to be thriving, but in reality, without the heavenly rules set by Ling Shao, it would have been in chaos long ago. Be prepared to tear your face off with the disciples of the Interceptor sect. The great power of the heavenly Tao cannot be violated. Interceptor disciples are mixed. Duo Bao Daoren,
Kong Xian and others are still in the eyes of the Jade Emperor, but most of the rest of the registered disciples and outer disciples are demons who are doing wrong on top of the saints' disciples. The heavenly rules of the Interceptor Church bind the disciples. If he were to be abolished, then the Jade Tripod Master wouldn't even dare to imagine how exciting the scene would be at that time.
Stop, all of you. Stop.
Xiong Xiao was already seriously injured, and when she saw Taoist Duo Bao trying to dismantle Ling Zhao's cave, she immediately became enraged and blood flowed out of the corner of her mouth, and her entire body staggered down in front of the cave.
Senior Sister Xiong Xiao, just who was it that seriously injured you?
If you dare to bully my Interceptor disciples, I,
Lu Press, will be the first to say no.
The various Interceptor disciples exclaimed in shock.
Lu Pressure,
on the other hand, came to Xiong Zhao's front and was about to grab her jade hand to probe her injuries.
Only, it was pushed away by Xiong Zhao's palm.
If anyone dares to destroy Senior Martial Brother Ling Zhao's cave, the poor Taoist will not rest in peace with him. Senior Brother Ling Xiao will come back.
Will come back. Xiong Xiao is like losing her mind.
Jade finger pointing at the nose of Lu Press and Daoren Duo Bao, said, the killing intent of the sky coalesced, turning into astral winds raging in all directions, and some disciples with low cultivation directly prostrated themselves on the ground. The red sand of scattered prana abrades the origin, cuts away cultivation, and damages the Yuan Shun.
How similar is Sister Xiong Zhao's injury to the former Ling Shao?
If the poor Taoist isn't wrong, this is Taoist Red Cloud giving Ling Shao a bad breath. It's just that I didn't expect that Jinyuan Daxian and Taoist Red Cloud would be so strong, and their calf protecting stance isn't any weaker than that of Master Teacher.
Huanlong Jinran sucked in a breath of cool air and said in a daze, in terms of protecting the calf, the first Heavenly Father is the best in the flood. Don't look at him.
Huanglong Jinjin is a bullied existence among the 12 golden immortals, but if the rest of the living beings dare to touch a single hair of his head,
then Pan Guan warns, a disciple of the first Heavenly Father is not something that just anyone can move. Nowadays,
Ling Zhao's treatment with Jin Yuanzi and Taoist Red Cloud was in no way inferior to that of the hierarchy's disciples. Of the 3008 deities, very few became quasi-saints. Those two, they were ceiling-like existences of the quasi-saint realm.
Boom!
Ding Guangxian saw that Xiong Zhao's breath was unstable, so he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Activating the spirit treasure, the furious attack landed on top of the cave. As smoke and dust rose up, the cave mansion turned into pieces and faded away with the wind. All traces of Ling Shao having cultivated and lived here were directly erased by the fixed light immortal. Senior Sister Xiong Shao, don't mess around. The poor Taoist will not only destroy the cave where Ling Shao has lived, but also ask the master to abolish the heavenly rules of the Interceptor sect. Head to the Bio Palace.
The master is waiting for you.
Immortal Dingguang lightly waved his sleeve and with a cold snort, he headed towards the top of the Kunlun Mountains.
Interceptor disciples, scatter and walk away.
The corners of Lu Ji's mouth quirked, and his entire body was refreshed. After the abolition of the Interceptor sect's heavenly rules, there will be no more rules in the world to bind the poor Tao. The great ambitions of my father and uncle will be carried on by me. Lu Ji narrowed his eyes slightly, a sly glint crossing the bottom of his eyes. The identity of the Interceptor's personal disciple was just a springboard for him to step onto the top of the 9 heavens and reign over the beings of the 3 realms.
Him, Luke, it is the orthodox heir to the heavenly court, not the 2 Taoist children in front of the door of Hongjun Taoist ancestor. Ambition, inflated. No, Xiong Zhao's eyes were lifeless, and her entire body looked like she had lost her soul. A mouthful of blood sprayed out several feet. The petite body fell straight down. stirring up a cloud of dust. Bo Palace. Yun Xiao, Bai Xiao, and Zhao Gongming had endless anger and killing intent in their chests that needed to be vented. Only because Qiong Xiao went to a trip to the Five Zhuangguan, fell into a difficult-to-heal injuries. But fortunately Tong Tian Godfather invited Tu Qing Laozi to help her heal. Qiong Xiao this did not fall into the Taoist injuries. The foundation is damaged. However, the cultivation that was chopped off was something that needed to be cultivated again. Enlightened Master. Ling Xiao fell into the devil's path and compelled Jin Yuan to Xian and Taoist Red Cloud. So far, this is what caused Sister Qiong Xiao to suffer a terrible disaster. I would like to go to the Five Zhuangguan and capture him. As for Jin Yuan Daxian and Taoist Red Cloud, I still ask Master to help them sober up and not fall into the traps of evil devils and crooked paths. If you don't say it, it's a hit. Lu Ji stood in the center of the great hall and said in an unassuming manner. As the words fell, the atmosphere was extremely silent, and all the disciples of the Interceptor Church present were dumbfounded. Even the Tongtian sect master on the cloud platform, as well as the Taiching Laozi next to him couldn't help but move their eyelids slightly. After helping Qiong Xiao heal her wounds, old man Tai Chung did not leave. It wasn't that he wanted to meddle in the affairs of the Interceptor Church, but that the Tongtian sect master had left him behind, and that he wanted to see just how outrageous these Interceptor disciples were. Only, as soon as he came up, Lu Press taught him a lesson. You're full of immortal Jin Yuan and Senior Hongyun are highly respected paramount saints? How could they be compelled by bystanders? It's clearly that they were dissatisfied with senior brother Ling Xiao being bullied in the Interceptor sect, and that's why they punished senior sister Qiong Xiao slightly. Wet-born in chaotic transformation, cloaked in horned miscellaneous hairs, even snarling and barking in front of the two saints. I Xingtian has never seen such a brazen and shameless person. The fury was restless and killing. Interceptor's aura steeply erupted, clenched his fists and headed towards the land pressure. The sturdy body veins rippled. Seems to have the power to kill the dragon, tear through the ferocious beasts. Bloodthirsty, brutal, unbeatable, weedy golden crow. There are people who have life and no one to raise them. Don't think that because you have the backing of Master Teacher and Yuan Ionia is helping you in the shadows that you are practicing slander against senior brother Ling Xiao here. If you dare to insult senior brother Ling Xiao again, I will not blame me, Tai Xian, for being unsympathetic. The North Sea Xian turtle's long accumulated anger immediately erupted in this instant. The golden light shone brightly, evolving and flickering. Behind the Beihai Xian turtle, a dense golden light of heavenly Dao merits appeared, and with these heavenly Dao merits on his body, it was the heavenly Dao saints who couldn't randomly beat and kill him. Because of that, he was the one who was so reckless in the Bio Palace. Unbridled. You and the others insulted your fellow disciples in front of the master. Is it possible that you want to follow the example of the traitor Ling Xiao and rebel against the Interceptor sect? Enlightened Master, these people are stubborn and evil. Disciples think that they should be sent to the immortal execution sword formation to face the wall as a warning to others. The golden-winged great rock eagle saw a gap and solemnly bowed to sect leader Tong Tian. Upon hearing this, old man Tai Ching raised his eyebrows slightly. Interesting. These disciples that third brother has taken in, there isn't a single heartless one. Seeing this scene, Xingtian was disheartened. What 10,000 immortals come to the court? What saintly sect? It's just a nest of snakes and rats, harboring dirt. That's right. I'm just going to follow the example of senior brother Ling Xiao. This lousy wimpy Interceptor sect won't stay. Xingtian roared and kicked the golden-winged rock eagle away. Feng Bo, you sure? And a few other people from the witch race stood behind him, and the North Sea Xian turtle stood righteously beside Xingtian. The love between master and disciple is over, and the friendship between fellow disciples has long been severed. Sage Tong Tian, fellow Taoists, take care of yourselves. Chapter 10, Stirrer Burning Lamp. Empress Pingxin struck out. Bo Palace. The atmosphere was scorched, and killing intent was stirring. Taoist duo Bo, Ting Wangxian, and the others sacrificed their spiritual treasures and surrounded the several so-called rebels of Xingtian and the Xian turtle of the North Sea, just waiting for an order from sect leader Tong Tian. They were going to clean up the door for the Interceptor sect. On the cloud platform, sect leader Tong Tian's body trembled slightly, his iron-green face gradually twisting, his anger turning into a torrent rippling through his body, and the majestic heavenly Dao sages might raged on. The shoulders of Xingtian, the Beihai Xian turtle, and the others sank, and they were almost crushed to the ground immediately. Is this the saint's way of taking action against us personally? Xingtian braced himself strongly, his spine clanging, his blood spilled from his pores, his pair of furious eyes staring at sect leader Tong Tian, his low voice carrying thunder. Deafening. Since when have the disciples of the Interceptor sect and the Tong Tian sage been so desperate and thin-skinned? First, they forced senior brother Ling Xiao to cut off his karma, and now they're going to strike at us. You and the others don't deserve to be the Xian sect's orthodoxy. Saint Tong Tian, you are the one who led the disciples of the Interceptor sect to suppress the rest of the sects and collect all the qi between heaven and earth. And you will definitely not be the winner of the God-sealing quantum robbery. Thin-skinned and brazen. Ha ha. The North Sea Xian turtle straightened its chest and burned its heavenly Dao merit. Meeting the Tong Tian sect master's gaze, his body gradually stood up, while the heavenly Dao merit behind him was gradually lax and dim, like a candle that was about to be extinguished. Drag these few renegades down and shatter their bodies according to the heavenly laws of the Interceptor sect for eternity. Sect leader Tong Tian said coldly with killing intent. One moment. Daoist Duo Bo, Ting Wang Xian, Golden-Winged Great Rock Eagle, Holy Mother Wu Dang, and the others, immediately activated their spiritual treasures to evolve chains of laws and attack towards the several people of Xingtian. A hint of madness flooded their faces. If the poor Taoist doesn't remember correctly, the heavenly rules of the Interceptor sect were formulated by Ling Xiao, weren't they? Saying that people are rebellious disciples. But at this moment, he is so bold as to use the Interceptor sect's heavenly rules to condemn several people in criminal heaven. Please still ask sect leader Tong Tian to clear up the confusion for the poor Taoist. The gate of Baiyu Palace boomed open, and Taoist lantern burner walked in from outside. Behind them were the Jade Tripod Truthfulness, the Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan, and the Wang Long Truthfulness, whose heads were raised high at the moment, with disdain for all of the Interceptor disciples showing in their eyes, as the Kunlun Mountain is the shared dojo of the humanism, hierarchy and Interceptor sects. The scene that took place in front of the Lingxiao cave did not escape the eyes of Taoist Burning Lamp, so he came to Bio Palace to be a stirrer. There are some things that the First Heavenly Father can't do because of his brotherly feelings. As the hierarchy's vice lord, Taoist lantern burning is still relatively dedicated nowadays. We pay our respects to Master Tai Ching and Master Tong Tian. Jade Cauldron Reality 3 people bowed to Tai Ching Laozi and Tong Tian sect leader on the platform, and after Burning Lamp Taoist made a Taoist bow and saluted. He solemnly looked at Tong Tian sect leader. There was a hint of shrewdness and wisdom hidden in the depths of his eyes. Humph, my Interceptor sect's affairs. Where do you Hierophant sect have a hand in them? The heavenly rules of the Interceptor sect were set by that rebellious disciple Ling Xiao, and Master will naturally abolish them at the right time. Ting Guangxian patted his chest and said righteously. In a few words, he made a decision on behalf of sect leader Tong Tian. Unbeknownst to him, the moment his words fell, the Tong Tian sect leader on the platform's face grew more and more somber. 10,000 immortals came to the court, and there were countless disciples. The heavenly laws of the Interceptor sect bound the disciples, and the Tong Tian sect leader did not oppose it. Otherwise, given the mixed situation of the Interceptor sect, without the restriction of the heavenly laws, wouldn't these Interceptor sect disciples try to poke through the heavens? However, when Ting Guangxian opened his mouth, he put the Tong Tian sect leader on the fire. If you want to retain the face of a saint, the only way out is to abolish the heavenly rules of the Interceptor sect. Enlightened Master, the heavenly rules of the Interceptor sect cannot be abolished. Before Ling Xiao set the heavenly rules, my disciples of the Interceptor sect caused much trouble, wreaking havoc on one side. Since there is a heavenly rule to restrain, these disciples who are not teachable have only tightened up a bit, and the reputation of my Interceptor sect amongst the 10,000 races of the flood has also improved. If the heavenly rules are abolished, the disciples of the Interceptor sect will certainly brew karma, and the situation will be difficult to end at that time. Yun Xiao stood out, frowning worriedly. Even though Ling Xiao had all sorts of faults, what he did was indeed beneficial to the Interceptor sect. Thus, Yun Xiao did not want Lord Tong Tian to abolish the heavenly rules of the Interceptor sect. With the imminent opening of the God-sealing calamity, the most important thing that the Interceptor sect, should do is to unite as one and take charge of the infinite heaven and earth's destiny, instead of being indecisive here. As the number one sect in the floodplains, who dares to chew the cud behind my back and disrespect my Interceptor sect? Only by abolishing the heavenly rules can I make my Interceptor church united. Immortal Dingguang snorted coldly and immediately went toe-to-toe with Yun Xiao. For billions of years, he was bound by the rules of heaven. Now that Ling Xiao had rebelled against his master, he didn't want to miss this opportunity to break free from his shackles, so he didn't hesitate to refute Yun Xiao's opinion. For a while, the golden-winged great rock eagle, Lu Press and others raised their voices to support the Ting Guangxian, while the Tong Tian sect leader who saw the scene had a green and purple face, and was full of anger that was difficult to vent. Vice sect leader Burning Lamp, let's leave the matter of the Interceptor sect to Tong Tian. Old man Tai Ching said with his eyes and nose lowered. The cloud platform emanated immortal rhythm and laws, and his figure disappeared into the Baiyu Palace without even bidding farewell to sect leader Tong Tian. Seeing this, Taoist Lantern opened his mouth and said, Tong Tian Saint, poor Taoist does not have any other meaning.
is that now the Interceptor Church still retains the Lingxiao set. The heavenly rule is not good. Just now, if there is an offense, please forgive me. Only, the Interceptor sect disciples, the opinion is not unified. Shady and mocking pulled full circle. Seeing that the water of the Interceptor sect had already been muddied by him, Daoist Lantern Burner hastened to take Jade Tripod Truthfulness, Wen Shu Guangfa Tianzuan, and Huanglong Truthfulness with him as they drifted away, put Interceptor, Feng Bo, and the North Sea Xian Turtle in the rightful place. Sect leader Tongtian's face was lost, and the sage's dignified authority was gone. With a flick of his jade sleeve, he sentenced the death penalty to Interceptor and the others. Now that the God-sealing quantum revelation had not descended, if they were truly obliterated, they would not even have the chance to go on the God-sealing list, and they would end up dead without a burial place, with only a trace of their true spirit going forward to the 6 paths of reincarnation to be reincarnated. Sect leader Tongtian, aren't you being too overbearing? Xingtian and the others joined the Intercept sect because of Ling Xiao. Now that you've driven Ling Xiao out of the sect, Xingtian and the others have no more hang-ups in the Intercept sect, so they can naturally choose to sever their karmic ties with the Intercept sect. At the very moment of life and death for Xingtian and the others, from the 6 paths of reincarnation came an ethereal Taoist sound, and a channel of underworld order appeared out of thin air in the Bio Palace and swept away the several people of Xingtian. In the meantime, the vast and majestic greatness of the saints severed the karmic connection between Xingtian and the others and the Intercept sect. Hershin, you're bullying me too much, sect leader Tongtian roared, and the Qingping sword cut through the void, pointing directly at the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was accompanied by clanging swords, and the sound of other spiritual treasures colliding. The Qingping sword returned to the hands of the Tongtian Godfather without any success. Pangu Divine Hall, this supreme treasure has really fallen into your hands. This karma this seed has written down. When the time is right, I will definitely go to the underworld to settle the score with fellow Daoist. Sect leader Tongtian said indifferently, but in his heart, scorn was born. Empress Pingxin, the lord of the underworld, the controller of the 6 paths of reincarnation, although she did not certify to sainthood, with the help of the 6 paths of reincarnation and the will of the earth's path to enhance it, she was able to harden herself against a heavenly Tao sage. What's more, the witch race's legacy, the Pangu Divine Hall, had also fallen into her hands. It's considered bad luck for you, Taoist friend, to mess with this palace. If the disciples of the Interceptor sect fall, this palace will personally beat them into the Tao. Ha ha. Queen Ping Xin didn't like to take revenge overnight, and she took revenge on the spot when she had it. Laughter filled with banter echoed within the Bio Palace. The faces of the disciples of the sect of the Interceptors are like ashes. They seem to see the scene of their own fall into the road. At this moment, they even have some expectations. The God-sealing quantum robbery, hurry up and come down. Master, what should be done about the Interceptor sect's heavenly rules? Lu Ji bowed slightly and said respectfully to sect leader Tongtian. Originally, sect leader Tongtian had wanted to take the opportunity to play dumb for a bit and suppress the matter of abolishing the heavenly laws of the Interceptor sect first, but now because of Lu Press, he had to put the matter on the table. Tired and heartbroken, all sorts of emotions filled the Tongtian sect master's heart. Just, duo bao. The matter of the heavenly rules of the intercepting sect is fully at your disposal. Sect leader Tongtian let out a light sigh and looked deeply at Lu Press, Duo Bao, and the others. The jade sleeve lightly waved, and the figure disappeared. Inside the Bio Palace, waves soon rippled. For the sake of the heavenly rules of the Interceptor Church, the disciples argued over. Chapter 11, the beginning Taoist scriptures. Pure life creation Tao. The 5 truths. Under the ginseng tree, Ling Xiao sat cross-legged on top of the futon, and there was a flash of divine splendor as the spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged in from the 4 directions, turning into manna that rolled through the meridians. The ginseng fruit tree is worthy of being a superb innate spiritual root. Sensing the Tao rhythm it contains has given me a better understanding of my own way, and even my cultivation at the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal has become more solid. But if you want to raise your cultivation level, then you need to have a decent chance. It's just that you can't rush things in cultivation. It's better to work steadily. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and muttered. At the beginning of his journey through the flood world, he had sensed a technique from the 12 white lotus of purity, called the sacred flower scripture of the pure world, which had the ability to purify the filth of the world and blossom into a holy creation. With this native technique, Ling Xiao's cultivation grew more and more refined, and then later rose to become one of the few existences among the disciples of the Interceptor sect who possessed the cultivation of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Only later, in order to wash away the killing karma in the Interceptor Church's chi, he went through many trials and tribulations, and his Dala Golden Immortal cultivation was gone. After refining the chaotic green lotus origin to raise my heal, This pure world Holy Hua Sutra is calculated to be even more profound and mysterious. But I've always felt that there are some shackles binding me. Perhaps this technique is no longer suitable for my current Tao. Ling Xiao frowned slightly, knowing that the matter of feats was a bit tricky. When an innate being is born, the rules of the heavenly Tao will evolve a Tao suitable for its cultivation, which is both esoteric and mysterious, and is the basis of its own foundation. And the Gong method will also appear with the evolution of the Tao. For example, Laozi's Tai Ching Taoist method, which was passed on to the human race, such as the Jin Dan Tao. Now, the problem Ling Xiao was facing was that his sense of his own way had changed drastically after the heel metamorphosis, while the Gongfu he was practicing was having trouble matching his own way anymore. The Tao is a sense of realization, whereas the Kung Fu is to cultivate the realm of cultivation. Ding! Divine Choice Quest Refresh successful. Option 1, return strongly to the Interceptor sect and prevent Taoist Duo Bao from abolishing the heavenly laws of the Interceptor sect, with a reward of a superb innate spiritual object, the Earth Spirit of the Open Heaven. Option 2, convince Lord Tongtian to formulate a new heavenly rule of the Interceptor sect, rewarding one Holy Mother flag. Choice 3, turn a blind eye and allow the Interceptor's heavenly rule to be abrogated, rewarding the Taoist scriptures of the beginning. The system's voice echoed steeply in Ling Xiao's mind, abolishing the heavenly laws of the Interceptor sect. Interesting. If there were no heavenly rules to restrain them, the disciples of the Interceptor sect would surely make waves in the flood world, and the entire Kunlun mountain would then be in turmoil, with chickens flying and dogs jumping around. The separation of the three clearings is just around the corner. Ling Xiao was breezy and the corner of his mouth lifted up into a smile. Since severing his karma with the Interceptor sect, he was now free and clear, and watching the Interceptor sect continue to fall into disrepair had made his Taoist heart enlightened. System, I choose 3. Just based on the 4 words Tai Chu Dao scripture, I can sense the extraordinary nature of this technique. Ling Xiao did not hesitate and made up his mind without thinking. The open earth spirit is useless to him for the time being, and the Holy Mother Streamer Dog doesn't even want it. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Taoist scriptures of the Tai Chu. Inside the system space, countless great Tao runes appeared out of thin air, accompanied by flashes of dark gold light. The great Tao runes evolved into a simple and ancient jade slip, with each ray of light carrying the true meaning of the great Tao. With a slight movement of his divine thoughts, Ling Xiao communicated with the Tai Chu Dao scripture. At the beginning of the evolution of the universe, there were the 5 heavens of the first heaven: Tai Yi, Tai Chou, Tai Shi, Tai Su, Tai Ji. Those who are too primitive begin to see Qi. The way of the beginning was born before the evolution of chaos and the derivation of the 3,000 great Tao, and is able to contain the 10,000 laws of the heavens and the 3,000 laws of the great Tao, so it naturally fits my own Tao. The sorrow between Ling Xiao's brows turned into smoke and clouds and dispersed, and immediately afterward, he did not hesitate to incorporate the Tai Chu Dao scripture into his Yuanshan, and the jade slip collapsed as if it were the creation of the world, and immediately afterward, light and splendor enveloped his Yuanshan. In the blink of an eye, the body, Yuanshan, true spirit, and Tao, all received the scrubbing of the great beginning Tao scripture. With the 24 pure white lotus heel, my enlightenment could rival that of a top innate deity, but now with the addition of the great beginning Tao scripture, I look like a neophyte before in comparison. Take this opportunity to realize one's own way of extreme sublimation. Ling Xiao muttered in his mind. The gods traveled to the Taishu, and the 5 Qis were directed to the Yuan. The silhouette of the white lotus of the pure world, blossoming from behind him, soon transformed into 10,000 miles across the firmament, and that holy and bright light sprinkled down on the territory of the mountain of 10,000 longevity, purifying all the evil spirits. There were even quite a few grasses, trees, and stone forests that evolved consciousness at this moment. What kind of Tao is little friend Ling Xiao practicing? The 24 pure white lotus heel is truly heaven-defying. That holy light fell on the body of the poor Taoist. The karma and cause and effect I was tainted with was dissipating, and even the degree of fit with that divine object was elevated. Jin Yuanzi and Taoist Red Cloud appeared under the ginseng fruit tree, looking at Ling Xiao 100 feet away. The former sucked in a breath of cool air and sighed softly in disbelief. Within the primordial spirit, the Hongmeng purple qi leaped, and a rule of law and merit merged together, transforming into a part of Jin Yuanzi's cultivation and Tao. Upon hearing this, Taoist Red Cloud slowly said, after encountering that reckoning, a heart demon evolved in my Tao heart, which I have been forcibly suppressing for billions of years. Now that the heart demon is wilting at a rate visible to the naked eye, I think it will only take a few moments for it to wear out, and my Tao heart will be flawless again. As he spoke, Taoist Red Cloud's aura grew more and more profound. This was all due to Ling Xiao. Time passes. Jin Yuanzi and Taoist Red Cloud escorted Ling Xiao while receiving the baptism of divine light. After a long time,
A Dao chirp emanated from Ling Xiao's body. His realm had reached the mid-Tai golden immortal realm, and above that Yuan Shun, Dao marks of the great Dao were actually engraved. Realm advancement is only secondary, and one's own Dao is fundamental. When I first cultivated the Taichu Dao scripture, I was able to integrate everything about myself and comprehend my own Dao, the way of pure life creation. Ling Zhao's Taoist mind was clear and his spiritual platform was pure. The pure life creation Dao, fused with his previous feats, and the heritage of billions of years, this Dao was independent of the 3,000 great Dao, and it was an original Dao created by him. Purify the living and create the world. Everything in the universe is a continuous cycle from chaos to purity, extinction to new life, clear and turbid, all in order. If I cultivate this Dao to the extreme, my creation will definitely surpass all the heavenly Dao saints, and I will even be able to take the step that the great god Pan Gu has not yet taken. Although the current pure life creation Dao is only a fledgling form, this Dao will surely come to fruition. Ling Xiao was spirited, and the Dao rhythms around his body were collected. Pure life creation road, fitting his soon-to-be identity, the East Pole Qinghua Emperor, also known as the Tai Saving Bitterness Heavenly Father. There is a destiny in everything. Congratulations to little friend Ling Xiao for his breakthrough in cultivation and for finding his own innate Dao as well. Jin Yuanzi had a peaceful expression on his face as he spoke to Ling Xiao. The Red Cloud Daoist, too, exited to express his joy. This path is only in its infancy. The latecomer still has a long way to go. Dare I ask immortal Jin Yuan, what kind of situation is the Interceptor sect in now? Ling Xiao stood up and asked Jin Yuanzi. Words. Jin Yuanzi stroked his beard with a mocking look and said, during this time of your cultivation, Daoist Duo Bo abolished the heavenly rules of the Interceptor sect that you set, and now all of the Interceptor sect's disciples are restless. The Kunlun Mountains are in chaos, and the floodplains are also plagued with scourges. For example, that golden-winged great rock eagle, it privately disappeared out of the Kunlun Mountains to find a place, unscrupulously taking the human race as blood food. Sect leader Tong Tian sees everything in his eyes, but he also has no restraint left, and can only allow these Interceptor disciples to wreak havoc recklessly. The words fell before Ling Xiao could savor it. Daoist Red Cloud explained again. Between the heavens and earth right now, the baleful energy is constantly surging. The ominous rules of the quantum revelation are also entangling the river of life, and the heavenly chance is gradually becoming more obscure. The God-sealing quantum robbery is getting closer and closer. When the many sects play against each other, it will be another calamity for the 10,000 races in the flood. The fierce beast measure, the dragon Han initial measure, and the witch and demon measure. Every quantum robbery is the flood of beings and the situation of the shuffle, and Tong Tian Godmaster bent on opening the God-sealing quantum robbery, in a sense, is to put the people born in the fire and water. The God-sealing quantum robbery is a great trend in the flood, and it can't be changed now. However, the poor Taoist will do his duty, cut down the demons and save the living. Jin Yuan de Xian, Red Cloud Senior. It's time for the late generation to go forward to the heavenly court. Chapter 12, East Pole Qinghua Emperor. Let the saints lower their heads. White as snow. Extraordinary. Ling Xiao bid farewell to Jin Yuanzi and Daoist Red Cloud, and walked out of the gateway of the 5 Zhuangguan under the escort of 2 Daoist children, Qingfeng and Mingyue, 2 senior brothers. Go back. Ling Xiao looked at the two and said with a smile. Now that he was close to Jin Yuanzi and Daoist Red Cloud, he had to be a bit more cordial to Qingfeng and Mingyue, and the title of senior brother was more than appropriate. Senior brother is traveling to the heavenly court. If he suffers any grievances, don't suffer alone and in silence. The 2 lords are highly respected and in a profound realm. Even the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother would have to give them the benefit of the doubt. Mingyue made a bow and saluted, and solemnly said to Ling Xiao, the 5 Zhuangguan, right now, was Ling Zhao's biggest background, and no one could do anything against him. Ha ha, poor Taoist understands. Ling Xiao nodded his head in response, and his heart felt a surge of warmth. Immediately, Ling Xiao stepped on the void and headed towards the clouds of the 9 heavens, but soon there were celestial soldiers and generals coming from all directions, standing respectfully in front of him. We pay our respects to the heavenly emperor. The united cry was deafening. The sound of soldiers and armor rubbing together demonstrated the strength of the heavenly soldiers and generals. No need to be polite. Ling Xiao did not have any constraints and said softly. This time, a Taoist man wearing a flowing Taoist robe, silver hair like snow, long beard, and a kind face landed in front of the crowd of heavenly soldiers and generals at an unknown time, holding an ancient duster with light flowing from it. His eyebrows revealed a light of wisdom. Poor Taoist Tai by Jin Xing, by order of the Jade Emperor to welcome the heavenly emperor back to heaven. Heavenly emperor, the poor Taoist is saluted. Tai by jinxing breath calm like a mortal. All the Taoist rhyme was converged by him, demeanor and feet with a kind so that people cannot afford to have any sense of loathing. The Star Lord is really discounting the poor Taoist. Ling Xiao made a Taoist bow to Tai Bai Jinxing in return. He would not take this heavenly court deity lightly. Tai Bai Jinxing is located in the western part of the starry sky, and is in charge of the endless Gang Jin law and the power of killing. Don't look like a kind face, but really if it is a shot, it is hard for someone under the quasi-saint realm to be his opponent. After all, Tai Bai Jinxing is the red man in front of the Jade Emperor, and his position is equivalent to the Demon Master Kuanping and Demon Saint Bai Zhe in front of Di Jun in the quantum heist of Witch and Demon. The status is high and should not be underestimated. Heavenly Emperor has deep followings and immeasurable blessings. The poor Taoist is no match for you. When the Heavenly Court was first established, it did not have enough reserves, but now that the Heavenly Emperor has joined, he will definitely be able to suppress the three realms, convince the many beings, and raise the prestige of my Heavenly Court. The Jade Emperor has set up a banquet in the Ling Xiao Treasure Hall, and is now waiting for the Heavenly Emperor to descend. Tai Bai Jinxing said slowly, his words not lacking in compliments to Ling Xiao. Soon, accompanied by Tai Bai Jinxing, Ling Xiao rode the auspicious clouds towards the palace of Heavenly Jade. After stepping into the 36 heavens, there were pavilions and palaces and immortal mountains as far as the eye could see, and each heaven had a unique role in the Heavenly Court. The hall of the Heavenly Palace is located in the highest heaven of the 36th heaven, the Dala Heaven. The Dala Heaven is the core hub of the flooded heavens, where the Jade Emperor Haotian and the Queen Mother Yaoqi lead the beings of the three realms, and in the deepest part of the Dala Heaven, there are several other immortal blessed places. As for Ancestor Hongjun Dao's Purple Heavenly Palace, it was outside the chaotic heavens. Heavenly Emperor, ahead is the East Heavenly Gate. Entering the Great Luo Heaven, Tai Bai Jinxing pointed to the Jasper portal that was 1,000,000 miles away, only to see three ancient Heavenly Dao divine patterns engraved above the portal, and two columns of heavenly soldiers and generals guarding in front of the portal. These two columns of heavenly soldiers and generals were both at the peak of the true immortal realm. In the flooded world, the East reigns supreme. The Jade Emperor sent Tai Bai Jinxing to bring me to step into the hinterland of the Heavenly Court from the East Heavenly Gate, so he must have some ulterior motives. Ling Xiao clouded his mind and pondered in his heart. Under the respectful gazes of the two columns of heavenly soldiers and generals, Ling Xiao and Tai Bai Jinxing traveled all the way deep into the Heavenly Court, and soon saw the Ling Xiao Baodian, which spanned the void and stood on top of the infinite auspicious clouds. A group of Heavenly Court gods and goddesses, led by Jade Emperor Haotian and Queen Mother Yaoqi, were standing in front of the Ling Xiao Treasure Hall in eager anticipation, and all that had been done was for the sake of Ling Xiao. Boom! Taoist sounds boomed and auspiciousness manifested. There were dragons flying, phoenixes dancing, unicorns chirping, and all sorts of sacred visions hanging in the air. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, you're finally here. Haotian disregarded the Jade Emperor's honorable authority and directly stepped toward Ling Xiao, and that courteous appearance made Ling Xiao somewhat flattered. Especially the cry of Dao friend was enough to see Hao Tian's sincerity. Poor Taoist Ling Xiao. Greetings to the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor had the star monarchs come to welcome me to heaven, and led the Queen Mother and all the immortal officials of the Heavenly Court to wait for me in front of the Temple of Heavenly Jade. Such a mobilization of people really makes me fearful. Ling Xiao made a Taoist greeting and bowed to Hao Tian. His words were filled with awe and trepidation, but in reality, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he had a higher opinion of Hao Tian. This lord of the Heavenly Court, his city was unfathomable, and his human feelings were in place. Upon hearing this, Hao Tian took the initiative to extend his hand and hold Ling Xiao's shoulder. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, don't be presumptuous. Your heel is comparable to the top innate deities, and your body is pregnant with immeasurable qi and blessings. It's just that the old master can't see the depths of you. Now that you've joined the Heavenly Court and become one of the 6 royal Heavenly Emperors, naturally you can't judge your status by your cultivation. The East Extreme Qinghua Emperor's honor is only below that of this seat, and you are worthy of my courtesy. Hao Tian gently patted Ling Xiao's shoulder, then revealed an emotional expression. Ling Xiao caught the point in Hao Tian's words. The East Pole Qinghua Emperor. It is also known as the Heavenly Honored One for saving suffering in Tai. Now, he will enjoy the honorary position of the East Pole Qinghua Emperor, becoming in existence in the Heavenly Court with a status second only to Jade Emperor Hao Tian and Queen Mother Yaoqi. Even though he had already guessed it, Ling Xiao still felt what it meant to be surprised. Even with the system, he needed time to grow up. As for joining the Heavenly Court and becoming the Eastern Qinghua Emperor, that meant that he had entered the establishment with the Heavenly Dao and Hongjun Dao ancestor, and as long as he didn't stab the sky through, he would be safe and sound no matter what he did. A full sense of security wrapped Ling Xiao up. What virtue or ability can Poverty Road have to be worthy of the honorable position of the Eastern Qinghua Emperor? But since the Jade Emperor trusts Poverty Tao, then I will certainly not fail you in your full sincerity. Witch and Demon Quantum Revelation. The Duke of Dongwang set up the Immortal Court, and Di Jun set up the Demon Heavenly Court, both intending to rule over the beings in the three realms, and ultimately ended up perishing. Now that the Heavenly Court is under the Jade Emperor's control, even though it is not deep and powerful enough, I believe that one day, where the sun and the moon shine, all beings will submit. Not to mention the disciples of the many sects, even the saints of the Heavenly Tao would have to bow down to the Jade Emperor. Ling Xiao slightly straightened his face and swore at Haotian. The words fell like thunder, striking straight into the depths of the divine soul. The Queen Mother Yao Qi, the immortal court gods and goddesses all revealed shocked expressions, except for the Jade Emperor, who looked as if his inner thoughts had been revealed by Ling Xiao, and an intriguing look appeared on his face. The saints of the Heavenly Tao here do not include Hongjun Daozu, who has merged with the Tao in his body, and of course Ling Xiao's head will not be so iron, and the Jade Emperor will not be able to reverse the Big Dipper. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, quickly follow this seat into the Heavenly Palace. The Queen Mother and I will receive you, and his lordships will needs to be proclaimed to the flooded beings. Haotian did not answer positively, but nodded toward Ling Xiao. Leave no trace and change the subject. To make the beings of the heavens submit and make the Heavenly Tao saints bow their heads, this matter had to be spoken of privately, and absolutely could not be brought to the surface. Great good. Ling Xiao could see what was on Haotian's mind, and a deep light glowed in his eyes. Just now, it was a compliment to Haotian and a test. If Haotian didn't have the ambition to make the three worlds submit, then he could have followed the momentum of the Heavenly Tao to push forward the God-sealing quantum robbery. And now it seems that this God-sealing quantum robbery should also be changed. Before there was a system, Ling Xiao could be obsequious. Now that there was a system in place, if he was walking on thin ice and still conforming to the great forces of heaven, wouldn't that mean that the system had come in vain? The Flood World. Hongjun Daozu and the first of the Heavenly Tao. Haotian and Yao Qi are the second oldest. He, Ling Xiao, the Eastern Xinhua Emperor, was going to sit in the third chair of the Flood World. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his Tao heart extremely clear. A few moments later, Ling Xiao, Haotian and Yao Qi were seated high on the jade platform at the very top of the Ling Xiao treasure hall, and below them were all the gods and goddesses of the Heavenly Court, including the 9 heavenly maidens and Tai Bai Jinxing. In addition, there were also fairies walking around the hall, either playing fairy music or dancing, making the atmosphere extremely lively. Elder brother, read out the Lord's decree first, Yaovi said softly in a graceful voice. The decree of ancestor Hongjun Dao would proclaim to all beings in the three realms that Ling Xiao was the East Pole Qinghua Emperor. Chapter 13, Edicts of the Taoist Ancestor. Seal of the Gods. Strike the Divine Whip. Ling Xiao Palace. There are 1,000 streaks of auspiciousness. Haotian stood up from his throne, his body towering and straight, looking down at the heavenly court gods and goddesses below the jade platform, his gaze becoming more and more majestic and deep, taking in all the three realms. The aura of the peak quasi-saint realm, wrapped in the heavenly chi and rules, descended between the flooded heavens and earth in an instant, and all living beings' hearts and minds trembled as they looked toward the top of the sky and clouds. Purple energy comes from the east. The sky is full of flowers and visions. What is Hao Tian doing? Western world. Mount Sumeru. Sage Guiding and Sage Junti looked at each other, and doubts arose in both of their hearts. Just because, since the witch demon quantitative hijacking after the fall, Haotian and Yao Qi will be in charge of the heavenly court, and from them in addition to collect some realm of low cultivators, and then did not in the make a lot of noise. Now, Haotian was using the authority of the heavenly Tao, seemingly intending to declare something to the beings in the three realms. The culprit for the derivation of the God-sealing quantum robbery can be this lord of the heavenly court. If he hadn't complained at the Tao ancestor, his old man, wouldn't have set off the quantum robbery in a fit of rage. Brother Tongtian drove Ling Xiao out of the Interceptor sect with the intention of using the Interceptor sect's heritage and power to suppress the human sect, the Elucidator sect, and my Western sect, and to become the biggest winner in the God-sealing quantum revelation. Now that the heavenly court is also restless, we masters and brothers have to find an early way out for the Western sect. The golden light of Buddha's merit and virtue flashed behind Saint Junti, and his heart was filled with resentment towards sect leader Tongtian as well as Haotian. After all, among the many sects, the Western sect was the most shallowly rooted. Fortunately, Jin Yuanzi, with compassion, repaired the earth's veins for the Western world. Upon hearing this, Sage Guiding nodded and said, Senior brother Tongtian's Interceptor sect is indeed a great danger to my Western sect, and if I make a single careless move, all of my Western beings will be buried in the God-sealing measurement calamity. On the God-sealing list, then everything will be controlled by Haotian. At that time, the only way to maintain the existing cultivation is to feed on the incense and merits, and ultimately, you can no longer break free from the bondage and obtain the great escape. Let's see what Haotian is going to do. The vision induced by Haotian had not only alarmed the two saints of the West, the three Qing, Nuwa Maiden, and the Peaceful Heart Maiden, all of whom were paying attention to the movements of the heavenly court at this moment. The disciples of the sects also tilted their heads in unison to look into the clouds. Lu Ji looked up, the expression on his face not a good one. The 33 heavens, the heavenly palace, and the three realms master, all of these would have originally belonged to me. Hatching a magpie's nest and seeking your own death, I will definitely pull you, Hao Tian, down from the throne of the heavenly emperor. Lu Press clenched his fists, his heart raging. The rest of the disciples, too, had different expressions, all with their own thoughts. At this moment, in the hall of the heavenly palace, Hao Tian's expression was solemn as a law jade slip appeared in his hand, and as the slip opened, an immortal Tao law evolved of boundless order, while Ling Xiao also took the initiative to stand up, holding the jade slip. Hao Tian loudly praised the heavenly divine pattern on it. Hongjun Taoist Ancestor Edict said, the great Tao is vast, the Tao is natural. Ling Xiao is gifted and has a heart for the common people, and after all the robberies and tribulations, he has finally achieved the right result. Ling Xiao is hereby ordained as the East Pole Qinghua Emperor, to rule over all categories in the three realms, to govern the growth of all things, to save suffering, to transcend the souls of the dead, and to assist the Jade Emperor in ruling the three realms. The quantitative robbery is approaching. The heavenly Tao does not show. Give Ling Xiao the God sealing list, beat the God whip, preside over the matter of God sealing. I hope that you will obey the heavens and honor the rights. Take the heavens and the earth and the living beings as your priority. Protect the three realms, and moisten all things. The brilliant Taoist sound is deafening. Vast Taoist might, shocking all things. Ancestor Hongjuan's legal decree manifested between heaven and earth, and in an instant the heavens changed, while the two spiritual treasures transformed into streams of light, came from beyond the chaotic heavens, and landed in Ling Xiao's hands. The heavenly book seals the gods and ordains the gods and goddesses of the heavenly court. Extreme innate spiritual treasure beat God whip, can whip the gods, judgment of all living things, any damage to the might of heaven, scourge of the living world, can be buried under the beat God whip, respectfully following the orders of the Tao ancestor. The poor Taoist will not dishonor his position as the East Pole's great emperor of Qinghua, assisting the Jade Emperor in teaching and educating the masses, upholding the might of the heavenly Tao, and correcting the laws of heaven and earth. Ling Xiao looked beyond the chaotic sky and bowed directly. The words are true and knock at the heart. Along with his words, boundless heavenly Tao Qi came sweeping in from the four directions and the eight wastelands, and there was also a massive amount of heavenly Tao merit that landed on top of his head. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao did not refine the heavenly Tao merit to enhance his cultivation, but instead evolved it into a 10-foot golden wheel of merit, which hung behind himself and then gradually converged and disappeared. As for the heavenly Tao Qi luck, it was entangled with Ling Xiao, causing him to have a deeper understanding of the laws of the great Tao and the supreme principle of the heavenly Tao. The original Tai Yi golden immortal mid-stage realm also showed signs of loosening, but it was quickly suppressed by Ling Xiao, who wanted to continue to refine his Tao foundation. With the Hongmeng measuring ruler, the pure Yang sword, the God seal tablet, and the God striking whip in his hands, under the Dala golden immortal realm he could still preserve himself even if he couldn't claim to be invincible. In the original history of the flood, the sealing of the gods was presided over by Jiangxia, and now because of my existence, the heavy responsibility of sealing the gods has been placed in my hands. All the disciples of the Interceptor sect, when you meet the poor Taoist, you will be subjected to old sins. Ling Xiao put away the God Sealer and God Striking Whip and calculated in his mind, severing his karma with the Interceptor sect. Ling Xiao's attitude towards the affairs of the Interceptor sect was one of choosing to open up, but that didn't mean that he was going to ignore the Interceptor sect. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear the weight. The honorary position of the East Pole Qinghua Emperor also represented the responsibility of the heavenly Tao. In the heavenly court, there shall be 6 royalties. The Jade Emperor of the Middle Heavens and the Qinghua Emperor of the Eastern Pole have been decided, and the remaining 4 imperials should be discussed by this palace. The Jade Emperor and fellow Taoist Ling Xiao together. Before the 4 imperials return to their positions, all their heavenly duties and authority will be held by Emperor Qinghua of the East Pole. So you and the other gods and goddesses of the heavenly court must do your duty and not fail to fulfill the blessings of the heavenly Tao. Yao Qi scanned the crowd in the large hall, then her red lips opened slightly as she opened her mouth. One word sets off 1,000 waves. At once, the gods and goddesses looked at each other and discussed. But soon, everyone was either kneeling and bowing or bowing. We pay our respects to the East Pole's great Emperor Qinghua, and we honor the Queen Mother's decree. The shouts echoed out, causing the clouds in the 33 heavy heavens to quake. And the heavenly soldiers and generals guarding outside the Ling Xiao treasure palace also half kneel to the ground, shouting Ling Xiao's honorable name. Inside the main hall, Ling Xiao looked at Haotian and Yao Qi with a slight frown. These two, they're going to be the ones to get rid of it. Seeing this, Haotian slowly said, this seat is in charge of the three worlds, the same position as the saints of the heavenly Tao. Usually I will not make a move, and I only need to deal with political affairs in this Ling Xiao treasure hall. The reason why you were given the position of commanding the remaining four royals, on the other hand, is so that fellow Taoist Ling Xiao can mobilize all of the heavenly court's underpinnings during the God-sealing quantum revelation to help you coordinate the affairs of the many saintly sects. This seat trusts that you can handle everything. Instead of admitting that he wanted to cut himself some slack, Haotian looked like he was thinking of Ling Xiao. He teased a little as he watched Ling Xiao get defeated. Who told you to test this seat? Since the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother hold Poverty Road in such high regard, then I will respectfully follow their orders. Whatever the gods and goddesses can dispose of, then they will report to you for your decision, and I will personally deal with anything that requires the poor Tao's presence. Otherwise, the poor Taoist is afraid that he will die of exhaustion. Ha ha. Ling Xiao let out a light sigh and sort of promised Yao Qi and Haotian, heavenly cow and horse, coming online soon. However, he didn't complain so much as look forward to it somewhat. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao's atmosphere. Hao Tian smiled joyfully and sat straight on top of the throne. Ling Xiao, too, was seated. A few moments later, the Hall of Heavenly Jewel resumed its bustling scene, followed by music and then dance, and a cheerful atmosphere permeated the hall. The many gods and goddesses and immortal officials did not underestimate Ling Xiao, but rather carried awe, because Ling Xiao was the East Pole Qinghua Great Emperor who had been recognized by ancestor Hongjun Dao and sent down a legal decree to be ordained. Even the heavenly Dao saints couldn't disobey ancestor Hongjun's order. In a sense, Ling Xiao's position in the flood world was only half a head lower than the saints, the disciples of the human sect, the hierarchy, the interceptor sect, and the western sect. Whoever saw Ling Xiao in the future would have to bow and pay their respects, or else they would fall foul of disrespecting the heavenly Dao. Of course, with the current depth of the heavenly court, it was still not enough to deter the many sects. There were few disciples of these sects who could truly honor Ling Xiao. I'm afraid, the poor Tao enjoys the honorary position of the East Pole Qinghua Emperor. This matter has been turned into a raging wave sweeping across the entire flood world. Those heavenly saints and their disciples, I'm afraid that they will go crazy. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth curved up slightly as he sipped the agar jelly. Good show. Will come on stage. Chapter 14 Yuan Shi Tianzun's Choice. Binding Ling Xiao with a Dao couple tie. Kunlun Mountain. Jade Palace. Immortal rhythms flowed and Taoist rhythms were vast. First Heavenly Father seated on top of the platform. Solemn and dignified face, exuding auspicious light around the body. The reign of heaven and earth. Extraordinary temperament is awe-inspiring. The celebratory clouds of the heavens hang high above the Jade Void Palace. The sun and moon light render the heavens. The 8 tones of immortal music resonate throughout the world. And many visions are endless and sacred. The Dao ancestor ordained Ling Xiao as the East Pole Qinghua Emperor to help the Jade Emperor take charge of the heavenly court and the 3 realms. And with his wisdom and vision, he will surely not be satisfied with the status quo. Coupled with the fact that he is in charge of the God sealing list and the God striking whip, I think that he will surely stir up a bloody storm in the flood world when the quantum rain descends. Dare I ask, Master, how should our disciples treat him? Guang Chengzi made a Taoist bow and bowed slightly, asking with a hint of nervousness in his heart. Ling Xiao's every move in the heavenly court had long since reached the ears of the hierarchy's disciples, especially its words to the Jade Emperor, which had caused them to worry over nothing, making the saints of the heavens bow their heads. Ling Xiao's ambition was too great. The Dao ancestor has made the Jade Emperor the ruler of the 3 realms and the head of the heavenly court, and he has the heavenly authority to command the beings of the flood. It's just that our saintly disciples are not of the same status, which is why we are not subject to the heavenly court's jurisdiction. If Ling Xiao extends his hand to us, if we don't have the blessing of Master Teacher, I'm sure that even if I, the 12 golden immortals, and the burning lamp vice sect leader join forces, we won't be able to help him. After all, Ling Xiao is backed by more than just the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. His true reliance is Jin Yuan de Xian and Taoist Red Cloud, both of whom are renowned for their greatness and limitless aptitude. Taoist Sihong stepped forward and spilled out his inner worries to the crowd. Still Interception's disciples, Ling Xiao can suppress the rest of the sect, help Interceptions to occupy the position of several human emperor of the teacher, and now he became the East Pole of the Qinghua Emperor. Xi Hang Taoist really cannot think of what it can get out of the way. This time, the first Heavenly Father slightly corrected his color, unable to see any sadness or joy, and slowly said, "Idiot, do you still remember the teachings of my hierarchy?" Expounding the teachings, elucidating and clarifying, responding to the heavenly and human beings, and expounding the heavenly way. Compared to the disciples, Yuan Shi Tianzun's eyes were much more open.
and he had sensed the changes in the heavens at the time when Hongjun Daozu descended to edict Ling Xiao. To follow the trend in the way of heaven is the way of elucidation of the first Heavenly Father. Looking at the blank faces of the disciples in the Great Hall, the first Heavenly Father continued. The general trend of the God-sealing quantum revelation is to allow the disciples of the various sects to go on the God-sealing list to fill the vacant God positions in the heavenly court. Now with Ling Xiao becoming the East Pole Qinghua Emperor, he has Jin Yuan de Xian and Taoist Red Cloud behind him, which also means that Ling Xiao can be embraced by countless heaven and earth beings. If he were to merely fill the divine position, then he would only need to raise his arm and countless cultivators would surely take the initiative to go up to the heavens. But if that's the case, why did the calamity chi between heaven and earth not subside? And why did the Tao ancestor still bestow Ling Xiao with the God-sealing list and the God-striking whip? The mystery of the mysteries. The first Heavenly Father stroked his beard and tested the disciples below. After a long time, the Nanji immortal Wang raised his head and said in a calm tone, "Throughout the Dragon Han initial tribulation and the Witch and Demon quantum tribulation, they were all disputes over chi. So the God-sealing quantum tribulation is no exception. The God-sealing quantum revenge is a battle for the chi of the human sect, the interceptor sect, the Western sect, and my Hierophant sect, and regardless of the outcome of the battle, the Celestial Court will be able to collect enough cultivators by virtue of the God-sealing list to allow all the gods and goddesses of the Celestial Court to return to their positions. But now, Ling Xiao's appearance has exposed the ambitions of the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, whose will represent the Heavenly Court to join in the God-sealing quantum revenge, not to compete for the heaven and earth's chi, but to compete for the true authority as the orthodoxy of the three realms. If all the saints of the Heavenly Tao bow down to the Jade Emperor, then all the sects will submit to the Heavenly Court, and ultimately all the chi will go to the Heavenly Court. In a few words, it is shocking. The South Pole Immortal Wang is not one of the 12 Golden Immortals, but it is the inner disciple of the first Heavenly Father. His cultivation is not inferior to the 12 Golden Immortals, and his status is only second to Guangchengzi, which is considered to be highly respected. The Nanji Immortal Wang was extremely enlightened and handed over his answer sheet to the first Heavenly Father. It was only this statement that made the 12 Golden Immortals, who were originally on edge, now become even more terrified. More than being enslaved by the Heavenly Court, they wanted to be free between heaven and earth and to realize the supreme principles of the Heavenly Tao and the laws of the Great Tao, according to the meaning of the South Pole Immortal Wang and the Master. Then the disciples of my hierarchy can follow the trend of the God-sealing quantum revelation, and instead of offending Ling Xiao at the critical moment, they will also have to make a good relationship with him. The victory or defeat between the sects is not important. The only thing is whether the saints of the Heavenly Tao are willing to be subjected to the constraints of the Heavenly Court is to determine the direction of the God-sealing quantum robbery. If it really comes to the end of the mountain, that good karma with the Ling Xiao can make my hierophantism's fate a little better. I have to say, the Jade Emperor's move is considered a desperate one, and Ling Xiao is also a madman, Taiyi said incredulously as he swallowed his saliva. Even though he was well informed, he was shocked by the true purpose of the God-sealing quantum revelation. Jade Emperor, Ling Xiao, too ruthless. On the cloud platform, a smile appeared on the face of the first Heavenly Father, and his eyes glowed with a pleased expression. Since you and others understand, let's cultivate hard and prepare for the God-sealing quantum revelation. The Chief Fortune the hierarchy, have to fight for. Otherwise wouldn't it mean that this seed is inferior to the rest of the saints? To conform to the great momentum of heaven and learn to walk by means of it is the way of my hierarchy. The first Heavenly Father waved his hand and said in a serious tone. Inside, there was some pride. It was because the first Heavenly Father was certain that among all the Heavenly Tao saints, he was the first being to comprehend the true meaning of the quantum revelation, and that even old man Tai Ching could not compare to himself. We bid farewell to Master. The 12 Golden Immortals shouted in unison, and Taoist Lantern Burner bowed slightly. At the Interceptor sect, I'm afraid it's a mess. Don't forget to watch the show while you all cultivate. Guang Chunzi teased belaboredly. Immediately, the hierarchy disciples couldn't help but smile intriguingly on their faces. Biyo Palace, Taoist Duo Bo, Zhao Gongming, Kong Xian and a host of other disciples gathered together, and sect leader Tong Tian was in the depths of the immortal execution sword formation combing the karma of his killings with the great Tao merit, so he did not appear. The Heavenly Tao is unjust. Why was that traitor Ling Xiao able to become the East Pole Qinghua Emperor? The sixth Royal Celestial Emperor's position of honor is lofty and supreme, and to allow such a villain to enjoy that massive amount of Heavenly Tao's chi and merit is truly a waste. There is also the Taoist ancestor, who gave the God-sealing list and the God-striking whip to Ling Xiao, and when the God-sealing measurement heist opens, if any disciple of the Interceptor sect meets with an untimely death, then after going on the God-sealing list, he will definitely be subjected to this thief's difficulties. Please also think of a way. It's best to make Ling Xiao fall to the altar of the gods,
The fixed light immortal gritted his teeth and roared up to the sky. As the personal disciple of sect leader Tong Tian, possessing a cultivation level of late Tai Golden Immortal, the pride and ambition within him was enough to defy the heavens. But now it was a blow. Ling Xiao was ordained by ancestor Hongjun Dao, which was something that Ting Guangxian did not expect. And the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, it's just nonsense. Can the edicts of the Dao Father be modified? Now that Ling Xiao has the amulet of the East Pole's great Emperor Qinghua, as well as the support of the Heavenly Court, Jin Yuan de Xian, and Taoist Red Cloud, there's no need to think about it to know that he'll be unfavorable to my interceptor sect. The only way is to bring him back under the master's seat, or to bind him with the Dao couple tie, so that he will work for my interceptor sect. Zhao Gongming came out blowing his beard and eyes, and his face was extremely grave. Gaze, however, fell on Yun Xiao, Xiong Xiao, and Bi Xiao. When Ling Xiao was in the Intercept Church, the ones who had the best relationship with him were the Three Skies, and even at that time, Yun Xiao and the others joked that they wanted to couple up with Ling Xiao together. It was just that after Ling Xiao became an invalid, this joke wasn't mentioned again. If Ling Xiao were to return to my interceptor sect, wouldn't the rest of the 4 imperial honorary positions be up to my interceptor sect? In the past, we could not bring ourselves to be interested in the heavenly court, but now it seems that these 6 royal heavenly emperors are different from the rest of the god positions, the honorary positions of the 6 royal celestial emperors, 5 of which are owned by my interceptor sect. Then the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother will be a laughingstock and become clowns. Kong Xian's pampered and unperturbed heart also perversely raised shock waves after seeing Ling Xiao being ordained as the East Pole Qinghua Emperor by ancestor Hongjun Dao. In Kong Xian's opinion, after Ling Xiao returns to the interceptor sect again, then the remaining 4 venerable positions will definitely have a share of him, and then he will be able to wash away the yoke of the heavenly Dao of being a member of the Phoenix clan, and even lead the Phoenix clan to recreate the prosperity of the ancient times. The moment, Kong Xian's ambition, too, was like a maggot attached to his bones, eating away at him, accompanied by the murmurings of the disciples of the interceptors. All eyes turned toward Yun Xiao, Xiong Xiao, and Bai Xiao, and an invisible storm surrounded these 3 female immortals. What should they do? Chapter 15, Interceptor Disciples Implode. Letting the 3 skies seduce Ling Xiao? Senior sister Yun Xiao, since that rebellious disciple Ling Xiao has a close relationship with the 3 of you, why don't you make a sacrifice for the future of the Interceptor sect and go and make Ling Xiao fall under your garnet skirts? The golden-winged rock eagle sized up the 3 heavens, hiding the lechery deep within its eyes, before speaking to Yun Xiao. Previously, Xiong Xiao went to the 5 Zhuangguan to ask Ling Xiao to return to the Kunlun Mountains and rejoin the seat of the Tongtian Godfather. But unfortunately, in exchange for a body injury, Ling Xiao is not at all impressed. Now it is no longer possible to bind Ling Xiao with the love of master and disciple, so golden-winged rock eagle can only pin his hopes on the 3 Xiao, hoping that their beauty will intoxicate Ling Xiao and then do his best for the interceptor sect again. Shut up! Our 3 sisters are innate deities, born to enjoy the blessings and fortune of heaven and earth. And even though we had some involvement with Ling Xiao a long time ago, it doesn't mean that we're willing to become his Taoist couple. Ling Xiao alone wanting to enjoy the happiness of all people is simply a daydream. Bi Xiao was dressed in a long green dress, and she frowned tightly before barking at the golden-winged rock eagle. Peak Tai golden immortal chi turned into a torrent raging towards the golden-winged rock eagle, and as the latter's yin and yang chi rolled around his body, the 2 of them were in a tit-for-tat stance. Disciples of the interceptor sect should prioritize the sect's fortune and interests. The 3 senior sisters enjoy the care of their master, the blessings of the interceptor sect, and the resources for cultivation. Is it hard for them to be fearful and unwilling to offer their own meager efforts now? As Lu Ji looked at this scene, he immediately raised his voice and said, the moment Ling Xiao became the East Pole Qinghua Emperor, a series of plans surfaced in his mind. As long as Ling Xiao was willing to return to the interceptor sect, he would be able to replace the Jade Emperor with the support of the Tongtian sect leader and Nuan Yangyang. With the help of Ling Xiao, he first became one of the 6 royal heavenly emperors. Then, on the grounds that the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother's virtue was not worthy of their positions, they pacified the 2 saints of the West, Laozi of Tai Ching, and Tianzuan of the First Heavenly Father with heavenly authority and heavenly chi, so that they would stand by and watch. In the end, with sect leader Tongtian and Mother Nuwa as backing, even if they couldn't force the abdication of the throne, they could still use the underpinnings of the interceptor sect and the demon race to crusade against the heavenly court, and kill a bloody path straight to the throne of the heavenly court's lord. It's just that if he wants it to go smoothly, Ling Xiao can only rejoin the interceptor sect so that it's under his firm control. Once upon a time, you and the others joined forces to expel Ling Xiao from the intercept sect, forcing him to dissipate all his heavenly merits to cut off his karma. And now, seeing profit and forgetting righteousness, you want to pull Ling Xiao in. It's too late for the poor Taoist to tell you now. As the head of the three heavens and the teacher of the human emperor, the poor Taoist has his own Taoist firmness and bottom line. To think that my two sisters and I would sell ourselves for honor, commit ourselves to Ling Xiao, and seduce him with our beauty, is absolutely impossible. Yun Xiao was dressed in a light purple luo dress, her fair face steeply set off a storm, only to see her eyebrows knit up tightly, and her eyes, usually as gentle as stars, were now burning with bearish fury. The hands that hung lightly at his side were clenched into fists, the knuckles glowing pale from the exertion, the might of the Dala golden immortal realm weighing as much as 1,000 pounds, and the berserk mana lifted Lu press out. If you can tolerate it, you can't. If one were to flatter Ling Xiao for the so-called 6 royal honorary positions, and even have to sacrifice one's own innocence, then Yun Xiao would rather be broken to pieces. Her pride would not allow her to do so. Otherwise, what's the difference between that and a lowly, ravaged slave? He. Senior sister Yun Xiao, we are all raccoons in the same boat, so don't talk smack here. Once when Ling Xiao's origin was lost and his cultivation was lost, you were the one who alienated him before all of us. As for expelling Ling Xiao from the Interceptor sect, you didn't say a word for him at that time. Ling Xiao can even sacrifice his own cultivation to sort out the killing karma in the Interceptor Church's chi. Why can't you think of the bigger picture and sacrifice your so-called chastity and condescension for the future of all your fellow disciples? Lu Pressure sneered and mocked at Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao was a famous stunning beauty in the Interceptor sect, even he was drooling over her, but before the throne of the Lord of Heaven and the co-lord of the three realms, he could leave the so-called beauty behind. So what if we give up the clouds to Ling Xiao? As long as he sits on the throne of the heavenly court, what kind of female immortals can he find? At that time, there would be 3,000 harem beauties, and he would recreate the divine might of the Golden Crow clan. Lu Press, you're reckless. Senior sister Yun Xiao will naturally have the interests of the Interceptor sect at heart, but you absolutely cannot humiliate her like this. If you speak out of turn again, then I will not blame the poor Tao for suppressing you with the 12 sea fixing pearls. Zhao Gongming was burning with rage, and the 12 fixed sea beads in his hands evolved the power of the world, carrying a majestic and vast breath across the sky, so that even Lu Press did not dare to act rashly. This time, Xiong Xiao stood out and said stubbornly, Senior brother Ling Xiao has definitely not given up on the Interceptor sect, or else he would have definitely struck out or gotten angry at me during the Wushuangguan. He was only in the way at the time and tolerated watching me suffer from the calamity. So, in senior brother Ling Xiao's heart, he still wants to be a Dao couple with us three sisters, and he'll have to go through our test, rather than us taking the initiative to stick it on. Sister Yun Xiao, Sister Bixiao, for the sake of the Interceptor sect, and to make amends to senior brother Ling Xiao, we cannot stand idly by. The words fell. Jun Xiao and Bai Xiao both revealed stunned expressions. When she drove Ling Xiao away, Xiong Xiao wasn't acting like this. At the time, she was high and mighty, looking like she was giving Ling Xiao a handout. Sister Xiong Xiao, are you alright? Yun Xiao's complexion eased a little and asked Xiong Xiao in puzzlement. The three sisters have always been one heart, but after Xiong Xiao came back from the 5 Zhuangguan, this brain is not also bad, and now even 3 words have sold them. Facts aside, it's true that the poor Taoist has done something wrong, but as long as senior brother Ling Xiao is willing to come back, I can apologize to him and become his Taoist couple. Sister Yun Xiao, Sister Bixiao, these are the words of my heart. Xiong Xiao opened her mouth again, immediately causing Yun Xiao and Bai Xiao to become dissatisfied. The two of them glanced at each other, but ultimately suppressed their indignation, wanting to speak to Xiong Xiao privately. Seeing this, Zhao Gongming hurriedly said, Senior sister Xiong Xiao has already agreed, so I'm sure that senior sisters Yun Xiao and Bixiao won't disregard the rise and fall of my Interceptor sect. Senior sister Wu Dang, Senior sister Jin Ling, you guys send the 3 senior sisters back to their cave. Give them some time to discuss. Zhao Gongming and the 3 heavens had been righteous before joining the Interceptor sect, but now he was a bit out of his mind, always thinking of bringing Ling Xiao back into the Interceptor sect without any regard for Yun Xiao and Bixiao's feelings. As his neutral voice echoed within Baiyu Palace, Yun Xiao and Bai Xiao's anger could no longer be controlled, and monstrous mana swept out, shocking the Interceptor disciples present. Yeah, you and the others ganged up to bully our 3 sisters. Hundreds of millions of years of love from the same sect, but it's nothing compared to a few 6 royal heavenly emperors' honorary positions in Ling Zhao's hands. Ha ha ha. Yun Xiao lost her heart and let out a laugh, shaking off the Wudong Sacred Mother and Golden Spirit Sacred Mother who greeted her. And then she pulled Xiong Xiao and Bixiao and flew out of Kunlun Mountain, heading in the direction of the East China Sea. The 3 heavens was incarnated and born on Jinao Island. Now, they're going there. Reverse. Being a disciple of the Interceptor sect but not taking the sect as a priority, The poor Taoist sees that these three skies have followed Ling Xiao and have also learned the bad way. When the master comes out from the immortal execution sword formation, I will definitely report this matter to him. Immortal Dingguang slapped his hand on top of the jade pillar beside him, his entire body furious and looking extremely angry. Sleeve flicked, then with Lu press, golden-winged rock eagle a few people stepped out of Bo Palace. In the passing Zhao Gongming also coldly grunted, which made the latter lost face. Ugh! Now that the master is suppressing the immortal execution sword formation, the poor Taoist cannot restrain you even though he is the head of the interceptor sect, so all of you do well for yourselves. I'll be bothering senior brother Gongming at senior sister Sanxiao's place. Taoist duo Bao remained stoic and watched as Sanxiao argued with Lu Ji and golden-winged rock eagle and the rest of them, only for his purpose to be accomplished at this moment. As long as Ling Xiao returned to the interceptor sect, he would be able to use Sanxiao as a soft underbelly to hold and control him ruthlessly. The other side. 33 Heavens, the Palace of Heavenly Jewel. The banquet was a joyous one, and it was not until the gods and goddesses and immortal officials left that the smile at the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth gradually softened. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, have the 9 heavenly Xian maiden take you to the immortal blessed land in the great Luo heaven, where the East Pole Emperor Qinghua's palace has already been set up. As for the Panglai Immortal Island on the East China Sea, when you're done with your business in the heavenly court, you can visit this dojo of yours. Hao Tian patted Ling Xiao's shoulder with a hint of drunkenness on his face. As the saying goes, you can't get drunk on wine. Hao Tian, in a good mood, was so happy. Chapter 16, Taichou Dao Palace. Refining Star Origin. The great Luo heaven was vast and boundless. Auspicious colorful clouds lingered between the pavilions. The stars in the void were incomparably bright, and mysterious light sprinkled down on all realms of heaven and earth. Leaving the Ling Xiao treasure hall, Ling Xiao and the 9 heavenly maidens headed towards the deepest part of the great Luo heaven, where there was a boundless immortal rhythm surging, gathering a massive amount of heavenly qi, and was the closest to the true meaning of the heavenly Tao within the 33 heavy heavens. Heavenly Emperor, there are many immortal blessed places in the deepest part of this great Luo heaven, but the holiest of them all is the Jade Pavilion Mountain of Ancestor Hongjun Dao, a place of immortal blessed places that has been born since the very beginning of the evolution of the Flood Wasteland world. The rest of the several immortal fortunes were created around Mount Yujing, and the Heavenly Emperor's palace is just east of Mount Yujing, surrounded by endless laws and qi. If there is an evil spirit or demon that luckily steps through the East Heavenly Gate and enters the Great Luo Heaven, then it will face your supreme divine power. But this is just a guess by the poor Taoist. The Zhou Tian Xian maiden's pretty face, which resembled sheep's fat white jade, revealed a faint halo as her vermilion lips slightly opened and the corners of her mouth slightly rose. It gave Ling Xiao a playful feeling. Ling Xiao nodded slightly, then slowly said, Xian Nua's speculation is not unreasonable. After all, right now, the heavenly court has just been established, and it still needs time to build up its reserves. Flying out of the great Luo heaven's forbidden barriers, that would bring us to the endless starry sky of the flood world, right? Poor Taoist intends to travel through the starry sky after visiting the palace. The flood world is vast and infinite. The underworld, the heaven and earth, the 33 heavens, the endless stars, and the chaotic heavens beyond. After endless years, the opportunities of the flood world had long been explored by various great powers, but Ling Xiao still wanted to try his luck in the endless stars. Moreover, now that he was on par with the heel of the innate deity and cultivated the Tai Chu Dao scripture, there was no reason why he should not go and perceive the stars of the circumference of the sky as a way to enhance his cultivation and his base. The Heavenly Emperor wants to travel the endless stars. Then the poor Taoist must first explain something to you. After the destruction of the demon heavenly court and the fall of Emperor Jun and Emperor Tai, the remnants of the demon race went into hiding in the endless starry sky, and amongst them were several demon saints who hadn't fallen, and even the Jade Emperor couldn't do anything about them. But the Heavenly Emperor needs to beware of those two on the planet Taiyin. The 9 heavenly Xian mistress accompanied Ling Xiao and told him all about some of the secret stories. Anyway, after the witch demon quantum of the hijacking fell, it does not mean that the witch race and the demon race are destroyed. After all, the thin dead camel is bigger than a horse, and the witch and demon races are now recovering their energy and recuperating. A few moments later, Ling Xiao and the 9 heavenly Xian maiden landed in front of a palace, only to see boundless purple arcane light dazzle and dazzle, and a law of order gathered from the 4 directions and the 8 wastes. The aura of heaven and earth and the divine principle of the heavenly Tao were derived and fused, turning into a faint immortal mist that surrounded the sky above the main hall, which looked quite like the aura of an immortal's blessed land. 10 million miles away in the distance was the Yujing mountain of the Hongjun Daoist ancestor. The white jade capital in the sky refers to this immortal's blessed land. However, after merging with the Tao in his body, the great ancestor Hongjun mostly practiced in the purple heavenly palace, which was the place closest to the origin of the heavenly Tao. and allowed the great ancestor Hongjun to gain insights into the entire flood world. There was no other reason. Simply because outside of the chaotic sky, there were still extraterrestrial heavenly demons and chaotic demon god remnants spying on them. This palace is grand and atmospheric, and is not an extraordinary object. If it is catalyzed, its power is comparable to that of a top-grade Hotian spiritual treasure. The Jade Emperor really has a heart. Since it's the residence of the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor, then the poor Taoist will title this palace. Ling Xiao looked at the top of the palace, where there was an ancient wooden plaque that emitted a blanket of Tao rhythms, only that there was no heavenly Tao divine pattern on it. Obviously, this was deliberate on the part of the Jade Emperor. It had to be said that the details were particularly well done, adding some more to Ling Xiao's favorable impression of him. It's natural. The Heavenly Emperor has yet to display his divine power and might after leaving the Kunlun Mountains. The poor Taoist was just about to see your divine power and the laws of the great Tao. The 9 heavenly mysteries brightened up, and immediately said in a hurry. Ling Xiao's cultivation was originally a great Luo golden immortal hundreds of thousands of years ago, and he had already contacted the laws of the great Tao, and now that his heel had been remodeled, the 9 heavenly Xian maidens didn't know the depths of him. Then the poor Taoist will make an offering. As Ling Xiao's words fell, his aura around him became transcendent, and endless auspicious and holy light flickered, only to see him raise his right hand, and there were laws continuously surging and gathering. Pure life creation road. With a slight movement of his sword finger, mana surged out, wrapped in the lawful order of the pure life creation Tao, spanning across the void to carve the divine pattern of the heavenly Tao on the wooden plaque. In an instant, the 4 heavenly Tao divine patterns of the Taichu Tao Palace appeared on top of the wooden plaque. In a trance, there was the sound of the great Tao roaring echoing, while the 9 heavenly mysteries' eyes were lifeless, staring at those 4 heavenly Tao divine patterns, and the killing intent and karma and cause and effect on her body melted away a bit. This is the terror of the pure life creation Tao. After a long time, Zhou Tianxian Nu came to her senses and bowed slightly to Ling Xiao. The Heavenly Emperor's great Tao laws are profound and ethereal. The poor Taoist can alleviate his own karma just by sensing the slightest bit of it. If there is an opportunity in the future, then the poor Taoist will have to come and bother me from time to time. I have completed what the Jade Emperor commanded the poor Taoist to do, and now I'm going to take advantage of the opportunity and chance that the Heavenly Emperor has given me to hurry back to the dojo to cultivate. So please forgive me. It is not easy to feel the light of the spirit. The 9 heavenly mysteries was certain that if she could seize this opportunity, she might be able to make a breakthrough in her own cultivation, because she had been stuck in the early Dala golden immortal realm for days too long. Great, good. Ling Xiao nodded and watched the 9 heavenly Xian maiden leave. With a slight movement of his divine mind, the Taichu Tao Palace was under Ling Xiao's watchful eye, and next he turned around in this palace before flying straight towards the endless starry sky. Crossing the barriers of the great Luo heaven, Ling Xiao traveled through the 9 layers of the heavenly dipper thunder and fire, and to his eyes, he saw countless ancient stars hanging in the empty and silent air, emitting a unique light and rules. The sun star was scorching hot and eye-catching, and one could vaguely see the boundless sun true flame churning, while a 10,000-foot-high flame giant tree stood amidst the waves of the sun true flame, the extreme innate spiritual root Fusang tree. After the birth of the 10 golden crows was moved to the Tang Valley by Emperor Jun with great magic power, who had expected that this gave the bystanders the opportunity to count them. The 10 great golden crows fell 9. Emperor Junin had no choice but to move the Fusang tree back to the sun star, and now after hundreds of millions of years of nourishment, this extremely high-quality innate spiritual root has also recovered its vitality. It's just that the true fire of the sun has the power to incinerate the body and the true spirit, and I don't have a supreme treasure to protect my body right now, so I can't enter the solar star to take a look at this Fusang tree. Ling Xiao looked at the sun star and muttered. The Fusang tree was an extreme innate spiritual root that would bear innate Fusang fruits, which were supreme treasures for cultivators practicing the great Tao of fire. Ling Xiao, too, was longing for the Fusang fruit. Immediately, Ling Xiao stepped on the void and headed towards the center of the starry sky. The sun star and the Taiyin star were created by the eyes of the great god Pangu, while the Ziwei Emperor star was the most mysterious of the countless ancient stars. The sun star, the Taiyin star, and the Ziwei Emperor star form a triad, and the rest of the stars of the circumference are centered on these 3 stars and thus operate. Ling Zhao's purpose was to enter the center of the starry sky and sense the billions of stars to see what he could comprehend. The operation of the stars in the circumference of the heavens is the supreme principle of the heavenly Tao. The growth of hundreds of millions of living beings also contains the supreme principle of the heavenly Tao, and it can be said that everything in the heavens and the universe operates according to the rules of the Tao. The demon race used billions of stars to run the circumstantial star dipper formation, and fought with the sorcerer race's 12 capital heavenly divine fury formation during the quantum revenge of the sorcerer and demon race, but unfortunately,
Without the supreme treasures of the Hichu Luo Shu and the chaos spell to suppress the formation, this supreme formation will never again be able to manifest itself in the world. Ling Xiao sat in the midst of the diffuse starlight, 24 pure world white lotuses looming behind him, and the pure life creation Tao evolving along with the Taicho Tao scripture blossoming with light in the primordial spirit. Starlight converged, and Tao rhythms flowed. A wisp of star essence cut through the void and landed in Ling Xiao's Tao heart, then merged within the pure life creation Tao, transforming into a part of the great Tao essence. That's right. What Ling Xiao is trying to do is to harbor all the rivers in the sea. The pure life creation Tao in conjunction with the primordial Tao scripture was able to contain the 3000 great Tao laws of the world, and this star origin was an evolved object of the star great Tao, so it was naturally able to be refined by Ling Xiao. Purify the living and create the world. All things can be transformed into Tao, and I can create all things. This is the way of the Tao. Ling Xiao's God traveled too far into the void, and his voice was like a low chant of the great Tao, resounding through the lifeless starry sky. The heavenly Tao's chi and heavenly Tao's merit were also added to Ling Xiao's body, helping him to perceive the star laws and refine the star origin. It was just that Ling Xiao didn't know. Just as he was practicing, the Taiyin star, which emits a cool moonlight, trembled slightly. Chapter 17, Star Chain Prisoner of Heaven. Goddess Taiyin sensed the laws of the stars and refined the body's Tao foundation. After observing the operation of the stars in the circumference of the sky, the poor Taoist has finally realized some of the subtleties, communicating with the stars of the circumference, using the power of the stars to condense chains of order. It can trap cultivators at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal, or even Dala Golden Immortal. Ling Xiao woke up from his cultivation and looked at the stars in the sky and said with a smile. Both hands pinched the spell. The starlight around his body was extremely bright. A star chain condensed from the power of the stars pierced through the void, and the icy cold light took the hearts of the people. Star chain prisoner of heaven. Ling Xiao lightly drank. The star chain imprisonment blocked the 10,000 feet of emptiness in front of him. Even the earth, fire, wind, water, and space were frozen. It was as if time stood still at this moment. With a stern gaze, the star chain twisted, and tyrannical energy swept through. 10,000 feet of emptiness, crippled. If it were a different cultivator, he would have been reduced to pieces long ago. Seeing this, Ling Xiao frowned slightly and said, the star chain prisoner of heaven is just an aptitude-killing move. According to my deduction, perhaps one day, I will be able to lay down an overwhelming formation that is comparable to the perpetual star dipper formation. This formation will be called the Star Luo Wanshan Grand Formation, and the star chain prisoner of the heavens is also one of the wonderful variations of this formation. Mid-Tai Golden Immortal cultivation was ultimately limited, unless one possessed supreme treasures such as the River Map Luo Book and the Chaos Bell. Only by certifying as a mixed Golden Immortal could Ling Xiao possess this strength. Of course, he was in no hurry now. Gathering his breath, the vision dissipated. The poor Taoist spent quite a bit of time refining the star origin. Now should we continue to explore the stars, or should we first return to Panglai Immortal Island to plan for the God-sealing quantum revelation? Ling Xiao was in deep thought. It was at this moment that Ling Xiao perceived a bizarre Tao rhythm. The aura was both sacred and tainted with rules. If he wasn't in charge of the pure life creation Tao, he wouldn't have been able to detect this abnormality. I begged the Taoist to save me. In the underworld, a warm and anxious voice entered within Ling Xiao's Yuanshan. On the planet Taiyin, the dojo of Shiha and Shangxi, what exactly is this Taiyin star hiding? Ling Xiao said in a deep voice. Since the opening of the flood, there were countless secrets hidden in this heaven and earth, and with the Taiyin star as the right eye of Pangu, Ling Xiao was not sure who this voice actually was. However, the only thing Ling Xiao was certain of was that after he had unintentionally released the aura of the pure life creation Tao while he was cultivating, the owner of that voice had looked like he had grabbed a life preserver and then turned towards him for help. Without the slightest hesitation, Ling Xiao headed towards the Taiyin star, wielding the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven, the pure Yang sword, the seal of the gods, and the god striking whip. Even though his realm was only in the middle stage of Tai Golden Immortal, he was confident that he would be able to find a chance to survive in a time of peril. A few moments later, Ling Xiao stepped into the void and landed on top of the Taiyin star. The laurel tree emanated a silver glow. A palace stood beside the laurel tree, and underneath the laurel tree there was a silhouette of a man who was swinging an axe and chopping underneath the laurel tree. Poor Taoist Ling Xiao, traveling in the starry sky. I've come to pay my respects to the two seniors Shiha and Shangxi. Ling Xiao raised his voice and said in a breezy manner. The heavenly court ruled the three realms, and he was the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor. So as long as they didn't intentionally offend these two, they wouldn't offend the heavenly court's honorable authority. Shiha and Shangxi have been practicing in seclusion since the end of the witch demon quantum revelation. Nowadays, the Taiyin star is managed by the poor Taoist on their behalf. I wonder what the heavenly emperor's visit is about.
Only the palace was glowing with a cold light, and 3 heavenly Tao divine patterns were manifested on it. The broad cold palace. A graceful and slender female immortal walked to Ling Xiao with a light step, her face as white as snow, revealing an unearthly and stunning beauty, holding a jade rabbit in her arms. Her pretty face could not be seen to be sad or happy. Fellow Taoist Chang'e, the poor Taoist is courteous. Ling Xiao made a Dao bow and saluted, recognizing the person in front of him. Rumors about Chang'e and her origins are widely spread in the flood world. Some say that she ascended to immortality by stealing the Western Queen Mother's divine pill, while others say that she is one of Chang'e's 3 corpses. There were so many different opinions that Ling Xiao actually didn't dare to be sure. The secrets of a quasi-sane powerhouse could not allow him to speculate. Poor Taoist originally traveled through the void, but sensed that there was some sort of chance waiting for me in the depths of the Taiyin star. So I wanted to come and explore. I wonder if fellow Taoist Chang'e can make it happen. At those words, Chang'e was thoughtful. In the end, her red lips slightly opened and said, "The heavenly court is in charge of the 3 realms, and this Taiyin star is naturally among them. So the heavenly emperor can go to the depths of the Taiyin star, but must not damage the Taiyin star's origin." Seeing this, Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief. If Chang'e refused, then he would have to convince people with virtue. Shiha and Shangxi have also committed killing karma in the witch and demon quantum robbery. In the past it was the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother who didn't make a move against them due to their status, but Ling Xiao won't have the slightest qualms about it. If you don't know what you're doing, you'll be served with a big summoning spell. Jin Yuanzi and Taoist Red Cloud were not vegetarians. After all, they still had a new grudge with the demon race. Then thank you, fellow Taoist Chang'e. Ling Xiao gave a thank you and his figure disappeared into thin air. It's really not a wise move for nephew Lu Press to make a feud with Ling Xiao. Alas. Chang'e sighed softly and shifted her gaze to the figure under the laurel tree. Pity, hatred, and a little love. If Ling Xiao is here, that will certainly be able to make a judgment. The original Chang'e is really one of the 3 corpses of Changxi. The moment, Ling Xiao was holding the god's striking whip, the god's sealing tablet was hanging above his head, and behind him, the golden wheel of heaven's Tao of merit appeared, and a Tao of laws forbidding blocking off the space within 10 feet of his circumference, turning it into a barrier. The deeper he went into Taiyin star, the more he felt a chill, bleak and chilling to the bone. It's intimidating. Shiha and Shangxi were born on the Taiyin star and are Taiyin star deities. It stands to reason that they are also divine, but why did they fail to discover the anomalies in the depths of the Taiyin star? Can it be that the owner of that voice's cultivation is even above them? Ling Xiao felt a layer of mist hanging in front of his eyes, and a trace of doubt welled up within him. A few moments later, frost hung above his body, and his yuan shen was as if it had solidified. So Ling Xiao took out his pure yang sword, only to see the blazing pure yang true flame, helping to dissolve the coldness. Here is the core of the Taiyin star, extreme pure yin energy erupting, which also contains the laws of Taiyin. If I were to cultivate here for 100 years, I would definitely be able to control this kind of power. In front of Ling Xiao's eyes was a vast deep blue ocean. Each droplet of water was condensed from pure yin energy and the aura of the heavens and earth, and had evolved and refined over billions of years. It can be said that each drop of water has the weight of 1,000,000 pounds. The opening of the flood world. The first wisp of pure yang qi in the innate heaven was transformed into the East Kingdong. The first wisp of pure yin qi was transformed into the West Queen Mother, because of which they were appointed by Hongjun Taoist ancestor as the head of the male and female immortals. Pure yin is infinite, with endless heaven and earth greatness, but Tai yin is even more terrifying and ancient, simply because it was born after the opening of chaos and flourished in the opening of the heavens, the way of pure life creation. Ling Xiao pinched his hands together and a divine and pure light blossomed in space as the silhouette of the 24 pure white lotus blasted out. Ling Xiao's move was to find out the source of that weird Dao rhyme. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Xiao's eyebrows slightly raised in surprise. I didn't realize that there was even a chaotic void hidden within the core of this Taiyin star, and that the source of that sound was precisely there. Perhaps when the great god Pangu opened up the heavens and the earth, this chaotic void was integrated into the newborn heavens and earth, and then by chance, it was incorporated within the Taiyin star. The bottom of his eyes flickered with profound light. Ling Xiao held the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler in his hand, so he landed on the place where that chaotic void was located, and then waved this latter heavenly merit and virtue supreme treasure to the front with a vicious swing. The planet Taiyin shook, and the deep blue ocean made waves, a spatial crack that quietly appeared. The Taiyin laws and origin were transformed into a torrent, mixed with chaotic turbulence pouring out from that crack, and seeing this scene, Ling Xiao did not dare to delay and stepped straight into the spatial crack. Then, he activated the heavenly book of seals and used it to temporarily block the spatial rift. Otherwise, if that torrent was allowed to wash over the star core of Taiyin, Ling Xiao did not dare to imagine what kind of chaos would occur. and he would not be able to withstand the monstrous karma and cause and effect. Into the eye. The wind was strong and turbulent. The Taiyin origin and laws occupied billions of miles of space, evolving a beautiful starfield, and in the center of that energy storm, there was actually a silhouette sitting on a plate. Chaotic fury, karma, killing and evil thoughts, all of them were eroding the Taiyin origin and laws. And the life breath of that silhouette was like a candle that was about to be extinguished, as if it was going to be annihilated in the next moment. This is, goddess of Taiyin? Ling Xiao couldn't believe it and muttered. The suspicions in his mind were confirmed at this moment. Chapter 18. Who will love her if I don't? The goddess of the Taiyin, Wang Shu. The heel is the chaos demon god, ruling the Taiyin avenue. The great god Pangu opened up the heavens and the earth, and the 3,000 chaos demon gods followed the general trend to block the way, ultimately setting off a killing and bloodshed. And Wang Shu couldn't escape serious injury. Rather fortunately, Wang Shu did not fall. However, in Ling Zhao's opinion, if there was no one to help her dissolve the numerous and various ominous rules, this goddess of Taiyin would soon perish. Fellow Taoist knows this palace? Wang Shu's body moved slightly and opened his eyes. The original nearly depleted origin throbbed, and the eyes that had lost their luster rippled. She had suffered from the calamity for billions of years, and now she had finally found an opportunity to dissolve it. In the blink of an eye, Wang Shu appeared out of thin air in front of Ling Xiao, and the two of them were only less than half a foot apart. Vaguely Ling Xiao had the illusion that Wang Shu's towering breasts were about to be attached to his body, and the faint fragrance that was faintly visible made his soul swirl. That's right, Ling Xiao felt that his bottom line as a veteran cadre was being brutally tested. Her body was graceful, her long white legs were as light as a crane, and her skin was snowy. Even in the dim chaotic void, it was as if it was congealed fat, moth eyebrow curved, starry eyes like a clear spring, shoe lips without pointing red, a moonlight white luo skirt with a windless hemline and a light blue ribbon around her waist, giving her a gentle temperament with a hint of spirituality. Fellow Taoist Wang Shu, why did you summon the poor Taoist here? Ancestor Hongjun has merged with the Tao in his body to protect the flooded worlds, and since you are a chaos demon god's follower, I'm afraid that even if you step out of this chaotic space, you'll be subjected to difficulties. Why don't you start by telling me why you're stuck here? Ling Xiao showed a kind face and asked in a breezy manner. Calling himself a Taoist friend was sort of him playing a little bit of a careful game. Taiyin goddess Wang Shu, but once ruled the Taiyin avenue of supreme existence, even though now miserable and downtrodden. But in the end, the thin dead camel is bigger than a horse. It would be a good thing to make a good connection. Upon hearing this, Wang Shu's eyes flashed with a tangle of colors, but he quickly explained the ins and outs to Ling Xiao. This palace's origin was damaged and almost fell during the heaven-opening calamity, and with the help of my life's treasure, I wanted to enter the newborn flood world, but I didn't expect that Pango didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, and he sealed me directly in this chaotic void. After Pango's fall, this chaotic void in Taiyin Star established a connection, and my origin was gradually lost. But none of these are important, because the chaotic baneful energy, karma, ominous killings, chaotic demon god remnants from the heaven-opening calamity, and other various energies are eroding my Yuanshan. The painful memories made Wang Shu's delicate body tremble slightly. Even if she was the goddess of Taiyin, ruling the Taiyin Great Tao, she was unwilling to go through another heaven-opening calamity. Pangu, too powerful, a suffocating oppressive force that no chaos demon god could resist. Turning the conversation around, Wang Shu continued. In fact, this palace has also thought of saving itself. I used great magic power to mold a split body, and I didn't hesitate to use up my already small origin to send this split body into the flood world. But in the end, its death was in the hands of the Beast Emperor Divine Reversal. Nowadays, my origin is nearly depleted, and my Yuanshan and true spirit are near to being extinguished, and the great Tao that you cultivate can help me to please my current predicament. As for the Hongjun Taoist ancestor, this palace will have a plan to deal with it. The words fell. Wang Shu stared at Ling Xiao. No emotions could be seen in his eyes. Listening to Wang Shu's experience, Ling Xiao shook his head because it seemed too tragic to him. Instead of being eroded by all sorts of ominous rules until they were destroyed, it would have been better to die under the Pangu axe at that time, so that it could also come to a head. The chaos demon gods such as the Yin Yang ancestor and the Qian Kuan Taoist could at least survive until the Tao demon controversy. But Wang Shu's detachment was happy to go down in the middle of the ferocious beast quantum of warfare, which was really doggerel and tragic. Tragic experience. Broken she is. If I don't hurt her, who will? Ling Zhao's mind moved slightly as he sized up Wang Shu. At the moment of encountering Wang Shu, in fact, Ling Zhao's bottom of the heart there are strings were quietly provoked, a trace of thin love secretly surging. The eyes of the eye, only her into the eyes. Slightly straightening his face, Ling Xiao slowly said, The poor Tao enjoys the heavenly Tao's fortune and authority, and can help you break free from the power of the great god of Panga with supreme greatness. But if you want to wash away all of the ominous rules, you will need to endure some pain. Hearing Ling Zhao's words, Wang Shu was thoughtful. Spin. Wang Shu nodded gently and said, then I'll trouble you, fellow Taoist. Just, dare I ask your name? It was only then that Wang Shu remembered the matter, and a blush imperceptible to the naked eye rose on her pretty face. After all, she was the one who had turned to Ling Xiao for help, and by now, she didn't even know the latter's name. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao spat out 2 words before heading straight towards the center of the chaotic void, where all sorts of energies converged, as well as massive amounts of Taiyin origin and laws surged. Sitting in the void, Ling Xiao operated the Tai Chou Dao scripture, and all of a sudden 24 white lotus of the pure world blossomed in space, a holy radiance dissolving the killing karma, ominous karma, and killing chi, among other things. A miserable scream echoed from the energy storm. That was precisely the voice of the remnants of the chaos demon god, who were now being destroyed by Ling Xiao. The way of pure life creation. The visions appeared in a shocking manner, just like the opening of Hong Meng and the derivation of chaos. Ancient runes and divine patterns were like sharp blades as they continued to cut through the ominous energies that were like maggots attached to the bones. And Wang Shu's forehead was dripping with cold sweat because these ominous energies had long been connected to her divine soul. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao ruling the pure life creation Tao and having a holy light suppressing the restless energy within her, otherwise her divine soul would have collapsed at this moment. Hong Meng measuring ruler of heaven. Chop. Star chain prisoner of heaven. Ling Zhao's Taoist robe gently danced, and the Hong Meng measuring ruler of heaven transformed into a stream of light that flickered in the chaotic void, severing the connection between various ominous rules and energies in Wang Shu. Subsequently, countless starbursts transformed into chains, imprisoning all of these rules and energies with the added power of the pure life creation Tao. Time passes and the winds change. From billions of miles away, one could only see that the radiant star field was even more eye-catching, and all the energies that had damaged Wang Shu's origin, true spirit, Yuan Shun, and body were all stripped and sealed by Ling Xiao in the corners of the chaotic void. The primordial Taoist scripture. Ling Xiao operated his gongfu and continuously restored his mana as a way to keep himself always in peak condition, which would also allow Wang Shu to suffer less. Time passed, and several months in a row flew by. Ling Xiao made light work of helping Wang Shu remove the last of the energy from his body before he dashed away from this starfield condensed by the Taiyin origin and laws. Thank you, fellow Taoist Ling Xiao. The favor of saving my life is unforgettable. Wang Shu's voice came, and there was excitement in her tone. Within moments, the Taiyin origin and laws surged towards her body, and the billions of miles of starfield disappeared in an instant, replaced by Wang Shu's aura gradually becoming stronger. Peak Great Luo Golden Immortal, Early Mixed Golden Immortal, Mid Mixed Golden Immortal, terrifying as hell. Through the ordeal of billions of long moons, Wang Shu was able to become a mid-stage Mixed Golden Immortal powerhouse by virtue of her remaining origin and laws standing on the ground. So how strong should she have been during the heaven-opening calamity? Ling Xiao sucked in a breath of cool air and couldn't help but feel emotional. If Wang Shu could break free from the shackles at the beginning of the flood, then she is afraid that she would have become a mixed Great Luo Golden Immortal by now. But of course she would have to vanish into the chaotic void to get rid of the calculations of Hongjun Daozu in the battle between the Tao and the devil. Yin Yang Laozu, Qian Kuan Taoist and a host of other chaos demon god reincarnation of the great powers. But in the battle of the Tao demon became the pawn of Hongjun Taoist ancestor, and fell into the fate of the death of the Tao. Only old man Yang Mei was far away from the chaos and was nowhere to be found. In this regard, Ling Xiao did not simply judge right and wrong, nor did he think that Hongjun Daozu was an evil villain. The path of the road is long. Every living being is fighting to cross the long river of the great Tao, and everything depends on creation, the golden wheel of heavenly merit, heavenly chi, and authority, manifestation. In line with the principle of saving people to the end, Ling Xiao immediately performed his divine ability once again, holding the god's striking whip and swinging it into the void, a power left behind by the great god Pangu, breaking the connection with Wang Shu. When the bondage is removed, you will be free. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao saved my life and helped me break free from billions of years of imprisonment and calamity. So if you have any requests in the future, I will grant them all. After returning to the flood world, can this palace follow you? Wang Shu stepped into the air, her jade feet lightly clicking. Compared to before, she was even more delicate and gentle now, her autumn watery eyes falling on Ling Xiao. The atmosphere is born with a different flavor. Chapter 19, Moving on Wang Shu. The three skies diverge. Any requests? After hearing Wang Shu's words, Ling Xiao's heart, which had just fallen silent, rippled again, and he met Wang Shu's warm, watery eyes, the corner of his mouth lifting up a faint smile. Between heaven and earth, There are many female immortals with excellent realm cultivation and appearance, such as the Queen Mother of the West, Mother Nuwa, Mother Pingxin, and the Xian Nunu of the Nine Heavens. Even San Shao, who was close to him in the Interceptor sect, he was never really moved, but was drunk on cultivation and bowing for the Interceptor sect, except that later on he was not in a good position. Now that he was facing Wang Shu, he was somewhat unable to move his gaze. It was not only Wang Shu's delicate and graceful figure and the unintentionally gentle flavor, but also Wang Shu's pair of eyes. Eyes like a starry lake, clear and pure, soft waves in the eyes like spring water, elegant and gentle, like a clear spring without touching the world. If fellow Daoist Wang Shu doesn't mind, then follow me back to Panglai Immortal Island. Speaking, Ling Zhao's jade sleeve lightly waved, and the god sealing tablet returned to his hand from the spatial rift, and with a flip of his right hand, Ling Zhao put away this extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure, and took a step towards the front. Behind him, Wang Shu smiled blandly and meaningfully. Soon, Wang Shu and Ling Zhao left the chaotic void, and the former exerted the law of Taiyin to erase the spatial cracks to prevent those killing karma and killing chi that had been suppressed by Ling Zhao from ravaging into the Taiyin star. With a slight movement of his divine thoughts, Wang Shu sensed the heavenly chances and gained insight about Ling Zhao. He was forced to cut off the karma of the sect, but he broke and rebuilt his heel and gained the support of two quasi-saints. Enjoying the position of Emperor Qinghua of the East Pole, the ups and downs were so great that even Wang Shu was a little moved. In particular, Ling Zhao's loss of origin, Yuan Shen disillusionment, and broken body were surprisingly similar to hers, and for a moment a feeling of sympathy surged through Wang Shu's mind. On top of that, Wang Shu was curious, why was Ling Zhao able to remake the heel? After all, according to the information she had learned, Ling Zhao was a 12th grade pure world white lotus, but when he had helped himself break free from his shackles, that pure world white lotus was of 24 grades. Not only does it reshape the heel, but it also transforms the heel. Unless one encountered a heavenly chance, one couldn't have such a creation. Even Wang Shu was a bit odd. After all, she didn't have this kind of means either. Fellow Daoist Wang Shu, should I return to the Taiyin planet first, or should you directly cast a great magic power to shatter the void and lead me to the eastern sea of the flood? Ling Zhao looked at Wang Shu and asked softly. Shi-Ho and Chang-Shi are Taiyin star gods, born from the embodiment of heaven and earth. As for Wang Shu, she is the goddess of Taiyin. If we meet in the future, I wonder what will happen. Upon hearing this, Wang Shu's vermilion lips slightly opened and slowly said, there is no need. The Chang'e on that Taiyin star is just a good corpse detachment of Chang'Shi, and Chang-Shi and Shi-He are not on the Taiyin star. This palace will cross space with you and return to your dojo on the East Sea first. The words fell. Ling Zhao raised his eyebrows as he revealed a gentle smile. In his mind, various clues were strung together to form a complete plot. Chang'e was actually Chang-Shi's good corpse doppelganger, and at this moment he was certain that the one who cut down the laurel tree was no one else but the great sorcerer Hui. In the midst of the witch demon quantum of war, Hui shot down 9 golden crows. Shi-He's heart was broken. Chang-Shi was also extremely pained, so he sent Chang'e, a good corpse, to count Hui. Chang'e ran to the moon. Hui couldn't let go of his beautiful wife, so he also ascended to the Taiyin star. As for the result, his spiritual wisdom was sealed, and he received eternal torture, becoming Wu Gang, who was bent on chopping down the laurel tree. I have to say, Chang-Shi is quite good at this. Just as Ling Zhao was teasing, Wang Shu struck out a Taiyin law to wrap him up, and all of a sudden, the two of them disappeared in place, heading in the direction of Panglai Immortal Island. After a long time, the mysterious old voice appeared out of thin air. The goddess of Taiyin, Wang Shu, seems to have a Dao couple marriage with that Ling Zhao. The East China Sea, the waters are overwhelming. Jinao Island emits a hazy light, and all kinds of immortal beasts and birds are either swimming under the water, running in the mountains and forests, or soaring in the air. Yunxiao, Xiongxiao and Bixiao, with very different styles, each with their own flavor. Sister Yunxiao, sister Bai Xiao. When senior brother Ling Xiao lost all his cultivation and fell into misery, we stood by coldly and avoided the matter. It was indeed our fault. Now that senior brother Ling Xiao has regained his cultivation and become the East Pole Qinghua Emperor, for the sake of the Interceptor sect as well as for our sake, the only way to have a chance at a good marriage is to travel to Panglai Immortal Island to obtain his forgiveness. If you won't go, then I'll go alone. Since the trip to the 5 Zhuangguan, Xiong Xiao had some remorse and guilt in her heart, and she fantasized about regaining Ling Zhao's goodwill so that he could continue to help the Interceptors. Facts aside, isn't Ling Zhao at all at fault? After severing his karma, he immediately reinvented his heel. Perhaps his previous downfall and misery was all to make the onlookers look at my Interceptor sect as a joke. Since he can reshape his heel, why didn't he do it earlier? preferring to fall out with his master and tear his face off with my fellow sect members of the Interceptor sect. I think he was under the compulsion of the Heavenly Court, and that's why he's been calculating for so long. Bixiao coldly laughed and unceremoniously stated her guess. Various emotions are entangled in the heart and eventually become resentment. A long time ago, perhaps she had felt affection for Ling Xiao, but she was now extremely disgusted with him. Because of Ling Xiao, all the people of the Interceptor sect lost face and their popularity among the living beings of the floodplains turned bad, and these things became the laughingstock of the onlookers. Bixiao was convinced that she would never forgive Ling Xiao. The things of the past are in the past, so let them dissipate with the wind. Perhaps we can indeed make a fresh start with Senior Marshal Brother Ling Xiao and have him rejoin the master's seat or enter into a Dao couple bond. Sister Bixiao, you meditate and cultivate on Golden Ao Island while Cheung Xiao and I head to Panglai Immortal Island. Yun Xiao thought deeply and finally frowned. Ling Xiao suffered from robberies and blank stares, but how could she not have suffered? No one would endure that their senior brother, whom they had spent so much time with, became a wasted man, even if the two had had a heartfelt favor for that one moment. Cultivation is cruel, and the choice of a Taoist partner must be even more careful. That was why Yun Xiao had deliberately alienated Ling Xiao, and later on, this emotion turned into disgust and intolerable. Now, for the sake of the Interceptor sect's chi and future, Yun Xiao was finally planning to put aside his high pride as an innate being, forgive Ling Xiao for his wrongdoings, and explain everything to him. Sister Yun Xiao, we have to be gentle when we arrive at Panglai Immortal Island. Senior brother Ling Xiao doesn't eat soft things, so as long as we apologize to him, he will definitely accept us again. Xiong Xiao was extremely pleased to see this scene. In front of Yun Xiao and by Xiao, she exerted her magical power to dress up. Both hair accessories and dresses were Ling Xiao's previous favorites. She wanted to use this to call back Ling Xiao's heart. Go! Yun Xiao's cold temperament also calmed down slightly, thinking that Ling Xiao was about to become her Dao couple. Aside from being diabolical and uncomfortable, there was actually a hint of anticipation in Yun Xiao's heart. Emperor Qinghua of the East Pole, enthroned by the hand of ancestor Hongjun Dao, and with the full support of Jin Yuan Daxian and Taoist Red Halo, if Ling Xiao were to join the Interceptor sect's camp in this God-sealing quantum revelation, the Interceptor sect would have a much easier time of it. At the very least, Ling Xiao was able to exert magical power to help the sect members of the Interceptor sect sort out their killing karma, which would keep them from getting caught up in the quantum revenge and thus losing the shrewdness and sanity that they should have. Feet on the auspicious clouds, the temperament is out of the world. Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao left Jinao Island, leaving Bixiao alone. At the moment, the other side, Panglai Immortal Island is auspicious and infinite. Heavenly soldiers and generals guard between heaven and earth. There are heavenly fairies taking care of the spiritual plants and trees. There are countless pavilions, and a faint mist lingers between the mountains. Ling Xiao and Wang Shu stepped out into the void and landed before Panglai Immortal Island. We pay our respects to the Heavenly Emperor, the heavenly soldiers and generals, and the heavenly fairies, all made Taoist bows or bowed to each other. The look was solemn and tinged with reverence. Seeing this, Ling Xiao nodded and said, the various palaces and grasses on Panglai Immortal Island are already flawless, so you guys can return to the heavenly court to resume your duties to the Jade Emperor. The poor Taoist has a light nature and does not need your services. As he spoke, Ling Xiao's jade sleeve moved slightly and a red golden light fell on the body of every heavenly soldier and general and heavenly fairy, and it was clearly the heavenly Dao merit. Out of the blue. No skimping, cultivating and walking in the heavenly court. Heavenly materials and treasures were naturally precious, but heavenly Dao merits were the hard currency. I honor the heavenly emperor's decree. This time, everyone saluted again. Soon, the huge Panglai Immortal Island was nothing but grass, trees, roots, and flying birds and immortal beasts, with only Ling Xiao and Wang Shu standing in the air, looking down on everything below. Someone's coming this way. It still seems to be your old enemy. Chapter 20, Destroying the Black Lotus. Who are you to question the poor Taoist? The divine mind moved slightly and gained insight into everything. Ling Xiao laughed gently. It's just a bit of wind and frost. There's no such thing as an old enemy. It's just that the poor Taoist used to be unwise in recognizing people. The poor Tao was down and out just as a dog disliked it. And now that he has re-entered cultivation and enjoys the honorary position of the East Pole's Qinghua Emperor, these disciples of the Interceptor sect smelled the fishy and came. Just ignore it. Ling Xiao looked at Wang Shu, his eyes deep and clear. With a slight movement of his mana, he landed in the center of Panglai Immortal Island, where a nonpareil peach fruit tree stood on the earth, with peach blossoms falling from the air, and the fragrance of the nonpareil peach permeating the air. The nonpareil peach is an extremely high-grade innate spiritual root, while the one on Panglai Immortal Island was cultivated from the mother tree, and its grade is more than innate middle grade and less than innate top grade. Fellow Taoist has a good heart. If it were this palace,
it would exhaust its calculations and means, and wash away its karma with blood and killing. Wang Shu landed in front of Ling Xiao and sat straight on top of a rattan chair, jade legs gently arched. Snow White inadvertently leaked at first. The god ceiling measure is about to descend. Wouldn't it be better to watch the interceptor sect destroy itself step by step and finally fall apart? Instead of destroying it with your own hands, why not watch them struggle? After the poor Taoist left the interceptor sect, there were people who regretted it. But it's not much use. Ling Zhao's jade sleeve lightly waved, and a pot of spirit wine landed on top of the jade table. In addition to ginseng fruit, nonpareil peaches, and other innate spirit fruits, Wang Shu himself poured the wine, and then the two of them drank to each other. The air is silent and relaxed. Only after a long time did Wang Shu slowly say, "Fellow Daoist helped me out of my misery, but this palace will not be an ungrateful person, and when they come to visit later, I will help you out." Speaking of this, Wang Shu's eyes glowed. This caused Ling Xiao to be a bit puzzled, but he didn't ask. A few moments later, outside of Panglai Immortal Island, Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao appeared. Yun Xiao was tall, a plain-colored dress wrapped around her proud and delicate body, and her originally cold and pretty face was mixed with some gentle smiles. Xiong Xiao had a shapely figure, a delicate face, and red lips. Sister Yun Xiao, senior brother Ling Xiao is within this Panglai Immortal Island. I can sense his aura. These days, he has been haunting me, and I want to talk to him about everything. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao also showed a look of longing. Ling Xiao had a gentle nature and would definitely not leave the sisters behind. Inside the 5 Zhuangguan, he watched Xiong Xiao being tortured by Taoist Red Cloud to the point of serious injury, and thought that his anger must have subsided. Breathing out a breath, Yun Xiao looked at Panglai Immortal Island with her red lips slightly open and said, "Ling Xiao senior brother, Poor Tao and Xiong Xiao sister have come to visit and would like to chat with you face to face about some things." An ethereal voice that echoed between heaven and earth. In the center of Panglai Immortal Island, Ling Xiao and Wang Shu, who were sitting on rattan chairs, calmly watched this scene, and after hearing Yun Xiao's voice, Ling Xiao didn't have any emotional ripples. Ding! Divine Choice Quest refresh successful. Option 1, refuse Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao to set foot on Panglai Immortal Island. Rewarded with a very high quality innate spiritual treasure, the Qilin Seal. Option 2, show no mercy and kill Yun Xiao and Xiang Xiao. Rewarded with open sky water spirit. Choice 3, meet Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao and quietly watch them perform. Rewarded with 12 pints of world-destroying Black Lotus. The system's voice appeared steeply in Ling Zhao's mind. Ling Zhao's mind sank slightly as he pondered. Beheading Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao will usher in the Tong Tian sect leader's pursuit. This matter is not worth the loss. Besides, the heaven-opening water spirit is not very useful to me. If I refuse to let them set foot on Panglai Immortal Island, with their obstinate character, they will definitely make a scene here, and I can't use the Qilin Seal right now. Therefore, the only thing left is the 12 pieces of world-destroying Black Lotus. The 36 chaotic green lotus contained 5 lotus seeds, which were transformed into the green lotus of creation, the white lotus of purity, the golden lotus of merit, the black lotus of extinction, and the red lotus of karmic fire. Among them, the green lotus of creation was of 24 grades, which was obtained by the 3 purities during the quantitative hijacking of witch and demon, and was transformed into 3 supreme innate spiritual treasures, namely, the Tai Whisk, the 3 treasures Jade Ruin, and the Qingping Sword. Since then, the latter has also been a saying, saffron, white lotus root and green lotus leaf. The 3 Qings were originally one family. System, poor Taoist chooses 3. Ling Xiao made a decision, and soon in the system space, 100-foot lotus platform burned with a blazing demonic fire, and there was a silent demonic light evolving, destroying the void. If the poor Taoist were to integrate the 12 pieces of world-destroying Black Lotus within the origin, perhaps my heel could still undergo a metamorphosis. It's just not enough to have this world-destroying Black Lotus alone. By gathering the rest of the green lotus of creation, the golden lotus of merit, and the red lotus of karma fire, I'll have a chance to have the 36 white lotus of purity followers. It seems that there are fewer calculations to be made in this God-sealing quantum revelation. 36 pure white lotus heel feet would certainly be able to match the chaos demon god of the heaven-opening calamity period, at which time Ling Zhao's enlightenment and potential would be extremely sublimated, coming to a whole new realm. Thinking of this, a stern look flashed across Ling Zhao's eyes. The green lotus of creation was divided into 3 superb spiritual treasures to be held by the 3 purities, and the golden lotus of merit was in the hands of the 2 saints of the West. So now he only had to lay hands on the old man of sticks and compete for his red lotus of karma fire. There must be no haste. This matter must be approached slowly. Ling Xiao held his breath and quieted his restless heart. Styx's old ancestor is not an idle person, known as the first person under the saints, occupying the underworld Blood Sea, ruling the Azura tribe.
and operating in the underworld. The key thing is that the sea of blood does not dry up and the river Styx does not die. This person's temperament is violent. If he pulls on the underworld blood sea in himself to accompany the burial at the drop of a hat, it will be more than worth it. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, if you don't want to see them, this palace will cast a spell to send them away now.
Wang Shu fiddled with the jade cup in his hand and said to Ling Xiao,
Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao, in her way, why don't fellow Taoist Wang Shu take a look at the show, sending the door to make a fool of themselves. These interceptor disciples are really stubborn and stupid. It's better to let them in.
Ling Xiao pinched his spell and the immortal mist transformed into a heavenly avenue that headed beyond Panglai Immortal Island. Panglai Immortal Island is guarded by a large array of prohibitions.
Unless it is a quasi-saintly power, it is difficult to forcefully break through,
which is also the reason why Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao did not trespass without authorization.
Sister, senior brother Ling Xiao is willing to see us. Xiong Xiao was overjoyed. Hazy tears appeared in her eyes right away.
Thinking of the scene with Ling Xiao during the billions of years, she was somewhat moved and nostalgic. It wouldn't take long for her to get Ling Xiao to come around and renew her relationship with her.
Cloudy, on the other hand, frowned. Why hasn't Senior Xiong Xiao come to greet us?
There was doubt in his mind,
and even a hint of sulkiness. Before Ling Xiao had not entered the immortal execution sword formation, he was not like this. Which time had he not come when called and gone when called? But now, it's changed.
This matter made Yun Xiao a little uncomfortable. But she didn't have time to think too much before she was grabbed by Xiong Zhao's arm and flew forward.
In the blink of an eye,
the two of them stepped within Panglai Immortal Island.
But, when they entered their eyes, they saw Ling Xiao and Wang Shu talking about something, neither of them turning their heads to look at them. Ling Xiao, who is she? Cold, angry, heart-wrenching.
Yun Xiao flashed and appeared under the nonpareil peach fruit tree. Her pretty face was filled with anger, her brows were locked, and her breathing became heavy.
Looking at Wang Shu, who was superior to himself in both temperament and appearance, the pride in Yun Zhao's heart was crushed, followed by endless anger, as if it was Ling Xiao who betrayed her. At the same time,
Xiong Xiao also came to Ling Zhao's front.
Throwing his weight around, he angrily rebuked, Senior brother Ling Xiao,
you've let me and my sister down too much.
Originally,
we had already forgiven you for your faults of disobeying the division and disrespecting your master, but now you're flirting with other female immortals.
If this matter were to spread out, your East Extreme Qinghua Emperor's face would be damaged, and I, three heavens, would be disgraced as a result.
You get this wild woman out of here or I'll never bother with you again.
Verbally and verbally,
Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao aimed their spears at Ling Xiao and Wang Shu. The qi was raging and raging. Ling Xiao leaned on top of the rattan chair and said quietly,
when did poor Tao say that she needed your forgiveness? From the beginning to the end, it was you, Xiong Xiao, who were pestering me, and just how are you guys qualified to question me? Fellow Taoist Wang Shu is not the wild woman you speak of in Xiong Xiao. Speaking,
Ling Zhao's jade sleeve lightly waved and a mana struck Xiong Zhao's chest.
Disrespecting the heavenly emperor and being arrogant and ignorant, considering that you are a disciple of a saint, the poor Taoist is only slightly punishing you. If you dare to do it again, then I will send you to the heavenly court's immortal beheading platform. Chapter 21, Using Yourself as a Favorite. Yun Xiao cried, Put.
Xiong Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood and her figure became disorganized.
Yun Xiao was shocked and caught off guard by this scene,
but she also hurriedly supported Xiong Xiao before she took out a golden elixir and fed it to the latter. With the golden elixir in her stomach, Xiong Zhao's shriveled appearance was only slightly better.
Ling Xiao, how dare you poison Sister Xiong Xiao?
Yun Xiao roared angrily and was about to activate her mana to make a move against Ling Xiao. The very next instant she sank to her knees with her shoulders on the ground, and the majestic and vast aura pressed down on her so much that she couldn't lift her head.
That's right, Wang Shu struck out. The name of this palace is Wang Shu,
and in the midst of the ferocious beast Quantum of Warfare and Dao ancestor Hongjun called each other Dao friends, yet you guys are so disrespectful to me, and you even spoke out against Dao friend Ling Xiao, so these punishments are considered to be cheaper for you guys. As for the relationship between fellow Daoist Ling Xiao and this palace, isn't there a saying in the flood world that the gift of saving one's life is returned in kind?
And if I'm willing to do so, our relationship can also be furthered, Wang Shu said lightly.
Each word carried the force of 1,000 pounds and landed on Yun Xiao and Xiong Zhao's bodies, coupled with the suppression of that aura. Both of their mouths were bleeding from the corners of their mouths, their qi and blood surging up to suffer internal injuries.
The heart was like a knife, saving your life in return for your life.
Looking at Wang Shu's face that has no ripples, Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao developed great hostility. They do not want to see Ling Xiao change his heart and fall into Wang Shu's way. Ling Xiao should ask for their forgiveness and then conclude a good relationship with them.
Fellow Daoist Wang Shu, don't make fun of me. I am only a tiny golden immortal. How can I be worthy of you, a paramount saint? In the face of fellow Taoist, the poor Taoist is admiring from afar, and wouldn't dare to have other thoughts. Ling Xiao did not dare to be sure whether Wang Shu was making a scene to specifically anger the two, or whether he was telling the truth in the form of a joke. He really could not see through Wang Shu's mind. For this Tai-Yin goddess, Ling Xiao had developed an admiration for her the moment he saw her, but the matter of a Dao couple was never wishful thinking. Unless the hearts and minds are in tune and both of them have true feelings, Ling Xiao will not dwell on it. At those words, Wang Shu gathered his aura. Vermilion lips lightly opened, seemingly carelessly said, "If it wasn't for you Taoist friend who came to the rescue, sooner or later, this palace would have to fly into ashes. For this favor, I said you can have any request." Being a Taoist couple and concluding a marriage are also included in this. Words to go. Wang Shu's jade hand was lightly clasped, and sweat appeared on her palm. As a chaotic demon god, an existence that had once traversed the heaven-opening calamity, her Dao heart should have been unruffled and rock-solid, but now there was a hint of nervousness. Wang Shu knew that this might have something to do with the fact that Ling Xiao had used the pure life creation Dao to dissolve the ominous rules of balefulness and killing karma for her, and that in the underworld, Ling Xiao's figure had left an indelible mark on her divine soul. After breaking free of her shackles and sensing everything in the flood world, Wang Shu was also curious about the matter of a Taoist couple, and if she wanted to find a Taoist couple, she thought that Ling Xiao was the best choice. Taoist marriages are not to be taken rashly. If the poor Taoist can really conclude a good marriage with your friend, then I will ask Ancestor Hongjun to send down a decree and invite the saints to preside over the heavenly marriage ceremony, when 10,000 immortals will come to congratulate and all beings will celebrate together. Ling Xiao stared earnestly into Wang Shu's eyes, a gentle smile on his face. Deep and solemn, Rao Wang Shu, at this moment, was also a bit fluttery, and could not help but begin to fantasize. Then, a delicate pink blush rose on her pretty face. Karma is mysterious. Wang Shu picked up the jade cup and drank the spirit wine. He swept a glance at Ling Xiao before heading straight towards the ancient palace not far away, which was constructed from innate spirit wood, the palace of the pure life path. This was Ling Xiao's place of cultivation and residence on Penglai Immortal Island, but now he had let Wang Shu get there first. Interesting. It seems that the poor Taoist has a chance. Ling Xiao had a clear understanding and did not point out Wang Shu's mind. This time, Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao had already had their hearts broken, and they were shaking as if everything that had just happened was a fantasy. But, the pain in their hearts made them recognize the truth. Sister Xiong Xiao, let's go. Cloudy raised his head and tried to maintain his last dignity. Xiong Xiao was in tears, however did not know that she and Ling Xiao cannot go back to the past, and now all the fantasies and visions into a bubble. The next thing to face is the cruel reality of the torture. Senior brother Ling Xiao, you can't just leave us, Master and the Intercept sect behind. Xiong Xiao reached out her hand and was about to grab Ling Xiao's arm, but, Ling Xiao frowned in disgust and dodged it. Then, unusually coldly, he said, if the two Taoist friends of the Interceptor sect have nothing to do, then leave the Poverty Roads dojo. Right and wrong are many and wrong. The poor Taoist has long since had no intention of debating, so you and the others do well for yourself. Bent in time, tears slid down Cloudy's face. Without any lingering, the two men turned and drifted away. The figure in the sunset pulled a long time. Seems to be the next moment will be extinguished, become a wisp of ash. I hope the Interceptor sect won't pester Poverty Road anymore. Ling Xiao sighed lightly and shook his head. Turning his head to look at the Pure Life Dao Palace, the corners of his mouth gradually rose, restoring some gentleness and smile. Perishable black lotus. Reveal. After a while, Ling Xiao sacrificed the 12 pillars of the world-destroying black lotus, and the rolling demonic chi transformed into raging demonic dragons that rushed up into the sky, dimming hundreds of millions of miles of emptiness. Seeing this, Ling Xiao's mana moved slightly, gradually refining this extreme innate spiritual treasure. As for worrying about whether or not Ancestor Hongjun Dao would think that he had fallen into the devil's path, Ling Xiao was as steady as a mountain. He didn't think that Ancestor Hongjun Dao would be so small-minded. The other side, Yun Xiao, Xiangxia went to Penglai Immortal Island to visit Ling Xiao, and finally wiped tears in defeat. This matter I do not know in which heavenly saints push and pull. Immediately spread all over the flood world. Kunlun Mountain. The Interceptor disciples were indignant, or as if they were frosted eggplants. After all, Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao are all goddesses of ice and purity in the eyes of the disciples of the Interceptor sect, but they are like licking dogs in front of Ling Xiao, and they have to suffer inhuman ravages. The Ling Xiao rebel has no one in his sight and dares to disrespect the two senior sisters, Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao. So I ask eldest senior brother to lead the disciples of my Interceptor sect to suppress them with supreme divine might. Outrageous. If I don't take this revenge, I vow not to be a disciple of the Interceptor sect. From start to finish, it was Zhao Gongming, Ding Wangxian, and a few other senior brothers who egged the two senior sisters on, and they can't be blamed for this. Various voices appeared in the Interceptor sect. For a time, the original up and down the Interceptor church. Surprisingly, because of this matter agitation, Taoist Duo Bao had no choice but to issue a decree that the disciples of the Interceptor sect should not discuss this matter. But the decree of Taoist Duo Bao could not cause the hierarchy disciples to shut up. Ha ha ha. Making a fool of himself, Uncle Tongtian's face has been disgraced by these Interceptor disciples. I have to say, it's really confusing to let that Duo Bao mouse be the head of the Intercept sect. The laughter of the Taiyi master echoed in the sky above the Kunlun mountains. Watching the Interceptor sect suffer defeat made him extremely happy. Since the Tongtian godfather widely accept disciples, the Kunlun mountain has become a chicken and dog. Their hierarchical disciples of the cultivation of the Taoist field is constantly being compressed, and even from time to time will also be subjected to the interception of the outer disciples of the provocations and blank stares. If there was a dispute, the Interceptor disciples would say a few words as if they were flaunting their power. For example, my master Tongtian godfather is in charge of the immortal execution sword formation, which cannot be broken by the four saints, and no heavenly saint in this universal world is his opponent, not even Master Yuan Shi. The disciples of the Hierophant sect are all weak and weak scum. Hearing this, Pu Zianzhanzhan raised his voice and said, "Wet-born ovipositing, cloaked in hair and horns. Where is the qualification to become a disciple of a saint? It is all because of Uncle Tongtian's pity for them. The doppelganger mouse, the weedy golden crow, and the golden-winged dummy are all garbage." The voice was loud and unabashed. Darkness. Burning lamp Taoist looking at this scene. Low voice muttered to himself, "Kunlun mountain, this immortal blessed land, not allowed to intercept these scum defilement." The beginning of Tianzuan consideration of brotherly love is difficult to lay hands on, but the poor road to do their duty. The God-sealing quantum revelation is approaching, so we can't afford to be wishy-washy with the Interceptor sect any longer. As the hierarchy's vice-lord and one of the innate deities, Taoist Lantern Burner was able to realize the true thoughts of the first Heavenly Father and could see a glimpse of the heavenly chances. The separation of the three Qings is a great trend. In that case, why don't we let the Interceptors get the hell out of the Kunlun mountains? Shut up, disrespecting the saints and full of slander. You deserve to die. Finally, filthy words are hard to listen to. The hot-tempered Lu Press took the lead. His body was burning with a blazing sunfire, and the aura of the great Luo Golden Immortal swept and wreaked havoc. The desire to suppress Taiyi and Puxian. The fuse. Lit. Chapter 22, Blood Battle between the two sects. Take the sins of the Interceptor sect and get out of the Kunlun mountains. Boom. Space trembled and mountains crumbled. Taiyi and Puxian teamed up to defend against the raging land pressure, and the escaping mana swept out in all directions, with spiritual flowers and grasses turning into fragments, and birds and beasts scattering in all directions. Miscellaneous golden crow. Foolish and ridiculous. Even if you're at the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, my senior brother and sister aren't persimmons that can be rubbed and pinched at will. 9 Dragon Divine Fire Shield. Taiyi Jinjin urged his magic power, and 9 flaming divine dragons appeared out of thin air. Hideous and terrifying, divine mighty, blocking Lu Press's sun true flame. Pu Xianjinjin also sacrificed his spiritual treasure, and his peak Taiyi golden immortal mana operated to the extreme. Avatars flew and arcane light stirred. The melee of the three immediately drew the attention of the other disciples of the two sects. A steady stream of figures, standing on top of the mountains and clouds, were all watching this scene, and the three people in the center of the battlefield suddenly felt their blood rising, and they no longer cared about anything when they struck. Blood was spilled and the golden crow plume fell. The killing intent in his eyes gradually thickened, while the Taiyin realist also utilized his mouth advantage. All sorts of unpleasant words resounded over the Kunlun mountains, not the least of which were words of insult to Di Jun, Shi He and the others. At that moment, Lu Press was burning with rage and gradually lost his sanity. That's it. Taoist Lantern Burner was secretly observing everything, with a look of conspiracy on his face. Taiyi Jinjin and Pu Xianjinjin, you are reckless. Baby, please turn around. Finally, Lu Pressure's anger completely erupted as he also activated his own spiritual treasure. The immortal cutting flying daggers entwined with bizarre rules, locking onto the Yuanshan of Taiyi realist and Pu Xian realist, turning into streams of light. He attacked and killed towards the two. Crap! The flying dagger of Immortal Chopper is now present. All under the paragon will fall. Taoist Duo Bao said that it was not good, and hurriedly urged many spiritual treasures to block the immortal cutting flying dagger. Zhao Gongming, Golden Winged Rock Eagle, and a host of other Interceptor disciples were also showing fear, and they didn't dare to imagine the consequences of the fall of Taiyi realist and Pu Xian realist. Guang Chengzi and Yu Dingjinjin shouted up, a feeling of powerlessness surging through their hearts. Moment of truth. Taoist Lantern appeared in time. a ruthless color in his eyes. He held the Qiankuan ruler to meet the immortal cutting flying dagger, but the latter was, after all, a supreme treasure of killing and destroying, bizarre and unpredictable, with many changes. Just as the immortal chopper flying dagger was about to cross over Daoist lantern burner and continue to attack realist Tai and realist Puxian, Daoist lantern gritting his teeth, Daoist lantern allowed the immortal cutting flying dagger to be inserted into his chest, and then he temporarily imprisoned it within his own body with the two extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasures, the Qiankuan ruler and the spirit beer lamp. Only, blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth, and his Yuan Shen and true spirit had been affected. Vice priest, Tai realist and Puxian realist rushed forward and held Daoist lantern burner in place. Interceptor Lu Press, unauthorized killings of hierarchy disciples. Against the rules of the Xianmen sect, when the group should rise up and kill the Hierophant disciples, follow the poor Taoist to suppress them. Hiroshige couldn't hold back any longer, sacrificing the seal of heaven. He led the rest of the hierarchy disciples, and then killed Lu Press. Even if Lu Pressure was a great god, for a time he was also losing ground. The sun true flame that wrapped around his body gradually dimmed, and blood spewed out of his mouth like it was no money. Interceptor disciples, kill with me. Zhao Gongming was a fierce man by nature and could not see Lu Press suffer. When he activated the 12C fixing pearls, he led the outer disciples of the Interceptor sect to kill Guan Chengzi and the others, while Daoist Duo Bao, Kong Xian and the others could only be forced to take action. The melee between the Hierophant and Interceptor sects erupted at this moment. No scruples and deadly moves. Stop. You guys need to stop fighting. Daoist light burning lamp spelled out his injuries, and his quasi-saintly aura raged out as a torrent, and he played a little trick to fix Guang Chengzi and other Hierophant disciples, pulling them out of the battlefield. However, the Interceptor disciples were unaffected, and when they saw Guang Chengzi and the others suddenly retreating, they thought they were fearful and scared, so they became even more excited, and their strikes became more and more brutal. In the blink of an eye, injuries fell on the bodies of Guang Chengzi and the others. Stop it! Stop it! Daoist Duo Bao saw the situation clearly and hurriedly blocked the Interceptor disciples whose killing intent was high. When everyone came back to their senses, their hearts stuttered. Just because, the 12 golden immortals, the lantern-burning Taoist, and even Yuan Shi Tianzun's inner disciples, the Nanji immortal Wang and the White Crane Child, all of them had injuries hanging from their bodies, with particularly stifled expressions on their faces. Senior brother Duo Bao, you interceptors have gone too far. First, Lu Press took the initiative to disadvantage Tai and Puxian with the cultivation of the great Luo Golden Immortal, and then he urged the immortal cutting dagger to take their lives, resulting in the serious injury of the burning lamp vice priest. And now he even wants to drive the disciples of the hierarchy 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 of the immortal. In this matter, you will explain to the three saints. Nanji immortal Wang had an iron face as he angrily rebuked Daoist Duo Bao. In the beginning of Tianzuan not certified to become a saint before, he followed the former's side, the identity of the inner disciple, but in the hierarchy of disciples, on the status of only the first seat of the Guan Chengzi can pressure him head. The Nanji immortal Wang had always been a man of high moral standing and charitable nature, but now he was in a rare rage, questioning Daoist Duo Bao with every word. You guys listen to the poor Taoist's explanation. Daoist Duo Bao pretended to be calm and tried to pacify the South Pole immortal Wang, but all that came in return was a cold snort. This time, old man Tai Ching's voice came out. Disciples of the Elucidator sect and disciples of the Interceptor sect, all come to the Jade Void Palace to deliberate. No sadness, no joy, no emotion. However, after hearing the Taoist voice of Tai Ching Laozi, all of them were silent, especially Lu Pressure was as if he was dead, while Tai and Puxian were smug in the dark. In this matter, the hierarchy is in the right. And old man Tai Ching will certainly not be biased in favor of the Interceptor sect. Jade Palace, Laozi Tai Ching, Tianzuan Yuan Shi, and sect leader Tong Tian, were sitting on top of the cloud platform. The instant Lu Press fought with Tai and Puxian, Tianzuan Yuan Shi invited Laozi Tai Ching and sect leader Tong Tian, and the scene that happened next really shocked them. It was a well-known thing that the Hierophant sect and the Interceptor sect did not get along. But, Lu Pressure to lay down a deadly hand. The disciples of the Interceptor Church without mercy. This is the first time in the Kunlun Mountains, the first Heavenly Father and the Tongtian sect master, at this moment, were forcibly suppressing their anger, especially the former, who felt like his face was being rubbed against the ground. With his character of protecting his calf, he wouldn't easily let this matter unravel. A few moments later, the 12 golden immortals of the hierarchy, the lantern-burning Taoist, the South Pole immortal Wang, and the White Crane Child, dragging their bodies full of injuries, stood in the center of the Jade Palace, and on both sides of the main hall were the disciples of the Interceptor sect. Please still make a decision for us, Master. The disciples of the Interceptor sect did not remember the love of their fellow disciples, and took the initiative to start a bloody war and kill us. If we don't kill the leader of the thieves, Lu Press, it won't be enough to calm the anger of the people of the hierarchy, and it won't be enough to save the face of the hierarchy. Guang Chengzi threw his voice and said impassionedly, the Hierophant sect emphasizes rituals and explains the way of heaven, while the Interceptor sect has a religion that is unlike any other and intercepts a ray of heavenly opportunity. Doctrinal differences and conflicting opinions, coupled with the fact that Yuanshi Tianzun was not happy with the style of the Tongtian sect leader, who indiscriminately collected disciples but did not educate them, causing the Kunlun Mountains to be in a mess. The Hierophant disciples were deeply hostile to the Interceptor disciples. Now that the hierarchy is in the right, Guang Chengzi will naturally not make any concessions, and will instead confront and beat up the three saints before them. It was clearly Taiyi and Puxian who were the first to speak out, insulting senior sister Sanshao and several other senior brothers such as Lu Press, and senior brother Lu Press was hot-tempered, which is why he moved. If you all want to be immortal with the Interceptor sect, I, Zhao Gongming, will be the first to satisfy you. There's no need to confront each other face to face here at Sage. How about we see the real thing underhand? The voice was loud and clear, like thunder. Zhao Gongming pointed at Guang Chengzi, and he was roaring with indignation. Shasta! Inside the Jade Void Palace, the disciples of the two sects were dumbfounded and their killing intent continued to coalesce. On the gun deck, Tai Ching Laozi was stoic, eyes and nose watching, while Yuanshi Tianzun and Tong Tian sect master looked at each other, both of them having their own plans. The first Heavenly Father looked down on the crowd and rested his gaze on Taoist burning lamp for a long time. How could he not know what was in the mind of this hierarchy's vice sect master? But he did not point it out. The separation of the three Qings is a great trend. In that case, a long pain is better than a short one. So why not cut the Gordian knot? Kunlun Mountain, which can only accommodate one of the three religions. Slightly straightening his color, Yuanshi Tianzun said in a cold voice, wet-born ovipositing, wearing hair and horns, not knowing the way of heaven, and not being able to be taught. Third brother, these are the disciples you honor. There is simply not a single good thing. What 10,000 immortals come to court and have a religion is all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. These sinful beasts have stirred up the Kunlun Mountains and caused the chickens and dogs to fly. You must give this seat a statement today. Otherwise, take these sinful animals and get out. Chapter 23, The God-Slaying Gun. Wang Shu moved. Panglai Immortal Island. Immortal mist and demonic aura. Ling Xiao was surrounded by flashes of holy splendor, but underneath his seat was the 12th pinnacle black lotus of extinction that was haunted by demonic fire. Silent demonic light. 9 spectral demonic fire. After refining the black lotus of extinction, I control these 2 offensive aptitudes, especially the 9 specters demon flame, which has the ability to burn out the heavens and annihilate the 9 specters, and is also the originating fire of demon ancestor Luo Shu. Now with various means, it's hard for any living being under a great Luo Golden Immortal to be my opponent, and even when facing an enemy at the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal stage, I'll be able to have a chance of decapitating them. Ling Xiao murmured with a calm gaze. Collecting his breath, Ling Xiao looked towards the Pure Life Dao Palace. Wang Shu hadn't come out to show her face so far since she entered it, but Ling Xiao knew that she was meditating and practicing, and those unintentionally escaping Taiyin laws were the best proof of that. The Taoist marriage is mysterious. It might be a beautiful thing if poor Tao and Wang Shu could really make a good marriage. Ling Xiao sighed lightly and looked towards the surging heaven and earth aura. The heavenly Dao Qi was manifested in his eyes, only to see a trace of aura emanating evil and strangeness constantly wandering between the empty heavens and earth, and then staining the yuanshan of a certain living being. Ominous quantities of breath. It can compel the mind and affect the Tao. Even heaven's path saints and quasi-saintly powers couldn't erase it. Witch and demon quantum leap. The 2 clans fight for supremacy. The reason why the 2 races ended up together in the end was because of the effects of the quantum revelation, which immersed them in killing and conquest. The same will be true for the God-sealing quantum leap. Just as Ling Xiao was contemplating, a cold voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Divine Choice Quest Refresh successful. Choice 1, resolve the conflict between the first Heavenly Father and the Tongtian sect leader. Rewarded with an extremely high-quality innate spiritual treasure, the Ancestral Dragon Pearl. Option 2, decisively open the pendulum and let it go. Rewarding the Heaven's Way fierce exotic treasure, the Godslayer Lance. Choice 3, stand up to the 3 Qings and stop them from separating. Rewarded with 9 heavenly breath loams. Hearing the system's voice, Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. Without the poor Tao mediating between the Elucidation sect and the Interception sect, these 2 forces have indeed erupted into conflict.
Now that the separation of the three Qing is the great trend of the heavenly Tao, it won't be long before sect leader Tong Tian will have to leave the Kunlun Mountains with the Interceptor sect in disgrace. According to the history of the flood, Jinhao Island will be the next dojo of the Interceptor sect, and if that seems to be the case, sect leader Tong Tian and Poverty Road will become neighbors. Interesting. Ling Xiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and his Tao heart did not make waves. What has he to do with the Interceptor's self-destruction? After the separation of the three Qing, the God-sealing quantum leap will be opened. When the hierarchy, the Western Church and the human church join forces, the Interceptor Church, even if it has a deep foundation, will absolutely fall apart. System, poor man's choice too. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heavenly Tao Fierce Fury exotic treasure, the God-slaying lance. Within the system space, the deicide gun manifested. Without the slightest hesitation, Ling Xiao immediately took out this Heavenly Tao ferocious exotic treasure, and the infinite killing bloodlight and pure demonic chi broke through the formation barrier of Penglai Immortal Island, piercing through the 9 heavens and clouds. The Heavenly Tao's ferocious foreign treasures came out, causing the winds and clouds to change color and visions to appear. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, what happened? Wang Shu's figure appeared instantly as she inquired worriedly. After sweeping her gaze over the deicide pistol, Wang Shu revealed a stunned expression. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to obtain this fierce fury exotic treasure and to take it out in such a dignified manner. Could it be that Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of Hongjun Daozu's blame? After all, in the battle of Tao and Devil, Hongjun Daozu and Devil Ancestor Luo Shua were immortal, and it took endless means to make Devil Ancestor Luo Shua transform into an extraterrestrial heavenly devil. By chance, this supreme treasure was obtained. Fellow Daoist Wang Shu needn't worry. Poor Taoist is now the East Pole Qinghua Emperor, enjoying the Heavenly Tao's fortune and authority, even if he is in charge of both the God-slaying lance and the world-destroying Black Lotus at the same time. It's not a big deal. Furthermore, the God-slaying lance and the Black Lotus of Extinction are both parts of the 36th piece Chaotic Green Lotus, which only became ferociously famous because of the demon ancestor Luo Shuhu, and I won't fall into the devil's path because of the 2 Devil Dao supreme treasures of the district. Ling Xiao was lighthearted and said to Wang Shu, if it was before he became the East Extremity Cyanide Emperor, he would have hidden the Godslayer Lance and the world-destroying Black Lotus as his bottom cards and waited until the time of life and death crisis to use them. But now, since he was enjoying the honorary position of the Heavenly Emperor of the 6 regions, he could no longer hide his clumsiness. In particular, the Godslayer Lance and the Black Lotus of Extinction were still Devil Dao supreme treasures. Taking it out now to report it at the Hongjun Dao Ancestor and the Heavenly Dao will not cause suspicion when it is used in the future. And as for the Hongmeng Heavenly Measuring Ruler, Ling Xiao will not expose it. As he spoke, Ling Xiao stood up and bowed to the void. Heavenly Dao, Dao Ancestor is above. I, Ling Xiao, as the East Pole Qinghua Emperor, will comply with the general trend of the God-sealing quantum revelation. And even though I am in charge of the Godslayer Lance and the world-destroying Demon Lotus, I am resolute in my Dao, and I will definitely not kill innocents in vain. I still hope that the Heavenly Dao and the Dao Ancestor will be clear about this. The sound of the word rolls in righteousness. Ling Xiao bowed with no distractions under his eyes. He could feel the rules of the Heavenly Dao brushing past his body, but they quickly disappeared. A few moments later, an old voice echoed from the underworld. Granted. Ling Xiao and Wang Shu glanced at each other, both knowing that it was the voice of the Hongjun Dao Father. To this point, the Godslayer Lance and the Black Lotus of Extinction had seen the light of day. The Heavenly Father of Taiyi's saving suffering, swatting away evil demons and ferrying all beings. But now that fellow Taoist Ling Xiao is in charge of the God-slaying lance and the world-destroying Devil Lotus, he has the power of a devil. Ha ha ha. Wang Shu gently covered her red lips and laughed a little. At the bottom of his heart, however, he was really a bit shocked. The pure Yang sword, the God-sealing tablet, the God-striking whip, the God-slaying lance, and the world-destroying Black Lotus were all actually controlled by a Taiyi Golden Immortal mid-stage cultivator. And this matter was simply shocking when placed in the Flood world. Even Heaven's Path Saints were not necessarily as profound as Ling Xiao. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao laughed softly. The 3,000 great roads derive all things. Immortal way, Devil's way are all Dao. The so-called Dao eliminates the Devil's way and the Devil eliminates the Dao. The Dao is high. The Devil is high. In fact, they are all the great Dao following each other. Even though the evil demons are terrifying, compared to those Interceptor disciples of the Interceptor sect who rely on the name of a saint's disciple and then do wrong, it's nothing. The tone was flat, but deafening. Wang Shu's Dao heart also trembled slightly after hearing this. Ling Zhao's comprehension of the great Dao surpassed everyone in the same realm. The palace is getting curious about you. There's no way to repay the favor of saving my life, so maybe I'll just have to give it to you. Wang Shu reveals a gentle expression and comes over to Ling Zhao's side in his astonished gaze.
The two pairs of eyes stare at each other and an ambiguous atmosphere arises. The red lips were slightly open, exhaling like an orchid. A faint fragrance filled Ling Xiao's nose, while Wang Shu's earlobes quietly gave birth to a hint of pink, causing Ling Xiao to tense up inside and gulp. If fellow Taoist Wang Shu is willing, then the poor Taoist cannot be cowed in any way. I wonder if any of the requirements that you said still count now? Brace yourself for the bold and starve the timid. Ling Xiao's heart flinched and directly grabbed Wang Shu's jade hand, his eyes revealing affection as he took the initiative to get close to Wang Shu's pretty face before carefully surveying it. Offensive and defensive aliens. Ling Xiao's actions immediately messed up Wang Shu's Dao. Originally she wanted to tease Ling Xiao, but now she almost gave herself away, so Wang Shu gently withdrew her jade hand before speaking in a calm manner. Nature counts, but if you want to become a Dao couple with this palace, your cultivation is still a bit short. Wang Shu's jade sleeve lightly brushed Ling Xiao's face, and there was a slight playfulness in her tone. Before Ling Xiao could reply, Wang Shu smiled and disappeared in front of him, leaving Ling Xiao alone in the wind. The poor man speaks, and that old cadre withstands such a test? Just cultivate. Ling Xiao sat on top of the world-destroying Black Lotus, and the rest of the spiritual treasures hung in front of him, and along with the Taicho Dao scripture constantly running, the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth gradually surged towards him. God traveled to the Taishu and cultivated with one mind. In this way, the restless thoughts gradually dissipated. This time, within the pure life Dao palace, Wang Shu's head was filled with white mist, almost becoming a steam engine. Her face was blushing and her body was trembling slightly. This palace has been cultivating for billions of years, but it was molested by a junior. No, I have to find a chance to avenge this, or else the prestige of my Taiyin goddess will be damaged. But, if Qing is truly faithful, then there is no need for the so-called heavenly marriage, and I am willing to marry you as a Dao couple. Wang Shu looked towards Ling Xiao, who was cultivating on the top of the mountain, with determination in his tone. The color of the eyes, the softer and softer, moved. Chapter 24, The Three Qings Separate. Re-establishing the heavenly court of the demon race, Kunlun Mountain and Jade Palace. The swords are drawn and the atmosphere is scorched. The words of the first heavenly father made the Tongtian sect master furious, so angry that he could not speak out for a long time. And the disciples of the interceptor sect below were also filled with righteous indignation. Tongtian sect master suppressed his anger and said, Tai and Pu Xian took the initiative to provoke a dispute. Lu Pressure was just losing his mind, which almost caused a disaster. This seat knows the root cause of everything. It's all because the elucidation sect and the interceptor sect's founding ways are contrary to each other. That's why you're trying to rack your brain to suppress me. Wanting me to expel all of my disciples from the sect. Wanting an explanation. This seat will not give it to you. Anger boiled and the Dao rolled. Tongtian Godmaster pointing to Yuan Shi Tianzuan's nose is cursing. Hand side of the Qingping sword clanking. And Baiyu Palace depths are also killing gas rampant. The immortal execution sword formation will appear at any time. Old man Tai Ching turned a deaf ear and had a look of tranquility. Hearing this, the first heavenly father laughed coldly and said, at this point in time, you would be protecting your calf. Ling Xiao for the interception sect bow and scrape to the end of the loss of origin. You will force him to take the initiative to cut off the cause and effect. How can you do nothing at that time? The remnants of the demon race have become the meat and potatoes here. You, Supreme Chang Lingbao Heavenly Father and Heavenly Dao Sage, really have a high vision. In such matters, this seat admits to being inferior to you. But, you give this seat to remember. Your Tongtian sect leader's thin and cool nature has long been exposed, and there will be a day when the Interceptor Church will go up in smoke because of you. Between the words, the first heavenly father waved his jade sleeve lightly, and the immortal cutting flying sword flew out from the body of Taoist burning lamp, and then turned into a stream of light that pierced through Lu Ji's chest, and rigidly chopped off the 5 chi in the latter's chest. What do you think about doing the same thing to others? This scene shocked the crowd. None of the disciples of the Intercept sect expected that the first heavenly father would personally take action against Lu Ji despite his face, and the 12 golden immortals and others in the center of the hall could not lift their smiles. Stifled, helpless, angry, the Interceptor sect has bullied people too much. Uncle Tongtian expelled Ling Xiao from the Interceptor sect in order to set off the God-sealing quantum robbery. The wolfish ambitions of the Intercepting Church are clearly revealed, and we, the disciples of the hierarchy, in accordance with heaven and the way, absolutely cannot let these demons and evil devils do anything wrong. I ask for Master Tai Ching's holy judgment. Huang Chengzi knelt on the ground and stubbornly looked at old man Tai Ching. In the past, when Yuanshi Tianzun and Tongtian sect leader erupted into conflict, it was always Tai Ching Laozi who made the decision from there, but now he didn't listen to it, making Huang Chengzi a bit worried. After all, Huang Chengzi is simple in nature, does not know the twists and turns behind today's matter.
and thought that the first Heavenly Father and the Tongtian sect leader could quickly quell the storm as they did in the past.
Ugh! Taoist lantern burner looked at this scene and sighed softly in his heart. Guang Chengzi didn't comprehend Yuan Shi Tianzun's intentions, and it was really whimsical to think of persuading the two to reunite. Teachable, only acceptable. At the time Tongtian Yu forced Ling Xiao away and let Duobao abolish the heavenly rules of the Interceptor sect. This Interceptor sect went astray. The poor Taoist doesn't want to be involved in your quarrel today, Old Man Tai Ching said indifferently as he watched his eyes and nose. In his words, he still pointed out what the Tongtian sect master was not. Just, as a sage of the heavenly Tao and Lord Tongtian was so arrogant, how could he admit such a mistake? Yes, you guys are noble and marvelous, joining hands to bully this seat. It's not just that you want to drive this seat and the disciples of the Interceptor sect out of the Kunlun Mountains, so if I don't do what you want, won't I be too graceless? From now on, there will be no more 3 Qing orthodoxies or brotherhood in the world. 2 senior brothers. You and others take care of yourself. Sect leader Tongtian lifted the Qingping sword and chopped at his Dao robe. With the rules of the law drifting away, he no longer recognized his brotherhood with Laozi Tai Ching and Tianzuan Yuanshi. And stepping on the Gundai with a group of Interceptor disciples, he then whisked his sleeve and walked out of the Jade Void Palace. In a few moments, the Bijou Palace disappeared. The Interceptor disciples stepped onto the clouds and headed in the direction of Janeo Island in the East Sea. Get out! Get out! Feudal quantum robbery. Hierophantism and Interceptorism are immortal, killing the sky and the earth, the sun and the moon. The first Heavenly Father had known the end for a long time, but he still couldn't contain his anger. Landslides and blackouts. The might of the saints swept across billions of miles, and wherever they passed, living beings trembled and prostrated. Second brother. It's time for the poor Taoist to leave. Tai Ching Laozi was not sad or happy, always looking inscrutable and unruffled. He looked deeply at Yuan Shi Tianzun, and then dropped his gaze on Burning Lamp Taoist. As the head of the 3 purities and the head of all the heavenly saints, wouldn't he have insight into the mysteries of heaven? It was just because of this that he was out of his depth. The big picture, not to be violated. Big brother, go well. The first Heavenly Father sighed and could only allow Old Man Tai Ching to leave. After a long time, the first Heavenly Father said in a deep voice, the separation of the 3 Qing is a great trend. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao maneuvering through it, as early as the period of the Witch Demon Quantum Leap, this conflict would have already erupted. Sect Master Burning Lamp. 12 Golden Immortals. You must not let today's events affect your Tao. Cultivate in silence and wait for the opening of the God-sealing calamity. The words fell. The first Heavenly Father disappeared into the Jade Void Palace, and the crowd quickly dispersed in all directions. For the first time in billions of years, the Kunlun Mountains have become silent and calm. Jinao Island. Bo Palace stands in the center of the island. The Interceptor disciples each choose a palace cave to live. A time when the original vibrant, immortal grass and spiritual flowers swaying fairy blessed land, and now more than a lot of dirty gas. The disciples of the Interceptor sect are mostly postnatal beings. Most of them are descended from the demon race, which is tainted with the demonic aura and the killing sins committed. Even if the cultivation is refined, it can't be washed away, and now all of them have exploded out. Seeing this, the 3 heavens could only shake their heads and sigh. The rest of the Interceptor disciples, on the contrary, had crooked thoughts. Dingguang Xian, Lu Press, Golden-Winged Great Rock Eagle, and Zhao Gongming, the 4 of them gathered together. Their faces wore a look of grief and anger, and their gazes flickered with killing intent. The Interceptor sect, with 10,000 immortals coming to the court, was driven out of the Kunlun Mountains with our tails between our legs. If this vengeance is not taken, how else can we gain a foothold between this heaven and earth? Although Jinao Island is big, there are too many disciples of my Interceptor sect, billions of miles away. Panglai Immortal Island is also a blessed land of immortals, and now it's in Ling Zhao's hands, so why don't we get our hands on it? Lu Shi scanned the crowd, then opened his mouth to inquire. In his heart, suppressed excitement. Panglai Immortal Island to hand. He will be able to openly bring some demonic beings to plan the re-establishment of the demon court. As long as this matter is set, Tongtian sect leader cannot be changed. Originally, Lu Pressure was going to take a slow and steady approach, but San Xiao messed up everything and didn't get to renew his relationship with Ling Xiao, so he had to take a chance. As the words fell, Zhao Gongming was the first to oblige. Ling Xiao dared to poison Sister Qiong Xiao and disrespected Sister Yin Xiao. He is really arrogant and presumptuous. The poor Taoist will take out his anger for the 2 sisters. Immortal blessings and supreme opportunities have always been reserved for the virtuous. Soon, the 4 finalized the matter. With nearly 1,000 inner and outer disciples of the Interceptor sect, Lu Press and the others then headed towards the direction of Panglai Immortal Island in great numbers. Inside the Bo Palace, Tong Tian Godfather sitting on the platform.
Qingping's sword issued a burst of sword sound. Behind the immortal execution sword formation evolved a world. The interception of the church's chi constantly surging. It's hard to remove the karma of killing. Now the only way is to go for broke and use the power of the interceptor sect to resist all the forces of the flood. Even that high and mighty heavenly court. Lu Piao wants to re-establish the heavenly court of the demon race. Perhaps this is an opportunity to break the ice. Sect leader Tong Tian looked serious and muttered. The foundation of the interceptor church is the wet-born ovipositing, hair-wearing horns of the people. If he blocked Lu pressure, it will certainly shake the foundation of the interceptor church. On the contrary, if sect leader Tong Tian were to let things go, he would secure for the interceptor sect those retired demonic powers, such as Shiha, Shangxi, and those few demonic saints who had survived. There are 50 great roads, 49 heavenly derivations, and one of them is vanished. This seat will not be defeated in one fell swoop when the sect intercepts a ray of heaven. Sect leader Tong Tian no longer hesitated and made up his mind. Subsequently, the matter of sect leader Tong Tian's closed-door cultivation and suppression of the interceptor's chi was then spread throughout Janeo Island. In the meantime, outside the chaotic heaven, the purple heavenly palace, ancestor Hongjun Dao manifested from the golden wheel of the heavenly Dao, and the jade saucer of creation hung above his head. Tong Tian, do you really want to disobey the poor Tao? Old, aloof, and with a huff. The big picture is not in disarray, but the small picture is impermanent. In particular, the performance of sect leader Tong Tian had disappointed the heart of ancestor Hongjun Dao. I don't know how much time has passed. Ancestor Hongjun's voice sounded once again. East Extreme Qinghua Emperor Ling Xiao, what secret are you hiding? If you can really obey heaven and answer the Dao, then the poor Tao will descend to give you a marriage and permit Jin Yuanzi to become a saint. Chapter 25, The Godslayer's gun chopped the fixed light immortal. The wind and clouds are changing, and killing intent is rampant. Nearly 1,000 disciples of the inner and outer sects of the interceptor sect, led by Lu Press and the others, exuded a heaven-destroying aura and appeared outside of Panglai Immortal Island. The demonic aura and the fury. Panglai Immortal Island has a destiny with my interceptor sect, and it has a destiny with senior brother Lu Xina. The golden-winged great rock eagle followed beside Lu Press, then said with a hint of flattery, he more or less knew some of Lu Press's plans, so that's why this was such a push for him. If the heavenly court of the demon race is re-established, with his relationship with Lu Press, there must be one of him in the position of demon emperor. Senior brother has a point, with nearly 1,000 fellow sect members of the interceptor sect, as well as our 4 brothers and sisters joining forces. Even if Ling Xiao is in charge of several extremely high-quality innate spiritual treasures, he will definitely not be able to turn any waves. Lu Ji held his head high and the sun true flame blazed around him, dressed in red golden Daoist robes and wearing a purple gold divine crown. He looked mighty and domineering. Behind them, the disciples of the interceptor sect, on the other hand, were talking a lot, all praising Lu Press's divine might, saying that he had the demeanor of Emperor Jun back then. The corners of Lu Ji's mouth were grinning up to his ears when he heard these words. 2 senior brothers. Let's see how poor Tao will summon that traitor Ling Xiao out, daring to strike at senior sister Qiong Xiao. My 12 fixed sea beads will suppress him and make him kneel before us and beg for forgiveness. Once I think of the so-called East Pole Changhua Emperor bowing down and falling to the altar, the grievances in this heart of the poor Taoist dissipated a bit, and even the Taoist heart was cleared. Zhao Gongming laughed out loud, his breath thick and tyrannical, transforming into a torrent that surged out. The 12 fixed sea beads were suspended around his body, in which the might of a world was evolved, while he took one step and looked down on the entire Panglai Immortal Island. Holding his breath, he then shouted in a deep voice, rebellious disciple Ling Xiao, disobedient to his master, disrespectful to the saints, and mutilating his fellow disciples, get the hell out of here for the poor Taoist, or I'll turn this Panglai Immortal Island upside down. Give up Panglai Immortal Island and let us also enjoy the chi of the 6 royal heavenly emperors' honored position, and perhaps the poor Taoist, mindful of his old feelings, can still let you suffer less. The words fell. The interceptor disciples also cried out, with all sorts of obscenities coming out. The center of the island of Panglai. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and his eyes narrowed slightly. Jumping clown, how dare you covet the poor Taoist? It's simply ridiculous. Zhao Gongming, Lu Press, Ting Wangxian, and Golden Winged Rock Eagle. Since you're seeking your own deaths, I won't blame the poor Taoist for being impolite, saving suffering and destroying evil demons. Most of these nearly 1,000 interceptor disciples are people who are burdened with killing karma, so killing them will be considered removing harm from the world's lives. Standing up, the black lotus of extinction hung at his feet, and the Godslayer gun appeared in his hand. The demonic aura was turbulent and murderous. The God seal and the God striking whip shall not be used easily. and although the pure Yang sword is a superb innate spiritual treasure, Ling Xiao has long since erased his memories of the Tao of Shangqing and the Tao of the sword, so this spiritual treasure is also not suitable for bloody battles. Therefore, the only thing that best suited the current him was the exterminating Black Lotus and the Godslayer lance. A dog with a broken spine. How dare it bark before the poor Taoist? You disrespect the heavenly Tao, defy the authority of the heavenly orthodoxy, and commit the scourge of killing, and should be beheaded according to the rules of the heavenly Tao and the heavenly articles. Die! Ling Xiao was unwilling to bother with Zhao Gongming and the others. The Godslayer lance flashed with bloodlight, so he stepped on the Black Lotus of extinction to kill among the disciples of the Interceptor sect, and limbs and broken arms flew all over the sky, and blood and entrails fell from the air, becoming food for the water clans of the East Sea. The reason why he didn't take action against Zhao Gongming, Lu Press, and the others was because Ling Xiao intended to first get rid of the scum among the inner and outer disciples of the Interceptor sect and do his part. As for those Interceptor disciples who did not commit murder, Ling Xiao did not spare them with a soft heart, but rather chopped their cultivation and origin, and even beat them out of their original form. In just the blink of an eye, nearly 100 Interceptor disciples had fallen. Ling Xiao, how dare you, masters and brothers, together! Lu Pressure was enraged, and with the Sun Essence Wheel in hand, he killed Ling Xiao. Immortal Dingguang, who was in charge of the extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure Six Soul Streamer, wrote Ling Xiao's name on one of the streamer tails and was about to necro Ling Xiao's life out of thin air, but he spat out blood from his mouth in the next moment, and his breath became shriveled. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Blood was flowing from the corner of Ting Guangxian's mouth, and his entire body was in a frenzy. If a heavenly Tao saint were to fall prey to the Six Soul Streamer, he would also have to be affected in some way. Whereas Ling Xiao had no qualms about it and even caused him to suffer a backlash. Seeing this, Ling Xiao said with a lingering, indifferent gaze, the poor Tao enjoys the heavenly Tao's fortune and authority, is burdened with a vast amount of heavenly Tao merit, and is in charge of a great Tao that can purify all the evils in the world, which is naturally encompassed by the rules of this Six-Soul Streamer of yours. Since you don't know your own strength, then today I will first take your life with the God-slaying lance in order to correct the heavenly court's honorable authority. The words fell. Ling Xiao's right hand, which was gripping the God-slaying pistol, ignited the 9 ghostly demon flame, and the Black Lotus of extinction under his feet gushed out endless silent demonic light, which converged at the tip of the God-slaying pistol. Heaven and earth lost their colors, and the killing intent was boundless. Even though Ling Xiao was only at the mid-Tai golden immortal stage of cultivation, he was able to stand undefeated in the innate world with the support of the God-slaying lance, so he didn't put the fixed light immortal in his eyes. Boom! Space tore apart and the sound of the Tao was brilliant. Ling Xiao transformed into a stream of light and killed towards the Dingxian immortals. Lu Shi, Zhao Gongming and the golden-winged rock eagle each activated their spiritual treasures and worked the mana in their bodies to the extreme, wanting to block Ling Xiao. Just, time is running out. The 3 great Luo golden immortals failed to stop Ling Xiao. Put. The Godslayer gun was inserted into the chest of Ting Guangxian. Then along with the 9 hells devil flame emitting a burst of demonic sounds, Ting Guangxian's body was shattered and directly turned into pieces. Only the Yuanshan was suspended in the air, and the true spirit within it was shaking. Seal the gods. Collect. With a flip of Ling Xiao's right hand, the god sealing tablet directly unfolded, and under the illumination of the golden light, the Yuanshan true spirit of the definitive immortal was suppressed in the god sealing tablet without any resistance. Immediately afterward, Ling Xiao put the Six-Soul Streamer into the system space and disconnected the connection between this extremely high-quality innate spiritual treasure and the Tongtian sect leader, or else when the latter called, the Six-Soul Streamer would have to return to its original owner. The heavenly Tao Fierce Fiend exotic treasure truly lives up to its name. Under the augmentation of the 9 devil flames and silent demonic light, a peak Tai golden immortal definitive immortal has no power to resist. It's just that Lu Press, Zhao Gongming, and the golden-winged rock eagle won't be so easy to deal with. 3 early-stage great Luo golden immortal powerhouses. Even if I have a supreme treasure in my hands, I still have to be afraid of them. Ling Xiao collected his mana and chopped on the Black Lotus of extinction. Standing tall, he looked down on the 3, his face devoid of any emotion. The Ting Guang immortal deserves to die. If you and the others are bent on angering heaven's might, then I'll blame the poor Taoist for going on a killing spree and leaving the Interceptor sect short of 3 more disciples. Ling Xiao said in a light and breezy manner, sweeping his gaze across. The inner and outer disciples of the Interceptor sect did not dare to meet his eyes. Only Lu Press, Zhao Gongming and the golden-winged rock eagle seemed to be quite calm, only that their hearts were still a little flustered. Ding Guangxian was one of the 7 immortals in the entourage besides sect leader Tong Tian, and now he had just lost, and then his body was disillusioned, and his Yuanshan true spirit had fallen into Ling Zhao's hands.
Now, there are only two downfalls for the fixed light immortal. One of them was ordained by Ling Xiao and became a slave of the heavenly court. The second, being beheaded by Ling Xiao to remove most of his yuanshen, true spirit, and all of his will, and then sent to the underworld to undergo the 18 layers of hell, and finally reincarnate. Either way, it was not something that Zhao Gongming and the others and the Interceptor sect could accept. The golden-winged rock eagle pointed at Ling Xiao and gasped, "Hand over the true spirit of the yuanshen of senior brother Ding Wangxian, or else we won't rest with you. And you don't want to provoke a great war between the Interceptor sect and the heavenly court, do you?" At the same time, Lu Press also roared in a low voice, "I don't know where you got the Godslayer lance and the Black Lotus of Extinction, but both of these spiritual treasures are the greatest treasures of the Devil's Path. Is it not possible that you want to fall into the Devil's Path? Hand over senior brother Ding Wangxian, and then hand over the God-slaying lance and the Black Lotus of Extinction to the saints for safekeeping, and I, the Interceptor sect, can spare your life, or else the various living beings in the flood will put you to death altogether." The atmosphere was heavy in touch and go. After hearing the threats from the two, Ling Xiao stood firm. The Godslayer lance hung in front of him as he strangled the spell. Star-chain prisoner of heaven. The clouds of the 9 heavens became dim, and an ancient star flickered with light and charm. In just an instant, a chain condensed from the star origin swept toward Zhao Gongming, Lu Press, and the golden-winged great rock eagle from all directions. Moreover, Ling Xiao also activated the Black Lotus of Extinction, the infinite silent demonic light and the 9 specters demonic flame blocking space and time. Ling Xiao, what are you doing? Zhao Gongming was a bit flustered, simply because he unexpectedly couldn't break through that one star chain, coupled with the rampant silent demon light and 9 specters demon flame. Even he, a great Luo golden immortal, was incredibly tricky, and Lu Press and the golden-winged great rock eagle were also too busy to take care of themselves. Ha! Ling Xiao sneered and looked at the inner and outer disciples of the Interceptor sect. It is my duty to rid the world of evil, taking the initiative to come up and seek death. Then use your life to pay for the killing you have committed. Chapter 26, Nuwa can also be chopped. Dao couple's marriage exposed. The cold light is sharp. The Ling Xiao gun came out like a dragon, and each strike would harvest the life of a disciple of the Interceptor sect, and while his body was turned into a rain of blood, his yuanshen and true spirit suffered from the burning of the 9 sepulchre demon flame. Anyone who sins deeply is sent to the land of the end of all time by Ling Xiao. These inner and outer disciples of the Interceptor sect were not even qualified to be on the God sealing list, and after they perished, only a remnant soul of their true spirit was guided by the rules of heaven and earth toward the underworld. Baby, please turn around. Lu Shi was anxious. He couldn't watch all of the Interceptor disciples fall, sacrificing his immortal cutting flying dagger. He was about to cut down Ling Xiao. Only a white light appeared steeply, chopping at Ling Xiao's chest with a swift and lightning speed. It's coming on strong and unstoppable. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ling Xiao revolved his mana, so he wanted to block the immortal beheading flying dagger, and he also used the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler to guard his yuanshen and true spirit so that he wouldn't be harmed. Humph. At the critical moment, Wang Shu appeared at Ling Xiao's heels, with just a flick of his jade sleeve. The laws of Taiyin transformed into a barrier to block the immortal cutting flying blade, followed by a powerful aura that lifted Lu pressure, Zhao Gongming, and the golden-winged rock sculptor out of the air. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Xiao dodged and then arrived behind Lu Ji, intending to stab him through with the Godslayer lance. Let it be forgiven. East Extreme Qinghua Emperor, this Lu pressure is after our palace's deceased. You have both beheaded so many disciples of the Interceptor sect, you should also be demoralized, right? A figure appeared between heaven and earth. It's too elegant to be played with. It was none other than Nuwa, the holy mother of the human race and one of the demon emperors of the once demon heavenly court. Saints of the heavenly Tao must not easily meddle in the affairs of the flood. Is it hard to believe that Nuwa wants to disobey the heavenly Tao and the Tao ancestor and make karma with the heavenly court? Ling Xiao tightened his grip on the deicide gun and raised his head in question. Fierce aura and murderous blood light dazzled him as he straightened his spine, his calm eyes carrying killing intent, not putting Nuwa in his eyes in the slightest. In the midst of the quantum revenge of sorcerer and demon, Nuwa let the demon race slaughter the human race, and if not for Ling Xiao leading some of the disciples of the Interceptor sect to resist, the killing would have spread to the entire human race. But even so, 90% of the human beings were slaughtered. From then on, the human and demon races were not on opposite sides. On the contrary, Nuwa was receiving offerings from the human race while also enjoying the chi of the demon race. With regards to this heavenly Tao saint, although Ling Xiao did not have any malicious intent, he definitely could not mention any good feelings. Upon hearing this, Nuwa's red lips slightly opened as she faintly said, "This palace has no intention of disobeying the heavenly Tao or the Tao ancestor. I just want you to let Lu pressure live." Say it. With a slight movement of Nuwa's holy might, Lu Press and those demonic followers of the inner and outer disciples of the Interceptor sect instantly disappeared, leaving only Zhao Gongming, the golden-winged rock eagle, and fewer than 100 other people staring at each other in disbelief. The Heavenly Tao's ferocious foreign treasure can injure saints. I didn't expect the deicide gun to fall into your hands, but don't try to show off with everything or you'll be asking for trouble. Nuwa's indifferent voice sounded once again, and then her figure became illusory. Seeing the situation, Ling Xiao raised his voice and said, "Where demonic beings dare to scourge the world and brew a killing scourge patience, the poor Taoist not fixed only chopping not to be spared. If Saint Nuwa is bent on having her own way, repeatedly sheltering and favoring this mongrel golden crow, Lu Press, then I will not blame the poor Tao for not caring about your face. If the heavenly Tao saints are not worthy of their virtue, then behead them." These words resounded through the eastern sea. Ling Xiao didn't give Nuwa any face at all, instead rebuking and threatening her. Where was the respect for a saint? Thunder rolled, and the wind and clouds lost their colors. Nuwa descended a monstrous holy might, and then she wanted to inflict punishment on Ling Xiao. Right at this moment, in the direction of the Manhwa mountain, 2 channels of mana wrapped in the supremacy of heaven and earth protected Ling Xiao. Fellow Daoist Nuwa, if you don't want to be shameless, then none of you will have a good time. Jin Yuanzi's voice was laced with sulkiness as he directly pressed Nuwa's face to the ground and rubbed it against the ground. The golden light of heaven's Tao of merit and virtue that rose to the heavens, manifesting his divine might. The earth book manifested, connecting the immortal blessings and earth veins of the flood world. As long as Jin Yuanzi moved, the entire flood world would fall apart. And at that time, karma would not only befall him, but would also cause Nuwa to fall from her position as a heavenly sage. Crazy. The holy might dissipated, and Nuwa cursed angrily. Then, it disappeared. Many thanks to immortal Jin Yuan, Senior Red Cloud, for his timely intervention. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, then made a Dao bow and saluted in the direction of Mount Wanshou. Spin. A kind and benevolent voice came. What's the point of lifting a finger? When will you introduce the goddess Tai Yin to Poverty Road and Hongyun? I have had a realization from the Heavenly Tao's supreme principle, and Ancestor Hongjun has also sent down a feeling that you have a Tao couple's marriage bond. Ha ha. The sound of the word echoed and then faded. Ling Xiao looked at Wang Shu, only to see the latter's pretty face slightly red. Thank you for helping me block the immortal beheading flying dagger just now. Ling Xiao pretended to be calm and gently nodded at Wang Shu. This palace will go back to cultivate first, Wang Shu said to himself, not paying any attention to Ling Xiao at all, and in the blink of an eye, he returned to the Pure Life Tao Palace. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had his heart pounding. Tao couple marriage, Tao ancestors charm. Nice. Chaotic demon god, forbidden by the heavenly Tao of the flood and Hongjun Tao ancestor. Even if Ling Xiao helped Wang Shu to cleanse her body of all kinds of ominous rules, that wouldn't be able to be fully recognized by the Hongjun Taoist ancestor. And now that she was only in the middle stage of paramount sainthood, she wouldn't be ostracized by the Hongjun Taoist ancestor. However, the chaotic demon god followed the footsteps, which meant that sooner or later Wang Shu would witness the way of the mixed world, and at that time, whether she was favorable or unfavorable to the flood, she would be expelled by Hongjun Tao ancestor. But now, Ancestor Hongjun had personally sent down a sense to Jin Yuanzi, saying that Wang Shu and Ling Xiao had a Tao couple marriage. That also meant that as long as they concluded a good marriage, then Wang Shu would be able to gain a complete foothold in the flood world. After all, Ling Xiao was the East Pole Qinghua Emperor, and his future creation was bound to the heavenly Tao. Senior brothers, let's go. Zhao Gongming finally reacted and was about to leave with the golden-winged rock eagle and the remaining interceptor disciples. Footloose, the wind is tight and tugging and whistling. The interceptor disciples of the Lu Press and demon followers had Nuwa to shelter them, but their master, sect leader Tong Tian, didn't show up from the beginning, which made Zhao Gongming's heart panic to death. Furthermore, Wang Shu, a quasi-saint powerhouse, was on Panglai Immortal Island, and he didn't want to provoke Ling Xiao again. Did the poor Taoist let you go? Disobeying the heavenly Tao, disrespecting the heavenly court, and acting recklessly in front of the Poverty Road's dojo. Who gave you the guts? By the edict of the Eastern Extreme Qinghua Emperor, the poor Taoist invokes the thunderbolt punishment to suppress you and the others as a warning to others. Ling Xiao's tone was calm, but there was a hidden murderous intent in it. The heavenly Tao Qi Yun and the heavenly Tao Merit Golden Will immediately appeared behind him out of thin air, only to see that the pure young sword had been held in his hands at some point. And then with the help of his own heavenly Tao authority, he invoked heavenly punishment. A pool of lightning punishment ripped through the void. Blood light flashed, destroying the sky and the earth. Gengjin divine thunder, heart demon thunder punishment. Even in the depths of that thunder pool, Zhao Gongming and the others saw a purple heavenly divine thunder, with a deep purple light that regaled their hearts and made them shiver. Ling Xiao, you can't do this. If anything happens to us, you will never get away with it. The golden-winged great rock eagle gulped and said with strong support on its trembling legs, while inwardly praying for rescue from the Tongtian sect master or Kong Xian and the others. For the first time since its birth, the golden-winged rockbird had a premonition of its impending fall. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao lightly laughed. Don't think that the poor Taoist doesn't know the calculations you guys are playing. Sect leader Tongtian wanted to secretly calculate, so he passed down the decree of his own seclusion. Who would have thought that stealing a chicken wouldn't be enough? If he didn't want his face to come out, then the poor Taoist would be able to let you all live. But now, you and others will atone for your sins before this Penglai immortal island. Without the slightest hesitation, Ling Xiao activated his mana. Moment. The thunder pool poured down, drowning both Zhao Gongming and the golden-winged rock eagle. The rest of the interceptor disciples, all those who had committed grave sins, had long since gone up in smoke, and the rest had already suffered from Ling Xiao's disciplinary actions, so he didn't allow them to suffer any more undeserved calamities. No! Zhao Gongming roared and urged the 12 sea-fixing pearls to break free, but in the next instant his spirit treasure flew into Ling Xiao's hands and then disappeared. The golden-winged rock eagle's yin and yang diatonic vase was similarly taken away by Ling Xiao. After doing so, Ling Xiao looked at the bewildered and frightened inner and outer disciples of the interceptor sect and a thought appeared in his mind and then went out of control. Ting Wangxian, Zhao Gongming, and the golden-winged rock eagle disrespected the heavenly Tao and plagued the world, so their crimes should be punished. But the heavens have the virtue of good life, and the poor Taoist is willing to give them a chance. It's just that in the bloody battle just now, the poor Taoist suffered heavy injuries needing compensation from the interceptor sect, and I see that the Qingping sword has a destiny with me. If the interceptor sect wants to settle karma with Poverty Road, then use the Qingping sword too. Chapter 27 Interceptor Reaction. Cutting off the Qingping sword, Biyo Palace. Kong Xian's face was unsightly, killing intent in his eyes. Ling Xiao did not hesitate to use the heavenly Tao authority to suppress the golden-winged rock eagle, a move that was tantamount to categorizing it as a demonic evil, which invariably affected the Phoenix clan's chi, and even he was affected. Even though the golden-winged rock eagle has all sorts of faults, it's not Ling Xiao's turn to punish this rebellious disciple. Now that senior brother Gongming and the golden-winged rock eagle have been subdued under the thunder pool, and senior brother Ting Wangxian is in danger, may I ask how we should deal with this matter? Kong Xian asked in a deep voice, looking toward Taoist Duo Bao, Holy Mother Wu Dang, and the others. Tongtian Godfather closed retreat, combing the intercepted religion of luck. Not as a last resort will not appear, otherwise the face of the saint will be gone. Nowadays, the affairs of the interceptor sect are all handled by Taoist Duo Bao, the eldest senior brother, with the remaining several personal disciples assisting him. Turtle Spirit Holy Mother's face was as cold as frost as she spoke out in agreement. Ling Xiao is in charge of the God-slaying lance and the world-destroying Black Lotus. He has already fallen into the devil's path, and will become a devil that will wreak havoc on the lives of all living things. The only way to suppress him is to rise up as a group and attack him. It's just that Penglai Immortal Island has the Taiyin goddess Wanshu sitting on the island, and this mid-mixed golden immortal powerhouse can't be easy to deal with. So as long as we injure Ling Xiao, she'll have no qualms about striking out. And what's even more tricky is that if Master Teacher is unfavorable to Ling Xiao, he'll also attract the threat of Jin Yuanzi and Taoist Red Cloud. So right now, my interceptor sect is really stuck in a quagmire. Anger, chagrin, regret. The Turtle Spirit Sacred Mother hadn't expected that the interceptor sect would lose 3 of its top cultivators, as well as several hundred inner and outer disciples before the God-sealing quantum heist had even opened. The culprits were even the rebels of the interceptor sect. At this moment, a thought welled up in the mind of the Holy Mother of the Turtle Spirit. What would it be like if Ling Xiao was still in the Intercept Church? Can it be that my interceptor sect really wants to compensate Ling Xiao with the Qingping sword? Yun Xiao questioned the crowd with a cold voice. Lu Piao, Zhao Gongming and the others went AWOL and went to find Ling Xiao's trouble. This was an unspoken thing amongst the disciples of the interceptor sect, and even sect leader Tong Tian acquiesced to this matter under the pretext of being in seclusion. But the results were poor. The entire interceptor sect was now in a passive state. The Qingping sword is one of Master Teacher's original treasures. Can it be occupied by that curmudgeon Ling Xiao? Poor Tao will now head to the Immortal Execution Sword formation and have an audience with Master. Taoist Duo Bo was enraged, then headed deeper into Baiyu Palace. The moment, the Immortal Exorcism Sword formation. The sword intent was monstrous, and the blood light appeared. Tongtian Godfather sitting on the top of the platform, opposite the graceful Manhwa. The two seem to be unperturbed. In fact, there is anger hidden burning in the chest. Everything, all because of Ling Xiao. With her red lips slightly open, Manhwa said faintly, Ling Xiao disrespects the saints, defies the heavenly authority, and frankly says in public that he will behead this palace. Senior brother Tong Tian has really cultivated a rebellious disciple. Originally, this palace didn't care to get involved in the matter of the God-sealing quantum revelation, but that Ling Xiao is very ambitious, so I'm willing to join forces with you, senior brother, to deal with the aggressive Ling Xiao and the heavenly court. Among the saints of the flood, the three pristine ones are honored. Nuwa and Jain are not on par with each other, and Junti is at the bottom of the list. After the fall of the quantum revelation of the sorcerer and the demon, the heavenly chi that Nuwa had reigned with the help of the demon celestial court continued to decline, and both the speed of cultivation and the heavenly authority were leaving her. Now add to that the fact that Ling Xiao had offended her, so she wanted to scheme and calculate. Upon hearing this, sect leader Tong Tian said with an iron face, Ling Xiao has already taken the way of death. If not for the fact that he has the blessing of Jin Yuanzi and Taoist Red Cloud, this seed will certainly thwart his bones and ashes, in order to rectify the authority of the Interceptor Church. It's just a pity that the Tao ancestor gave him the God sealing list, the God striking whip, and also ordained him as the East Pole Qinghua Emperor, which makes it very difficult for us to intervene in the affairs of the heavenly court any longer, so we can only plot our fortunes in this God sealing quantum revenge. This seat only has one question right now. Will the remaining demon race be able to hold up the demon court? When a saint is angry, heaven and earth shake. Ling Xiao had strongly killed the Ding Guangxian and suppressed his Yuanshan true spirit in the God sealing tablet, and Zhao Gongming and the golden winged rock eagle were still in his hands, so the Tong Tian sect leader didn't dare to act rashly. Since the departure of Ling Xiao, the cause and effect of killing will be constantly stained in the interception of the church's chi above. Even if the Tong Tian sect master to the great Tao merit scrubbing, but also can only barely slow down the speed of its cohesion. Plugging is better than combing. If Lu Press established the demon court, then he would be able to channel these killing karma onto the demon court's chi, and then sect leader Tong Tian would be able to reduce some of the pressure, as well as make Nuwa and himself the most solid allies. Sect leader Tong Tian knew that this senior sister's ambition was not in the least below his own. The Kuan-Pang old ancestors placed this palace only needs to coerce and entice, and he will honestly join the demon court. There are still 4 of the 10 great demon marshals who are far away in the depths of the starry sky, and as soon as the demon court is re-established, they will come to join them. Shiha and Shangxi are not idle people. With them suppressing the stars, the heavenly court can't make any waves. In fact, this palace is more concerned about, and the golden-winged rock eagle and Kong Xian. Their back is from the ferocious beast quantum robbery on the inheritance of the Phoenix clan. If you can become the mainstay of the demon court, the sound of the Tao bursts forth, and the rhythm of the Tao runs deep. In just a few words, Nuwa informed sect leader Tong Tian of the demon race's depths and her plans. The saints of the heavenly way are not to be insulted. Under Jin Yuanzi's coercion, Nuwa returned in defeat with her face damaged. With all the karma and hatred, Nuwa didn't want it to become her own heart demon, so the only way to make her Tao clear was to count Ling Xiao to death and turn the heavenly court upside down. Disciple Duo Bao, I beg to see master. Outside of the immortal execution sword formation, the voice of Taoist Duo Bao resounded steeply. Enter. Sect leader Tong Tian spat out a word in a deep voice, and soon Taoist Duo Bao appeared in the center of the immortal execution sword formation with his feet stepping on the void. His eyes rippled for a moment, but he quickly collected his shock. Greetings to master. Greetings to Uncle Nuwa. Making a Taoist bow, Taoist Duo Bao then slowly said, the traitor Ling Xiao insulted the saints, mutilated my interceptor disciples, and developed greed for master teacher's Qingping sword, so please teach me how to deal with this matter. Throwing his voice with hatred, Taoist Duo Bao regretted that when Ling Xiao and the interceptor sect severed their karma, he had let this thieving son leave Luan Koan Mountain. If Ling Xiao had been strangled in the cradle, the current interceptor sect wouldn't be in so much trouble. Ling Xiao has Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud Taoist blessing. This palace thinks that we can't act recklessly, otherwise Jin Yuanzi will threaten with the flood vein again. Please also ask brother Tong Tian to give up his spiritual treasures and exchange the Qingping sword for the golden-winged rock sculptor, Zhao Gongming, and Ding Guangxian, and also make Ling Xiao make a promise that he shall no longer rely on Jin Yuanzi and Taoist Red Cloud to do any more wrong. Just in case, you and I will go forward to the 5 truthful monks and reason with those 2 Taoist friends. A dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. Nuwa was still thinking about the Phoenix clan behind the golden-winged rock eagle, so he was unwilling to watch it be suppressed by Ling Xiao all the time. Thus he could only let the Tong Tian sect leader endure the pain. A Qingping sword, in exchange for 3 disciples, 6 soul streamers, 12 sea beads, and the yin and yang 2 chi bottles, and also allows Jin Yuanzi and Taoist Red Cloud to stop meddling in Ling Xiao's affairs. Why not? That rebellious disciple is a pure White Lotus follower. Coveting this seat's Qingping sword is certainly to enhance the origin hammering the base and the follower. Can't it be that we want to raise a tiger? Tong Tian sect leader's teeth healed a little pain. He was really a little hard to part with. The Qingping sword, as one of his innate treasures, could bring his sword Dao to the extreme. So if he just gave it away, wouldn't it make a mockery of the living beings of the flood? Senior brother is in charge of the immortal execution sword formation and many superb innate spiritual treasures. How can he jeopardize the grand plan for the sake of a Qingping sword? Kong Xian's focus on cultivation is definitely unwilling to get involved in the affairs of the demon race. So only the golden-winged rock eagle can be driven by us. The Qingping sword in exchange for the support of the Phoenix clan. Why not? Nua's eyes burned as she gazed at sect leader Tong Tian and said. Daoist Duo Bao's heart was in turmoil. He really didn't expect that Nua's and sect leader Tong Tian's scheming would be so deep that it even involved the Phoenix clan. Just the thought of the Qingping sword falling into Ling Zhao's hands, Daoist Duo Bao was a little heartbroken. So to speak, his liver and gall bled. Just, with a ruthlessness in his heart, sect leader Tong Tian directly severed the connection between himself and the Qingping sword. After that, he instructed Daoist Duo Bao. Disciple honors master's orders and will definitely bring back the three senior brothers. Daoist Duo Bao put away the Qingping sword and then headed outside the immortal execution sword formation. Sect leader Tong Tian and Nua, their figures gradually became illusory. The two traveled to the Wuzhuangguan. Chapter 28, What is sealing the gods? Kissing Wang Shu lightly. The island of Panglai is surrounded by immortal mist. Ling Zhao's feet stepped on the black lotus of extinction, and the god's sealing tablet hovered in front of him, emitting a dazzling golden light. Below, thunder tyrannized. Countless shackles bound Zhao Gongming and the golden-winged rock eagle. The former was not stained with much killing karma, but the latter was sinful, and now continuously emitted wailing sounds. Nuwa, despite the loss of face, wants to save Lu Piao and those demonic followers of the interceptor disciples, so she must have some plans. Only that the poor Taoist doesn't know what kind of bad water she's holding in her stomach. Ling Xiao stared at the god's sealing list, then rubbed his chin in thought. 3 emperors and 5 emperors period. The religions for the human emperors master of the honorary position and fought, and the human race also broke out in a destructive bloodbath. Especially to Xuanyuan's and Qiyu's predestined war is the most intense. Billions of living beings have fallen, and karma is entangled. This was the root cause of the quantum revenge of the seal of the gods, but the sages refused to send their disciples to serve in the heavenly court, and this matter was the trigger for the quantum revenge of the seal of the gods. Now that Ding Guangxian was suppressed by Ling Xiao in the god sealing list, he did not have any thoughts of ordaining him as a god or goddess, simply because long-eared Ding Guangxian was not a good thing and he did not want the heavenly court to become a garbage shelter, to rule over all things in the 3 realms and act on behalf of heaven. In Ling Zhao's planning, the heavenly court was to be located above all the heavenly Dao saints, so as to convince all living things to worship, so that all the heavenly Dao saints would have to bow down. The heavenly Dao saints referred to here did not include Hongjun Dao ancestor, or Jin Yuanzi, who had been kind to Ling Xiao. Jin Yuanzi's path and homecoming, Ling Xiao has long thought about. Only need to find a suitable opportunity to discuss with Hao Qian, and then report it in the heavenly Dao and Hongjun Daozu. It will take at least a few hundred more years before the god-sealing quantum heist truly opens, during which time I will scheme the golden lotus of merit and virtue, the red lotus of karmic fire, as well as the Qingping sword, the Tai whisk, and the 3 treasures of the jade ruins, among other treasures, into my hands. Only by allowing my own heel to metamorphose into the 36 pure white lotus will I be able to shape the product rank to surpass the great Luo 3 flowers of ancestor Hongjun Dao, the 3 purities and the others when I certify to the great Luo golden immortal, and have the substance and comprehension to step onto the top of the great Dao. Now it's up to the Tongtian sect master and the interceptor sect to get on board, or else Zhao Gongming and the others will have no choice but to go up to the heavenly chopping platform to take a walk. Ling Zhao's eyes were deep as he plotted in his mind. Right now, his heel was the 24th pure white lotus, which was comparable to the top innate deities. But even if his cultivation speed and enlightenment were far superior to the next person, time was always a bit too late. Furthermore, Ling Xiao focused on polishing his foundation and was unwilling to force a breakthrough by virtue of heavenly qi and merit, which in turn slowed down the advancement of his realm. Therefore, the only way Ling Xiao would be willing to break the shackles of his realm and become a great Luo golden immortal was by molding the heel of the 36 pure white lotus. Ling Xiao, Taoist Duo Bao's feet stepped on the auspicious clouds, with all kinds of spiritual treasures hanging from his body, and finally arrived at Panglai Immortal Island. After seeing the miserable state of Zhao Gongming and the golden-winged rock eagle, Taoist Duo Bao's anger boiled up and the Qingping sword in his hand clanked, itching to chop Ling Xiao into mush. However, the task given to him by sect leader Tong Tian did not allow him to be so reckless. The poor Taoist has come to settle his karma with you by order of the sage. Release Ding Guangxian, Zhao Gongming, and the golden-winged rock eagle. and return their treasures to their original owners as well, and then make an oath of the heavenly Tao, and I'll hand over the Qingping sword to you. The heavenly Tao saints do not easily meddle in the great powers and affairs of the flood, and you can no longer rely on Jin Yuan de Xian and Taoist Red Cloud to run amok. And even if you are facing a crisis of falling, you can't turn to them for help. Taoist Duo Bao sunk his voice and spoke to Ling Xiao. As soon as he came up, he made numerous demands. Jin Yuanzi used the Earth Book to communicate with the Earth veins of the flood, and at the drop of a hat, he was going to destroy the flood Earth and bring the heavenly saints with him to a double defeat, a karma that no one could afford. That's why sect leader Tong Tian and Nuwa came up with this plan, and the former was willing to endure the pain. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao let out a light laugh. His heart was as clear as a mirror. Sect leader Tong Tian was just jealous of Jin Yuanzi's technique of dying together. That's why he would be false to him. But this kind of thing couldn't be done too many times, or else it would cause the wrath of all the heavenly Tao saints. Ling Xiao is now expected to be accompanied by Shu, and doesn't need to bother Jin Yuanzi and Taoist Red Cloud to worry about him. He just needs Jin Yuanzi to accumulate enough reserves and then certify to sainthood. At that time, sect leader Tong Tian wouldn't dare to be unfavorable to himself. Thus, Ling Xiao pretended to be contemplative and slowly said, "Poor Taoist agreed to fellow Taoist Duo Bao's conditions, and I'm only making this deal with the Interceptor sect because of the fact that the Qingping sword and I have a destiny. The next time something like this happens, I'm going to strictly follow the heavenly laws of law enforcement." Immediately after, Ling Xiao made a heavenly Tao oath to show his sincerity. Although the 6 soul streamers, 12 sea beads, yin and yang 2 air bottles and other treasures were good, these spiritual treasures were tainted with great karma, so he couldn't just keep them for himself. Tong Tian sect leader took out the Qingping sword in the name of compensating Ling Xiao, which is the proper process, and Ling Xiao doesn't have to bear any karma. Release the fixed light immortal and the other masters. Taoist Duo Bao casually flung his hand and the Qingping sword flew towards Ling Xiao. Fellow Taoist pain in the ass. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth rose slightly as he put the Qingping sword into the system space. Only after ensuring that there was no abnormality in this extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure would he refine it. With both hands pinching the spell, the arcane light of the God Sealer flashed. The definitive light immortal in the state of Yuanshan true spirit was like grasping a life-saving straw as he flew directly behind Taoist Duo Bao. At the same time, the thunder in the vast sea water disappeared out of thin air, and Zhao Gongming and the golden-winged rock eagle broke free from their shackles and gained freedom at large. It was just that the golden-winged rock eagle's breath was shriveled, its meridians and chi and blood were damaged, and it was still drowsy, with only its eyes burning with the fury of hatred and killing intent. Things return to their rightful owners and karma is cleared. With a slight movement of Ling Xiao's mind, spiritual treasures such as the 6 soul streamers, the 12 sea pearls, and the yin-yang dual chi vase fell into the hands of Ding Guangxian and the others. The heavenly plane moves slightly, and cause and effect are dispersed. Without the blessings of Jin Yuan de Xian and Taoist Red Cloud, the poor Taoist would like to see what other cards you have? With those spiritual treasures on your body, and that Taiyin goddess Wangshu in the middle stage of the mixed golden immortals, you won't be able to make much of a splash. Taoist Duo Bao sneered a few times and left with the remaining 3. Ha! Ling Xiao snorted and laughed coldly. Wangshu was in charge of the Taiyin Avenue, and it wouldn't take much time for him to regain his peak cultivation of the mixed golden immortal, so as long as the Tong Tian sect leader didn't do anything himself, who could go against him in this flooded world? Interceptor mixed, Lu Press, Duo Bao Taoist and others are not oil lamp. I think it won't be long before they will make something wrong again, but the poor road has its own response. The rest of the 4-6 imperial dignitaries cannot be moved for the time being, and only by letting the first heavenly father and old man Tai Ching see the potential of the heavenly court can we bring the hierarchy and the human sect together a little bit as a way of obtaining the 3 treasures, the Jade Ruin, and the Tai Duster, the Golden Lotus of Merit and the Red Lotus of Karma Fire. We still have to look for opportunities to get our hands on them. Ling Xiao smiled calmly and turned towards the nonpareil peach fruit tree, where Wang Shu had been waiting for a long time. With an elegant figure and a dusty temperament, in the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao was sitting on top of a rattan chair, tasting spirit wine and innate spirit fruits, the pure life creation Tao and divine mind insight into the Qingping sword in the system space. Seeing that it did not have any abnormalities, Ling Xiao then took out this extreme innate spiritual treasure and placed it on top of the jade table in front of him. You even dared to threaten sect leader Tong Tian, and even counted his innate treasure over. You're really bold. Wang Shu held his forehead and laughed helplessly. Ever since she met Ling Xiao, she had developed a strong interest in this East Pole Qinghua emperor. Originally, she thought that Ling Xiao would already be invincible by ruling the pure life creation Tao. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would shock her repeatedly next? Now, it was even more untainted by karma to obtain the Qingping sword.
The Tongtian sect leader's honorable authority and face was simply thrown inside a latrine by Ling Xiao and then had to be constantly rubbed against it. It's not that you're protecting the poor Taoist. Jin Yuan Daxian and Red Cloud Sr. can no longer shelter me, but you can't just ignore me, or else I'll go up in smoke before the Dao couple marriage is honored. Ling Xiao pretended to be nervous and grabbed Wang Shu's jade hand. Her face was slightly red and she was breathing heavily. Wang Shu wanted to pull out, but Ling Xiao didn't let go, so she could only stop. You can't go too far. Wang Shu's tone became extremely gentle as she watched Ling Xiao come up to her, the two of their faces seeming as if they were going to stick together in the next moment. In Wang Shu's shocked gaze, own red lips, feel the hot temperature. Chapter 29, The Husband Protecting Wang Shu. The demon court was re-established. Clank, clank, clank. The sword roared and ripped through space. Ling Xiao held the Qingping sword. A green light blossomed out. A thick sword intent surged out, and a green lotus appeared out of thin air in the sky above Panglai Immortal Island. The Qingping sword fits with Poor Tao's origin. This is how I was able to comprehend the green lotus sword Dao, and now even if I don't use the Godslayer lance, I'll be able to cut down strong enemies like the definitive light immortal. Ling Xiao muttered and collected his mana. The Qingping sword turned into streams of light and flew into his body. While he skillfully sat on top of the rattan chair, Wang Shu stood behind him, gently kneading and massaging with her jade hands, the cool taste instantly penetrating deep into his soul. A kiss to seal the deal. Since that time, Wang Shu has become more and more gentle with Ling Xiao, and no longer resists any physical contact. Just want to really conclude a couple marriage, or some too early, but between the two people obviously a lot less strange and disconnection. Everything is unspoken. Water to the channel. During the time you were cultivating the Green Lotus Sword Dao, the Interceptor sect and the demon race were not idle. The golden-winged rock eagle traveled to the Nanming volcano, and the demon race's great powers that were far away in the depths of the stars gradually descended on Fengqi Mountain. If this palace is not mistaken, the demon race and the Interceptor sect want to push Lu Press to the position of demon emperor and are afraid that this demon heavenly court is going to reappear in the world. Wang Shu allowed Ling Zhao's head to rest on her breasts. Her red lips slightly opened and she said in a gentle tone, as a mixed golden immortal mid-stage power, she should have been high above, but in front of Ling Xiao cannot mention what frame. The nature of the opposite is more and more gentle and soft, so that Ling Xiao more and more like. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao said indifferently, poor Taoist originally thought that sect leader Tongtian and Nuwa had some sort of strategy to deal with this. I didn't realize that in the end, they came up with this dim trick. It's really saddening. Lu Pressure is the son of Emperor Jun and can carry the demon race's chi, and now that his ambitions have been exposed, it's only natural to re-establish the demon court. But the Phoenix clan is also involved. This golden-winged rock eagle is really filial na. The moment he enrolled Lu Press into the Interceptor sect, Ling Xiao knew that this son was not a peaceful master. At that time, Ling Zhao's plot was to use Lu Press to pressure the heavenly court in the God-sealing quantum revelation, and if the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother went too far, then Lu Press would be pushed into the position of the Lord of the Heavenly Court. But later, the world was so cool that he was forced to sever his karma with the sect of the Interceptors, and then he was favored by the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother and became the East Pole Qinghua Emperor. Now, of course Ling Xiao had to put the interests of the Heavenly Court first. It is just that the Phoenix clan, which was actually crippled by the golden-winged rock sculptor's lulling, is also going to join the demon court that is about to be re-established, which really makes Ling Xiao a bit shocked. Fengqi Mountain was once the dojo of Nuwa and Fushi, and now it's about to become the lair of the demon race, which means that Nuwa is also going to come down to reckon with the God-sealing measure. I have to say, these disciples of ancestor Hongjun Dao are not simple, Wang Shu said softly, his eyes glowing with a deep light. The conversation turned and came to Ling Zhao's ear to exhale. But don't worry, if those demon race's great Luo golden immortals and paramount saints dare to be unfavorable to you, then this palace will definitely stab this sky through. The words fell. Ling Zhao's heart fluttered and he immediately reached out and pulled Wang Shu into his arms. You are quite protective of your husband. Immediately, immortal mist, hazy and ambiguous. The other side, at the top of Fengqi Mountain, the demonic aura rushed to the sky. Countless demonic beings were entrenched within hundreds of millions of miles of Fengqi Mountain. Lu Ji was dressed in a red gold emperor's robe, wearing a purple gold divine crown, with the sun true fire transformed into divine patterns flowing from his body, and the aura of the early stage of the great Luo golden immortal stirred out. Beside him was the golden-winged rock eagle who wore a yin-yang emperor's robe and was in charge of the yin-yang dual chi vase. Two demon emperors. The auspicious time has come. You may go up to the high platform and make the heavenly Dao oath. A reluctant smile surfaced on the shadowy face of the Kuan-Pang old ancestor. Originally, he didn't want to get involved in the affairs of the demon race, but Nuwa tempted him with the river diagram and the Book of Luo, so he had no choice but to fall. After all,
Old ancestor Koan Pang did not want to offend Nuwa, the heavenly Tao saint. Great good. Lu Piao was spirited and smiled. Looking down at the countless figures below, his chest opened up a lot. Shi He, Shang Shi, Bai Zai, K Meng, Ghost Che, Shan Yang, these quasi-saint powers will be the base and mainstay of the demon race. In addition to this, there were dozens of Peak de Luo golden immortal powerhouses of the Phoenix clan, and with their qualifications, it was extremely simple for them to prove themselves to be quasi-saints. But it was only because of the shackles of the heavenly Tao and the karma of cause and effect that made it difficult for them to advance in their cultivation. However, in Lu Press's opinion, these people had great potential. The demon court was re-established, collecting the heavenly Tao's qi, washing away their bondage with their qi, and next with them would be a sharp blade in his hands. Soon, Lu Ji and the golden-winged great rock eagle stepped onto the 100-foot-high platform, then looked up to the 9 heavenly clouds and bowed. I, Lu Pressure, in obedience to heaven and in response to the Tao, carrying the demon race's fortune and the orthodoxy of the heavenly Tao and law, observing the chaos of order between heaven and earth and the inability of all living beings to be educated, today re-establish the demon court to educate the living beings. I am the lord of the demon court. The golden-winged rock eagle is the demon emperor, and I use the demon recruiting streamer to suppress the demon court's qi, so I hope that the heavenly Tao will judge it. The sound of the Tao was brilliant, shaking heaven and earth. Lu Pressure and the golden-winged rock eagle were full of expectation, hoping to get a response from the heavenly Tao. Only a few breaths passed, and there was no vision above the 9 heavens. Just then, both Lord Tongtian and Nuwa sighed softly before appearing at the top of Fingqi Mountain. I looked to the Tao Father and the heavenly Tao for common understanding. In unison, the 2 men looked up to the sky and saluted. After the words fell, purple energy is coming from the east, and the wind is changing. The demon race's qi coalesced towards the demon recruiting streamer, and there was also the heavenly Tao's qi that landed on top of the demon court, and in an instant, the demon court reappeared in the world, and it was also acknowledged by the heavenly Tao and ancestor Hongjun Tao. It seems that Tao ancestor doesn't want the demon court to be re-established. Sect leader Tong Tian was a bit despondent, and transmitted his Tao voice towards Nuwa. If not for the 2 heavenly Tao saints using their authority and requesting to the Hongjun Tao ancestor at the same time, the re-establishment of the demon court today would have turned into a joke. Alas, you and I will both share some of the heavenly Tao merits and bestow them on Lu Ji and the others. Nuwa shook her head and looked helplessly at sect leader Tong Tian. The re-establishment of the demon court was not in accordance with the rules of the heavenly Tao, and it was already very reluctant to be recognized by the heavenly Tao now, so there would be no heavenly merit to be found. So the 2 of them had to figure it out on their own. Several breaths later, a vast golden light shone between the clouds, and there was heavenly merit descending above the heads of the people of the demon court. Although the quantity wasn't that much, it was better than nothing. Dozens of peak Dala golden immortal powerhouses of the Phoenix clan, at this moment, cleansed their karma with the demon court's qi and heavenly merit, and their cultivation levels actually all broke the shackles and stepped into the quasi-saint realm. At once, Fengqi Mountain was boiling. Only Koan Pang old ancestor and Bai Zai exchanged glances, and their spirits decayed a bit. How could they not know about the schemes of sect leader Tongtian and Nuwa, and where this heavenly Tao merit came from just now? Only, they are powerless to stop it. The re-establishment of the demon court shook the flood and had far-reaching effects. The first to bear the brunt is the human race. Fire Cloud Cave, the 3 emperors and 5 emperors, and the 3 ancestors of the human race were here meditating and cultivating. Only their faces became extremely ugly, all of them looking at each other, unable to contain their anger. Re-establish the demon court and occupy Fingqi Mountain. Fushi, your sister is awesome. Ha ha. Swearan bellowed angrily, pointing his spear at Fushi. This human emperor was originally the demon emperor of the demon race, but because of Nuwa, this took on the great power of the heavenly Tao and the human race's fortune and became the first human emperor of the human race. The poor man has nothing to say. From today onwards, poor Tao will be closed to death within this fire cloud cave. And no matter how the human emperors and the 3 human ancestors deal with Nuwa and the demon court, all of it will have nothing to do with me anymore. Fushi knew that there was nothing he could say, so he didn't make any explanations. Because the river map and the book of Luo were handed over to Nuwa by his own hand. Who would have thought that Nuwa's purpose would be to recruit the Kuanping elder and then support Lu Press with the Tongtian sect leader to re-establish the demon court? Say it! Fushi disappeared into thin air, leaving the rest of the human emperors and the 3 human ancestors in righteous indignation. Nuwa is not the only one behind the demon court. Lu Piao is a disciple of the Interceptor sect, and instead of stopping him from re-establishing the demon court, sect leader Tong Tian personally appeared to let Daozu Hongjun recognize the demon court, and he is the one who is guilty of the most heinous crime. Let's make some preparations. It's time to deprive those several disciples of the interceptor sect of the human emperor's teacher's honorary position. And that sect leader Tong Tian is not qualified to hold the Kongdong seal. Xuan Yuan's killing intent was rampant, and his eyes flashed with a harsh, cold light. In an instant, the human emperors and the 3 human ancestors responded. This is not known to the Tong Tian sect and the interceptor sect. I'm begging for a 5-star review and a small gift from all of you dogs out there. Asked to be added to the bookshelf. And thank you, dogs. Chapter 30 Enlightenment Tea Tree. Human Emperor Xuan Yuan's hegemony. Panglai Immortal Island. Ling Xiao was at ease, resting on Wang Shu's jade leg. Ding! Divine Choice Quest Refresh successful. Choice 1, overthrow the demon court and kill Lu Press. Rewarded with a superb innate spiritual treasure, the Qiankuan map. Choice 2, join with the human emperors and the 3 human ancestors to count on sect leader Tong Tian. Rewarding the very best innate spiritual root, the 5-needle pine. Choice 3, wait and see what happens. Sit back and watch the Tong Tian sect leader's bowels repent. Rewarded with the chaotic spiritual root enlightenment tea tree. The system's voice echoed steeply in Ling Zhao's mind. In that case, the human emperors and the 3 human ancestors are going to make a move against sect leader Tong Tian and the interceptor sect. If the poor Taoist isn't wrong, their aim is the human emperor's master position of the disciples of the interceptor sect, as well as that humanity's supreme treasure, the Kongdong seal. Overthrowing the demon court is premature, and Lord Tongtian's death-defying behavior has nothing to do with me. System. Poor Taoist chooses 3. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment before making his decision. Spiritual treasures he did not lack for the time being. Compared to the 5-needle pine, the Gnosis tea tree was more cost-effective. After all, it was a chaotic spiritual root. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the enlightenment tea tree. Accompanied by the system's voice once again, a tea tree less than 10 feet tall appeared in the system space, only to see hundreds of tea leaves growing on it, all of which were surrounded by the laws of the Great Tao, revealing the vitality of creation. Ling Xiao, what are you thinking? Wang Shu stroked Ling Zhao's long hair and asked with a gentle face. The Taoist marriage has been ordained by heaven. Wang Shu did not resent this, so he indulged Ling Xiao even more, and the love in his heart grew stronger. The re-establishment of the demon court has created a huge uproar between heaven and earth. It won't be long before we get a good show. Ling Xiao sat up and said to Wang Shu, with a light wave of his jade sleeve. Teacups and teapots appeared on top of the jade table. Immediately after that, Ling Xiao boiled the 3 lights divine water and then took out a few enlightenment tea leaves and placed them in the 2 teacups, only to see a faint green color gradually appear as the light of the laws entangled in the teacups. Gnosis tea leaves. How is that possible? Wang Shu's red lips were slightly open, and a shocked look spread across her pretty face. Wasn't the enlightenment tea tree reduced to flying dust in the middle of the heaven-opening calamity? Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao grabbed Wang Shu's jade hand and said, if poor Taoist says that I obtained the enlightenment tea tree by chance and unintentionally, do you believe me? Taste it. It should be beneficial to your cultivation as well. Hearing Ling Zhao's words, Wang Shu looked at him seriously for a few moments. I believe it. Wang Shu understood that Ling Xiao was hiding secrets, but she didn't have the heart to explore anything. As long as the 2 of them could be like they were now, she would be satisfied. Lift your teacup and take a small sip. The lips and teeth were fragrant. The comprehension was infinite, and even Wang Shu almost had an epiphany, and his cultivation had recovered quite a bit. Come on, let's drink to each other. Ling Xiao gently pinched Wang Shu's hand, and the 2 of them drank enlightenment tea together in a relaxed and natural atmosphere. Time passes and the winds change. In addition to Fuxi, all the human emperors and the 3 human ancestors broke the taboo and stepped on the human race's chi from the Firecloud Cave towards Jinao Island. The heaven and earth shook with visions. This matter alarmed all the heavenly saints, as well as the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother of the Heavenly Court. Sect leader Tong Tian supports the re-establishment of the Demon Court, and it's not just my Heavenly Court that he has offended. Both the human race and the underworld have blood feuds with the demon race, but this emperor didn't expect that the human race's counterattack would come so quickly. In the temple of the Heavenly Palace, the corners of Hao Tian's mouth were grinning to the roots of his ears. Logically, after the re-establishment of the Demon Court, the first to be anxious should be the Heavenly Court. At first, Hao Tian and Yao Qi were also furious, but they saw that Ling Xiao didn't react, and that the Demon Court hadn't initially been recognized by the Heavenly Tao and the Tao Ancestor, so they calmed down. Now that he saw all the great human powers come out, Hao Tian's mood instantly improved. Senior brother, why don't we go to Golden Ao Island and watch the show? A belly laugh flashed across Yoi's graceful face. The human emperors and the 3 human ancestors, even the Tongtian sect leader could not offend them, or else the human race's chi that he was in charge of would be in turmoil, and there was no telling what impact it would have at that time. Senior sister has spoken to the heart of this emperor. After we finish watching the play, Let's head to Panglai Immortal Island to meet fellow Taoist Ling Xiao. He and Goddess Taiyin have a Tao couple marriage. All we need is for his lordship to send down a decree, and they'll be able to testify to a heavenly marriage. Soon, the heavenly soldiers and generals escorted the left and right, and Tai Bai Jin Xing accompanied Hao Tian and Yao Ji to the left and right, and the group of people went out of the 33 heavens in the direction of the Golden Ao Island. The vast East China Sea is full of water. Before Jin Ao Island, people were gathering. Hao Tian, Yao Qi, Jin Yuanzi, and Taoist Red Cloud. All the great powers of the flood who like to watch the fun have descended here, just to see how sect leader Tong Tian will deal with the human race. Ling Xiao and Wang Shu were sitting on top of the Black Lotus of Extinction, and the Qingping sword was hanging behind Ling Xiao, who appeared to be disdainful of the people of the Interceptor sect, but in reality, he was pulling his taunts all over the place, just because. The Qingping sword was originally the innate treasure of the Tong Tian sect master, but now it had fallen into his hands. Little friend Ling Xiao, you really do hold a grudge. Taoist Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi landed on the Black Lotus of Extinction, and the former couldn't help but clap his hands directly. Scanning around, the rest of the great powers pointed. The Interceptor disciples within Jin Ao Island were filled with righteous indignation, especially Ding Guangxian, Zhao Gongming, and the golden-winged rock eagle, who couldn't wait to tear Ling Xiao apart. What Elder Red Cloud said. I don't understand. When this storm is over, Immortal Jin Yuan and Senior Red Cloud will accompany me to Panglai Immortal Island as my guests, and I will have something good to give you there, Ling Xiao said meaningfully. Wang Shu's gaze was calm and her face had a soft color. She knew what Ling Xiao was talking about. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, you're not being righteous. This emperor and the queen mother will also go to Panglai Immortal Island to bother you. Hao Tian brought Yao Qi and also landed on top of the Black Lotus of Extinction. One time, this scene drew sidelong glances from all the great powers. They didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a great face, but when they thought about the fact that Ling Xiao was the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor, they were relieved. However, the disciples of the Interceptor sect hated it with a passion. Jade Emperor and Queen Mother, how could the poor Taoist slow you down? The good things that the poor Taoist said also have a share of you, and I also have to bother the Jade Emperor to make a trip to the Purple Heavenly Palace. Ling Xiao let out a light laugh, which immediately aroused Hao Tian's interest. However, now that it was crowded, Hao Tian didn't ask too many questions, and just sized up Ling Xiao and Wang Shu, the corners of his mouth lifting up in an inexplicable smile. Boom! The human emperors and 3 human ancestors descended. The aura of each of them had reached the peak of quasi-sainthood, while the aura of the Shinon clan and the Xian Yuan clan was even far beyond the rest, the escaping mana faintly carrying a wisp of holy might. Sueren's step. The East China Sea lifted up 10,000 feet of huge waves, and Jin Ao Island also shook. Endless waves destroying the sky and sweeping towards Jin Ao Island. Sect leader Tong Tian, please still show yourself. Xian Yuan's long sword was in his hand, and his endless killing intent and murderous aura stirred away. Fellow Taoists, what exactly are you doing? Sect leader Tong Tian had no choice but to show himself. Sitting on top of the platform, brilliant holy might flowed out of him. When the demon court was re-established, it wasn't the demon race or Nuwa who suffered, it was actually him, sect leader Tong Tian, which caught him a bit off guard, and he didn't even think that all of the human race's great powers would all show up. Knowingly, the human race and the demon race have an undying grudge, and this day, this emperor will come to you to ask for an account. Hand over the Kongdong seal and let those few disciples of the Interceptor sect voluntarily sever their karmic ties with the human race. If you don't realize it, then this emperor will have to do it himself. Regulus is decisive and has no room for sand in his eyes. Among these human emperors, he was the only one who had sat on the throne of the human race's co-lord during the bloody battle, so he couldn't care less about the Tongtian sect leader's face and saintly status, and only wanted to help the human race get out of this bad mood. Outrageous! How can you talk to your master like that? Can it be that all the teachings that the poor Taoist once gave you have been forgotten to the back of your mind? Yun Xiao was in pain and questioned Regulus. That's right. During the period of the 3 emperors and the 5 emperors, she was none other than Xuan Yuan's master, enjoying the honorary position of the human emperor. The reason why the Interceptor sect was able to occupy several human emperors' division respectability positions was not because of you, Yun Xiao, or the rest of those few, but because of the East Pole Emperor Qinghua, who was a senior who truly looked out for the human race. If the Interceptor sect wants to make a difference in the God-sealing quantum revelation, then have the decency to break the karma of the human emperor's master, and then hand over the supreme treasure of my human race, or else I won't blame this emperor for not giving you the decency to do so. Deafeningly loud and clear. In front of the interests and dignity of the human race, Yun Xiao was not yet qualified to make the Xian Yuan clan falter. Ling Xiao, who was on the Black Lotus of Extinction, held his forehead and sighed softly. Eating melon, how did you get it on yourself? Chapter 31 Tong Tian, it hurts too much. Nuo wants to fight for the Kongdong seal.
Heaven and earth lose their colors and the winds change.
When Xuan Yuan's words fell, all of a sudden the disciples of the Interceptor sect were furious. And sect master Tong Tian's face was even more ironclad.
And his hands hidden under his Dao robes trembled slightly.
Anger, remorse, many emotions came to mind.
Supporting Lu pressed to re-establish the demon court hadn't yet brought him any benefits, but this human counterattack had come so violently that even he couldn't withstand it.
Is it hard to believe that this seed is going to make a move against these human powerhouses? Sect leader Tong Tian's gaze flickered as he pondered in his mind for a moment.
Soon the thought was snuffed out of his mind.
Seal the God quantum robbery. All the religions compete. Will be in the human race to choose the right person bet.
If he is now in the human race torn face,
then the interception religion in the future. Even if it comes together,
that will be very difficult to obtain the recognition of the human race beings again.
At that time, how could the Interceptor sect still calculate the heavenly Tao's fortune and become the head of the sect? Ungrateful. Reverse the Big Dipper. If it weren't for us, the Interceptor brothers, supporting you, how could you sit on the throne of the human emperor so easily?
After achieving the peak cultivation level of paramount saints by virtue of the human race's luck,
you left us, the several human emperor teachers, behind, which is simply laughable.
Kong Xian pointed at the nose of Xian Yuan clan and the others,
and then he counted down without hesitation. The 3 emperors and the 5 emperors, and the 8 seats of the master of the human emperor's dignity.
Grandmaster Xian Du was the master of Fuxi.
Daoist Duo Bo was the master of Shinnon.
Yun Xiao became the master of Xian Yuan.
And he, Kong Xian,
also occupied a seat of honor as the master of the human emperor.
The remaining 4 seats were divided equally between the hierarchy and the interceptors.
The Interceptor sect was the biggest winner, ruling over the human race's chi while also obtaining the human race's supreme treasure,
the Kongdong seal,
and now Xian Yuan clan and the others wanted them to hand over these benefits.
Kong Xian was the first to say no. The position of the human emperor's teacher dignity is a kind of karmic bond with the human emperor and the human race. Not only could it help them improve their cultivation and avoid harm,
but it would also give the Interceptor sect a legitimate reason and authority to meddle in the affairs of the human race.
And no one would be willing to just give up the human emperor's master like that. Demonic evil demon. How dare you bark here?
The human sect and the Hierophant sect have not done anything to jeopardize the fundamentals of the human race or to humiliate its honor and prestige.
So naturally we will not cut off the karma with those 3. But you, the Interceptor sect's wolfish ambitions are known to all. So the human race will have to cut off ties with you. Human emperors and the 3 human ancestors.
Since sect leader Tong Tian and the others are unwilling to leave a decent face,
let's do it.
Shinnon let out a cold snort and immediately invoked the human race's chi.
Seeing the situation, the rest of the human emperors and the 3 human ancestors no longer showed any mercy as they activated their own human emperor Dao fruit. And instantly there was a steady stream of human chi surging in. And among them there were also incomparably vast and majestic mysterious rules and order. Humanity's origin.
Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with a deep light, and he was instantly somewhat excited.
At the beginning of the creation of the flood, there is the Tao of heaven, the Tao of earth and the Tao of man.
Only the Tao of heaven is in charge of all things in heaven and earth, so the Tao of earth and the Tao of man are invariably suppressed, and the will of these 2 Tao has not awakened. Now as he saw the human path origin coalesce, and the faint evolution of will, an idea arose in Ling Zhao's mind. The heavenly Tao, the earthly Tao, and the human way were all awakened, and the flood world would certainly be able to sublimate in the extreme, whether it was the world's origin or the 3,000 great Tao laws, all of which would be transformed against the heavens. It's just a little extremely tough to get there. But, Ling Zhao's mind at least had this thought, the heavenly Tao is above. Today we, the human emperor and human ancestor, deprive the disciples of the Interceptor sect of their position as the human emperor's master, and draw the Kongdong seal into our human race. So I hope that the heavenly Tao will recognize this. The sound of the Tao was loud and resounded through heaven and earth. The will of humanity has not awakened, and the flood is honored by the way of heaven. Thus, even the human emperors and the 3 human ancestors could only ask the heavenly Tao to bear witness. Chop. Regulus, holding the Regulus sword, then gently waved it at the human race's chi, and immediately there were karmic entanglements that were stripped out by him and then turned into flying dust and disappeared. Daoist Duo Bo, Yun Xiao, Kong Xian, Zhao Gongming, and Holy Mother Wu Dang, the aura on their bodies directly declined by a cut. If not for their profound depth, their cultivation would have to fall by a realm. Without the blessing of the human race's chi, several people immediately suffered the intrusion of heaven and earth's deadly chi into their bodies, as well as the ominous rules of the quantum revelation entangled above their yuan shun. The only person who could see the changes that had occurred most clearly was Ling Xiao. Sect Master Tong Tian and these few disciples of the Intercept sect are afraid that their intestines are going to be green with remorse. Even though the re-establishment of the Demon Court can satisfy the ambitions of the Intercept sect, this matter is, after all, acting against the heavens and not in accordance with the general trend. Self-eating, not deserving of mercy. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and witnessed everything blandly. Kongdong Seal, don't return to your position yet. The human emperors and the 3 human ancestors shouted loudly, only to see the human race's chi change, immediately transforming into a chi golden dragon that was more than 100 million feet in length, hissing and roaring up to the sky. Boom! Sect leader Tong Tian's body shook as the Kongdong Seal and his Yuanshan trembled, and boundless human chi and radiant golden light swept out, so that even he was unable to suppress it. In the blink of an eye, the Kongdong Seal and the Tong Tian sect leader broke the connection, and the Yuanshan imprint in this human treasure disappeared as much as possible, only that humane origin and will became more and more intense. No! Sect leader Tong Tian gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart. Wielding the Kongdong Seal, he could abolish the human emperor, which was a great treasure for him to lay out the God-sealing quantum revelation, but now it had just left him like this. Pain! It hurts too much. A suffocating feeling overwhelmed the Tong Tian sect master. The Kongdong Seal, hanging over the East China Sea, 9 dragons coiled around each other, and on the 4 sides of the seal seat there were the holy faces of the 5 heavenly emperors, and under the seal there was a talisman of the great Tao, the word Kongdong. The Kongdong Seal is the most precious treasure of humanity, with the power to manipulate the human race's chi and abolish the human emperor, but if it's used in battle, the effect will be greatly reduced, and if it brews killing karma, it will also suffer a backlash. When the Kongdong Seal came out, the poor Taoist drew on the identity of a disciple of the Interceptor sect as the master of the human emperor to invoke the chi of the human race, allowing this supreme treasure to fall into the hands of sect leader Tong Tian. Now that it's returned to its rightful owner, it's not a big disaster. Ling Xiao looked at the Kongdong Seal in despair and muttered, disobedient to the great trend and against the heavens. For billions of years, in order to keep the Interceptor sect from being destroyed in the God-sealing quantum succession, he could be said to have vomited his heart and soul in order to commit some karmic consequences. The Kongdong Seal should have been in the hands of the human race, and now that he saw that this supreme treasure of the human way was about to be returned to its rightful owner, the stone in Ling Xiao's heart finally fell to the ground. Sect leader Tong Tian, if you don't have anything to say, then we will leave. With a solemn face, Swearin said to sect leader Tong Tian, with his purpose accomplished, he wouldn't have to be so aggressive. Interceptor disciples for the human race is still some merit, perhaps deprived of the human emperor's teacher position. From the Tong Tian godfather's body to snatch back the Kongdong Seal seems a bit unkind. We'll encounter the flood world living beings of criticism, but after all, the crime is now and forever. As the head of the human ancestors and one of the backbones of the human race, even if he were to start all over again, Swearin would still do it. I don't want to judge what all of you Taoists have done, so do yourselves a favor. The Demon Court was re-established. Lu Press and Golden Winged Rock Sculptor are in charge of the Demon Court's affairs. This seat is just their chief master, so they can't interfere in the Demon Court's affairs either. So if they have offended the human race, then I would like to ask you all to forgive me. Sect leader Tong Tian snorted coldly, making his attitude clear to the Flintstones and the others. If Lu Press and the Golden Winged Rock Eagle strike against the human race, then he, the Tong Tian sect leader, will not bear the responsibility, and the Demon Court has Bai Zhe, the Kuanping ancestor, and others to sit on the fence, so he is not worried about what chaos will occur. Great good. Swearin nodded gently and did not say anything more. Immediately, the boundless salary flame turned into a torrent, sweeping towards the Kongdong Seal in the sky dome, only for his face to change slightly in the next instant. As the holy mother of the human race, this palace shall rule the Kongdong Seal. The mantis catches the cicada and the yellow bird is behind it. In front of the humanity's supreme treasure, Manhwa didn't care about her face anymore. When the Kongdong Seal first came out, she regretted not being able to compete for the Tong Tian sect leader, and now that this humanistic treasure had become ownerless, she naturally wanted to try it out. Holy Mother, what are you doing? Shen Yuan shouted angrily and held the Shen Yuan sword in front of the Kongdong Seal, while the remaining several human emperors and the 3 human ancestors all had grim expressions and stared at Manhwa unwillingly. Manhwa created the human race and is honored as the holy mother of the human race, even though she was now supporting the re-establishment of the Demon Court and had committed many things that were unfavorable to the human race. If she were to forcefully fight for the Kongdong Seal, they would not be able to act rashly. After all, as descendants of the human race, they could not strike out at Manhwa. This was a matter of etiquette as well as a rule. Otherwise, the human race will be in chaos. Fellow Daoist Manhwa,
The poor Taoist has never seen someone as brazen as you. Jin Yuanzi acted generously and righteously, unwilling to see the human emperors and the 3 human ancestors caught in a dilemma, so he simply stepped in. The earth book covered the sky, and the endless power of the earth vein came in a steady stream. Fellow Taoists, why don't you take the Kongdong seal? Seeing this, Taoist Red Cloud reminded the Flintstones and the others. This time, Shenong sighed softly and said, the Holy Mother stepped forward to fight for the Kongdong seal. If we don't take it, then we are being unfaithful to the human race, but if we take it, then we are being unfilial to the Holy Mother. Loyalty and filial piety are 2 difficult things. This Kongdong seal should order the selection of a clear master. Helplessness, pain, rapped the Shenonian. The Holy Mother, Manhwa, loves the demon race but not the human race. Is it hard? Was the human race, from the beginning to the end, a tool for Manhwa to calculate her fortune and prove her sainthood? Roar! The Chiluk golden dragon let out a long whistle and flew into the Kongdong seal. Without waiting for Manhwa and the crowd to react, the Kongdong seal abruptly broke free of all its bonds and appeared in Ling Zhao's arms in the blink of an eye. The will of humanity to conclude a bond with him. Everyone in the room, their heads felt like they were exploding. Chapter 32, Tongtian's Bowel Repentance. Sending Hongjun Dao Ancestor Earthly Specialties. The Kongdong seal flew into poor Taoist's hands by itself. So don't look at me with those eyes. Ling Xiao was a bit terrified and raised the Kongdong seal up with his right hand. A gaze with suspicion, anger or hatred. Manhwa froze in place, looking at this scene with disbelief. Her gaze landing on the Kongdong seal in Ling Xiao's hand, huffing and shame rising in her heart, disregarding his face to fight for the Kongdong seal. As a result, this humanistic treasure actively recognized Ling Xiao as its master. This East Pole Changhua Emperor is not a human. How is he worthy of the Kongdong seal? Congratulations, fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, for obtaining such a supreme treasure. Hao Tian watched the fun and smiled at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao is a person from the heavenly court, and with the Kongdong seal in his possession, Hao Tian is most assured. Perhaps, it could even bring the human race to the side of the heavenly court. Why not? Hand over the Kongdong seal. Manhwa stared indifferently at Ling Xiao, and the might of the saints swept towards Ling Xiao in the form of a gale, and for a while, most of the living beings present did not dare to act rashly, with only Heishu, Jin Yuanzi, and the others stepping forward. Fellow Taoist Manhwa, don't mess around. The Kongdong seal is spiritual. Since it has chosen Ling Xiao as its master, then you should be a man of honor. Otherwise, the poor Taoist is afraid that he will lose his wits and do something that you will regret. Jin Yuanzi snorted coldly, dissolving Manhwa's holy might. Swords were drawn and space shook. Ling Xiao, who was in the center of the vortex, came back to his senses as he slowly said, all human emperors and the 3 human ancestors. The poor Taoist does not want to meddle in the affairs of the human race, so this Kongdong seal is returned to you. Say it. Ling Xiao was about to sacrifice the god-slaying gun to forcefully sever the connection between himself and the Kongdong seal. It couldn't be helped. This humanity supreme treasure was too hot. No. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao has deep followings, compassion for all living beings, and high virtue, so we are relieved to have the Kongdong seal placed here with you. If you sever the connection with the Kongdong seal, the Holy Mother will surely make another mess. Flint made a snap decision in front of the crowd. The Shenong clan and the other human emperors, the 2 human ancestors of the Orizuo clan and the Velvet clan, all of their eyes flushed with smugness as they squinted and rolled their eyes at Manhwa. The Kongdong seal took the initiative to choose a master, and they couldn't be happier. Manhwa's desire to compete for the humanity's supreme treasure was simply a daydream. Ling Xiao, take it. The will of the human way recognizes you, and under the heavens, you are the only one most qualified to hold the Kongdong seal. Wanshu's red lips slightly opened and she smiled gently at Ling Xiao. It's done. Ling Xiao is no longer pretentious. He made a Taoist bow and said solemnly, the poor Tao is the East Pole Changhua Emperor, ruling the growth of all things, and today I obtained the Kongdong seal, although it is tainted with karma in the human race, but I will never be biased in favor of the human race in this regard. If the human emperor's virtue is not worthy of his position, the poor Tao will deprive him of his position and his karma. If there are evil demons and devils that brutalize the human race as living beings and create killing karma, the poor Tao will also exercise the duties of the heavenly Tao to return clarity to heaven and earth and justice to the human race. The sound of the word is so loud that it cannot be disobeyed. Ling Xiao would not forcefully meddle in the affairs of the human race by virtue of the Kongdong seal, but he would never allow anyone to wantonly brutalize the human race either. He was able to stop the demon race from slaughtering the human race during the witch demon calamity, and he was able to do the same now. Besides, the re-establishment of the demon court is not a major trend in the heavenly Tao. As long as the demon court slaughtered the human race again, then he would not hesitate to overthrow it. Fellow Taoist is bright and open. We are convinced. The human emperors and the 3 human ancestors all bowed and saluted Ling Xiao. Immediately, sweeping a glance at sect leader Tong Tian and Yua, they then drifted away riding the human race's chi. After all, the human emperor and human ancestor could not easily come out of the world. This was the order of the heavens Tao as well as what all the saints had set down, and this rule could not be broken for the time being. Ling Xiao, senior sister, I know that you are mindful of the interceptor sect, otherwise you wouldn't be here today. Take out the Kongdong seal and hand it over to the master for safekeeping. This human path supreme treasure you can't grasp. The golden spirit sacred mother appeared out of nowhere. She walked with her slender figure to the extinction black lotus and looked blearily at Ling Xiao. If it wasn't for the fact that the 9 septic devil flame was untouchable, she was afraid that she would have taken the initiative to throw herself at Ling Xiao. For the sake of the Kongdong seal, she could endure humiliation. Ling Xiao, who is she? After Wang Shu saw the golden spirit holy mother, she pretended to be aggrieved and hugged Ling Xiao's arm. In his tone, there was a hint of indifference. If Ling Xiao didn't know Wang Shu's nature, he was afraid that he would have to really believe in the acting skills of this Taiyan goddess, but he didn't point it out, instead enjoying himself leisurely. A few breaths later, Ling Xiao said with full concern, "This person is a crazy from somewhere. Poor Taoist doesn't know her. Come, this Kongdong seal is for you to play with." With a flip of his right hand, Ling Xiao slipped the Kongdong seal into Wang Shu's hand. This humanistic supreme treasure did not struggle in any way, but instead shone with a reddish golden light, quietly being played with by Wang Shu. This scene embarrassed the golden spirit holy mother to no end. Daoist Duo Bo, Yun Xiao, and a bunch of other interceptor disciples were breathing heavily. They didn't expect Ling Xiao to disregard and insult the golden spirit sacred mother in such a way. Even sect leader Tong Tian was filled with iron. "Hand over the Kongdong seal, or I will never forgive you." The golden spirit sacred mother pointed at Ling Xiao with a brash and unreasonable face, but her heart was bottomless. "Get out!" The red cloud Taoist's jade sleeve lightly waved. The golden spirit holy mother suffered 1,000 pounds of force rushing against her, and for a moment, blood flowed from the corners of her mouth as she fell from the air onto the golden Ao island, her hair and dress becoming disheveled. "Sect Master Tong Tian, please still teach your disciples well. If you continue to disrespect the East Pole Qinghua Emperor in such a manner, then this emperor will definitely go to the Purple Heaven Palace and report you to the old master." Jumping the shark, Haotian didn't give Tong Tian's sect leader a chance to have an attack, and immediately disliked him, not knowing how to speak. "Go!" Ling Xiao gently shook his head and said indifferently. "Spin!" The heavenly soldiers and generals lined up in formation, and the world-destroying Black Lotus headed in the direction of Panglai Immortal Island, while the rest of the various great powers wore teasing faces and pointed at the Tong Tian sect leader and the others. "I'm sure it won't take long for everything that just happened to become a laughingstock and spread throughout the entire flood world. All of them give the poor Taoist to go into seclusion and cultivation. Don't disgrace yourself again." Lord Tong Tian was thunderously furious, and counted the disciples of the interceptor sect down to a meal. Only then did he return to the Bo Palace, forcibly suppressing his killing intent and indignation. Just as quickly, sect leader Tong Tian was not calm anymore. "The interceptor church's chi is decaying. How is that possible? Within the immortal execution sword formation, the killing karma tainted by the interceptor church's chi is obviously much thinner. That's because a lot of the disciples of the demon race's followers have joined the demon court to help Lu Press and the golden-winged rock eagle. In theory, the interceptor church's chi was going to be elevated, but now it had become dull and disorganized. It was only after a long time that sect leader Tong Tian gained insight into the reason. Without the honorary position of the human emperor, as well as the Kongdong seal, the supreme treasure of the human way, this was the culprit that led to the decay of the interceptor church's chi. Sitting on top of the cloud platform, the Tong Tian sect leader's heart ached, and his intestines were almost green with remorse, and his liver was broken. Panglai Island. Under the nunsuch peach tree, the crowd sat on top of the rattan chairs, and various innate spirit fruits were laid out on the jade table. But Haotian and the 4 red cloud Taoists were staring at the enlightenment tea leaves in the jade cups for a long time, unwilling to move their eyes away. "Gentlemen, savor it. This enlightenment tea leaf has the effect of sensing the great Tao, and it also has notable benefits for quasi-saintly powers, especially Jin Yuan Daxian, whose can help you fit into the rules of the heavenly Tao and the order of the earthly Tao." Ling Xiao said gently. As the words fell, several jade boxes appeared in front of several people, each containing more than a dozen enlightenment tea leaves. However, what stood out the most was the ancient jade box that was glowing with immortal charm. There were at least 34 Gnosis tea leaves among them. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao is generous, so this emperor will accept the honor. Haotian took the lead in putting away the jade box that belonged to him, and so did Jin Yuan Daxian, Taoist Red Cloud, and Yao Qi. Enlightenment tea leaves, both to help one's own cultivation and realization of the way, but also in the hospitality of your guests and the fashion forced. It could be said that these enlightenment tea leaves were far more precious than the so-called innate spiritual roots and innate spiritual treasures by a billion times. Jade Emperor, this jade box still needs to trouble you to send it into the purple heavenly palace. Taoist ancestor, his old man, has merged with the Tao in his body and is in charge of the safety and security of the 10,000 realms of the flood. So those of us who are juniors can't afford to be ungrateful. Ling Xiao pushed the ancient jade box in front of Hao Qian, and his words were filled with reverence for ancestor Hongjun. Not that he was trying to curry favor with ancestor Hongjun, but that this one treated him genuinely well. Seal the god list, beat the god whip, and in the future there is also the possibility of descending the decree. Personally admiring himself and Wang Shu as a Taoist couple. With all this, could Ling Xiao not send Hongjun Daozu some souvenirs? Chapter 33, Tao Ancestor, be spiritual, don't lose your shares. Lionel Misery. The atmosphere was peaceful and joyful. The enlightenment tea refreshes the heart, and the innate spiritual fruits emit an ethereal fragrance. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, now the demon court is re-establishing itself and dividing my heavenly court's heavenly Tao authority and chi. Of course these are harmless to this palace and senior brother, but I always feel a little uncomfortable in my heart. Behind the demon court are two saints, Lord Tongtian and Mother Nuwa, while the heavenly court is shallowly rooted and sidelined by all the heavenly saints. So the next days will not be easy. Yao Qi's red lips slightly opened as she looked at Ling Xiao and said, when the witch demon quantum revelation fell, the 33 heavens almost collapsed, and it was ancestor Hongjun Dao who personally descended a great magic power to reshape the 33 heavens and the heavenly palace, and then pushed the two of them up to the position of the Lord of the Three Realms. Only, due to the status of Hao Qian and Yao Qi Daofather's children, all the heavenly saints did not put them in their eyes, so even though they had been in charge of the heavenly court for so long, they did not actually manage to shake the flood beings. Even though Hao Qian and Yao Qi were broad-minded, there was still a resentment in their hearts, and they both wanted to punch all the heavenly Tao saints in the face, so that the heavenly court could truly control the three realms of heaven and earth. If only I had a heavenly Tao saint sitting in my heavenly court. Hao Qian sighed lightly, his tone a bit despondent. Hearing this, Jin Yuanzi, Daoist Red Cloud, and Ling Xiao exchanged glances without leaving a trace, suspicion and astonishment surfacing under their eyes. Did Hao Tian do it mindlessly, or did he intentionally point them out? Spin. Ling Xiao was lighthearted and said slowly, poor Tao once gave a promise to the Jade Emperor that one day, all the heavenly saints would have to bow their heads before you as human beings. Jin Yuan Daxian is the noble ancestor of the earth immortals, and is burdened with boundless fortune and merit. If we were to say who in this flood world is still qualified to become a saint, it would be him. What if the Tao ancestor has mercy one day and grants Jin Yuan Daxian the chance to become a saint? All things in the flood cannot escape the eyes of the heavenly Tao and Hongjun Daozu. The implications are deep and need to be carefully pondered. Hao Qian and Yao Qi both frowned slightly, sensing the heavenly chances and deducing them. A few moments later, Hao Qian stood up abruptly, his eyes glowing with a rich luster. Immortal Jin Yuan, please still help me. The heavenly court is shallow and has no innate deities of high virtue to sit on it. Only you are qualified to enter the Jade Pavilion Mountain under this universal sky. Hao Qian spoke in an agitated tone and raised his voice to Jin Yuanzi, pushing the heavens and getting nowhere. However, Hao Qian realized that at the moment Ling Xiao's words fell, all the forbidden order of the Jade Capital Mountain in the Great Luo Heaven dispersed, and a palace had been added to the top of the mountain at some point. It didn't take much thought for him to understand. All of this is the enlightenment of Hongjun Daozu. To know, Mount Yujing was the dojo of the Hongjun Taoist ancestor before he became a saint, but now it is a masterless object. And when coupled with what Ling Xiao said just now, all the mysteries have surfaced. Jin Yuanzi, who has the appearance of being certified as a saint? What is the virtue and ability of the poor Taoist to be able to enter the mastery of Mount Yujing Na? By granting such a blessing and opportunity, the Tao ancestor must have wanted to inspire Poverty Road to continue to work for the well-being of all beings in the floodplains, to follow heaven and respond to the Tao, and to assist the Jade Emperor and little friend Ling Xiao in taking charge of the beings in the three realms. The matter of entering Mount Jade Capital will be put to rest for the time being, but the poor Taoist will choose an immortal blessed land in the Great Luo Heaven and suppress the heavenly court together with Red Cloud. While Jin Yuanzi made a Taoist bow and saluted, waves rippled in his heart. Hongjun Taoist ancestor certainly knows he got the last Hongmeng violet gas, and he is planning to merit sainthood thing, but the former did not block, but gave him Mount Yujing as a dojo. Jin Yuanzi naturally understood the intent of this. To witness the Tao and become a saint was already on the table. It was just that the time had not yet come. Congratulations Jade Emperor and Queen Mother. Jin Yuan Daxian's Taoism is limitless. With him sitting in the heavenly court, that so-called demon court will not be able to become decent, and wanting to continue to divide the heavenly court's qi will be nothing but a fool's dream. Ling Xiao picked up the jade cup, so he drank with a few people. It had been in his plan for Jin Yuanzi to enter the heavenly court. Ling Xiao had read tons of flood stream novels in his previous life, and he knew a lot of conspiracy theories about Hongjun Daozu, but he wasn't a rash person who had to do things against Hongjun Daozu. Why? Couldn't we help the Ithwei and humanity awaken and seek their own interests while letting Hongjun Daozu get a piece of the pie? There was one thing that Ling Xiao was certain of. That is, Hongjun Dao ancestors' merging of the Dao with his body was a helpless act. He was not willing to be eternally bound by the heavenly Dao. And what he wanted to do was also transcendence. Time passes. Drinks are made and the sound of the word rises. Ling Xiao and Wang Shu watched Hao Tian, Yao Ji, Jin Yuanzi, and Daoist Red Cloud leave. As of today, the heavenly court will have 2 more top quasi-saintly powers sitting in the town. And Jin Yuanzi is also considered to have received the recognition of Hongjun Daozu. As long as he is next to take the flood world as his main, then the proof of the road to become a saint can be expected in a matter of days. This time, Wang Shu gently leaned on Ling Zhao's shoulder, then said softly, "This palace remembers that in that ancient jade box, it's not just as simple as having more than 30 enlightenment tea leaves. Tell me, what unseemly words do you want to say to Hongjun Daozu?" Exhale with a playful tone. The airflow that Wang Shu exhaled out caused Ling Zhao's ears to itch. None other. That is to tell Hongjun Daozu to be more spirited and not to lose face. Heavenly Dao, earthly Dao, and humanity are all Dao. But Hongjun Dao ancestor can break free from the cage and go further. Then his name of Dao ancestor can resonate throughout the heavens and the universe. And even the heavenly Dao will have to weigh his strength. Ling Xiao did not point it out, but was vague. But even so, Wang Shu had heard him. Prior to this, ancestor Hongjun Dao was the Dao ancestor of the 3008 deities and all living beings of the flood. But Ling Xiao was going to make the heavenly Dao, the earthly Dao, and the human Dao all return to their positions, making the former the ancestor of the 3 Da's. This ambition, horrible as it is, no wonder ancestor Hongjun Dao would favor you so much. So it turns out that you drew a big cake for people. But even so, even if there's only an incomparably slim chance, ancestor Hongjun would still gamble once, because since merging with his body, he has no choice, and you can help him break through. Fantastic, just fantastic. Wang Shu wrapped her arms around Ling Xiao and let him take advantage of her. In the back of his mind, it was a lot of free thinking. Among them was the scene in which 10,000 immortals came to congratulate them on the conclusion of their Dao couple's marriage and the witnessing of their heavenly marriage. Portao's plan is simple, but it's extremely difficult to succeed. Ling Xiao pulled Wang Shu to sit down. Then he directly rested his head on top of Wang Shu's slender jade legs. The faint fragrance lingered on the tip of his nose, and he was a little hot and restless. Just then, in the Yuan Shen, the Kongdong seal trembled slightly. Ling Zhao's gaze flickered as the Kongdong seal hovered in the air before evolving a scene. It's Lionel. Ling Xiao stared at the image in front of him, only to see thousands of miles of cloudy skies covering the sky, fierce winds whistling across the mountains as if evil spirits were crying and howling, and demons and evil devils wreaking havoc on the living beings of the human race. Blood stained the earth. 800 miles of the lion's hunchback mountain has become a hell on earth. Not long ago, the poor Taoist heard that the golden-winged rock eagle was doing wrong in the lion's humprage, but I didn't expect that within such a short period of time, this lion's humprage would become a purgatory. The grievances of countless human races, as well as the wish power of the remaining human races. This is what triggered the Kongdong seal. Otherwise, unless I personally descended to the lion's camel ridge, I wouldn't have been able to see the scene at all. Gnarly-headed immortal, ling-tooth immortal, and golden-winged rock eagle, you are not worthy of death. Ling Zhao's fists were clenched tightly, and anger flashed in his eyes. East Pole Changhua Great Emperor, ruling all things grow. Now these 3 intercept disciples in conjunction with the demon race wantonly slaughter and ravage the human race. Ling Xiao has no reason to sit back and watch. Ling Xiao, do you need this palace to make a move? Wang Shu's expression was calm, but his tone hid a sulk. If it was before, she might not have had the leisure to care about this matter. But who let Ling Xiao and her have a Dao couple marriage? And the Kongdong seal was also particularly close to her. It is not in Wang Shu's character to turn a blind eye. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I carry the heavenly Dao's authority and qi, and I have the duty to ask about the lion's camel ridge, but you don't have an immortal duty on your side, and rashly making a move will leave a handle on the interceptor sect and the demon court. But if someone turns on me, then I'll sell a break and get myself hurt, and then you'll have a reason to go on a killing spree. After carefully instructing Wang Shu, Ling Xiao stepped on the black lotus of extinction and headed towards the west. The lion's camel ridge was in the western continent, located billions of miles away from the foot of the Spirit Mountain. By definition, it's the jurisdiction of the Church of the West. Chapter 34 discussing Mahayana Buddhism with the two Western sages? Lionel. The bloody gas mixed with the stench of corpses, mixed with the demonic gas that rose up to the sky, causing 1,000 miles in a circle to become a pandemonium, and there were also bursts of wailing coming out from it. In the Western world, there are two immortal blessed places. Mount Sumeru is the dojo of the two saints of the West, while this spirit mountain is guarded by their personal disciple, Maitreya Buddha. At the feet of the Buddha, demons and evil devils brutalize the human race. Ridiculous. Ling Xiao stood on top of the black lotus of extinction, looking down at the breaths intertwined horizontally and horizontally below. Killing intent surged to his heart, and the Kongdong seal trembled. After the demon race wantonly slaughtered the human race in order to refine the witch slaughtering sword, 99% of the human race were turned into corpses, and although the number of the human race has continued to recover since then, it has been difficult to match what it once was. Most of the human race now thrived on the eastern continent, and those who migrated to the western continent gradually developed distinctive civilizations and beliefs. The people here believe in the Western religion, and firmly believe that by doing good deeds and accumulating virtues, they will be able to enter the Elysium. Ding! Divine Choice Quest Refresh successful. Choice 1, overthrow the lion's humpridge, kill the demons, and reward the innate thunderbolt origin. Option 2, the root cause of the lion's hunchback ridge is the collusion between the Western sect and the golden-winged rock eagle and others. Seek out the two saints of the West to confront them face to face, and reward them with the extremely high-quality innate spiritual treasure, the demon-suppressing sword. Option 3, convince the two saints of the West and ask them to deal with this matter, rewarding the very best innate spiritual treasure, the Buddha Dao Sheri. The system's voice resounded steeply in Ling Xiao's mind. 3 godly choices for Ling Xiao to choose from. Poor Taoist understands. The reason why the Western sect indulged the golden-winged great rock eagle and the others in the lion's camel ridge is firstly because they did not want to create a cause and effect with the interceptor sect and the demon court, and secondly because this matter is favorable to the Western sect's development of believers amongst the human race. After the interceptor sect's heavenly rule was abolished, the golden-winged rock eagle came to the lion's camel ridge to mutilate the human race, and from that time onwards, the human race in the Western continent gradually believed in the Western sect, and they didn't even need to be dispensed with by those Western congregations. Ling Xiao muttered, his heart suppressing his anger. Jain and Junti as the heavenly saints, but indulged the demon race in the Western continent rampant, thus letting countless people into the demon race mouth blood food, but also let the lion's hunchback ridge become a forbidden place. The destruction of one lionel ridge will lead to the emergence of countless lionel ridges in the future. In the original flood history, at the time of the measure of the journey to the west, the Tang Sanzang master and disciples left the eastern kingdom of Tang to fetch scriptures from the western heaven. But after leaving the boundaries of the eastern kingdom of Tang, the demons became more and more numerous and difficult to deal with. The root of it all is the indulgence of the Western religion. Without suffering and torment, how would the human race believe in the Western world of ultimate bliss? System, poor Taoist chooses 3. After Ling Xiao pondered for a while, he immediately made a choice. Looking for the Western two saints to confront him face to face, he wasn't stupid enough to do so. After all, with their master and brother's shameless behavior, how could they admit the collusion between the Western sect and the demon race? Therefore, it can only be sidestepped and enticed with favors. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the extremely high-quality innate spiritual treasure, the Buddha Dao Sheri. Within the system space, the Buddhist merits were radiant. The Buddha's teachings are boundless, suppressing evil and realizing the Buddha's way. With just a slight movement of his divine mind, Ling Xiao knew the wonderful use of the Buddha Dao relics, which were the best choice than using the 12 pillars of merit and virtue golden lotus to suppress the qi of the Western sect. Thus, a thought appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. Immediately, Ling Xiao stepped on the world-destroying black lotus and headed towards Mount Sumeru, combing his plan from start to finish as a way to ensure that he wouldn't have to be so passive when facing the two saints of the West. Mount Sumeru. The spiritual grasses and flowers swayed. During the Taoist demon war, the earth veins of the Western world were detonated by the demon ancestor Luo Shuo, and since then the Western world has become a barren land, leaving only the two immortal blessings of Mount Sumeru and Ling Shan. However, after Jin Yuanzi began to repair the flood ground veins, the origin of heaven and earth and aura in the Western world slowly recovered. Although it was not as good as the Eastern continent, at least it was not so barren. Poor Taoist Ling Xiao has come to pay a visit to the two saints. The sound of the Tao was brilliant and echoed out. Ling Xiao stood 10,000 miles away from Mount Sumeru, looking at the golden light of merit and virtue that filled the sky, listening to the Brahma sounds that affected the soul. The corners of his mouth gradually lifted up into a smile. Can the two Western saints resist the lure of the Buddha's Taoist relics? The descent of the East Extremity Qinghua Emperor has truly made my Mount Sumeru a place of splendor. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, come with poor Taoist.
The two masters are waiting for you at the top of Mount Sumeru.
Pill Master Glazed Light Buddha was dressed in an elegant Taoist robe.
He made a Taoist bow and saluted Ling Xiao, then stepped on the lotus shadow to lead Ling Xiao towards the top of Mount Sumeru.
The Western religion of today is not the later Buddhism.
Few of you Western disciples wear robes, only those who are followers of the Western religion wear monks' robes and shave their heads to show their respect for the Buddha and their yearning for the Western world of bliss.
Western teachings of the attainment of enlightenment usually have a full head of flesh and a bun, symbolizing honor, wisdom, and perfection, such as Maitreya Buddha and Earthstore Bodhisattva.
Thank you, fellow Taoist.
Ling Xiao followed beside the medicine master Glazed Light Buddha with a faint smile on his face.
Among the disciples of the Western sect, there were only a few who could be of great use,
and this medicine master Glazed Light Buddha was among them.
If it is not in the sealing of the gods and the quantitative hijacking,
burning lamp Taoist, duo bao Taoist, land pressure and other people to join the Western religion, medicine teacher Glazed Light Buddha least can also mix a Buddha fruit position.
It is saddening to see that all the religions are competing with each other and that the Western religion is dominant, but now the poor Taoist will make a move. Those people can fall, can also be on the list of gods, but can never be safe and sound to change the family. Between the flooded heavens and earth, the religions should be balanced, and only the heavenly court can reign supreme. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he calculated in his mind. Jain and Junti were originally the named disciples of Hongjun Taoist ancestor, and then they set up a side door in order to become saints, which in a sense was an act of disobedience to Xianmen and Hongjun Taoist ancestor. It's just that this move, after all, was beneficial to the flood, so it was recognized by the heavenly Tao.
A few moments later, at the top of Mount Sumeru, visions were born.
Under the Bodhi tree, Jain and Junti are sitting on top of the lotus platform. The two are wearing simple and unadorned Taoist robes, and the breath around them has a kind of return to the basics flavor, and there is a Buddhist virtue golden light behind them that is hidden.
Poor Taoist Ling Xiao. Meet the two saints.
I hope you'll bear with me for this unexpected visit. Ling Xiao bowed slightly and saluted the two of them with a doji bow. Putting aside other prejudices,
Jain and Junti's Tao heart, as well as their grandiose wish to restore the Western world by any means necessary,
were all worthy of his respect.
Little friend is here for the lion's hunchback, right? Guiding nodded gently and eyed Ling Xiao as he sat down.
The moment Ling Xiao appeared at the lion's camel ridge,
Guiding knew the former's purpose.
But there was some doubt in his mind as to why Ling Xiao had come to Mount Sumeru.
Is it hard to make waves?
Saints are so powerful that the poor Taoist's mind cannot be hidden from you.
But overthrowing the lion's camel ridge is only a small purpose of mine.
I came here to discuss the Tao with the two saints.
To be more precise, it should be to discuss the Dharma and talk about the Buddha's way.
The words are not shocking, Ling Xiao said in a calm tone as he looked towards Jiayin and Jianti.
The medicine master Glazed Light Buddha, who stood behind the two saints of the West,
immediately had his jaw dropped at Ling Xiao's words, and the image of him maintaining his favor and disdain for billions of years collapsed somewhat at this moment.
The two Western sages realized the Buddha's way and Dharma,
and then established the Western Church.
Isn't Ling Xiao's move a class act and a clown act? Discuss the Dharma and the Buddha's way.
Little friend Ling Xiao's astonishing words have caught our masters and brothers a little off guard.
I wonder what kind of Dharma and what kind of Buddhist path you are going to talk about.
Junti did not get angry, but asked with a smiling face. Ling Xiao's heel and qualifications are comparable to the top and 8 deities, and he is also the East Pole Qinghua Emperor ordained by Hongjun Daozu, so Junti thinks that he is not talking nonsense. Little friend is in charge of the Black Lotus of Extinction and the God-slaying lance. These two supreme treasures are both supreme treasures of the Devil's way. You must know that Buddha and Devil do not stand in opposition to each other, so don't let poverty road down.
Little friend.
Reception stroked his beard and smiled at Ling Xiao.
Seeing this, Ling Xiao stood firm. One thought to become a Buddha, one thought to become a devil. There are false Buddhas, and there are true devils. Whether one is a Buddha or a devil is a matter of thought. If one is dedicated to the living creatures of the flood, then the devil is also a Buddha.
Ling Xiao looked towards reception, his tone unhurried. The words then changed.
What the poor Taoist wishes to discuss with the two sages is Mahayana Buddhism. Chapter 35, Buddhist Dharma Shakes Sumeru.
The golden lotus of merit has a destiny with the poor Taoist.
Boom! The sound of Sanskrit is immense, and the Buddha's teachings are infinite. The Buddha Tao relic appeared out of thin air, blooming with billions of golden light, suspended in Ling Xiao's brow, followed by the Buddha Tao law like waves intensifying, making the entire Sumeru mountain vibrate. Sitting on top of the world-ending black lotus, but there was a Buddha's way relic in the center of his brow emanating golden light of merit and virtue. The Tao robe on Ling Xiao's body emanated black and gold colors. The 9 sepulchral demonic flame evolved and the Buddhist Tao laws were derived. Both of them were born in an endless stream, and they just fitted into each other, and were under Ling Xiao's control. No way! Buddhas and devils don't oppose each other. How can you possess these two powers at the same time? Is it hard to believe that it was the subtle effects of that relic that allowed you to make it this far? Pillmaster Glazed Light Buddha pointed at Ling Xiao with a look of dismay. After practicing Buddhism for billions of years, he had never seen such a shocking scene. He had thought that Ling Xiao's words about one thought becoming a Buddha and one thought becoming a devil were arrogant words, but this scene of Buddha and devil blending together had truly appeared before him again. The heart of the Tao trembles. The heart of the Buddha is shaken. Demented. Junti sensed that the medicine master Glazed Light Buddha was out of sorts, so he hurriedly spat out Brahman sounds, and only then did the latter come to his senses and discard all the distractions in the heart of the Tao. Otherwise there is too much nonsense, and the path of the medicine glazed Buddha goes astray. Mahayana Buddhism. Although the poor Taoist has never heard of it, it certainly has redeeming qualities. Little friend Ling Xiao occupying both the world-destroying Black Lotus and the Buddha Dharma relics is really something that makes us master brothers envious and jealous. Reception looked at Ling Xiao in frustration before letting out a light sigh. The foundation of the Western religion is the Buddhist path created by their masters and brothers. The Buddhist path encompassed all the Buddhist teachings in the world, but Mahayana Buddhism and the theory Ling Xiao had just presented were not among them. Instead, Hinayana Buddhism existed, and Hinayana Buddhism was the core dharma of the Western sect. Receiver said in his heart, I wonder who is the superior of the two. The saint is overrated. Mahayana Buddhism is the dharma of the Buddha's way, which cannot be separated from the Buddha's way created by the two saints. The poor Taoist did not practice Buddhism in his life, and being able to discuss the Tao with you guys here is just a credit to this Buddha Tao relic. Maybe, this extreme innate spiritual treasure has a destiny with the Western sect? Ling Xiao did not move and said indifferently. His eyes, however, were extremely subtle, looking towards the 12 pints of golden lotus of merit in the land of ultimate bliss, and this action of his was seen by the two saints of the West, but the two of them didn't vocalize anything. All dharmas are born and all dharmas are destroyed. The impermanence of all actions is the law of birth and death. When birth and death are extinguished, silence is bliss. Soon, Junti straightened his body and spat out a lotus flower with Sanskrit sounds. The light of the Buddha Tao's merits and virtues dazzled, and the Western ultimate bliss Buddha kingdom emitted countless sounds of chanting. As a disciple of the Western sect clasped his hands together in prostration, sensing Junta's Buddha Dharma, visions change. Birth and death are natural. Ling Xiao is sitting on top of the black lotus of extinction, but at this moment is like a rootless duckweed drifting in the rapids. The next second as if it is going to be flooded by the Buddhist teachings of the Junti, and then the generalization of the degree. Hinayana Buddhism focuses on personal liberation and nirvana, but the Mahayana Buddhism of the poor Taoist emphasizes the universalization of all sentient beings, and I would like to ask you two saints to give me some guidance. Ling Xiao stood firm and said slowly. The next instant, Ling Xiao's mouth is like a river, faintly said, in all beings, as if they were themselves. Save the load. All to the other shore. All actions are impermanent. All dharmas are selfless, and nirvana is silent. The sound of Sanskrit is brilliant and soul-stirring. Ling Xiao, with the help of the Buddha Do Relics Empowerment, spoke out the concepts about Mahayana Buddhism. Beyond the sky, Buddha's light shines. Ling Xiao was surrounded by demonic aura and Buddhist rules, and the 10-foot golden wheel of heavenly merit and virtue behind him also manifested. The medicine master Glazed Light Buddha on the side couldn't help but have an epiphany. And countless disciples and followers of the Western sect also traveled into the void. The sound of Sanskrit penetrates the ears and the Dharma is boundless. Guiding and Junti looked at each other without any anger or killing intent, but quietly sensed Ling Xiao's Mahayana Buddhism. There is no tree of Bodhi, nor is there a mirror. There is nothing in the first place. Where is the dust? In order to revitalize the Western world, my master and brothers have exhausted all means, and over countless years they have actually accumulated so many obsessions. And now they have even forgotten their original intentions. Those human beings living in the Western continent to reproduce. Then it is right to be sheltered by the Western sect, and the poor Tao but let the Lion and Camel Ridge group of demons haunted. It is really a moment of fainting. Junti clasped his hands together and bowed slightly to Ling Xiao. The obsession dissipates and dissolves the mind. Seeing this, Ling Xiao dispersed his Tao rhythms and nodded in response. The two Western saints were brazen and did things without a bottom line, but the two were valuable in listening to advice. Guiding showed a peaceful face and opened his mouth to say, the matter of the Lion's Camel Ridge, I, the Church of the West, will help my little friend to solve it. Only that Ling Xian and the Gnarled Head Xian are ranked among the 7 immortals in the entourage of Master Tong Tian, and even our brothers and sisters do not dare to take their lives. After the re-establishment of the Demon Court, the golden-winged Great Rock Eagle has been making its presence felt at Fengqi Mountain, and I, the Western sect, can't control it there. Of course, the demons and evil devils other than the Spirit-Tooth Immortal and the Gnarled Head Immortal, I, the Church of the West, will send them to the infernal hell. Words. Ling Xiao was not displeased, but rather sympathized with the worries of the Western second life. Among the saints, Jiayin and Junti had made great wishes and borrowed merits from the heavenly Tao to achieve the fruit of the saint's Tao, and they were simply not comparable to the Tongtian sect leader in terms of their depth. For the item of extreme innate spiritual treasures alone, they were at the bottom of the heaven's path saints. Even if it was Mother Nuwa, who had many supreme treasures such as the Qiankuan tripod, the mountain river and Jigong diagram, and the red embroidery ball, the two Western saints would not have more than 5 fingers of extreme innate spiritual treasures combined. Spirit-tooth immortal and gnarled head immortal poor Taoist will dispose of them, so I won't bother the two saints. The Western world can have demon races that absorb the essence of the sun and moon and the aura of heaven and earth, but there can't be evil devils and crooked paths that brutalize living beings and disregard them. Ling Xiao spoke righteously and through his voice. When Jia Yin and Jianti saw his solemn demeanor, they didn't retort. However, soon after, their gazes landed on the Buddha Dao relic in Ling Xiao's hand. The Western world is barren and desolate, and they are poor and afraid. Slightly straightening his color, Junti took the lead and said, "Little friend Ling Xiao is a pure White Lotus follower. Besides talking about Buddhism, do you want to make a deal?" As he spoke, the 12 pillars of merit golden lotus hovered in the air. The golden light of merit shimmered in various auspicious divine patterns entangled. It was clearly a supreme treasure. On it also carries the chi of the Western Church. Ming people don't speak in the dark. This golden lotus of merit has a destiny with the poor Taoist. Exchanging this Buddha Dao relic, as well as the heavenly Tao's golden wheel of merit behind me for the golden lotus of merit. I wonder what the two saints would like to do. If the two saints are adults, then the poor Taoist has treasures to offer. Ling Xiao no longer hesitated and directly stated his purpose. The golden lotus of merit and virtue, the red lotus of karma fire, the Tai duster, and the 3 treasures jade ruin. By getting these treasures into his hands, he would be able to attempt to sublimate his heel and complete his metamorphosis. 36 pure white lotus. It's exciting to think about. Truth be told, the poor Taoist is intent on doing so. In addition to being a supreme innate spiritual treasure, this Buddha Dao relic also contains the Mahayana Buddhist teachings that you just spoke of, and can be a supreme treasure that suppresses the chi of my Western sect, and is much more suitable than the golden lotus of merit. However, little friend also knows that my Western sect has a shallow foundation and is suffering. I have also committed some killing karma in these billions of years. Why don't you show some mercy? Finally, Junti's brazen side was still exposed to Ling Xiao. The depths of emotion moved themselves, and muddy old tears seemed to fall in the next instant. This scene caused Ling Xiao to cry and laugh. The poor Tao steps in to help the two saints sort out the Western sect's chi, and without you having to do it, I will personally strip the Western sect's chi from the golden lotus of merit and then merge it with the Buddhist Tao relics. As for this heavenly Tao merit and virtue golden wheel, do you intend to incorporate it into the Buddha Tao relics? Or, with a slight movement of the divine idea, the 10-foot heavenly Tao merit and virtue golden will transformed into the size of a fist and hovered in front of Ling Xiao's body. He is in charge of the pure life creation Tao, as the East Pole Qinghua Emperor, and also sent Hongjun Taoist ancestor to the local specialties. Ling Xiao also cannot use this heavenly Tao merit and virtue golden wheel to protect themselves, so it is better to let the person who has the destiny. It looked like he had lost money, but compared to the 36 pure white lotus heel, Ling Xiao thought he had made a solid profit. Ling Xiao had always believed that coveting small favors would only bind him. Little friend's breadth of mind puts the poor Taoist to shame. Integrate the heavenly Tao merit and virtue golden wheel into the Buddha Tao relic. I'm sorry for your trouble, little friend. When you have finished this matter, the poor Tao will dispatch the disciples of the Western sect to accompany you to the Lion's Camel Ridge to cut down the demons and eliminate the devils, and return the Western world to a clear sky. Saint Guiding smiled brightly with anticipation in his eyes. Westernism, it's going to get better. Chapter 36 Bottom line flexible Western two saints, too eager to progress. The top of Mount Sumeru. Ling Xiao pinched his spell and the law origin of the pure life creation Tao evolved in his hands, and with the slightest movement of his mind, a divine and ethereal aura wrapped around the golden lotus of merit and the Buddha Tao Sheri. In the blink of an eye, the golden wheel of heavenly Tao merit and virtue merged with the Buddha Tao relic. Although the killing karma in the Western sect's chi is not much, the karma tainted with it is extremely complicated, and in addition to the demon race, there is also a vast amount of the human race, but at the heel of the poor Taoist, a snap of the fingers can dissolve it. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered with a deep light as he spoke in his heart. Under the Western religion, there are many disciples and followers. Karma is intangible, yet omnipresent, and as for killing and karma, it is even easier to gain insight. After Ling Xiao had stepped in to wash away the killing karma and cause and effect of the Western sect, as long as the disciples of the Western sect were doing wrong, then these ominous rules would once again be derived. Thus, The same is true of the Interceptor Church. Ling Xiao exhausted his origin and cultivation, and stepped into the immortal execution sword formation to sort out the killing karma. But the disciples of the Interceptor sect acted in their own way and jeopardized the lives of the people, and the killing karma was unceasing and could not be cut off at all. Since the abolition of the heavenly rules of the Interceptor sect, the disciples of the Interceptor sect have even let themselves go. In response, Ling Xiao didn't bother. He wasn't the one to repay a grudge with a favor. Little friend Ling Xiao's Tao rules are so subtle and profound that it is difficult for the poor Taoist to grasp through them for a while. But that Tao rule vaguely reveals the power of creation and the way of purification. Junti frowned and said to Jiayin, who was beside him, 24 pure white lotus followers, with an enlightenment comparable to that of a top innate deity. If Ling Xiao enjoys the East Pole Qinghua Emperor position, there are Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud Taoist for his backing. Junti would like to take him captive to the realization, so that the Western Church has one more disciple to suppress the sect. Little friend Ling Xiao has extraordinary depths. It's not something we can see through. Reception shook his head and sighed softly. If not for Ling Xiao's extraordinary potential, how would ancestor Hongjun have ordained him as the East Pole Qinghua Emperor, and also given him the God Sealing List and the God Striking Whip, so that he could be in charge of the God Sealing matter? A few moments later, with the disappearance of the Western sect's chi on the Golden Lotus of Merit, the karmic connection between this supreme innate spiritual treasure and the Western sect was completely severed, and it was now in Ling Xiao's possession. On the contrary, the Buddha Tao relics evolved the golden light of merit and virtue, in which vast quantities of heavenly merit and virtue surged, fusing with that Sanskrit order and the laws of the Buddha Tao. Two saints. Fortunately, Ling Xiao put the golden lotus of merit into the system space, and the aura around his body was converged as much as possible. The jade sleeve waved lightly. A jade box appeared in front of the two saints of the West, containing 6 enlightenment tea leaves. This is enlightenment tea leaves, born on top of the chaotic spiritual root enlightenment tea tree. It has the effect of purifying the spiritual stage of the Taoist mind and allowing one to have an epiphany. It is a small token of appreciation from the poor Taoist. Ling Xiao said softly with a smile on his face. The two saints of the West were brazen, but he couldn't lose his manners. Let's put aside the karma that Jiayin and Junti owe to Taoist Red Cloud. After all, that's another matter. But today's purpose in the Western sect, Ling Xiao is considered to have achieved. Therefore, gifting the two Western saints with enlightenment tea was just a matter of going along for the ride. The flood is not about fighting and killing. It's about the human condition. Good karma. Sometimes it's better to make it. Besides, the enlightenment tea leaf is extraordinary in its miraculous effects. Even the heavenly Tao saints would be red in the eyes. If Laozi of the Tai Qing dynasty, the first heavenly father and the others were aware of this matter, then would they be moved to do something about it? Tai Whisk and Triple Jade Ruin. Ling Xiao had to find a way to get his hands on it, and the enlightenment tea leaf was that key. Chaos Spirit Root. Little friend Ling Xiao is truly blessed with deep fortune. The poor Taoist is really red-eyed right now. Why don't my senior brothers personally kill the spirit-tooth immortal and the gnarled head immortal, and you add a few more enlightenment tea leaves? Paramount breathed heavily, staring at the enlightenment tea leaves in the jade box. A flash of light came into his head, and then he spoke his mind. Spirit-tooth immortal and gnarly head immortal have committed many sins, so sending them to the underworld to report for duty is a way to do justice for heaven. Hey, sage, calm down. This spirit-tooth immortal and gnarled head immortal, the poor Taoist has his own way of disposing of them. Ling Xiao stared at Jun Ti in surprise, then hastily waved his hand to stop it. Add a few Gautama tea leaves. The bottom line of the quasi is that it's really flexible. Senior brother, don't disgrace yourself in front of young friend Ling Xiao. The receiver was righteous and said slowly, turning his head to look at Ling Xiao. He then said, the Western world is barren and desolate, and the Western sect is shallow. So in the future, if little friend needs the Western sect's help for anything, we, the brothers and sisters, will certainly help. Of course, this enlightenment tea leaves, have to add. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao had a black line on his face. I thought that Jane still had some integrity, but who knew that he was thinking that Juanti was too conservative? The operation of this pair of master and brother made Ling Xiao cry and laugh. Next, Ling Xiao talked with the two saints of the West, and then he led several of the Western sect's personal disciples, such as the Pill Master Glazed Light Buddha and the Dragon Bucking Lohan, towards the Lion's Camel Ridge. On top of that, there were thousands of followers of the Western religion, also following him, harnessing the auspicious clouds. The Sanskrit sound is brilliant. It didn't take long for Ling Xiao and the others to descend over the Lion's Camel Ridge. The endless Buddhist laws and Sanskrit texts turned into a torrent, encompassing the 800 miles of the Lion's Camel Ridge, not giving any demonic evils a chance to escape. Spirit-tooth immortal and gnarled head immortal, why don't you quickly show yourself? Medicine Master Glazed Light Buddha composed his voice. The medicine master Buddha bead on his neck emitted the light of wisdom. Wherever the light shone, karmic obstacles dissipated, evils were wiped out and demons were driven away, and a miserable screen rose and fell. As the personal disciple of the two saints of the West, his realm had long been cultivated to the great Luo Golden Immortal, and his status in the Western sect was only below the two saints of the West and Maitreya Buddha. Who dares to violate the lion's camel ridge? With a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, the gnarled head immortal and the spirit tooth immortal appeared in front of the crowd as they stepped on the demonic aura. They hadn't fully transformed into the innate Tao body, and their appearance looked a bit hideous and terrifying. The gnarled-headed immortal was born with chiseled teeth and jagged teeth. His face was the color of indigo. He was dressed in hideous armor, and in his hand was a long, blood-stained sword that erupted with a bleak god-chilling coldness and sharpness. The spirit tooth immortal was half human and half elephant, dressed in a silver-colored Taoist robe, with two tusks that seemed to be able to overturn the sky and the earth, holding a lance in his hand, with rage burning in his eyes. After the two showed up, they both landed their gazes on Ling Zhao's body. The king thought something was wrong. So it's the Western sect and this interceptor rebel who have mixed together. You guys have come here in a rage. Is it possible that you want to be unfavorable to this king? To my lion's camel ridge demon clan? The gnarled immortal toed the line and glared angrily at the pill master glazed light Buddha and Ling Xiao. With regards to Ling Xiao, he had been building up a grudge for a long time. Before it had severed its karma with the interceptor sect, it was telling them, the disciples of the interceptor sect, what to do, binding them with the so-called heavenly rules of the interceptor sect, and talking loudly about indoctrination. Now, the gnarled immortal breaks free from his shackles so that he can release his nature. In this lion camel ridge, wantonly eat the human race, with human essence and blood to nourish their own blood humongous knife. Then in the Tongtian Godfather in front of the coy and comfortable a lot. Little thief Ling Xiao, do you think that with having to ask the medicine master glazed light Buddha and the others to help you, you'll be able to turn your tail up to the sky? Poor Tao and senior brother gnarled immortal are no longer Tai golden immortals a long time ago. We are now great Luo golden immortals. The spirit tooth immortal grimaced and roared. The demonic aura stirred away, and the aura of a great Luo golden immortal surged. After devouring a massive amount of the human race, coupled with the blessing of the demon court's chi, they also managed to mold the three flowers of the great Luo, stepping into the realm of the great Luo golden immortal. That was why he had shown up in such a dignified manner, not taking Ling Xiao and the group of Western sect disciples into consideration, wantonly slaughtering the human race. You and the others are tainted with the karma of killing, which is not tolerated by the order of the heavenly Tao. As the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor, the poor Taoist shall cut down the demons and remove the devils, and thwart the bones of you and the others. And, you sinful animals have no qualifications to be on the God's sealing list, let alone talk about going up to heaven to seal the gods. Ling Zhao's tone was calm, with a hidden murderous intent in it. The gnarled head immortal and the spirit tooth immortal were so sinful that they relied on devouring the human race and thus certifying to the Tao Lord, which was truly a travesty. It could be said that in Ling Zhao's opinion, these two were even more detestable than the fixed light immortal. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, let the poor Taoist make a move to kill the gnarled-headed immortal. The medicine master glazed light Buddha looked towards Ling Xiao before saying with an expectant tone, he, too, wants to get ahead. Nothing else. It's all about enlightenment tea leaves. 6 enlightenment teas are too few for the Western Church. Each one of these, at least one great Luo golden immortal could be created for the Western sect. And this was not the medicine master glazed light Buddha being alarmist and exaggerating the efficacy of the enlightenment tea leaves. Rather, the realm of many Western sect disciples was stuck at the late stage or peak of Tai golden immortal, and they lacked the epiphany and aura to become a great Luo golden immortal. This, however, is exactly what Gautama tea can help them obtain. Just, the moral righteousness is here with the poor Taoist and the Taoist friend. Then I'll trouble the pharmacist Taoist friend to make a move. Without thinking, Ling Xiao agreed to medicine master glazed light Buddha's request, pulling the Western sect down. It also meant that there would be 2 more heavenly Tao saints behind him. Of course the support of the 2 Western saints was short-lived, but it was enough for Ling Xiao. Arrogant, the spirit tooth immortal unleashed his killing intent, and with his spear in hand, he came towards Ling Xiao and the pill master glazed light Buddha. The bloodbath. It's imminent. I'm asking for 5-star reviews and small gifts from all of you dogs, as well as catch-ups. Chapter 37, Bracing the Gnarled Immortal. Ling Xiao posted his face and opened wide. The storm clouds are surging and the sky is dark. Pill master glazed light Buddha's gaze was bland, and straight away he fought with spirit tooth immortal. As the Buddha Tao magic power and demonic chi collided in the air, and an astral wind swept out in all directions. Senior brothers, follow me to cut down the demons and eliminate the devils. Dragonfall Lohan waved his jade sleeve lightly, and the sound of a dragon roar appeared out of thin air. The disciples and followers of the Western sect all descended on the Lion's Camel Ridge, and soon there were demon soldiers and generals who suffered obliteration, as well as human races who suffered ravages and tortures and were rescued by them. The gnarled immortal and Ling Xiao stood on top of the 9 skies, and their gazes collided. This king is the sage's personal disciple and one of the demon kings of the demon court. You colluded with the disciples of the Western sect to brutalize the living beings of my demon race, and you also drove our masters and brothers to extinction. Aren't you afraid of the wrath of the sage? The gnarled-headed immortal tightly gripped the blood-humming blade, and a ferocious look appeared in his eyes. However, facing Ling Xiao, he still didn't dare to drag his feet. After all, Ling Xiao, as the East Pole Qinghua Emperor, was able to rely on heavenly authority to invoke supreme greatness, and once even Zhao Gongming and the golden-winged rock eagle had fallen into his hands. And so, the gnarled immortal secretly activated his magic power and sent messages to Janeo Island and Fingxi Mountain, wanting to rely on the interceptor disciples and the demon court to make a strong case for himself. Now, the gnarled immortal only had to wait until reinforcements came. Stupid! The poor Taoist is charged with the duties of the heavenly Tao, and it is his duty to cut down the demons and protect the living beings. You and other demons are brutalizing the human race and violating the laws of heaven. Even the Tongtian sect master can't protect you. As for your little trick, the poor Taoist has long seen it in his eyes, and I'm inclined to behead you in front of the disciples of the Interceptor sect and the people of the demon court. Ling Xiao let out a cold smile as the Godslayer gun appeared in his hand. The world-destroying devil lotus under his feet released the 9 devil flames and silent devil light to annihilate space. Mid-Tai Golden Immortal versus Early Dala Golden Immortal. Ling Xiao was undaunted simply because the advantage was with him. Asterisk. The gnarled immortal cursed angrily in the bottom of his heart. He watched as Ling Xiao killed him with the Godslayer lance in his hand. Originally he had wanted to stall for time, but now he could only deal with Ling Xiao's attacks. The blood light cut through the void, spreading demonic aura and killing intent, annihilating the gnarled immortal. Ka-ching! There was a crunching sound that was extremely harsh. The gnarled immortal wanted to use the blood hammer blade to block the Godslayer lance, but he underestimated the power of this heaven's Tao fierce exotic treasure, only to see the blood hammer blade break in the middle, and the Godslayer lance stabbed on top of his chest. Blood spurted and his breath wilted. Great Luo Golden Immortal. That doesn't look so good either. Ling Xiao didn't give the gnarled immortal a chance to catch his breath and continued to swing his God-slaying lance to attack the latter's lifeline. The gnarled immortal's Great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation level was barely raised by relying on devouring the human race, and thus was much weaker than the 2 Zhao Gongming and the golden-winged Great Rock Eagle. Even if he didn't use the heavenly Tao authority, Ling Xiao was still certain that he could suppress it. You have angered the king, a mere mole at the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Relying on the Godslayer lance and the world-destroying Black Lotus, this is what allows you to make waves. You don't know what the laws are and what a Dala Golden Immortal is. Devouring laws. Swallow the sky. The gnarled immortal's body burned with a blazing demonic fire around him. As he opened his lion's mouth, the sky and the earth became dark, and everything in the lion's hump mountain was shaking, as if it was going to be swallowed by him in the next moment. The aura of heaven and earth, spiritual grasses and trees, and even the corpses of the human and demon races. In an instant, they converged together and then headed towards the gnarled immortal. If I devour and refine you, this king's cultivation will definitely be able to go to the next level. Little thief Ling Xiao, watch this. The gnarled immortal's body shook, and that lion's mouth covered 100 miles of emptiness, including Ling Xiao, who was standing above the clouds. The law of devouring confines Ling Xiao. Like to swallow, yes. Then the poor Taoist will fulfill you, Ling Xiao said gently, and then several streams of light flew into the gnarled immortal's mouth. It was the pure Yang sword, the God Sealer, the God Beating Whip, the Qingping sword, and the Golden Lotus of Merit. The 5 extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasures directly transformed into more than 1,000 zhang the moment they entered the gnarled immortal's abdomen. No! The gnarled immortal was forced to transform into his original body and tried to spit out the many spiritual treasures. The mind moved slightly. All 5 extreme innate spiritual treasures erupted with divine might, and in just a matter of breaths, the body of the gnarled-headed immortal was burst, and then its vitality and origin were destroyed by all kinds of sword chi and arcane light. Gnarled immortal, the sin is punishable. Ling Xiao reached out and the gnarled immortal's Yuan Shen true spirit was grasped in his hand, while the body was actively ignited with pure young true flame and quickly turned into flying ash and disappeared, saying that the bones will be thwarted. Then Ling Xiao is going to fulfill him. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, this is Spirit Tooth Immortal's Yuan Shen true spirit. All the demons and evil devils of the 800-mile Lion's Camel Ridge have been exterminated by our Western sect, and we have also transcended them into the infernal hell, where they will have to repay their sins. With a flick of the medicine master glazed light Buddha, The spirit-tooth immortal's Yuan deity true spirit prostrated itself at Ling Zhao's heels, with countless Buddhist order chains on it binding him. All of them were at the early stage of the great Luo golden immortal. But in terms of battle power, the medicine master glazed light Buddha was able to crush the spirit-tooth immortal at will. The physical body of the spirit-tooth immortal was not torched by the medicine glazed light Buddha. Instead, it was put away by the disciples of the Western sect, and could be used to enhance their cultivation when they returned to Mount Sumeru to refine the origin life. Fellow pill master, hard work. With a smile on his face, Ling Xiao nodded at the medicine glazed light Buddha. The 3 enlightenment tea leaves flew directly into the sleeves of the medicine master glazed light Buddha, who smiled contentedly as he sensed the Tao rhythm of the enlightenment tea leaves. Immediately, Ling Zhao's mana moved slightly, and the gnarled immortal's Yuan Shen true spirit body, too, knelt in the air. It's hard to get a good deal, and it's lying neatly. The disciples of the Interceptor sect and the people of the demon court, it's about time for them to come. It is the duty of the heavenly Tao to eliminate demons and devils. Ling Xiao wanted to deter the disciples of the Interceptor sect and the people of the demon court. The only way to do so was to behead the spirit-tooth immortal and the gnarled head immortal in front of them. And he had other plans. Just how could the sins committed by the demon race be repaid by beheading 2 great Luo golden immortals? Ling Xiao, would you dare to be unfavorable to this emperor's 2 senior brothers? Just then, the laws of yin and yang transformed into countless sharp swords that attacked Ling Xiao from beyond the sky. The person who came was none other than the golden-winged rock eagle. Behind him, there was also a strong Phoenix clan member at the early stage of quasi-saint, as well as hundreds of demon soldiers and demon generals, which seemed to be full of faction and might. Mid-great Luo golden immortal. Interesting. I think that after becoming the demon emperor of the demon court, the golden-winged rock sculptor also utilized the Phoenix clan's secret method, which raised his cultivation to the middle stage of the great Luo golden immortal. Ling Xiao stood still as a pure life creation Tao law wrapped around him, and the black lotus of extinction emitted a soul-shattering demonic light before a barrier appeared in front of him. The sound of a boom soon appeared. Smoke and dust, wind and cloud disillusionment. Ling Xiao was holding the god-slaying lance, and with just a flick of his hand, the gnarled head immortal and the spirit-tooth immortal would truly fall, the kind where no dregs of their true souls or Yuanshan would remain. Ling Xiao, release the 2 senior brothers of the poor Taoist. The interceptor disciples arrived late, and the one at the head was the Holy Mother of Wudang, Kong Xian, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, and the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother all erupted with the aura of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, and their vast aura seemed to be able to stir up the sky and turn the earth upside down. The gnarled head immortal and the spirit-tooth immortal wantonly brutalized the human race and committed monstrous sins, so according to the heavenly laws, they should be chopped off without mercy. If the Interceptor sect and the demon court dare to harbor them, then the poor Tao will also pursue them to the end. Ling Xiao spoke righteously, and through his voice, eyes slightly downcast, they fell on the gnarled immortal and the spirit-tooth immortal. When the 2 saw the golden-winged rock eagle and the others appear, it was immediately like they had grabbed a life-saving straw, and their Yuanshan true spirit bodies were so excited that they trembled slightly, but they did not notice Ling Zhao's killing intent. Stop! Several voices sounded at once, but it was already too late. Ling Xiao posted his face and opened wide. The god-slaying lance slashed through the Yuanshan true spirit of the gnarled head immortal and the spirit-tooth immortal, and an infinite ferocious aura and killing power erupted before they were seen dead without a burial place. There was not even a single remnant of true spirit heading toward the underworld. In other words, the gnarled immortal and the spirit-tooth immortal had truly fallen, not even qualified for reincarnation. Tough guy. Only a quasi-saintly power can completely erase a living being's chance to reincarnate. But with the god-slaying lance, fellow Taoist Ling Xiao was able to kill both the Qiangshou immortal and the Lingya immortal. Even Lord Tong Tian is powerless to return to heaven. The pill master glazed light Buddha's eyes flickered as awe arose in his heart for Ling Xiao. The Western sect absolutely cannot offend this East Pole Qinghua emperor. The disciples of the Western Church in particular must not commit murder, or no one will be able to protect them. Elder Yen Blaze, suppress that Ling Xiao for this emperor. I'm going to kill him by 1,000 cuts, and then I'll use the 2 qi of yin and yang to erode his Yuanshan in true spirit, so as to avenge the hatred of my 2 senior brothers. The East Extreme Qinghua emperor, from now on will cease to exist between this heaven and earth. The golden-winged great rock eagle let out a mournful hiss, then said to the early-stage quasi-Saint Phoenix clan powerhouse beside him, the gnarled fairy and the spirit-toothed fairy. It was his brother in arms, but now it's just dead. He will never stop. Chapter 38, Too Much of a Disappointment. Wang Shu, big deal. Sinking the flood. Demon Emperor, calm down. Ling Xiao is the East Pole Qinghua Emperor ordained by ancestor Hongjun Dao. If I were to suppress him without authorization, I would definitely suffer a backlash from the heavenly Dao's qi, and it would also cause Jin Yuanzi, Daoist Red Cloud, and the others to hold a grudge against my Phoenix clan. Ling Xiao is just a district Tai golden immortal. Why don't you teach him a lesson? Yan Kuei was dressed in a fiery red Dao robe. His eyes seemed to have flames dancing, revealing cunningness and deep sophistication. He was unwilling to bury the future of the golden-winged rock eagle and the Phoenix clan for the sake of the gnarled immortal and spirit-tooth immortal. With these words, the golden-winged rock eagle's face was filled with iron. Calm. Two of this emperor's senior brothers were beheaded by Ling Xiao under ridiculous excuses, and they don't even have a chance to reincarnate. So how do you expect me to be calm? The anger boiled over and the voice of the word was loud. The gnarled head immortal and the spirit-tooth immortal were both attendant disciples of the Tongtian sect leader, as well as personal disciples. If the golden-winged great rock sculptor was indifferent, then he would definitely leave a bad impression in the Tongtian sect leader's mind. And he also knew that this heavenly Tao sage had long since noticed this place. As a disciple of the Interceptor sect, the golden-winged rock eagle must take a stand. This time, Sacred Mother Wu Dang looked at Ling Xiao. The appearance is dignified and steady, quite majestic, wearing a green-colored Taoist robe, wearing a lotus flower crown on his head, holding a duster in his hand, with a stern killing intent hidden under his breath. Willow eyebrows raised and beautiful eyes rounded. Holy Mother Wu Tang angrily shouted. The gnarled head immortal and the spirit tooth immortal are the personal disciples of Master Teacher. Even if they have committed grave sins and brutalized the human race, that would need to be dealt with by Master Teacher. And it's not for you to come here to dictate and completely exterminate them. Ling Xiao, how come the poor Taoist didn't realize you were so ruthless before? Now you've even learned to collude with these scumbags of the Western sect, joining them to offend the honorable authority of my Interceptor sect. You've disappointed me too much. Brows furrowed. Disappointment and anger mingled under her eyes. The corners of her mouth slightly downturned, as if there was a kind of deep sorrow and pain after being let down. Those who didn't know thought that Ling Xiao had done something to the pawnless Holy Mother. On the side, Turtle Spirit Holy Mother smoothly helped out. Ling Xiao, you are a hypocrite. I'm afraid that the Dao injuries you sustained in order to comb through the Interceptor Church's chi were self-directed, and your ultimate goal is to break away from the Interceptor Church. Why else would you be able to remake your heel and even join the Heavenly Court? I see that from the beginning to the end. All of this was a setup by you to test our attitudes and then sever ties with the Interceptor sect. If you are willing to bind your hands and kneel at the heel of the lion's hunchback to atone for your sins, I will ask my master for mercy and spare your life. Bent in time, Holy Mother Wu Dang, Holy Mother Turtle Spirit, and the others, took turns counting and suppressing Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao was no longer a fan of such tricks. Enough said? You have disrespected the heavenly Tao and disobeyed the heavenly rules of the heavenly court. If you are stubborn again, then I won't blame the poor Taoist. Ling Xiao's gaze flinched as the Godslayer lance swung out in a smooth manner. The vastness of the nine-specter demon flame and the power of killing, wrapped in the rules of heaven and earth, suppressed towards the several people, and in an instant, they flew out backwards. Ling Xiao, you brought this on yourself. Holy Mother Wu Dang snorted coldly before landing her gaze on Yen Blaze. The intent, needless to say, old ancestor Yen Blaze, don't let this emperor rush you anymore. Suppress Ling Xiao, and I'll share one of the extreme innate spiritual treasures on him with you. The golden-winged rock eagle looked towards Yen Blaze and gritted its teeth. Although he had led the Phoenix clan to reappear in the world, after all, his cultivation level was only at the middle stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, and when facing these Phoenix clan ancestors, he did not have as much of an order as he thought he did. The reason for allowing Yen Blaze to strike at Ling Xiao was because there was a bit of a psychological shadow in the golden-winged rock eagle's heart, and he knew what kind of power Ling Xiao would wield once he completely invoked the heavenly Tao authority. Only a paramount saint could completely suppress Ling Xiao. I honor the demon emperor's decree. Greed flashed across Yen Blaze's face as he stepped straight out. If he could obtain an extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure, he would be able to cut off a corpse and become a middle-stage quasi-saint powerhouse, and then bless the Phoenix clan. At that time, his position would only be below the golden-winged rock eagle and Kong Xian, and he would even be able to lead the Phoenix clan, recreating the splendor that he had experienced at the time of the Dragon Han's initial catastrophe. Ling Xiao, don't you recognize your mistake? Immortal Jin Yuan and Taoist Red Cloud long ago made a pact with Master and Uncle Niwa that they would never meddle in your affairs, and now you have no other choice. If you don't want to die, then give in. The Golden Spirit Sacred Mother's red lips slightly opened as she said indifferently to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's realm was only in the middle stage of Tai Golden Immortal, and even with the God-slaying lance, world-destroying Black Lotus, and many other spiritual treasures to protect his body, he could at most fight against the early stage of the Dala Golden Immortal cultivation without being able to turn the tide in front of a quasi-saintly powerhouse. In the Golden Spirit Virgin Mother's opinion, there was only one way for Ling Xiao to go, and that was to lower his head and be a human being and submit to them. Noisy,
Ling Xiao did not look squarely at the golden spirit Holy Mother and casually spat out 2 words. Eyes burning, chest straight. The Godslayer lance erupted with bloodlight, and the black lotus of extinction flashed with silent demonic light. Gnarly-headed immortal and spirit-toothed immortal. The 2 of them should not be punished for their crimes. The golden-winged rock eagle has Kong Xian as his older brother and is still the demon emperor of the demon court. It's not that Ling Xiao doesn't dare to kill him, but Ling Xiao has other plans. As for the Wu-Tang Holy Mother and the others, Ling Xiao was too lazy to bother. Therefore, Ling Xiao could only aim his spear at Yen Blaze, or rather, the great powers of the demon court. Ling Xiao, kneel down for old man. Yen Blaze looked down at Ling Xiao. The corner of his mouth raised a smile, and his early-stage quasi-saint aura transformed into a blistering wind and rain, and was like an extinguishing flame as it pressed towards Ling Xiao. Space shattered and earth, fire, wind and water evolved. The majestic and thick aura caused the earth to shake for hundreds of millions of miles around the lion's camel ridge. Put! Ling Xiao's face turned white and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This scene looked silly to Yen Blaze. The old man's aura hasn't completely exploded yet. How could he not be able to block it? Only in the next instant, Yen Blaze saw the meaningful smile on Ling Xiao's face, while a coolness deeply derived from his spine before running into his chest and Yuanshan. The Phoenix clan disrespected the heavenly Tao and plotted against the heavenly emperor. Their clan should be exterminated as a warning to others. Yen Blaze, you're dead. Pillmaster Glazed Light Buddha had a quick mind and was the first to see through the intent in Ling Xiao's smile. Activating the mana around him, he looked up to the sky and let out a high cry. Boom! The sun and the moon have no light, and the sky and the earth are bleak. The eye of heavenly punishment suddenly appeared. Thunder was intertwining and entwining, locking Yen Blaze in place. Karma, descends on Yen Blaze. Not only that, the heavenly Tao shackles that had disappeared on Yen Blaze's body were coalescing at this moment, and even the other beings of the Phoenix clan in the Nanling volcano had not escaped. Ling Xiao Jr., you're counting on me. Yen Blaze's heart trembled in fear as he pointed at Ling Xiao and said in horror, with the help of the demon court's chi, the Phoenix clan had cleansed their karma and cause and effect, but now it was due to his momentary carelessness that he had caused such a disaster. In addition to fear, there were even more countless mysteries in Yen Blaze's mind. Why did the heavenly Tao have to rain down such a cruel chastisement after just a single strike against Ling Xiao? At the beginning of the Dragon Han dynasty, the 3 tribes were at war, causing killing and infinite karma. Ancestor Hongjun and the heavenly Tao descended in mercy, allowing the Phoenix clan to suppress the Nanling volcano and redeem the sins committed. But now the Phoenix clan is relying on the demon court to try to repeat the same mistakes, which is a disobedient act against the heavenly Tao and failing ancestor Tao. The poor Taoist follows the heaven and protects all living beings. How can he allow the Phoenix clan to act recklessly? Ling Xiao was breezy and said slowly to Yen Kuei, deafening all the people present, except for the medicine master Glazed Light Buddha who expected it. The rest of them were dumbfounded, especially the golden-winged rock eagle and Kong Xian, who were filled with resentment. Ling Xiao was cutting off the Phoenix clan's only hope. You can't do that. Those Phoenix clan beings are innocent. The pawnless virgin reacted with fear and anxiety on her face. Ha! The sins committed by Yuan Feng and the ancestors of the Phoenix clan were enough for the heavenly Tao to completely erase the Phoenix clan. And now that the Phoenix clan still remains in the world, it's already the heavenly Tao's way of being merciful to them. In the poor Tao's opinion, the human beings who have been devoured and ravaged by the golden-winged rock eagle and the others are the most innocent. Ling Xiao laughed coldly, his words carrying rolling thunder, shocking the holy mother of pawnlessness into speechlessness, her expression unable to calm down for a long time. The Phoenix clan suppressed the Nanling volcano by simply combing the agitated fire veins. But on the contrary, the Dragon clan needed to fill the East China Sea springs with their lives, and the Kirin clan was even transformed into the flood auspiciousness, and the whole clan was near destruction. It could be said that of the 3 clans, the Phoenix clan had the best end. But Yen Blaze and the others don't know how to cherish it. The demon court does not respect the heavenly Tao and condones Yen Blaze's desire to kill the East Pole Qinghua Emperor. This palace has a Taoist marriage with Ling Xiao. So today I set foot on Fengqi Mountain to find the demon court to ask for an explanation. If not, the big deal is to sink the flooded earth. Wang Shu's voice echoed in the sky above Fengqi Mountain, and then spread throughout the flood world. He is a magnificent man, and he is in charge of the Taiyin Avenue. Above the clouds, Ling Xiao, who had gained insight into the scene, had a deep light emerge from the bottom of his eyes. Good show. It's just beginning. Chapter 39, Lazy Speaking Matches Listening. Ling Xiao and Wang Shu spread dog food. Go! Head for Phoenix Hill. Ling Xiao looked at the medicine master Glazed Light Buddha and said indifferently, the golden-winged rock eagle, Yen Blaze, and the others were directly ignored by him. Great good. Medicine Glazed Light Buddha nodded in response. In the blink of an eye,
Ling Xiao, Pill-mastered glazed light Buddha, dragon subduing Lohan, and the others headed towards Fingqi Mountain. Except for Yen Blaze, Holy Mother Wu Dang, and the others who looked at each other with fear and shock on their faces. The Eye of Heavenly Punishment. What to do with it? The Golden Spirit Sacred Mother looked towards the 9 heavens. The Eye of Heavenly Punishment intertwined with blood, light and thunder. Looking down at Yen Blaze and the golden-winged rock eagle, the cold and merciless rules evolving, as if it was about to rain down plunder and punishment in the next instant. The heavenly yoke of the Phoenix clan reappeared. But fortunately, Master Golden-Winged Rock Sculptor had the Demon Court's chi and the intercepting Sect's chi to guard him, which prevented him from being robbed like Yen Blaze. The Phoenix clan can only become an outcast? Let Yen Blaze fend for himself. Holy Mother Turtle Spirit said indifferently. As the words fell, it instantly drew the crowd to remain dumbfounded. They didn't expect the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother to be so decisive, or even to say that she didn't have any sympathy or compassion. In 3 words, he sentenced Yen Blaze to death. Boom! Thunder rolled and Tao sounds echoed. The Eye of Heavenly Punishment flashes. The purple sky divine thunder carries endless killing blood gas. From the depths of the void descended on the body of Yin Kuei. In an instant, only the violent energy vent, the entire lion's hunchback ridge are affected, turned into flying ash. The many followers of the Western sect, on the other hand, hurriedly retreated towards the Spirit Mountain, fearing that they would be liquidated by the golden-winged great rock eagle and the others. Elder Yen Blaze, fallen. Kong Xian witnessed this scene and muttered unwillingly. Everyone present did not expect that Yen Blaze had only shocked Ling Xiao with his might, but as a result, he had attracted the Eye of Heaven's punishment, and had also caused the entire Phoenix clan to fall into the abyss, without any chance of breaking free of their shackles. The hard-won freedom to get away was buried by Yen Blaze. The big deal is sinking the flood. Wangshu barged into Fingqi Mountain all alone. She was seeking her own death. Just because my demon court can't lay a hand on Ling Xiao doesn't mean she can be arrogant and cocky. Chaos Demon God. Damn it! The golden-winged great rock eagle's body trembled as he gritted his teeth. Yen Blaze, a great power at the early stage of quasi-saint, just perished. Everything, all because of Ling Xiao's scheming and calculating. This made the golden-winged rock eagle fearful and was even more jealous of the heavenly Tao. And now he realized that Ling Xiao's calculations were just the trigger, and the root cause was the heavenly Tao wanting to trap the Phoenix clan in the Nanming volcano. Hatred, surging to the heart of the golden-winged great rock eagle. He could not wait to lift the dome of the sky, pull out the origin of the heavenly Tao to ask for an explanation. After wasting hundreds of millions of years, isn't the Phoenix clan enough to pay back the karma brewed during the Dragon Han's initial calamity? To Phoenix Hill. The Sacred Mother of Adamantine slightly straightened her face and said slowly to the crowd. Underneath the calm and pretty face, complex emotions were hidden. It was once Ling Xiao who stood in front of all the female immortals of the Interceptor sect, helping them to sort out the karma in their Yuan Shen, and helping them to realize the great Tao with a pure and holy light. But now, the sea has changed. Ling Xiao changed his heart and actually had a Taoist marriage with Wang Shu. But the Chaos Demon God who was as terrifying as he was, who prevented great God Panga from opening up the heavens and the earth. The heavenly Tao and the Hanjun Taoist ancestors could not tolerate the Phoenix clan, yet they allowed Wang Shu to do wrong in the heavens and earth. Could it be that they were also blinded by Ling Xiao's flowery words? The big deal is sinking the flooded earth. Wang Shu was furious for Ling Xiao. How could she do that? Fenghu Mountain. Coldness flooded Wang Shu's gentle eyes as she stood above the 9 heavens, her smooth and soft hair gently fluttering in the wind, and the boundless laws of the great Tao of Taiyin solidified space and time. Fellow Taoist Wang Shu, what are you doing? Ling Xiao collaborated with the Western cult to behead my demon soldiers and generals, thwarted the 2 demon kings, the gnarled head immortal and the spirit tooth immortal, and Yen Blaze has now fallen. So what else do you want from my demon court? Don't be aggressive and unreasonable. My demon court will not back down. Bai Zhe was dressed in a grey robe with his right hand behind his back. With a calm gaze, the aura of a peak quasi-saint swept out as he did not place Wang Shu in his eyes. After all, Wang Shu was only a mid-mixed golden immortal powerhouse, but the demon court was filled with many late-stage and peak paramount powerhouses. So even if Wang Shu was a chaos demon god follower, he would not be able to make any waves. This palace is too lazy to waste words with you. You don't deserve to hear it. If you dare to obstruct this palace, then I will kill more than just the remaining members of the Phoenix clan. When Ling Xiao traveled to Lion's Camel Ridge, he got through to Wang Shu. The re-establishment of the demon court was the result of a joint push by sect leader Tong Tian and Nuwa. But Ling Xiao, as the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor, he could not let the demon court run rampant and infringe upon the heavenly court's orthodox status. So, they pushed the boat along and let Wang Shu find the right opportunity to turn Fingqi Mountain upside down. Now, Wang Shu naturally would not back down easily. As the words fell, the Taiyin Great Tao laws turned into a torrent and swept toward Bai Zhe. Wang Shu. The figure disappeared. The next instant, only to see the countless palaces and pavilions of Fengqi Mountain collapsing, and a figure turning into a rain of blood out of thin air, then being turned into pieces by the Taiyin Great Tao laws. The beings that fell were all early-stage quasi-saint powerhouses of the Phoenix clan. They had broken free from the shackles of the heavenly Tao by virtue of the demon court's Qiluk, and now because of Yen Blaze's foolish behavior, and thus being re-imprisoned by the rules of the heavenly Tao and their Yuanshan, true spirit, and cultivation, they didn't even have the backbone to resist Wang Shu, so a one-sided massacre began. Wang Shu, how dare you? Several figures appeared out of thin air and were about to surround Wang Shu, but, even though Wang Shu was a mid-mixed golden immortal cultivator, her means were endless, and while that Taiyin power surged, a streak of purple and gold light appeared. Hongmeng measuring ruler, killing people without touching their karma. Not bad, Wang Shu said in his heart, but the divine abilities and laws under his hands did not stop. During the heaven-opening calamity, Wang Shu's Taiyin divine staff was completely destroyed, so Ling Xiao temporarily gave her the Hongmeng heaven measuring ruler so that she could utilize her extreme battle power. Boom! At the top of Fengqi Mountain, the most central palace collapsed. Wang Shu obliterated the last early-stage quasi-saint powerhouse of the Phoenix clan while she stood calmly in the air, allowing the surrounding demon court powerhouses to surround her. The figure was graceful and high and cold. The face was exquisite like jade. The long hair was like ink, emitting a cold aura, and under her feet was the ethereal orchid spirit flower condensed by the law of Taiyin Avenue. The legacy of the world is a magnificent one. Wang Shu, you are reckless, beheading dozens of my demon court's early-stage quasi-saint powerhouses, as well as nearly reducing Fengqi Mountain to rubble. You must give this emperor a statement, or you will surely die. What bull ****** Dao couple marriage. I want Ling Xiao to feel the pain of losing his beloved. Lu Ji was gray and flew out of the collapsed palace. The red gold emperor's robe was stained with dust, blood was still flowing from the corners of his mouth, and a cold light was hanging on his body, and the power of Taiyin was still continuously eroding his body. The Taiyin Avenue laws that had escaped, intentionally or unintentionally, when Wang Shu had beheaded those Phoenix clan great powers had nearly destroyed him. This breath, Lu Ji couldn't endure. Yes? Ling Zhao's voice appeared abruptly. The Godslayer gun transformed into streams of light and attacked Lu Press from afar. It was only because of the timely intervention of the Kuan-Pang ancestor that the God-slaying gun flew out, or else Lu Ji was afraid that he would be seriously injured if he didn't fall. Next, leave it to the poor Taoist. Ling Xiao landed in front of Wang Shu's heel and gently grabbed her jade hand, his eyes glowing with a pampered deep light and a gentle smile on his face. This scene stunned Wang Shu. If you need it, this palace can break through the realm in an instant and then destroy the demon court. Wang Shu raised her jade hand and helped Ling Xiao straighten the hair around her ears. Warm and soft, the killing intent, as well as the high coldness around his body dispersed, leaving Ling Xiao with only the bright eyes like autumn water, as well as the gentle smile at the corner of his mouth. Beyond the sky, the sacred mother Wu-Tang and the others finally arrived. To the eye, there was the scene of Wang Shu and Ling Xiao being in love with each other. The Pawnless Holy Mother, Golden Spirit Holy Mother, and Turtle Spirit Holy Mother all skimmed their mouths, an uncomfortable feeling in their hearts, as if their toys were being possessed by someone else. Anger, resentment, oil. Ling Xiao, you're so vicious. Dozens of Phoenix clan's ancestors were all beheaded by Wang Shu under your orders. The poor Taoist and you will fight. Kong Xian's heart was like a knife as he looked at this scene with disbelief. Fengqi Mountain was nearly reduced to ruins, with remnants of blood stains spilling everywhere, from which Kong Xian sensed a familiar aura. It was none other than the senior who had passed on many of the Phoenix clan's secret methods to him not long ago. The harsh reality of the separation of heaven and earth. Even Kong Xian, who was calm in nature, couldn't help but erupt in thunderous anger, wanting to fight Ling Xiao to the death. Chapter 40 Yuanshi Tianzun. I feel like I'm living in Ling Xiao's shadow. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back to the shore. Fellow Daoist Kong Xian has a deep heel and a resolute Taoist heart, and will surely be able to step into the realm of the paramount saints in the future. If you get involved in today's matter, you will truly fall into the infernal hell and will not be able to break free of your shackles. The medicine master glazed light Buddha clasped his hands together and recited Sanskrit sounds under his breath. The golden light of Buddha Dao Gongda flashed as he blocked Kong Xian's path. The aura of an early Dala golden immortal stirred up. He didn't want Kong Xian to be unfavorable to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was in the middle stage of Tai Golden Immortal, while the current Kong Xian was one large realm above him. Even if Ling Xiao was in charge of the God-slaying lance and many other supreme treasures, in the medicine master glazed light Buddha's opinion he would be caught in a passive situation. So this personal disciple of the two saints of the West stepped forward to stand up for him. Fellow pill master, many thanks. Ling Xiao turned his head and nodded gently. Immediately, With a soft gaze, he patted Wang Shu's jade hand. Involving you in this was a last resort. Upon hearing this, Wang Shu smiled warmly and said softly, there is no way to repay the favor of saving my life, so I can only give my body in return. Since Ancestor Hongjun confessed that we have a Dao couple marriage, then this palace will naturally help you. If you have a guilty conscience, then when you return to Panglai Immortal Island, pinch the shoulders and legs of this palace and serve me. An ambiguous atmosphere filled the air. Squeeze the shoulders and pound the legs. After hearing Wang Shu's words, quite a few male immortals pounded their chests. This absolute beauty. Why is she rewarding Ling Xiao? Ha ha. Good. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, the Taiyin Avenue laws were ethereal and mysterious. And in the next instant Wang Shu appeared 10,000 miles away, allowing Ling Xiao to be surrounded by the demon court paragons without any worry on her part. Wang Shu couldn't be clearer about Ling Xiao's underpinnings, and it was no longer appropriate for her to step in for what came next. Ling Xiao, little thief. You disobeyed your teacher and disrespected the saints, and now you've even beheaded 2 of my interceptor's personal disciples, and condoned Wang Shu's massacre of the Phoenix clan's quasi-saintly great powers. So you have to give this emperor a statement. Otherwise, don't blame this emperor for invoking Master and Nuwa. Lu Shi pointed at Ling Xiao and his expression became twisted. Re-establishing the demon court was originally a joyous event, but Ling Xiao had repeatedly spoiled him. First, he colluded with the human race to snatch the Kongdong seal of the Tontian sect master, and now he is finding excuses to exterminate the gnarled head immortal and the spirit tooth immortal, and has caused the demon court to lose a great deal of its reserves. Lu Pressure was filled with anger. He absolutely could not easily spare Ling Xiao. The saints of the Heavenly Tao were appointed by Ancestor Hongjun and the Heavenly Tao, and their duty should be to teach all living things and maintain the balance of heaven and earth, not to be minions that you, Lu Press, can drive around at will. Lord Tongtian talked about having a religion with no class, but in fact, he made the Interceptor Church a place to hide dirt, making demons and evil devils go unchecked and scourge the floodplains with the title of a saint's disciple. Nuwa is the holy mother of the human race. Yet she doesn't think of a strategy to teach the human race, instead allowing the demon race to treat the human race as blood food, and helping you to re-establish the demon court is even more treasonous and contrary to the teachings of the Tao ancestors and the great momentum of the heavenly Tao. The poor Taoist dares to ask the various great powers and the remaining few saints, am I wrong? Ling Xiao stood on top of the world-destroying Black Lotus, the god-slaying lance in his hand trembling slightly. The devil's aura spreads across the world, and the pure life creation Tao evolves. The sound of the Tao rippled and reverberated toward the 4 directions. The East Pole Qinghua Emperor is right. The first Heavenly Father was seated on top of the platform and descended with Taoist lantern burner and a group of hierarchy disciples. The holy might was brilliant and immense. Turning the tables, he continued. This seat follows the Heavenly Tao, explains the Heavenly Tao, and from time to time restrains his disciples so that they don't bully the living beings. But Master Tongtian and Sister Nuwa are doing the opposite. And my heart aches. Little friend Ling Xiao exercised his position in the Heavenly Tao, and killing the gnarled head immortal and the spirit tooth immortal was an act of conforming to the general trend and acting on behalf of heaven. So how could there be any fault? The first Heavenly Father sized up Ling Xiao and nodded repeatedly. The moment an illusion appeared in the mind of the first Heavenly Father, he felt that he had been living in Ling Xiao's shadow, then to obey the heavenly way and honor the Taoist ancestors. The first Heavenly Father was as childish as a new recruit at Ling Xiao's heels. Originally, the first Heavenly Father sat steadily in the Kunlun Mountains, was trying to watch the drama with a cold eye, but who let Ling Xiao's words were his unspoken words from the bottom of his heart. Mouth for Ling Xiao. The first Heavenly Father naturally wants to support a wave of support behind him. Otherwise, if they were really plotted against by the demon court, it would be a loss for the entire flood world. Positively evil. Every sentence also puts Ancestor Hongjun Dao in front of the Heavenly Tao. No wonder he can gain the favor of Ancestor Hongjun. Guan Chengzi looked at Ling Xiao with respect on his face, the head of the hierarchy, inheriting the mantle of the first Heavenly Father, but he was now a bit confused. How is Ling Xiao more compliant with the Heavenly Tao than he is? My model. The faults of Master Nuwa and Master Tongtian have all been exposed by Ling Xiao, and they are indeed ghostly and dim-witted for supporting Lu Press to re-establish the demon court. The jade tripod realist held his head high and smacked his lips as he said, to stiffen 2 Heavenly Tao saints, I'm afraid that there is only Ling Xiao in this heaven and earth. If Heavenly Father can speak a fair word for the late generation, the poor Taoist is grateful. Fellow Daoist dragon bucking, please also help me make tea for Heavenly Father, so that I can also show my respect. Ling Xiao bowed slightly and made a Taoist bow and salute to the first Heavenly Father. On the calf protection, Yuan Shi Tianzuan in the flood world is unique. In the original flood history, he rather put down his face to the 3 Xiao and others' hands. In order to disciples do not care about their own saint's majesty. since the first Heavenly Father was able to take the initiative to show up. Then Ling Xiao understood that he would speak out to protect himself, and so this due respect could not be lost. Gohan tea is served. As a courtesy, little friend Ling Xiao, dragon bucking Luohan is furtive. It's better for us senior brothers to do this matter. Suddenly, golden light shone brightly beyond the sky. Guiding and Junti stepped on the golden lotus, carrying endless golden light of Buddhist merit and virtue around them, and soon appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Junti rubbed his hands together and squeezed out a smile at Ling Xiao. Masters, you. Dragonfall Rohan had a questioning look on his face as he looked at the two saints of the West. Hairy hands, yourself? But seeing the serious gaze of Jiayin and Junti, he still silently retreated, while in his heart, he felt a little sorry for making tea for the first Heavenly Father. Maybe he could even smell it? Enlightenment tea. I don't know what it's like yet. Greetings to the two saints. This is 9 enlightenment tea leaves and a pot of 3 lights divine water, so I'll take care of you. Ling Xiao couldn't help but take out the enlightenment tea leaves and the 3 lights divine water. For each saint, 3 enlightenment teas. Good talk, good talk. In the face of the demon court and the disciples of the interceptor sect, there is no need to make any concessions. We, the senior brothers and elder brother Yuan Shi, will help you do justice. With a slight movement of his Dharma power, Junti rolled away the enlightenment tea leaves and the 3 lights divine water, and then landed on Yuan Shi Tianzun's head of the cloud, and directly began to operate. Just, in the cup of the first Heavenly Father were 3 enlightenment tea leaves, while there was only 1 in the jade cups of Junti and Jiayin, and the remaining 4 were put away by them. All heavenly saints now, epiphanies and all that don't matter. Save what you can. 2 senior brothers, is it necessary to be so stingy? The first Heavenly Father cried and laughed, then picked up the jade cup. One could only see the 3 enlightenment tea leaves draped with the laws of the great Tao, an arcane light so profound and infinite that just the breath that escaped could make one's Yuanshan clear and his spiritual platform purify. Take a sip and refresh yourself. Seeing the hierarchy disciples a burst of envy. They also want to use the enlightenment tea to epiphany the great Tao. He. I'm not going to hide it from you, senior brother. But we in the Western sect have already obtained 9 enlightenment tea leaves from fellow Taoist Ling Xiao. And together with the 4 just now, it's enough to allow 13 disciples to step into the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Senior brother acts boldly. What he drinks down is not enlightenment tea. It may be the opportunity for 2 disciples to attain the great Luo Golden Immortal awe. Only when he saw the first Heavenly Father drink the enlightenment tea did Guiding say with a face full of an S. Enlightenment tea. The first sip is the most subtle and can lead to an epiphany of the great Tao. Now, even if the first Heavenly Father wanted to distribute it to the disciples of the hierarchy, there was nothing he could do. Put 13 enlightenment tea leaves. You guys are afraid that you haven't handed over all your family's assets to little friend Ling Xiao, right? The first Heavenly Father almost sprayed out a mouthful of tea, seemingly cloudy and light. Really some envy and jealousy in his heart. When did the 2 saints of the West get rich? Just the thought that a single enlightenment tea leaf could raise a disciple to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. He was a little heartbroken again at the moment, and could even sense the grudging eyes of those disciples behind him. Then how? Our senior brothers are merely exchanging the 12 pieces of merit and virtue golden lotus to little friend Ling Xiao, and then along the way, letting a few disciples help him to overthrow the lion's hunchback ridge group of demons. Junti patted his chest in righteousness. Unbeknownst to me, this statement will make waves. Chapter 41, Lu Ji, I endure. Dumbass who could be in a museum. On the cloud platform, the corners of the first Heavenly Father's mouth trembled slightly as he looked at Sage Junti in shock. The golden lotus of merit. You're just going to give it away? Surprised at the same time, waves surged in the mind of the first Heavenly Father, and he immediately gained insight into Ling Xiao's thoughts. That is, with the help of the golden lotus of merit, the green ping sword, and other treasures to enhance the origin, and even let the heel metamorphose. After all, Ling Xiao's miserable face when he left the Kunlun Mountains was still fresh in his mind. The origin was destroyed, the Yuan Shan dried up, and the Dao injuries were all over the place. But even so, Ling Xiao was able to reshape his heel and also allowed it to metamorphose into the 24 pure white lotus. And since then he has completely risen to prominence. If we fuse treasures such as the golden lotus of merit and virtue, the green pink sword, and the black lotus of extinction, Ling Xiao's heel will surpass all the innate deities, and then match that of Hongjun Dao ancestor. The first Heavenly Father sucked in a breath of cool air and sipped his enlightenment tea to suppress the shock in his heart. His eyes fell on Ling Xiao with a solemn look on his face. Ling Xiao follows the way of heaven and is highly valued by Hongjun Taoist ancestor. Fusing treasures such as the golden lotus of merit and virtue, it was certain that they would not be suppressed by the heavenly Tao order either. And at that time, the first Heavenly Father could not dare to imagine what kind of realm Ling Xiao's heel and enlightenment would reach. Elder brother Yuan Shi, Don't be so surprised. Little friend Ling Xiao exchanged my Western sect's golden lotus of merit with the Buddha Dao's relics and his heavenly Dao's golden wheel of merit. And he also went out of his way to help us sort out the killing karma in the sect's chi. A deal that our masters and brothers made a solid profit on. What's more, if it weren't for this good fruit, how could we have gotten these enlightenment tea leaves? I'm sure that in the future, Elder Brother's hierarchy is going to be crushed by the Western sect. With a calm face, Guiding said to the first Heavenly Father, how could he not know about Ling Xiao's schemes? But who made Ling Xiao so decent? As long as the Western sect doesn't do anything evil, it won't offend Ling Xiao. And even if the Heavenly Court can really suppress the saints one day, their masters and brothers can keep a slightly lower profile. Flood world. It seems that all the saints waived. In fact, has always been in the Tao of Heaven and Hongjun Daozu's control. Jain and Junti did not dare to give birth to the heart of the rebellion. The founding of the Western Church is not the interception of a threat of heaven. This seed knew you wouldn't do a losing deal. If you want to share a few of the Enlightenment tea leaves with me, I think it's time to change the spiritual treasures of the Western sect's disciples. You know the power of this seat's Tao of refining weapons. The first Heavenly Father patted receiver's shoulder, then said with a kind face, the hierarchy, naturally, cannot be suppressed by the Western Church. What did Senior Brother say? Poor Taoist can't understand. Guiding pretended to be confused, then moved his butt outward, looking like he didn't want to get deeper into the relationship with the first Heavenly Father. It was a scene that made people laugh. Between the clouds, the wind and clouds changed. After the first Heavenly Father and the two saints of the West showed up, the last trace of worry in Ling Xiao's heart all but disappeared as he breezily scanned his surroundings, only to see Bai Zhe, Lu Press, and the rest of the people with ironic faces. Lu Press, aren't you going to ask sect leader Tong Tian and Yuhua to come out? The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth lifted up into a smile before he looked at Lu Press and opened his mouth, sorting through the ins and outs of the matter. He had been the one to occupy the greater good from beginning to end, and now there were three heavenly Dao saints standing up for themselves, so even if the Tong Tian sect leader and Yuan Yangyang showed up, they would still be powerless to return to heaven. If these two heavenly Dao saints still loved their own faces, then they would definitely remain silent and let this matter slowly die down instead of holding Ling Xiao accountable again. Demon Emperor, don't get carried away. This time, just bear it. An inexplicable expression appeared on the shadowy face of the Kuanpang old ancestor. He came up to Lu Press, then said in a serious tone. A few breaths later, Lu Press let out a cold snort and finally endured the pent-up anger, then turned around and headed toward the top of Fingqi Mountain, which had become ruins. All of the great powers of the demon race flashed away. If they couldn't afford to mess with Ling Xiao, could they not afford to hide? Fellow Daoist Kong Xian, do you still want to be stubborn and pester fellow Daoist Ling Xiao? Medicine Master Glazed Light Buddha clasped his hands together and looked at Kong Xian, who was not far away, only to see the latter's face so gloomy that it seemed to be able to drip water. His hands clenched into fists, and a drop of blood falling. In front of the first Heavenly Father and the two saints of the West, how could Kong Xian dare to act rashly? Suffocation, hatred and pain raged in his heart. The golden-winged rock eagle, too, the quasi-saintly powers of the Phoenix clan were all killed, and the rest of the living beings were all reburdened with the yoke of the heavenly Tao, to suppress heaven and earth at the Nanning volcano, never being able to break free of their cages. The golden-winged rock sculptor gave the Phoenix clan hope, and now because of him, this hope was crushed hard, and in the future, those Phoenix clan beings did not know how decadent and miserable they would be. Ling Xiao, Western sect, the poor Taoist remembers you. Senior sisters, go back to the Bio Palace. Kong Xian snorted coldly and whisked his sleeves away. Saint Mother Wu Dang, Saint Mother Jinling, and Saint Mother Turtle Spirit. The three women looked at Ling Xiao and Wang Shu with complicated eyes. If they hadn't once disregarded Ling Xiao, the one standing by his side right now would have been them. Unfortunately, there is no how. Ling Xiao, you have defamed Master Teacher and Uncle Nuwa. Your crime is unpardonable. Today, with the three saints protecting you, the poor Taoist can allow you to be uninhibited and arrogant. But in the future, that won't necessarily be the case. Don't let the poor Taoist catch you in the act, or else. The Turtle Spirit Sacred Mother frowned tightly as she chided Ling Xiao. Subsequently, without waiting for Ling Xiao to react, she drifted away. Museum-ready dumbass. Ling Xiao looked at Turtle Spirit Holy Mother's back and raised his voice to dislike her back. Ling Xiao, the revenge of the gnarled head immortal and spirit tooth immortal will be avenged by this emperor. The golden-winged rock eagle roared, turned around and flew to the top of Fingqi Mountain, and did not follow Kong Xian and the others back to Janeo Island. Time passes, weather passes. Ling Xiao stood on top of the Black Lotus of Extinction, looking down at the devastated Fingqi Mountain and meeting the gazes of those countless demonic beings without any ripples on his face. It is not true that the human and demon races cannot stand on opposite sides. Demons and evil devils, Ling Xiao beheads them. If an evil person appeared in the human race, Ling Xiao would also step in to suppress them. This was his responsibility as the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor, and as he was in charge of the Kongdong Seal. Little friend Ling Xiao, this seed is willing to make good karma with you. How about I gift you this triple jade ruin? The primordial Heavenly Father slightly straightened his face, his holy might collected, and he looked like an elder full of kindness and virtue. The hierarchy is obedient to the heavenly way and Ling Xiao is also obedient to the heavenly way. In Yuan Shi Tianzun's opinion, Ling Xiao and himself were on the same path, so it was not unreasonable to use the three treasures jade ruin to make friends with this East Pole Qinghua Emperor. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao made a bow and politely refused. Elders can't resign when they give. This is the etiquette of heaven and earth. But the poor Tao and the hierarchy have no relatives. If we hastily accept the three treasures jade ruin, I'm afraid that we will be stained with karma. Soon, I will personally visit Heavenly Father in the Kunlun Mountains, and by then, in accordance with the great trend of the Heavenly Tao, I will allow the hierarchy to have one more mainstay, and then it won't be too late for Heavenly Father to bestow the three treasures of the jade ruins upon me. Here are 3 enlightenment tea leaves, my humble gift to Heavenly Father. Please accept them. As he spoke, Ling Xiao lightly waved his jade sleeve. A jade box appeared, containing 3 enlightenment tea leaves, which then hovered in front of the first Heavenly Father. It wasn't that Ling Xiao was petty, but he couldn't favor one over the other. At that time at Mount Sumeru, Ling Xiao had only gifted the 2 saints of the West 6 enlightenment tea leaves, and it was only reasonable that he would now give 3 to the first Heavenly Father. If there were more of them, they would certainly displease the hearts of the 2 saints of the West. Little friend Ling Xiao is well thought out. It's this seat that's a bit of a mongrel. I'll take the enlightenment tea leaves. If there's a chance, this seat would like to discuss elucidating the laws of the heavenly Tao with you. Ha ha. The first Heavenly Father accepted the jade box, an appreciative look on his face. Next, Ling Xiao watched Yuan Shi Tianzun, the 2 saints of the West, and the others leave. Ling Xiao, why don't you accept the 3 treasures jade ruin? With the great Tao you reign over, it should be able to erase the so-called karma with you, right? Wan Shu's body was slender and flew to Ling Xiao's side, taking the initiative to hold Ling Xiao's hand. She then leaned her petite body against his with a slight shyness on her face. After this incident, the marriage of the two as a Taoist couple was completely finalized. Karma can be erased, but I can't forget a favor. Heavenly Father is obedient to heaven and emphasizes the Tao, taking into account the rights and laws of heaven and earth. And I can't be a backstabber either, since I chose to obey heaven and respond to the Tao. Becoming the East Pole Qinghua Emperor, I must rectify my Taoist heart and not covet petty gains. Ling Xiao wrapped his arms around Wang Shu's willow waist. His temperament was dusty, elegant and easygoing. Wang Shu's eyes flashed with admiration. Spin. Wang Shu pressed her vermilion lips to Ling Xiao's ear, then playfully said, "You promised this palace that you would pinch my shoulders and pound my legs. You can't go back on your word." Chapter 42, Giving Wang Shu a Massage. Kaimeng lobbied the Dragon King of the Four Seas. The island of Panglai is surrounded by immortal mist. The palace of the pure life path is filled with an ethereal fragrance. Ling Xiao stood before the jade couch. His pampered face rippled. Hot blood boiled and rushed through his chest and meridians, and he couldn't help but gulp. Wang Shu lazily sprawled on the jade couch, her slender waist slightly concave, her slender jade legs glistening and casually folded together. Turning her head to look at Ling Xiao, shyness and some anticipation surfaced on her pretty face. Her eyes narrowed slightly and lightly, and the corners of her mouth seemed to be rising. Ling Xiao, perform your great skill of squeezing shoulders and pounding legs. Wang Shu's red lips slightly opened and exhaled. The look was playful and charming, gentle with a hint of shyness, and her eyes gradually became mesmerized. Which old cadre can withstand such a test? If it weren't for the fact that Wang Shu is a mid-mixed golden immortal powerhouse and his realm is much deeper than mine, or else today it wouldn't have been as simple as pinching the shoulders and pounding the legs. Ling Xiao thought secretly in his mind, but his eyes were clear and deep. The evil fire that surged up was suppressed by him. Wang Shu, the poor Taoist has begun. Ling Xiao's hands trembled slightly, and he sat down at the edge of the jade couch without hesitation. Next, the immortal mist continued to condense, and the only thing that could be seen was drops of fragrant sweat, dripping down from Wang Shu's fair skin. The East China Sea abyss. The dark currents are surging. A brilliant and radiant palace stood in the center of the abyss. This place is the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea. Within the hall, all kinds of treasures flashing light. For stout Taoist, sitting on top of the throne, the head of the person is the East Sea Dragon King Aoguang, dressed in an indigo brocade robe, on which the sea wave pattern is lifelike. The face of the dragon is majestic and solemn. The dragon's horn is as upright as a pine and cypress. The dragon's beard is slender and flowing, and the surrounding atmosphere is intimidating. The remaining 3, who also had extraordinary temperaments, were the remaining 3 Sea Dragon Kings, Ao Qin, Ao Lun, Ao Shun. Guang slightly straightened his face and said solemnly, "At the time of the witch demon quantum revenge, we obeyed the fate of heaven and made the dragon race become the totem of the human race, thus gaining some heavenly chi luck to help the dragon race break free from the heavenly Tao's shackles. Now that the God-sealing quantum revelation is about to descend, with many sects fighting openly and secretly, and all the heavenly Tao saints going toe-to-toe, we must choose a side so that we can have a chance to obtain the chi and merit again, and then wash away our karma and sins. Sages, do you have any ideas?" At the beginning of the Dragon and Han dynasty, the 3 tribes were fighting for supremacy. After the fall of the ancestral dragon, the Dragon clan suppressed the 4 seas, and countless predecessors of the Dragon clan went to the East China Sea and were buried in the East China Sea springs as a way to gain merit for the Dragon clan and repay the karma brewed by the initial robbery of the Dragon Han. Now, Ao Guang saw an opportunity. The demon court was re-established, and the golden-winged rock sculptor helped the Phoenix clan get away with a huge amount of chi. So why can't the Dragon clan try it? Of course, Ao Guang wouldn't repeat the same mistake and let the Dragon clan end up in the same situation as the Phoenix clan. Upon hearing this, Ao Qin slowly said, "According to common sense, the dragon race must choose a side of the sage sect, but after seeing what the East Pole's great emperor Qinghua has done, this king believes that he should join the heavenly court." And when the Jade Emperor and Yao Qi first took charge of the heavenly court, they had sent the great white gold star to invite the dragon race to heaven. But at that time, for a variety of reasons, we rejected their good intentions. Now that Ling Xiao is honored by ancestor Hongjun, and has made a good relationship with the first heavenly father and the 2 saints of the West, this means that the orthodox status of the heavenly court will be even more solidified. As the words fell, the crowd looked at each other. Then there was much talk and deliberation. The smiles on their faces grew stronger, as if they saw the day when the dragon race would be free from the yoke of the heavenly Tao. The thoughts of all of you sages coincide with the plans of the poor Taoist. In fact, before inviting you all to the East Sea Dragon Palace to confer, I traveled to the East Sea Springs and went to consult the dragon sages. They believe that the dragon race must no longer attempt to dominate the flood, and that the only way to usher in a glimmer of opportunity is to conform to the way of heaven. Ao Guang hesitated for a moment, and then he voiced what was hidden in his heart. Ao Qin, Ao Lun, and Ao Shun looked at each other in dismay, but they quickly reacted, and the 3 of them erupted their peak Tai golden immortal auras. So they opened their teeth and claws towards Ao Guang, with a bad smile on their faces. "Don't come over here, you guys." Ao Guang looked horrified and hurriedly tried to get up from his throne. As the head of the 4 Sea Dragon Kings, is it easy for him? He. Ao Guang, you dare to deceive us. Then don't blame our brothers for showing no mercy. After tens of thousands of years, I'm afraid your skin has long been itchy. Ao Shun grinned, and he rushed up. For a time, Ao Guang's figure was wretched and miserable. If it was not for the strong dragon body, it would have been surging with gas and blood and suffered internal injuries. Enlightened the Dragon King, Demon Saint K Meng and Interceptor disciple Ding Guangxian seek an audience. Turtle Prime Minister barged into the Dragon Palace, and saw Ao Guang being pressed by the other 3, bruised and swollen, where there was still the majesty of being the Dragon King of the East Sea. The Turtle Prime Minister was not surprised by this scene. Although the 4 Sea Dragon Kings are not blood relatives, they have been practicing together since they were young, and have long been closer than blood brothers. They shared the same mind, and their cultivation realms were all at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal. So if they were to display the Dragon Clan's secret method, then even a great Luo Golden Immortal would have to suffer a lot at their hands. The visitor is not good. Although the demon Saint K Meng is tainted with my dragon bloodline, he is essentially an innate deity. And now that he's come to my East Sea Dragon Palace, I'm afraid his purpose is impure. And Ting Guangxian, that one is the scourge of the Interceptor sect. Ao Guang frowned and said to the remaining 3, "At the beginning of the Dragon Han, countless dragons died in battle in all parts of heaven and earth, and the demon Saint K Meng had devoured the pure bloodline of the dragons, so he had a connection with the dragons. However, the dragon and demon clans have always been well watered, and the demon Saint K Meng doesn't know what kind of bad water he's holding inside his stomach. Brother is right, these 2 just aren't any good, especially Ting Guangxian." He advanced slanderous words beside sect leader Tong Tian, forcing the East Pole Qinghua Emperor to cut off his karma with the intercepting sect, and the intercepting sect went downhill from that time onward, and it's not too much of a stretch to call him a calamity. Ao Qin's face was grim as he paced in the center of the hall, his mood rising and falling. Just as they were about to join the heavenly court, the demon Saint K Meng and the immortal of determining light came. Isn't this adding to their hearts? That's just it. See you. Ao Guang shook his head and sat back on his throne. A few moments later, Meng and Ting Guangxian stepped into the Dragon Palace of the East Sea and appeared in front of the Dragon King of the Four Seas, and at Guang's invitation, the two of them sat down on the thrones on the side of the main hall. Meng wearing a Xianshui armor. Upright body seems to contain the power of extinction. Quasi-Saint peak breath unintentionally revealed. The entire East China Sea Dragon Palace are slightly trembling. Elder Meng and fellow Taoist Lightning Immortal have come to my dragon clan. I wonder what their intentions are. Guang's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he pretended to be kind and brash. As soon as the demon Saint Meng appeared, he gave the Four Seas Dragon King a downward spiral. A hint of humiliation surfaced in Guang's heart. The Dragon Clan. When could they be allowed to be bullied and humiliated by others? Meng did not move. Faintly replied, the dragon race is a great race in the flood. How can it be depressed and live in the abyss of the East China Sea for a long time? When Ancestral Dragon, Candle Dragon and others were still around, the dragon race was in existence that swept across half of the flood. This saint has come today to help the dragon race break free from the shackles of the heavenly Tao and show its face again in the flooded heavens and earth, so that the rest of the races can also see what divine might the dragon race is. With the blessing of the demon court's chi and the blessings of Lord Tongtian and Nuwa, the dragon clan can certainly make something of themselves. The Phoenix clan, completely ruined. The only way for the demon court to grow is to take the dragon race under its wing. In this way, the demon court could also have enough backbone to separate itself from the heavenly court at critical moments, fighting for that ethereal heavenly Tao chi, proving that the demon court was the heavenly Tao orthodoxy. Seeing this, Ding Guangxian also helped out with a smile. Poor Tao is a disciple of a saint, and Master Lu Pressure is also valued by his master, and he is in charge of the demon court, but he represents our intercept sect. If the dragons are willing to join the demon court, the dragon kings of the Four Seas can be the mainstay of the Four Seas, and at the same time be able to send the descendants of the dragons to go to the Golden Ao Island to worship under the saints. I do not know, how do you all think? In the opinion of the Ting Guangxian, the dragon race had long since declined. Countless dragon ancestors stepped into the East Sea Springs, allowing the Four Sea Dragon Kings to rule the Four Seas. They were cultivators at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal, and they couldn't even be considered farts when placed in front of the demon court, granting the descendants of the dragon race the opportunity to worship under sect leader Tongtian. The dragon kings of the Four Seas were afraid that they would worship and obediently submit, right? Unexpected. In the next instant, Guang said blandly, Meng Senior and Taoist friend Guangxian's goodwill. My dragon clan's heart is appreciated. Please forgive me. Chapter 43, A Dog Jumping Over the Wall. Open Sky Water Spirit. The atmosphere was frozen and the space was silent. The smiles on the faces of Meng and Ding Guangxian came to an abrupt end, and they looked at Guang in unison, their eyes full of surprise and incomprehension. The dragon race has been down and out for billions of years. Can't it be that they don't want to seek a way out? Meng's thought surged, but he quickly raised his voice and said, what are all the dragon kings hesitating or scrupulous about? My demon court has the backing of 2 heavenly Tao saints. Is it any wonder that I'm not worthy of the dragon race's defection? The dragon clan now occupies the Four Seas, but its control over the Four Seas aquatic races is decreasing. If it continues to be so decadent, then I'm afraid that the position of the Lord of the Four Seas won't be the dragon clans anymore. The words are both seductive and threatening. As long as the dragons join the demon court, the demon court will be able to occupy the Four Seas without any effort. This is the White Zephyr. Kuimping Old Man and others came up with a plan together, in order to grow the demon court space. But now, Guang just lightly rejected it, and Meng said I don't understand. Upon hearing this, Guang shook his head and said, the demon court is very powerful. My dragon race is just a race that lives on. How can we let the demon court take great pains? The dragon clan only wants to guard the East Sea Springs and seek heaven's merits to cleanse their karma. So I'd like to ask Elder Meng and fellow Taoist Fixed Light Immortal to stop pestering them. If the two of you want to be guests in the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, then we will entertain you with all our heart. But if you are bent on making my dragon race join the demon court, then forget it. Compared to the demon court, Guang was more favorable to the heavenly court. Haoqian and Yaoqi were the children of Hongjun Taoist ancestors' origin, and now Lingxiao, the Qinghua Emperor of the East Pole, is obedient to heaven and responds to the Tao. And behind him there are Jing Yuanzi, the Red Cloud Taoist, and Wang Shu's support. Most importantly, Lingxiao was sympathetic to all beings and would not view the dragon race as pawns. However, if you rely on the demon court, Guang knows that the dragon clan's fate will definitely be not much better than the Phoenix clan, and may even be wiped out. Arrogant! Immortal Dingguang angrily rebuked with killing intent. The poor Taoist and the demon saint have been sincere from start to finish, but I didn't expect the dragon clan to be so ungrateful. If you and the others are stubborn, then I will not blame us for being impolite. The jade sleeve lightly waved. The East Sea Dragon Palace shook, and the throne next to it turned into pieces. Ting Guangxian prided himself on being the most favored disciple of sect leader Tong Tian, which was why he acted so arrogantly. And despite the fact that the Dragon Clan was a race that had been passed down for countless years, he still didn't have any restraint. Bent in time, Ao Guang and the others clapped their hands, their auras confronting the fixed light immortal. If not for the shackles of the heavenly Tao binding them, they would have long ago certified to the great Luo Golden Immortal. In terms of heritage and experience, Ao Guang and the others were above the Ting Guang Immortals, and they were also planning to visit Ling Xiao on Panglai Immortal Island and then join the Heavenly Court. Now, how could there be the slightest concession? Ting Guangxian, hold your horses. Since the Dragon King of the Four Seas has made his choice, let us be adults. However, it won't be long before the Four Seas will be plagued with trouble, and at that time, I'm sure all of you will be begging for the saint. K Meng's mana moved slightly, then said meaningfully, in the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, he didn't dare to take action against the Dragon King of the Four Seas because he didn't know if the Dragon Clan was still hiding backstabs. After all, the former ancestral dragon, Candle Dragon, and Green Dragon, among others, were all renowned existences. Moreover, the Green Dragon suppressing the extreme east of the flood was also a considerable threat to the Demon Court. Therefore, it can only be done in a slow manner and cannot force the dragon race in the open. Soon, K-Meng and Guangding Stian whisked their sleeves and left, leaving the four sea dragon kings to look at each other in dismay. Hiding a scourge. Now it's a dog's dinner. The virtuous brothers immediately summoned the sons and daughters of the dragon tribe to come to the East Sea. If this king's premonition is not wrong, the Demon Court will scramble the four seas of aquatic tribes to lay hands on the East Sea Springs. We can't let the sacrifices of your ancestors go to waste. This king will travel to Panglai Immortal Island and pay homage to the East Pole's great Emperor Qinghua. Ao Guang was furious and gritted his teeth. K-Mang and Ding Guangxian were insidious and cunning, which made him incomparably angry. Coercion and open extortion. Based on Ji Meng's words, Ao Guang deduced the Demon Court's calculations, and that was why he threw his weight around to get the remaining 3 Sea Dragon Kings to summon all of the Dragon Clansmen to the East Sea. We honor our brother's orders. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. My Dragon Clan is not that easy to bully. If the Four Seas Water Clan colludes with the Demon Court, then we can just take this opportunity to shuffle the cards and revitalize the Dragon Clan. Aolun made a Taoist bow and said in a deep voice. Then he went along with the sea current. The remaining two disappeared. Ao Guang handed over the affairs of the Dragon Clan in the East Sea to the Turtle Prime Minister, and then he was on fire, heading in the direction of Panglai Immortal Island. Unbeknownst to them, this move was anticipated by both K-Mang and the Fixed Light Immortal. Panglai Immortal Island is billions of miles away. Ting Guangxian held his head high and said to K-Mang, the poor Taoist has long sensed that something is wrong. I didn't think that Ao Guang and the others really had disobedient hearts and were thinking of defecting to Ling Xiao. The little thief. Please also ask the Demon Saint to use his divine ability to trap Ao Guang within that ripple. As long as Ling Xiao is not given a suitable excuse, then he will definitely not intervene. In any case, we have the upper hand in this matter. If Ling Xiao shows up rashly, then ask the Demon Saint to wipe him out with a single move, at which time Master will protect you. Upon hearing this, K-Mang nodded his head gently. With a slight movement of the mana, boundless rules swept towards Ao Guang, then trapped him in a hidden corner. Thereupon, K-Mang was in the dark inciting everything, and Ting Guangxian summoned a few strong Demon Court Dala Jinxian, and then he headed towards the depths of the Four Seas, instructing the Four Seas water races to prepare for a raid on the East Sea Springs. In the meantime, Panglai Immortal Island, under the nunsuch peach tree, Wang Shu's shyness on her pretty face could not be dispersed for a long time. As soon as she thought of the scene in the Pure Life Tao Palace, it was a little difficult for her to talk about it, and her heart was even more charged with complex emotions. There are regrets and there are joys. The corners of Ling Zhao's mouth were about to grin to the roots of his ears as he rested his head on Wang Shu's jade leg, his face wearing a leisurely mood as images continued to flash back in his mind. Pale skin, smooth legs, ding, divine choice quest refresh successful. Choice 1, save Ao Guang, crush the conspiracy of K-Mang and Ding Guangxian, and reward a superb innate spiritual treasure, the Dragon Pool. Option 2, descend on the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea and recruit the dragons to the heavens, rewarding the very best innate spiritual route, Green Willow. Option 3, decisively open the pendulum and allow K-Mang and Ding Guangxian to die, rewarding them with an open sky water spirit. The system's voice echoed steeply in Ling Zhao's mind. K-Mang and Ting Guangxian, two jumping clowns. Trying to bully and lure the dragons into becoming pawns of the Demon Court is simply self-defeating. But for the Dragon King of the Four Seas to want to pass through Poverty Road and then join the Heavenly Court, that's some city and I. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow and said in his heart, as the East Extremity Qinghua Emperor, and being in charge of the pure life creation Tao, Ling Zhao's deduction skills were quite subtle, and he was able to find some information from the system's divine choice quests. Soon, the ins and outs of the matter were pretty much insight by Ling Xiao. If we were to help the Dragon Clan now, it would be a horizontal step, not a move to follow the general trend. If the poor Taoist wants to follow the trend, then he must let the plots of K Mang and the Fixed Light Immortal go smoothly. Only in this way, whether or not the Dragon Clan is worthy of the poor Tao's pull can also be tested. System, I choose 3. In Ling Zhao's mind, he had already deduced everything. Borrowing strength is his plan. If K Mang and Ding Guangxian led their men to break through the Dragon Clan's defenses and stirred up the East Sea Springs, the changes that would occur would be enough for the Demon Court and the Intercept sect to eat a pot. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Open Sky Water Spirit. Inside the system space, a drop of water that was more than a fingertip evolved arcane light. The aura is overflowing, harboring everything, pure and flawless. When the great god Pangu opened up the sky and the earth, the first thing that appeared was the 4 spirits of the opening of the sky, which were the spirit of the opening of the earth, the spirit of the opening of the sky fire, the spirit of the opening of the sky wind, and the spirit of the opening of the sky water, which corresponded to the primitive rules of the earth, fire, wind, and water. Even if the East Sea Springs blew up, Ling Xiao would be able to patch it up with the heaven-opening water spirit. Wang Shu, I'm going to refine the Black Lotus of Extinction and the Golden Lotus of Merit. Dispersing his thoughts, Ling Xiao stared at Wang Shu's pretty face and said, at the mid-Tai Golden Immortal Realm, he had already stayed for too long and could no longer suppress his cultivation. The Black Lotus of Extinction and the Golden Lotus of Merit. I wonder to what extent they can raise his cultivation. Ling Xiao, this palace will protect you. Wang Shu's face was full of tenderness, and his eyes were soft as water. Ling Xiao sat down under the nonpareil peach tree with an enlightenment tea leaf under his tongue. Then he revolved the primordial Tao scripture, absorbing the origin of the Black Lotus of Extinction and the Golden Lotus of Merit, encompasses itself and enhances its cultivation. The other side, the 4 seas are tossed about, and the tribulation will begin. Chapter 44 Blood Battle opens. Peak Tai Golden Immortal. The storm clouds are surging and the mountains are raining. The dragons of the 4 seas were all surging towards the East Sea Springs, while the water races of the 4 seas were also spying in the dark, coming in the direction of the East Sea, and for a while the oppressive atmosphere intensified. East Ocean Springs. It was like a whirlpool of endless darkness. The boundless seawater was stirred up by it and churned violently. A strange and mysterious aura escaped from the East China Sea Springs, and all the dragon race beings had tears in their eyes. Since the beginning of the Dragon Han dynasty, countless sages of the dragon race have stepped forward and stepped into the springs of the East China Sea to sort out the tyrannical and terrifying chaotic turbulence and stabilize the earth and water veins of the 4 seas. I don't know how many dragon sages have exhausted their mana and used their dragon bodies to fill that spatial rift to suppress that destructive storm of baleful energy and chaotic turbulence that destroys everything. Pathos spread among the many dragons, and the leader, Ao Qin, Ao Lun, and Ao Shan looked grim as they looked down at the East China Sea Springs below. No news has come from Brother Ao Guang. I wonder how he is doing now. Now the 4 seas water tribes are also agitated, and have been hiding in the shadows at the behest of K Mang and Ting Guangxian. If we let them break through the defenses, then all of the dragon seniors combing the chaotic turbulence in the East Sea Springs will be in danger. Ao Qin sunk his voice and said slowly, the East China Sea Springs, which riot from time to time, only by suppressing the chaotic rules in it could the 4 seas be kept calm. Otherwise, once a complete riot, all the water of the 4 seas will be poured into the East China Sea Springs, and then to be brewed to some kind of critical point, and will be all poured out. Then the entire floodplains are to be turned into an ocean. If the Dragon Clan couldn't hold back the 4 seas water clan, then the karma they would carry at that time would turn into a shackle that could never be removed, and the dragons in the East Sea Springs would be subjected to a backlash and fall. Hold off the Aqua rebels at all costs, whether they blow themselves up or die together. As long as the sons and daughters of the Dragon Clan who fell to guard the East Sea Springs will be blessed by the Heavenly Tao Order, cleansed of their Heavenly Tao shackles, and then reincarnated. Staying in the Dragon Clan is too bitter, bound by the yoke of the Heavenly Tao, unable to peer into the great Tao at large. Ao Shun, dressed in a black robe, said with a serious face. The sound of the dragon's roar was unceasing, echoing in the ears of every son and daughter of the Dragon Clan, and all of them were at once united in their resolve, and did not fear death or injury. They were not ashamed to fall for the blessing of the 4 seas. Seek your own death. These dragon beings are all stubborn people, and the Dragon King of the 4 seas is also a stinky and hard stone in the pit, and now he has actually ordered the dragons to want to have a bloody battle with the 4 seas water tribe outside the East Sea Spring. Demon Saint. The poor Taoist is worrying about whether or not there will be a mutation.
Ting Guangxian stood in the vast emptiness and said to K Meng beside him. Originally, their purpose was only to intimidate and force the dragon race. But now, the Dragon Clan gave the Fixed Light Immortal the feeling that they would really be immortal and stubbornly defend the East Sea Springs. Upon hearing this, K Meng's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke. Don't look at the dragon race's defiance of life and death right now, but when the Great War opens, they will definitely beg for mercy from us. After all, the Dragon King of the Four Seas doesn't want the Dragon Clan to perish. Soon, with the authorization of K Meng and the Fixed Light Immortal, the vast Four Seas water race turned into a torrent. Endless baleful aura and murderous intent strewn across the sky, killing towards the East Sea Spring. It was hideous and horrible, with blades and swords roaring. Sons of the Dragon Clan, kill! Ao Qin, Ao Lun and Ao Shun roared with fury. Their peak Tai golden immortal auras stirred out, and they turned into killing machines and rushed into the four seas of the aquatic races, with nothing but mutilated limbs, broken arms, and blood flowing wherever they passed. Dragon Kings, bind your hands! The era of the dragon race has passed, handing over the rule of the four seas to them, and your dragon race won't have to suppress the East Sea Springs. Why not? One could only see a man dressed in a thick tortoise armor with ancient and evil runes engraved on it, thunder laws rolling around his body, and a grand and unusual aura of an early stage of the great Luo golden immortal that horizontally pressed down on the three dragon kings present. The dragon race was burdened with the shackles of the heavenly Tao and was unable to break the shackles of their realm. However, for hundreds of millions of years, the rest of the water races were accumulating reserves. And now that the Xianning Thunder Turtle clan had enough strength, coupled with Ting Guangxian's and Kumeng's snubs, this Xianning Thunder Turtle's patriarch didn't hesitate to show his fangs. At the beginning of the Dragon Han, the dragon race brewed sinful karma. Fortunately, the heavenly Tao is merciful and has given my dragon race the heavy responsibility of guarding the springs of the East China Sea. And even though I have to bear the yoke of the heavenly Tao, none of my dragon race has done anything remiss in their duties. You mayflies and ants, how dare you be reckless? Ao Qin activated his mana, and after exchanging glances with Ao Run and Ao Shun, he burned up his own essence blood and dragon soul, and surrounded the Xianyin Thunder Turtle's patriarch. Instantly, a bloody battle erupted, facing an early Dala golden immortal powerhouse. The three dragon kings did not fall into a disadvantage, and they used their strong dragon bodies to kill in all directions, just like ancient gods who fought in blood. The blood boils and the dragons roar. The dragons of the Four Seas set up a battle formation to defend the East Sea Springs and face the attack of the Four Seas water races head-on. Blood stained the East Sea, and the hissing sound could not be dispersed for a long time. Panglai Immortal Island, the demonic chi and the golden light of merit and virtue intertwined, and the black lotus of extinction and the golden lotus of merit and virtue origin in front of Ling Zhao's heel were all absorbed by him, and even the silent demonic light and the nine specters' demonic flame were fused into one with him. Peak Tai golden immortal. The poor Taoist has become a success. In order to mold the heel of the 36 pure white lotus, I still need to refine the red lotus of karma fire, the Tai whisk, and the three treasures of the jade ruin. But even so, my foundation has now become incomparably solid. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and muttered in his mind. Before certifying to the great Luo golden immortal, Ling Xiao wanted to let the heel metamorphose to the 36th rank, with the purpose that was to condense the three flowers of the great Luo to perfection when certifying to the great Luo, comparable to the top chaos demon gods. 9th pinnacle, 12th perfect. This was Ling Zhao's ambition and the reason why he suppressed his realm. Otherwise, with the energy of the black lotus of extinction and the golden lotus of merit, he would have long since stepped into the realm of the great Luo golden immortal. Congratulations on cultivating to the peak of Tai golden immortal. Perhaps it won't be long before your strength will be able to suppress this palace. Wang Shu's red lips slightly opened and said with a smile. The eyes surveyed Ling Xiao, which contained a different meaning. Apart from that rich tenderness, there was also undisguised appreciation and admiration. You're poking fun at poverty again. A mere peak Tai golden immortal. How can it be compared to you? A mixed golden immortal? Ling Xiao grabbed Wang Shu's jade hand, then tickled her palm. Eyes unintentionally collided, and a hint of scarlet quietly surfaced on Wang Shu's face. The Four Seas water tribes are attacking the East Sea Springs, and there are many cultivators at the early stages of the great Luo golden immortals among them. So I'm afraid that with just those three dragon kings, they won't be able to stop them at all. Ling Xiao, do you think the dragon race's hidden powers will make a move? Wang Shu said in a gentle, light tone. Ancestral dragon, Candle Dragon and the others fell in the initial calamity of the Dragon Han, but Qinglong became one of the sacred beasts, suppressing the flood world in the land of the extreme east, so it was hard for him not to watch the destruction of the dragon race? If the dragon race's great powers were to show themselves, then the conspiracy of the Fixed Light Immortal and K Mang would not be broken. But this move is not a way to follow the heavenly Tao.
And if they want to free the dragon race from the shackles of the heavenly Tao, then they had better look on with cold eyes. All dragon race beings who die in battle will be baptized by the heavenly Tao's merit, and then receive mercy from the heavenly Tao, and will not have all their memories completely erased when they are reincarnated in the next life. When they have accomplished their cultivation and the memories of their past lives resurface, they will again become the most solid pillar of the dragon clan. Ling Xiao was light-hearted, squeezing Wang Shu's jade hand and explaining. After becoming the East Pole Qinghua Emperor, his comprehension of the order of the heavenly Tao became clearer and more thorough, and instead of just following the heavenly Tao, he followed the trend and reached his own purpose while following the heavenly and the heavy Tao. If the dragon clan's great powers had seen through the situation, then they should not have intervened and disobeyed the heavenly Tao. In that case, the dragon race will encounter a brutal battle, Wang Shu said with a gentle nod as he thought about it. Between words, Wang Shu took the initiative to lean towards Ling Xiao, and with ambiguous expressions, the two of them soon made love. Not caring about the great war between the Dragon Clan and the Four Seas Water Clan, time passes, weather passes. The East China Sea springs into a sea of blood. The three Dragon Kings' breath was withered, paying a great price which killed the patriarch of the Xianing Thunder Turtle Clan. Scanning the surrounding area, a dragon son or daughter fell, but they did not have the power to reverse the battle situation. However, just at this critical juncture, two figures came from a distance. The aura was monstrous, and they were all clearly De Luo Jin immortals. Chapter 45, Destroying the Dragon Clan. Greetings to the old ancestor as he ascends to heaven. That's Yinglong and Huanglong Jinjin. Why are they here? Immortal Dingguang's face was ugly as he looked at the two figures. What surprised him the most was still the cultivation level of Huanglong Jinren. This existence at the bottom of the 12 golden immortals had now broken through to the early stage of the great Luo golden immortal. In the opinion of the light-defining immortal, it was truly unbelievable. Don't be alarmed. Let's see what they're up to. Kaimang stood firm and said faintly. The moment, Yinglong and Huanglong real people descended over the East Sea Spring, and with just a flick of their jade sleeves, a sea of aquatic rebels spat out blood and flew backwards. Three fellow Taoists. Where is Ao Guang? Yinglong was dressed in a metaphysical-colored Taoist robe. His long hair was draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were deep and sharp. With the heavenly merit of helping Shen Yuan in his conquests and assisting Daiyu in combing the rivers, he managed to dissolve his own heavenly shackles and then broke through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Upon sensing that the dragon race was facing a calamity, Yinglong did not hesitate to choose to come, and on the way, by chance, he got together with Huanglong Jinjin. Brother Ogwang traveled to Panglai Immortal Island to discuss the matter of the dragon race's ascension to heaven with Emperor Qinghua of the East Pole. These Four Seas water tribes were instructed by the demon saint Kaimeng and the Fixed Light Immortal, and that's why they are frantically attacking the East Sea Springs, with the aim of forcing the dragon tribe to join the demon court. When Ao Qin saw Yinglong and Huanglong Jinjin come to his aid, he hurriedly told him what had happened. This time, Huanglong Jinjin pinched his spell and said with a frown, Fellow Daoist Ao Guang is nowhere to be found. He is not on Panglai Immortal Island, but in a short period of time, his life should not be in danger. We will first crush the Four Seas water race so that the East Sea Springs will not be affected. After hearing the words of the Yellow Dragon realist, the three Dragon Kings' hearts thumped, but they didn't lose their will to fight. Instead, they turned into streams of light and killed their way back into the battlefield. Yinglong and Huanglong Jinran looked at each other and both urged their mana. For a while, the dragon race, which was originally in a headwind, immediately hissed and crushed the Four Seas water race. Kaimeng and Ding Guangxian, who saw this scene, had a twisted expression on their faces. They didn't expect the Four Seas Water Clan to pull down so much that they couldn't even stop the two early Dala Golden Immortals. It seems impossible for the dragon race to join the demon court. If you can't get it, then destroy the dragon clan. If the dragon clan goes to heaven, then the heavenly court will logically control the Four Seas, and the demon court will be in trouble then. Demon Saint, a choice has to be made, Immortal Dingguang said in a deep voice, looking at Kaimeng. At the beginning of the plot, they had also thought about this possibility of the dragons being stubborn and not retreating into submission, but when this reality appeared in front of their eyes, their hearts still set off shocking waves. Yinglong and Huanglong real people helped the dragon clan, and now the situation had been reversed. Ting Guangxian, you return to Golden Ao Island immediately. Everything that happens next will be borne by this saint alone, and has nothing to do with the Interceptor sect. Kaimeng's gaze was grim as he slowly said. Ting Guangxian looked like he had already expected something. Without the slightest hesitation he headed in the direction of Janeo Island. He couldn't let this matter get involved with the Interceptor sect. As for Kaimeng, he had offered up his own innate spiritual treasure, a three-pronged haunted sea steel fork, which was a genuine top-grade innate spiritual treasure. For Sea's water race, listen to this saint's order. Kill the East Sea Springs. K-Mang waved the steel fork in his head, and the regal ethereal light went towards the countless Four Seas water tribes, who all of a sudden fell into endless madness as if they had lost their wits, and soon tore a gaping hole at the dragon tribe's defenses. The East Sea Spring erupts. A calamity befalls the flood. This saint took on quite a bit of killing karma during the witch demon quantum revelation, and now it doesn't matter if I add some more. As long as I can help the demon court eradicate dissidents, then I'll be living up to the trust of the two demon emperors. A crazy, hideous smile appeared on K-Meng's face, and the dragon scale armor on his body gleamed. The sea is rushing and the waves are rolling. The Four Seas water race was incredibly strong and didn't care about their own lives and deaths. They stepped on the corpses of the dragon race and the others and jumped directly into the East Sea Springs, and soon the sound of explosions came from them. This was the Four Seas water tribe under the control of K-Meng, directly blowing themselves up within the East Sea Springs. Stall them! Yinglong secretly said that it was not good and directly transformed into his original body. His million-foot body exuded dragon authority, and he righteously blocked in front of that gap, allowing the constant stream of Four Seas water tribes to tear at his body and even explode themselves in front of him. Seeing this scene, Ao Qin, Ao Shan and others followed suit, while the dragon beings with bloodthirsty nature went so far as to directly burn their dragon souls and essence blood as a means of forcibly increasing their battle power. A flash in the pan. He. With you mole crickets, will you be able to stop this saint's scheming? K-Meng's right hand flipped and arcane light emerged, only to see that within the massive light was a million-foot figure, which was armed with 8 snake heads and 8 tails, emitting an evil aura from top to bottom, so that even K-Meng couldn't help but want to obliterate it. Falling for the demon court is a bargain. As he spoke, K-Meng crossed his heart and injected his essence blood and mana into this figure, and soon its figure broke the shackles and directly morphed into 10 million Zhang. The aura emanating from it had already transcended the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortals. Tearing through space, K-Meng threw out the light ball in his hand. In the next instant, the massive light appeared directly within the East Sea Spring, followed by the 10 million foot body that swept across the sky. The evil rules sweeping over everything. No good. Yinglong hissed, reminding up Huang Longjinjin, Ao Shan and the others. Immediately after, exercising great magic power, countless law order wrapped around the dragon spirits present and fled towards the distance. Huang Longjinzi, Ao Shan and others saw that the momentum had gone, so they could only follow suit. A worm! How dare it try to blow itself up and destroy the East Sea Spring? Fellow soldiers, sacrifice our dragon souls to suppress the East Sea Spring. An old voice resounded between heaven and earth. This was followed by an endless stream of responses. Billions of miles away, Yinglong and the others had complex expressions, tears welling up in their eyes, and the fire of boundless anger burning in their chests, but there was nothing they could do to change anything. K-Meng, Demon Court, and Ting Guangxian, my dragon clan, and you will not rest in death. Ao Qin's fists were clenched tightly, and his body, which was covered in scars, looked extremely miserable. But he still straightened his spine and stared solemnly at the East Sea Spring. There were all the Dragon Clan seniors who had gone in to suppress the East China Sea Springs since the beginning of the Dragon Han. Now, they're going to fight to the death. In the East China Sea Spring, turbulence raged, and an ancient dragon skeleton was scattered in the void, while a figure was running the last of its mana. Boom! The sound of an explosion. Across the sky, under Ji Ming's manipulation, the 10 million foot body directly burst apart. And the energy storm that silenced everything raged and swept through, turning everything into flying ash, including billions of miles of space, as well as the mindless Four Seas water race. Block it for me. As long as we get through this calamity, that dragon descendant will be able to wash away the heavenly Tao shackles, and even if we perish, we'll still have made a great deal of money. An old man dressed in grey Taoist robes, who was dying of old age, shouted out. This person was the Dragon Clan's oldest ancestor, Cinnabar Dragon. Apart from the Green Dragon. Ha ha ha. Awesome. The sinful karma of the Dragon Han's initial calamity. My dragon race can afford to pay back. Shasta. A brilliant radiance passed in an instant, and the energy from the explosion of that 10 million foot body was completely calmed down along with the total annihilation of the Dragon Clan's old ancestors and seniors. The East China Sea Springs was not affected. Only in the vast ocean waters and dim void, all traces of the dragons having existed were erased. Greetings to all the ancestors. Ao Qin, Ao Lun, and Ao Shan led the remaining clansmen of the Dragon Clan, directly kneeling down in the middle of the seawater before bowing down in the direction of the East Sea Spring. One could only see a gloomy true spirit Yuanshan. Merging into the long river of life in the flood world, they were originally people who were going to die, and now they were repaying all their sins, and were not able to reincarnate. Only the sons and daughters of the dragon clan who fell in this bloody battle would be able to obtain the mercy of the rules of the heavenly Tao and travel to the 6 paths of reincarnation to be reincarnated into the dragon clan. Greetings to the old ancestor as he ascends to heaven. A figure, coming in a hurry, knelt and bowed. Ling Xiao stepped on the void and watched Aoguang and the rest of the dragon clan reunite as he looked towards that East Sea Spring, a hint of movement flashing across his clouded face. The dragon clan's old ancestors fell as far as they could in exchange for the complete disappearance of the dragon clan's heavenly Tao shackle. Their tragedy deserves the respect of the poor Tao. Now, it's time for me to use the heaven-opening water spirit to completely suppress the East Sea Spring Eye. Chapter 46, Holy Mother Turtle Spirit. Ling Xiao is an ungrateful villain. Handsome figure and extraordinary temperament. Ling Xiao stepped on the void and hung above the East Sea Spring. The aura of a peaked Tai golden immortal dazzled out. The majestic and vast laws of the pure life creation Tao evolved, and a 10,000-foot holy lotus platform silhouette appeared behind him. 24 pure white lotus, comparable to the heel of a top innate deity. Although I've long heard about fellow Taoist Ling Xiao's remodeling of his heel, now that I've witnessed it with my own eyes, my heart is still shocked beyond measure. Ying Long was dumbfounded before he let out a long sigh. In the depths of his eyes, envy and respect were hidden. Since the great god Pangu opened up the heavens and the earth, Ling Xiao was the first existence that was able to reshape his heel, which was simply terrifying and shocking. Looking at the white lotus of the pure world that was constantly solidifying, Ying Long suddenly felt that his Taoist heart had calmed down, and his Yuanshan was incomparably clear and transparent, and his understanding of the rules of the heavenly Tao had become much clearer. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao's heel may be able to be more than 24 grades, the golden lotus of merit and virtue, the black lotus of extinction, and the Qingping sword are in his hands. But if he obtains the red lotus of karma fire, the triple-jeweled jade ruin, and the Tai duster again, I'm afraid that his followers will metamorphose to an unimaginable level. Even though the heel cannot metamorphose and ascend, with these homologous treasures, Taoist Ling Xiao will be able to rapidly cultivate his realm and walk ahead of the rest of us. Huang Longjinren knew some of the secret stories, and he opened his mouth to Ying Long. Looking towards Ling Xiao, he had a kind smile on his face. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao gifting Yuan Shi Tianzun with 3 enlightenment tea leaves, he, Huang Longjinren, wouldn't have been able to cultivate to the early Dala golden immortal stage with one of them. This time, in the void, Ling Xiao pinched his spell. Star Luo Wanxiang Grand Formation. Rise. In the vast seawater, purple starlight flashed steeply, and the stars of the circumference of the sky were orbiting on the endless billions of miles away from the canopy, and a massive amount of star essence poured towards the East Sea Spring. Ling Xiao catalyzed the pure life creation Tao and the heavenly Tao authority to induce the star essence to fall in the corresponding directions. He wanted to use the star Luo Wanxiang Grand Formation to suppress the East Sea Spring Eye and to comb through the chaotic turbulence and spatial astral winds in it. Open sky water spirit. Go! With a slight movement of divine thoughts, the heaven-opening water spirit landed in the spring of the East Sea, and immediately afterward, he saw the pure water avenue appear out of thin air, and then transformed into a torrent of water heading towards the 4 seas. Connecting and stabilizing the water veins, communicating the waters of the 4 seas with the springs of the East China Sea. Shasta, Ao Guang and the other group of dragons present felt that the aura between heaven and earth had become denser, and they were able to more easily perceive the water Tao laws and origin in the seawater. Operating the Dragon Clan's secret method, a steady stream of heaven and earth aura poured into the body, countless times smoother than before, and the heaven and earth aura absorbed was also much purer, without too much of the other rules and order or heaven and earth fury. Earth, fire, wind, water, and the 4 spirits of the open heaven. It is truly a blessing for my dragon clan and the living beings of all clans that the East Extreme Qinghua Great Emperor would take out such a precious treasure and use it to comb the 4 seas veins and level the East Sea Springs. Aoguang stroked his dragon beard, itching to kowtow to Ling Xiao. The rest of the dragon race beings were all showing reverence, feeling grateful for Ling Xiao's benevolence. Boom! The sound of the Tao echoed and the laws surged. Countless rules of order coalesced together, and the star Luo Wanxiang Grand Formation instantly took shape. A grand formation spanning endless billions of miles of emptiness covering the East Sea Springs and dissolving the chaotic turbulence. With a raised eyebrow, the pure world White Lotus shadow carried the rolling pure life creation Tao rules and merged within the star Luo Wanxiang Grand Formation, followed by the entire East Sea Springs trembling before returning to silence. The poor Taoist has suppressed the East Sea Springs. The tyrannical chaotic turbulence and spatial origin will be refined by the Great Formation, and then the world barriers where the East Sea Springs are will be continuously reinforced, and the derived aura will benefit the 4 seas. From now on, the dragon race removes the shackles of the heavenly Tao and meditates. But if there is any disobedience to the heavenly Tao and jeopardizes the lives of the living beings, the poor Tao shall act on behalf of the heavenly Tao. Ling Xiao put his right hand behind his back and landed in front of Aoguang and the other group of dragons. The tone was calm, but with an undeniable undertone. We honor the orders of the Heavenly Emperor. Aside from Ying Long and Huang Longjinjin, the rest of the dragon race beings bowed and made a Dao bow. Fellow Taoists, head to the East Sea Dragon Palace. Dare I ask fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, when will my dragon race go to heaven? Ao Guang said to the crowd. Afterwards, landing his gaze on Ling Xiao, he placed his stance very low. After all, suppressing the East Sea Springs was a great way for their dragon clan to not have to carry a heavenly burden, and in the future, they would only need to cultivate hard. When we return to the Dragon Palace in the East Sea, the Jade Emperor's decree will naturally arrive, Ling Xiao said slowly with a light breeze. Soon, the crowd headed towards the Dragon Palace in the East Sea, and the only thing that was left was the East Sea Spring gulping down the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, with a steady stream of chaotic chi transforming into the purest energy that escaped into the four seas. In the void, K Ming's face was blue and he gritted his teeth. Lifting a rock and stoning yourself. Originally, he wanted to force the dragon race to give in and join the demon court, but the situation did not go according to his plan. The dragon race was freed from the shackles of the heavenly Tao. The East Sea Springs were suppressed by Ling Xiao, and now the dragon race has returned to Ling Xiao and the heavenly court, and has completely tied the knot with the demon court as well. At the thought of this, K Mang was enraged, but could only be impotent and furious. With a full of anger, K Mang headed towards Fingchi Mountain, Golden Ao Island. Within a cave, Ting Guang Xian, Golden-Winged Rock Eagle, Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, Wu Yin-Xian and the others gathered together and talked about everything that had happened in the East Sea Spring Eye this time. Damn it! Ling Xiao actually took out the heaven-opening water spirit and used it to suppress the East Sea Springs. If this treasure can be refined by poor Tao, then I'm afraid that my cultivation will rise to the late stage, or peak, of the great Luo Golden Immortal, or even touch the threshold of the quasi-saint realm. Wu Yin-Xian's forehead was broad and slightly bulging. His eyes looked like they were hiding some kind of plotting and scheming, and at this moment, he said indignantly to the crowd, the heaven-opening water spirit contained the boundless water Tao origin, and after immortal Wu Yun had broken through to the early Dala Golden Immortal realm, what he had practiced and realized was the underworld water laws. If he could get the heaven-opening water spirit to help him, his magical power and cultivation would be boosted to the extreme, and he would then have the chance to surpass all the disciples of the Interceptor sect and become the first strong person to step into the late stage, or even the peak, of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Upon hearing this, the Turtle Spirit's Sacred Mother also huffed. I didn't expect Ling Xiao to be an ungrateful, treacherous, and insidious villain. Whether it's the heaven-opening water spirit, or the God-Slayer gun and other supreme treasures, it must have been acquired when he was still in my Intercept sect, obtaining the opportunity by virtue of the shelter of the Interceptor Church's chi. But intentionally staging a bitter trick and then breaking away from the Interceptor Church and being a traitor to the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. He's really deep in the city. There's also this time with the Dragon Clan. It was also him who pushed behind the scenes and finally jumped out to be the savior of the Dragon Clan. In a few words, Ling Xiao was characterized as a villain. In Turtle Spirit's Sacred Mother's opinion, it had only been such a short period of time since Ling Xiao had left the Interceptor sect, and for him to obtain the Black Lotus of Extinction, the God-slaying lance, and so many other treasures, it was simply a mirage of the heavens. Therefore, she attributed everything Ling Xiao had obtained to the Interceptor Church's chi luck. Senior Sister Turtle Spirit's true insights are admirable to us. The supreme treasures and opportunities that Ling Xiao has obtained were all bestowed upon him by my Interceptor sect, because we must reclaim everything that belongs to the Interceptor sect and send him into the land of doom. But Ling Xiao has Jin Yuan de Xian and the others as his backing, so how should we count on him? The golden-winged great rock eagle grimaced with righteous indignation. Regicide gun, world-destroying Black Lotus. It should be used for him and become a killing weapon for the demon court to open up territories and control the three realms of the flood. K Mang and Ting Guangxian teamed up, but they both made no headway and finally returned home in defeat. The golden-winged rock eagle now had no way to deal with Ling Xiao either. Just then, Wu Yunxian's brows furrowed slightly as a light dawned in front of his eyes. Senior brothers, we're actually a bit short-sighted. The ultimate goal of dealing with Ling Xiao is to bring down the heavenly court. So why don't we start with the heavenly court? Poor Taoist remembers that the Jade Emperor should have a sister, Yao Ji, right? The corners of Wu Yunxian's mouth quirked, and his voice echoed within the cave, causing the remaining few people to tremble with tigerishness and excitement. If the Wushan goddess and a human mortal were to have an illicit affair, then the Jade Emperor would be furious, wouldn't he? After all, according to the heavenly rules of the heavenly court, for a god or goddess to fall in love with a mortal is a matter of great treason. At that time, no matter what the Jade Emperor does with Yao Ji, the heavenly court will be affected and the relationship between the heavenly court and the human race will deteriorate. The golden-winged rock eagle said excitedly to the crowd as the chi of yin and yang surged around his body. I don't know. While several people were scheming, the faint ominous aura of quantum culpa tainted their yuanshan. The other side. The Jade Emperor's decree descended on the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. Chapter 47, Edicting the Dragon Clan. Put your hair up. East China Sea Dragon Palace. The immortal charm is vast and the water is powerful. Tai Bai Jinxing stood at the top of the Great Hall. Behind him were heavenly soldiers and generals in golden armor with thick breaths, and Ling Xiao casually sat on the Dragon King's throne, looking down on the 4 Sea Dragon Kings. Star Monarch, read the Jade Emperor's decree. Ling Xiao said with a gentle smile as his gaze was bland. The dragon race going up to heaven is the great power of the heavenly Tao. Now after many trials and tribulations, the Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas have all taken the initiative to submit to the heavenly court and are willing to lead the Dragon Clan to defend the 4 Seas by claiming the position of Heavenly Path Righteous God. Words. Tai Bai Jinxing took out the jade slip, and then he saw the arcane light flashing as a heavenly Tao divine pattern converged, and a majestic aura and heavenly Tao rules permeated within the East Sea Dragon Palace. I rule over all beings in the 3 realms, and I am in charge of the order of the Qiankuan. And now that the dragons have been meritorious in obeying the heavenly Tao and guarding the East Sea Springs, they can be blessed by the heavenly court's chi and take up the position of divinity. The Dragon Clan shall raise clouds and spread rain, moisturize the earth, rule the domains of the 4 seas, and protect the aquatic beings. Today, Ao Guang, Ao Qin, Ao Lun and Ao Shan are enthroned as the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas, to rule the 4 seas, each with their own duties, and to keep the 4 seas in peace forever. Ao Guang is the head of the Dragon King of the 4 seas, and is hereby appointed to the position of Sea God of the Heavenly Court, taking charge of the 4 seas on behalf of heaven. The sound of the Taoist voice curls up. The Jade Emperor's voice echoed within the flood world. Shasta. The Heavenly Court's chief fortune was added to the bodies of the 4 Sea Dragon Kings, and there were also clusters of heavenly Tao merit and virtue descending from the void and falling on them and the Dragon Clan's beings. Daoist Yellow Dragon and Ing Long also gained some heavenly Tao merits. We honor the Jade Emperor's order. Ao Guang and the others spoke in unison, bowing and making a Taoist bow. Tai Bai Jinxing's magic power moved slightly, and that jade brief landed in the sky above the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea, transforming into a barrier to shelter the Dragon Clan. Fellow Taoists, the Jade Emperor has sent down his edicts, so you must do your duty. Fellow Daoist Ing Long has followed human Emperor Daiyu in combing the water veins, so please also help the dragons so that they can take up their heavy responsibilities soon. Fellow Daoist Ao Guang, you can discuss the idea of dividing the Dragon Clan among the rivers, lakes, and water veins of the floodplains, so that they can enjoy the position of gods and goddesses and the heavenly Tao's chi fortune. But it needs to be kept in mind that this matter has to be cleared by the Jade Emperor. Ling Xiao stood up from his throne, then said to Ing Long and Ao Guang, the dragons went to heaven, and the matter was finalized. Although the heavenly Tao did not rain down merits on him, he knew that he had added another feather to his cap with ancestor Hongjun Dao. Thank you for your guidance. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, we will definitely live up to the Jade Emperors and your trust. Ao Guang saluted Ling Xiao with a look of gratitude in his eyes. So very good. Ling Xiao nodded in response before stepping on the void and floating away. Time passes and the winds change. The dragons went to heaven and the 4 seas were pacified. Where the flood rivers and lakes, water veins and important places, there are dragons to suppress. They are rotated every 1,000 years, to ensure that there will not be a virtue does not match the situation. In response, the Jade Emperor greatly appreciated this and rewarded the Dragon King of the 4 seas. Ao Guang also knows how to be humane, and offered the treasures and specialties of the 4 seas to the Heavenly Court, and for a time, the relationship between the Heavenly Court and the dragon race was thriving, and the entire flood world was filled with a mood. It seems that there is no shame in going to heaven to serve. The moment, Ling Xiao lay on Wang Shu's jade leg, leisurely sniffing the faint fragrance and savoring the various innate spirit fruits Wang Shu fed him. The chi of the quantum revelation evolves, and all beings who are tainted with the sage sex karma will be affected by the God-sealing quantum revelation. Which side do you want to help? Ling Xiao? Wang Shu let Ling Xiao enjoy herself as she asked softly. She originally didn't have any interest in the God-sealing quantum revelation and the fight between the sects. But who let Ling Xiao take charge of the God-sealing list and the God-striking whip? In the way of Ling Xiao, Wang Shu was gradually hurt about this matter. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao shook his head and said, from beginning to end, poor Tao will always stand on the side of ancestor Hongjun and the heavenly Tao, and I will seldom take part in the saint-sex fights and calculations. Of course, if a disciple of a saint were to wreak havoc on the flood and cause a monstrous killing spree, that would be a different story. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear the weight. Ling Xiao's character was light, and his pure life creation Tao was also slightly connected to all living things, which was why he was so attached to the development of the flood world. and was bent on pushing the heavenly Tao, the earthly Tao, and the human way to return to their positions as much as possible. As for the Hongjun Taoist ancestor, making him a real name was just Ling Xiao's way of doing it. After all, Ancestor Hongjun Tao was good to Ling Xiao. You worry so much. Wang Shu's jade hand gently stroked over Ling Xiao's cheek and said somewhat unkindly. In his mind, there was a bit of a grudge. Why hasn't Ancestor Hongjun given the decree to let them really conclude the reality of the Tao couple? But it's not good for Wang Shu to say such things, and Wang Shu knew that Ling Xiao did all this partly for her. After all, she was a chaos demon god follower, which by definition was not tolerated by the heavenly Tao and the Hongjun Tao ancestor. Ha! Tai Xian and Interdictor are here. Ling Xiao's divine thoughts moved slightly and his head left Wang Shu's jade leg. Millions of miles away, the Beihai Xian turtle and Xingtian were heading towards Panglai Immortal Island. The jade sleeve lightly waved, and the forbidden barrier opened. Wait here for me. I'll go get them. Ling Xiao rubbed Wang Shu's head, then said with a smile on his face, a gentle look in his eyes. After he himself severed his ties with the intercepting sect, Tai Xian, Xingtian, and the others also tore their faces off with sect leader Tong Tian at the Bayou Palace, thus leaving the intercepting sect as a matter of course. For Tai Xian, Xingtian, Feng Bo, and the others, Ling Xiao was relatively satisfied, simply because they did not look at him coldly after he lost all his cultivation. Tai Xian temperament is generous and kind. Interceptor and others is a great witch reincarnation recultivation. The bones with the quality of righteousness, compared to those interceptor disciples do not know how many times better. The palace is going with you. This Panglai Immortal Island. I'm also considered half a hostess. Don't you think so? Wang Shu's pretty face flushed as she grabbed Ling Xiao's arm and said that the inadvertent contact had caused Ling Xiao's heart to surge a little. Now, it's just a matter of that window pane. Where's the half? Everything of the poor Taoist is yours. Ling Xiao held Wang Shu's jade hand and said with a deep emotion. The eyes were deep and clear, striking straight into Wang Shu's soul. If not for the fact that Tai Xian and Xingtian were about to appear, they would certainly have ambiguously gotten together and made some excessive moves. Spin! Ling Xiao and Wang Shu, with their feet on the auspicious clouds, flew outside of Panglai Immortal Island, only to see two figures spanning the void and soon appearing in front of them. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the crowd came to the nunsuch peach tree. Long time no see. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, this is a gift that Empress Pingxin asked us to give to Goddess Taiyin. Please accept it. Tai Xian and Interdictor said in a self-satisfied manner. With a slight movement of his mana, only a jade hairpin appeared out of nowhere and hovered in the air. Hurrah! It was an extreme innate spiritual treasure. The ethereal aura was derived, flickering with a clear and cold light. Wang Shu, take it. Ling Xiao knows that Tai Xian and Interceptor came to Panglai Immortal Island, not simply to catch up with themselves, so Wang Shu should accept this jade hairpin, and also forget about the karma. During the quantum leap between witch and demon, the ancestral witch Ho-Tu transformed her body into the underworld and opened up the 6 paths of reincarnation. Niang Pingxin, the will of the ancestral witch Ho-Tu, fused with the origin and rules of the earth's path, guarded the 6 paths of reincarnation, and her strength was comparable to that of a heaven's path sage. But it is more unfortunate that the Lady of the Flat Heart is not allowed to leave the underworld for all eternity. Yes, Wang Shu's red lips slightly opened and said with a smile, with a slight movement of her magic power, this Xianin jade hairpin appeared between her 3,000 green silks, and looking at Wang Shu's pulled-up hair bun, an image appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. Put your hair up. 2 fellow Taoists, taste the tea. Ling Xiao pushed the jade cups in front of Tai Xian and Ting Tian, each of which had a single enlightenment tea leaf floating in it, and the ripples from the tea curled around the laws and order of the great Tao, causing the two of them to be shaken in their hearts. Enlightenment tea leaves, or fellow Taoist Ling Xiao's generosity. Then the poor Taoist is welcome. Tai Xian lifted his jade cup and lightly sipped the enlightenment tea, while Interceptor swallowed the tea and enlightenment tea leaves in one gulp, sending as much of the tea and enlightenment tea leaves into his stomach as he could. God travels to the void and falls into an epiphany. After a long time, only Tai Xian opened his eyes and his aura around him climbed to the middle stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Obviously this cup of enlightenment tea had helped him break the barrier of his realm. As a North Sea Xian turtle, his comprehension of the laws was no less than any other paramount saint powerhouse. It's just a matter of reincarnation and the need to keep your feet on the ground. Dare I ask you 2 fellow Taoists, what does Mother Pingxin need from poor Tao? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and said in a breezy manner, deep in the eyes, God's light emerges. Chapter 48, Traveling to the Underworld. Yun Xiao cried in remorse. It's still impossible to hide from fellow Taoist Ling Xiao. This time when we came to Panglai Immortal Island, the 2 of us did come to ask for your help with the edict from Empress Pingxin. Tai Xian said slowly with a smile on his face as he looked at Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao left the Interceptor sect, he became a red herring in the eyes of many saints, and now even Empress Pingxin needed his help. Please also tell me in detail. Ling Xiao did not move and smiled faintly. Empress Pingxin is in charge of the underworld and the 6 paths of reincarnation, carrying the rules of the earth path and the authority of the heaven path, and her face has to be given to Ling Xiao. And, if one wanted the earth's path to be completely awakened, that would also require the help of Empress Ping Xin. All the earth veins of the flood were hooked up by Jin Yuanzi's earth book, but the underworld didn't establish a connection with the flood veins. Instead, it was like an independent universe. If Empress Pingxin permitted Jin Yuanzi to exert great magical power to establish the order of the earth's path rules connecting the underworld and the flooded earth veins, then the earth's path would surely be awakened, and Jin Yuanzi would be able to certify his sainthood based on this merit. Seeing this, Taixian's face was pleased and he slowly said, when the living beings of all races die, their souls are summoned by the order of the heavenly Tao to enter the underworld, carry out their judgment, and then reincarnate into the next life. In this process, the many creations of the underworld are needed to wash away the 7 emotions and 6 desires of these dead souls, especially the monstrous grudges before death, so that in the new life they can sever the karma of their previous lives. It's just that over time, the 7 emotions and 6 desires pervaded the underworld, and they merged into the 6 paths of reincarnation, eventually contaminating Empress Pingxin's origin and Yuanshin true spirit. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao is in charge of the supreme way, and can purify the evil turbid qi in the world. Please also make a move to help Niang Pingxin wash away these 7 emotions and 6 desires. The words fell. Ling Xiao stroked his chin and pondered in his mind. The fate of Empress Pingxin is closely related to the underworld and the 6 paths of reincarnation. If her origin is damaged or even her heart is clouded because of her 7 passions and 6 desires, it will cause a catastrophe for all beings in the floodplains. However, even though he was in charge of the pure life creation Tao, the 7 emotions and 6 desires that had been present for hundreds of millions of years were not something he was afraid he would be able to remove and purify in a moment's time. If he were to shape the 36 pure white lotus to follow his footsteps, Ling Xiao would be able to easily purify it, but right now he was lacking the red lotus of karma fire, the Tai whisk, and the 3 treasures jade ruin. Is it hard to refuse Taixian? At this time, Xingtian said with a supplicating tone, fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, regardless of whether you can handle it or not, please still make a trip to the underworld, so that we won't be failing in the important task that Empress Pingxin has explained to us. Words. Ling Xiao no longer hesitated as he gently nodded his head. 2 fellow Taoists, the poor Taoist promises to travel to the underworld. Choose the day, and we'll depart immediately. With the pure life creation Tao, although Ling Xiao could not purify all the 7 emotions and 6 desires, he could at least make it easier for Empress Ping Xin. This was a matter of great merit, so how could Ling Xiao stand idly by? Ling Xiao, you go. Remember to thank Empress Pingxin on behalf of this palace. I'm going to refine the Xianin jade pin and then meditate and cultivate to break through to the late stage of the mixed golden immortal. Wang Shu looked towards Ling Xiao, her red lips slightly open. Having a gentle nature and liking purity, Wang Shu was not prepared to go to the underworld. Yes, Ling Xiao nodded, then stepped on the auspicious clouds and headed towards the underworld under the leadership of Xingtian and Taixian. Janeo Island, Biyo Palace. Sect leader Tong Tian was sitting on top of the platform, and below him was Taoist Duo Bao, Yun Xiao, and a bunch of other disciples of the Interceptor sect, all of whom had angry colors on their faces and looked righteously indignant. Senior, we can't hold back this bad breath. The underworld targeted the disciples of my sect who had already fallen, sent them to the 18 layers of hell to be repeatedly tortured, and even the dozens of fallen Phoenix Clan saints were not spared, which is really bullying too much and insulting to my sect's honor and prestige. Lu Press stepped forward and said to sect leader Tong Tian, in the depths of his eyes, he hid his hatred for the underworld and the Lady of the Flat Heart. If it was according to the normal process of the underworld, those disciples of the Interceptor sect and the quasi-saints of the Phoenix Clan would have long since been washed of their memories and reincarnated, where they would have suffered all sorts of penalties. But now, it is true, it's all because Interceptor Ting Tian, Taixian, and the others broke away from my Interceptor sect, causing Mother Pingxin to hold a grudge against us as well. Which is why they deliberately insulted my Interceptor sect's honor and prestige, causing my Interceptor sect to suffer humiliation. Now the Interceptor Church up and down the hearts of the people are in fear. All the disciples are afraid that after their fall, they will be sent to the 18 layers of hell. After all, that thief Ling Xiao is in charge of the list of God Sealers, but will not easily let my Interceptor Church disciples on the list of God Sealers. In this way, all fallen disciples of the Interceptor sect will go to the underworld to wait for reincarnation. But even after arriving at the underworld, they will still have to suffer the ravages and gruesome punishments of countless years. Daoist Duo Bao had an angry look on his face and his words were tinged with resentment. Ling Xiao was in charge of the sealing of the gods, and would definitely not easily let the disciples of the Interceptor sect seal the gods, while they still had to suffer the punishment and chastisement sent down by the Pingxi Nianjiang when they arrived in the underworld. Therefore, it can be said that once they fall, no disciple of the Interceptor Church will have a good ending. The seal of God quantum robbery was imminent, and if this matter could not be dealt with, the wariness of the disciples of the Interceptor sect would be curtailed, and they would not even dare to participate in the sectarian battles. In this way, the Interceptor sect's plot was completely dead in the water. In the end, it's all because of Ling Xiao, the Scourge. If he hadn't rebelled against the Interceptor sect, wouldn't Ting Tian, Tai Xian, and the others have disrespected their masters and ended up causing trouble instead. And when it comes to the god sealing list, Ling Xiao is even more arrogant and presumptuous. Relying on the fact that he is the East Pole Qinghua Emperor, he has repeatedly counted on my Interceptor sect. I didn't expect him to be such a villain who likes to stab knives in the back. Golden Spirit Holy Mother frowned slightly and said in a deep voice through clenched silver teeth. The words and the expression all had a sense of hatred. When this statement was made, it immediately set off a wave within Baiyu Palace, and several instantly Interceptor female immortals showed expressions of disappointment and verbally attacked Ling Xiao. The conflicts and misunderstandings between Empress Pingxin and my Interceptor sect must be resolved. Which one of you is willing to take a trip to the underworld with this seat's edict? Finally, sect leader Tong Tian spoke. As a saint of the heavenly Tao, it was impossible for him to condescend to personally go to Lady Ping Xin, and so he could only hand this crowd over to the disciples of the Interceptor sect, only hoping that Lady Ping Xin would no longer make things difficult for the Interceptor sect's disciples who had already fallen. Enlightened Master, disciple is willing to go. Yun Xiao immediately stepped forward, her pretty face bloodless. Ever since that time when she went to Panglai Immortal Island with Xiang Xiao and wanted to renew their relationship with Ling Xiao, but suffered a rejection, she couldn't lift her spirits and had an air of self-hatred about her whole being. The heart of the Tao produces cracks, and there is infinite remorse in the heart. If she had taken care of the senior brother's emotions after Ling Xiao had lost all his cultivation, then the two wouldn't have gotten to that point, and just thinking about it made Yun Xiao's heart ache. Endless remorse turned into a tidal wave, like it was going to drown her. Master, disciple and senior sister Yun Xiao will go together. A female immortal wearing a long red dress, surrounded by 7-colored light, walked to the center of the hall and bowed to the Tongtian sect master. Her eyebrows are slender and her features are delicate and unearthly. This person was an inner disciple of the Interceptor sect, Immortal Kai Yun, with peak Tai golden immortal cultivation, and she had a very shallow relationship with Yun Xiao, so she was unwilling for Yun Xiao to go alone. While looking at Yun Xiao, Fairy Kai Yun revealed a worried expression. Great good. The Gloomon sect leader Tongtian's gloomy face dispersed a bit at this moment. Without Ling Xiao, the Interceptor sect is still united, and the disciples are also on the same page. In his opinion, Yun Xiao and Fairy Kai Yun, being of gentle temperament and both female immortals, could certainly attract the sympathy of Empress Pingxin and resolve the misunderstanding with the Interceptor sect. Senior, then disciple and senior sister Kai Yun are going now. After bidding farewell to sect leader Tongtian, Yun Xiao and Fairy Kai Yun left Bio Palace, and the two of them flew in the direction of the East Sea coast, where there was a spatial portal to the underworld. The underworld appeared to be part of the flood world, but had a unique wall barrier, and the only way to step into it was through a spatial portal. This space portal is also known as the Ghost Gate in the human world. Stepping on the auspicious clouds and looking down at the monstrous seawater, Yun Xiao's mood gradually got better. But soon, in the skies above the eastern seashore, Yun Xiao and Fairy Kai Yun's delicate bodies trembled, simply because at the portal below, beside the two of them, Xingtian and Tai Xian, stood a familiar figure. Its senior brother Ling Xiao. Yun Xiao's small mouth was slightly open and her eyes misted up. The bitterness, aggression and remorse, all come to mind. Chapter 49, Ling Xiao is dead. You picked it. Yun Xiao has become a sickly girl? Before the Ghost Gate, Ling Xiao, who was talking with Tai Xian and Xingtian, narrowed his eyes slightly and frowned slightly. The flood world is wide and boundless. Why did I come to the Ghost sect and also encounter Interceptor disciples? Ling Xiao sighed softly breathlessly in his heart. Above the celestial dome, the naked gazes of Yun Xiao and Fairy Kai Yun seemed as if they were trying to peel him apart, so he naturally gained insight into the presence of the two. However, Ling Xiao did not make any moves, but instead followed Tai Xian and Xing Tian as they slowly walked towards the spatial portal, experiencing the local customs of this place in the process. That's right, with the spatial portal as the center, on top of this 1,000 miles of Earth, the human race built up a ghost city. Thus, everything around him was somewhat new to Ling Xiao. Senior brother Ling Xiao, why don't you look up at me? Clear tears slid down Yun Xiao's cheeks. Her jade hands clutched her jade sleeves tightly, and after some entanglement, she brought Fairy Kaiyun to land in front of the spatial portal, blocking Ling Xiao's path. The air was silent and heavy. Yun Xiao sized up Ling Xiao, and a smile finally flashed across her pretty face that was hung with teardrops. Heart thumping, a feeling of being stuck in the throat. Spin! Yun Xiao suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Senior brother Ling Xiao, is it okay to let everything in the past turn into smoke and dust? We can get to know each other again, get to know each other, and practice together like we used to in the past, and realize the great Tao, okay? These days, I can't sleep at night. When I close my eyes, it's your figure. I regret it. Will you forgive me?" Tears blurred her eyes and Yun Xiao was about to reach out and grab Ling Xiao's sleeve, but in the next instant, her movements came to a screeching halt. Ling Xiao dodged half of his body, avoiding Yun Xiao's outstretched jade hand. His face was bland and indifferent, and he did not look at Yun Xiao more than once from the beginning to the end. "Two fellow Taoists, let's go!" Ling Xiao twisted his head and swept a glance at Tai Xian and Xingtian as he stepped straight into the spatial portal. The interceptor disciples, especially these female immortals, he was already too lazy to talk to them because they didn't deserve to listen. In Ling Xiao's opinion, Yun Xiao and the others should be glad that they were not tainted with killing karma. Otherwise, according to his nature, perhaps one day they would have to be thwarted by the heavenly tribulation and thunder punishment, or die under their own god-slaying gun. Why? Yun Xiao's eyes were red and swollen, and his entire body almost went limp. One pair of eyes was lusterless and teary, and looked as if I had seen them before. "I already know I'm wrong. Why can't you forgive me?" Yun Xiao covered her chest. All she could feel was heart-rending pain surging into her mind, turning into a raging wind and rain to annihilate her in general. The Kaiyun fairy on the side also had a complex expression as a trace of resentment flooded her heart. "Senior sister Yun Xiao, let's go after them first. You've lowered your voice so low, and Ling Xiao is still towering over me with an attitude of indifference. I must ask him face to face why he's being so cruel to you." Fairy Kaiyun fought for Yun Xiao and said with an angry tone. The two didn't dare to delay and also stepped into the space portal. The underworld. A round of purple moon hangs above the void. The sky and the earth look a little dim, but the spiritual chi of the sky and the earth is extremely rich, and not a few of them are also mixed with some fury, which can quench the body and cultivation of the reincarnated great sorcerers such as Xingtian. The most striking thing, however, was the wisp of ghostly aura and the dead souls being escorted by the Ghostbusters. "Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, I, Ting Tian, respect you as a man. Yun Xiao puts down her posture to redeem you. Yet you can ignore it so decisively. This is a rare thing in the entire flood world. After all, Yun Xiao is the goddess of countless male immortals. Of course, fellow Taoist Ling Xiao and goddess Taiyin have a Tao couple marriage. That Yun Xiao and other female immortals of the Interceptor sect aren't even worthy of appearing before you, let alone talk about redeeming you from goddess Taiyin's hands." Interceptor gave a thumbs up and said with a face of admiration, "Ling Xiao is the real man." Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao said gently, "Beauty, female immortals, in the end, it's just a hank of yellow earth, but it's just some red-powdered skeletons who don't know how to be gracious. The poor Taoist doesn't bother with them, just ignore them. Ling Xiao doesn't have a masochistic tendency, and rabbits don't eat grass in the nest." Just because of the big cake drawn by the Tongtian sect leader, he did not hesitate to disobey the heavenly Tao for the Interceptor sect, and he bowed and did his best in everything. But in the eyes of the Interceptor disciples, it became a matter of course, now that he had severed his karma. Ling Xiao was like a bird that had broken free from its cage and could be free between heaven and earth. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao's words have benefited the poor Taoist greatly. Tai Xian couldn't help but suppress the upturned corners of his mouth and said, "Ling Xiao, a ruthless man, positively evil. Ling Xiao, why are you talking about senior sister Yun Xiao like that? You have to give us a statement." Fairy Tsayun's pretty face flushed red as her voice appeared behind Ling Xiao. She had just arrived here with Yun Xiao when she heard Ling Xiao's big words in calling Yun Xiao a red-pink skeleton, which instantly made her furious and unable to tolerate Ling Xiao's insults. "Ha! The poor Taoist originally only wanted to ignore you, but why do you repeatedly commit crimes in front of my heel? Can't you just get the hell out of here?" Ling Xiao sneered and turned around with an impatient face. Normally, he wouldn't bother with Interceptor disciples, but who made Yun Xiao and Fairy Kaiyun bitterly entangled? Stretching his face all the way over, where would that Ling Xiao have any reason not to fight? The moment Yun Xiao covered her mouth with her jade hand, the clear tears on her face falling involuntarily, she felt that the Ling Xiao in front of her had an aura that was extremely unfamiliar to her. Once upon a time, Ling Xiao would never humiliate him like this. Was it himself who hurt Ling Xiao too much? Thinking of this, complex emotions surfaced in Yun Xiao's eyes as she looked at Ling Xiao with a hopeful gaze. Her red lips slightly opened as she softly said, "Senior brother Ling Xiao, don't say angry words, okay?" Think about the time we spent together. When you and I were heartfelt and Tao-centered. Just like divine couples. Why don't we find a place to sit down and have a serious talk? We can still do what we used to do. You can play the piano and I'll dance for you, okay? Speaking. In a flash of arcane light, Apollonia would zither with an ancient luster. Suspended in front of Yun Zhao's heel, which was not stained with a trace of dust, only the zither strings seemed to have some arcane light obscurity. Tai Xian, Xingtian and the others looked closely before realizing that the strings had been dipped in blood, which seemed to be Yun Zhao's blood. Perhaps, it was Yun Xiao who became sick with longing and inadvertently hurt himself when he was stroking the zither. Are you sick in the head? Ling Xiao didn't care and had a mocking expression on his face. The conversation turned and spoke faintly. The original Ling Xiao is dead, and the one standing in front of you now is the future Dao couple of the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor, Goddess Tai Yin. You picked the ending yourself. Why do you want to defile the eyes of the poor Taoist now? The tone of his voice was icy cold, and he threw his voice. The commotion here had attracted the attention of numerous underworld ghosts, and even the dead souls, but none of them dared to come closer after seeing Tai Xian and Xingtian, and could only keep their ears perked up to listen to this dogwa. Cloudy trying to redeem Ling Xiao is a rare and strange thing. Senior sister Yun Xiao. Fairy Kaiyun let out a cry of alarm and held up the shaky and pale Yun Xiao beside her. Looking at Ling Xiao, he chided. Ling Xiao, how can you, a male immortal, have the face to argue with sister Yun Xiao? Can't you be a little more generous and not be so small-minded? Senior sister Yun Xiao heard her origin and Dao heart because of you. After she returned from Panglai Immortal Island, she was depressed the whole day, only lifting a trace of spirit when she thought of you. Why don't you give senior sister Yun Xiao a chance? After hearing Fairy Tsayun's words, a cold smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. After all, people do laugh when they are speechless. Ling Xiao hadn't thought that there was still this version of a boxer existing in the flood world, leaving him somewhat speechless to spit. Senior brother Ling Xiao, I will definitely redeem you, no matter what the cost. Are you also going to the Lady of the Flat Heart? Seeing that he could not move Ling Xiao, Yun Xiao could only stop, gently wiping the tears from his eyes. He forced a conversation. It was hoped that through conversation, Ling Xiao would slowly accept her and eventually the two would get back together. What's it to you, Tai Xian? Interdictor, what are you waiting for? Ling Xiao lightly waved his sleeve, unwilling to pay any more attention to Yun Xiao because he could see that this person was seriously ill. Maybe, it will become a sickly girl. It's better to stay away or it will affect your intelligence. I'm begging for catch-ups, small gifts and 5-star reviews from all of you dogs out there. The data is dropping so hard. For crying out loud. Chapter 50 Red Dust Sword Dao. Empress Pingxin. The body was disheveled and the smile was miserable. Under Yun Zhao's remorseful gaze, Ling Xiao headed towards the depths of the underworld, and she and Fairy Kaiyun could only follow, only for an obsession to be derived from her heart. Even if she exhausts all means and makes her lower her lofty head, she still wants to get Ling Zhao's forgiveness and be happy with him. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, Empress Pingxin is waiting for you at the reincarnation division. All the dead souls who enter the underworld have to wash away their 7 emotions and 6 desires there before they can go to the Mangpa Inn to drink the Mangpa soup and enter the 6 paths of reincarnation within the 6 paths of reincarnation. Under the leadership of Tai Xian and Xingtian, Ling Xiao knew the layout of the underworld, the Yellow Springs Road, the Bridge of Nai Ho, the City of Wasted Death, and the 18 Layers of Hell. These places are the important places of the underworld, and are all ruled by the descendants of the witch race, or the Azura race. Once upon a time, the ancestral witch Hotu's incarnation of the underworld and the creation of the 6 paths of reincarnation took place in the depths of the underworld sea of blood. Thus, Empress Pingxin owed karma to Old Man Styx and the Azura race, so having the Azura race's beings hold a portion of the authority was also the result of discussions between her and Old Man Styx. The division of reincarnation, which cleanses the dead souls of their 7 passions and desires. Memphis Stacks, erasing the willful memories of dead souls. It can be said that the underworld has a complete set of processes that can govern all things after the death of all beings, and is an important part of the functioning of the order of the heavenly Tao, the earthly Tao, and the human way. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, there's one more thing I have to tell you. After the fall of any disciple of the Interceptor sect, their departed souls have to go through every process, especially to repeatedly endure the punishment of the 18 layers of hell, and those who have committed grave sins are even more miserable than that. So in the future, you can greatly beat the disciples of the Interceptor sect into the land of all perdition. The corners of Interceptor's mouth grinned to the base of his ears as a cruel smile appeared on his face. Even Ling Xiao had a creepy feeling. The divine mind moved slightly. All parts of the underworld were under Ling Xiao's insight. Soon, Ling Xiao saw many familiar figures, such as the disciples of the Interceptor sect who were languishing in a sea of fire and blades, as well as those dozens of Phoenix Clan Paraclete powerhouses, including Yin Blaze, who were all trying to atone for the sins they had committed. Of course, the underworld didn't really have a backroom operation, but only sentenced those interceptor disciples and the Phoenix clan's quasi-saintly powerhouses according to their sins in their previous lives. Sometimes there is a likeness to this punishment, to this sin. Some things don't weigh 4 taels when they are not weighed, but when they are weighed 1,000 pounds, they can't be beaten. Originally, Empress Pingxin could have just gone through the process for the sake of sect leader Tong Tian, but now all these penalties and sins could fall firmly on their heads, especially the dozens of quasi-saint powerhouse. According to the theory that the previous life cultivation as long as to reach the realm of Tai Golden Immortal can be exempted from all the penalties, and directly wash away the 7 feelings and 6 desires, erase the consciousness and memory of the reincarnation of reincarnation can be. But now, these people from the Lady of the Flat Heart and the underworld didn't give them a shortcut. Therefore, even a quasi-saintly powerhouse would have to be tortured day and night, ending up like an ordinary departed soul. It's brutal. Ling Xiao sucked in a breath of cool air, but in his heart, he was secretly pleased. Tong Tian sect master is not good at messing with anyone, but even dared to mess with Pingxin Yang Yang. This is good. All the living beings who are contaminated with the cause and effect of the interceptor sect are going to be put in small shoes after the fall. Lady Pingxin's compassion is boundless and just, and the poor Taoist admires it. Ling Xiao showed a look of emotion, then said with a tone of respect. This time, the cold electronic voice of the machine, however, echoed in his mind. Ding! Divine Choice Quest Refresh successful. Choice 1, help Yin Xiao convince Niang Pingxin and save the disciples of the interceptor sect from their misery. Rewarded with a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Option 2, falling down the well and adding fuel to the fire, so that Niang Pingxin will send all her disciples into the path, rewarding them with the extremely high-quality innate spiritual treasure. The underworld Xianchong ruler. Choice 3, the affairs of the interceptor sect have nothing to do with me. Decisively open the pendulum, rewarding the law of the red dust sword Dao. 3 godly choices. Ling Zhao's mind moved slightly as he pondered. Through the euphoria revealed in the system's divine choice, Ling Xiao surmised the purpose of Yin Xiao and Immortal Kai Yin coming to the underworld, which was to request that Empress Pingxin raise her hand and spare the disciples of the interceptor sect. The 7 emotions and 6 desires are all red. The poor Taoist chooses 3. Without the slightest hesitation, Ling Xiao made his choice. Extreme innate spiritual treasures were dispensable to him, but the laws of the red dust sword Dao were the key to whether he could wash away his 7 emotions and 6 desires and help Lady Ping Xin. Where is the cleansing and purification of the 7 emotions and 6 desires? Where is the transformation of the 7 emotions and 6 desires into one's own cultivation and base cards? Cool. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the law of the red dust sword Dao. At the same time as the system's voice rang out, a wisp of sword chi that was flooded with mysterious rules and constantly evolving and churning appeared in the vast system space, and it was precisely the law of the red dust sword Dao. The mere sweep of divine thoughts caused Ling Zhao's Dao heart to tremble slightly. The laws of the red dust sword Dao were as terrifying as they were not to be underestimated. Fellow Daoist Ling Xiao, the reincarnation division has arrived. Hearing Tai Xian's words, Ling Zhao's divine thoughts left the system space as he silently looked ahead. The chi of the underworld rolls on. The Taoist rhythm of the law of reincarnation endures. The chi of the 7 sentiments and 6 desires pervades the void, and at the end of it all, the 6 paths of reincarnation: celestial path, earthly path, Shura path, hell path, hungry ghost path. The 6 paths operate and the great Tao follows. Before the 6 paths of reincarnation, there was the division of reincarnation. Soon, Ling Xiao followed Tai Xian and Xing Tian as they stepped into the division of reincarnation, only to see that the space within the division of reincarnation was extremely vast, and there was a lake of 10,000 miles on the earth, which was flooded with waves. Those dead souls become completely muddled after washing their 7 emotions and 6 desires in the lake, and then follow the ghost messenger to the Mangpa Inn, drink the Mangpa soup, and finally reincarnate according to the sins, good and bad in their lives. The 3 upper paths are the path of the heavenly gods, the earthly path, and the path of the Shura. The next 3 paths, the path of hell, the path of hungry ghosts, and the path. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, this is the soul washing pool. It can wash away the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the deceased souls, but in reality, these 7 emotions and 6 desires still exist in the underworld, and will diffuse toward the 4 directions and the 8 wastelands, and will also stain the 6 paths of reincarnation, and the Yuan Shin and body of the Empress Pingxin. Xing Tian pointed at the lake with complex emotions in his eyes. Over billions of years, the 7 emotions and 6 desires had accumulated an unknown amount, and had become a burden to the entire underworld, as well as to Empress Pingxin, like a maggot attached to the bone that was difficult to erase. Having gained insight into Ling Zhao's purifying power, it was only then that Empress Ping Xin turned to him for help. seeking a way to completely destroy, or purify, the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Greetings to the Lady of the Flat Heart. Finally, Ling Xiao met this great power. Bowing slightly, he made a doji bow and saluted. The Queen Pingxin's posture is dignified, sitting on the throne condensed by the Xianhuang Qi and the rules of the underworld. Her face is compassionate and peaceful. Her eyes seem to contain a touch of sadness. Her skin is fair like jade, and her head of black hair is like ink. The aura is superb and intimidating. No need to be polite. Empress Pingxin's red lips slightly opened, and a piece of manna gently caressed over Ling Xiao, who immediately straightened his spine. Sit down. A futon landed directly in front of Ling Xiao, and he immediately sat down. Little friend Ling Xiao, are you able to resolve these 7 emotions and 6 desires, Qi? Empress Pingxin opened the door and opened her mouth to Ling Xiao and asked. Ever since the opening of the underworld, she had endured the torment of the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the Qi, and that obscure and tedious energy tore at her yuanshan, true spirit and body, as if it was going to split her apart. If it weren't for the fact that Empress Pingxin was in charge of the Panga Divine Hall and was blessed by the rules of the Earth's path, she really would have fallen into insanity. For in those 7 emotions and 6 desires, the past and obsessions of living beings are also carried. All of it, it will affect her negatively. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao did not hide anything and said indifferently, poor Tao is indeed capable of removing all the 7 emotions and 6 desires, Qi, and it won't take too long to do so. It's just that I have a condition. Dare I ask Queen Pingxin if it is possible to follow the trend of the great power, so that the underworld is connected to the Floodland Earth vein, and truly become a part of the Floodland world? The words fell, thrown down, and made waves. Tai Xian and Xingtian revealed shocked expressions, and even Empress Pingxin's vermilion lips were slightly open. Her eyelids lowered as she stared at Ling Xiao with a scrutinizing meaning. Empress Pingxin was already suppressed by the heavenly Tao and Hongjun Daozu, so if she were to seed the underworld and the 6 paths of reincarnation, wouldn't she become a fish on a plate? Seemingly sensing Empress Ping Xin's concern, Ling Xiao raised his voice and spoke out again. Queen Ping Xin, don't you want to break free from your chains and see the outside world? Chapter 51. Hongjun Daozu was at the right age to make a break for it. Nyang Pingxin's eyes flashed with a trace of divine splendor. Surprisingly, she directly flashed and appeared in front of Ling Xiao. The distance between the two of them was only less than half a foot, and her boundless aura drowned Ling Xiao. Even though you are the East Extreme Qinghua Emperor, ruling the heavenly Tao, you can't help this palace break free from its shackles. Can you? If you're lying to me, I'll strip off your bones one by one. The next instant, Empress Pingxin returned to her throne, but Ling Xiao was able to clearly sense that in that moment just now, the breathing of this lord of the underworld earth was in disarray, and she clearly wanted to break free of her shackles and return to heaven and earth. Jinyuan Daxian is in charge of the Book of Earth, and can manipulate the flood earth veins, and can make the underworld earthly mansion connect with the flood earth veins. This move is a move to follow the general trend. At that time, when the earth Tao is completely awakened, Empress Pingxin will naturally be able to break free from the shackles of the heavenly Tao, and the poor Taoist can promise you that ancestor Hongjun Dao will not step in to trap you in the underworld again. It's just that when that time comes, the authority of the underworld won't be held by you alone. It will need to be held by Jinyuan Daxian together with you. Ling Xiao said slowly with a light breeze. Heaven, earth, and man returned to their places. Hongjun Daozu was the ancestor of the 3 paths, not the so-called puppet of the heavenly Tao, and even he could truly control the entire flood world to touch an even more supreme realm. Compared to this matter, the fact that the Lady of the Flat Heart regained her freedom was not a matter of great importance. Turning the tables, Ling Xiao spoke again. After the earth Tao awakens, Empress Pingxin can achieve the earth Tao Sage Tao fruit by virtue of the merits of personifying the underworld and creating the 6 paths of reincarnation. Jinyuan Daxian can also rely on the merits of combing the earth's veins and connecting to the underworld to accomplish his own ends. What's not to like when all are happy? The words fell deafeningly. Tai Xian and Xing Tian froze in place, itching to plug their ears. They didn't expect Ling Xiao to say such words. Was this something they could know? Shun the heavenly and the general trend. But how did the fact that Ling Xiao had allowed the earth road to awaken seem like an act of treason? As expected of a male immortal who was favored by goddess Tai Yin, you have piqued the interest of this palace. Since you have spoken these words out today, it means that you have the tacit approval of ancestor Hongjun Dao. I have to say, there's a reason why ancestor Hongjun can value you. Empress Pingxin revealed a gentle smile and stared somewhat meaningfully at Ling Xiao. In her opinion, Ling Xiao was too smart, directly clinging to the thighs of Hongjun Dao ancestor, and also wanting Hongjun Dao ancestor to go even further, crossing over the heavenly Dao to reign over the earthly Dao. In her opinion it was extremely risky. Jin Yuanzi is the pawn of Hongjun Daozu who indirectly ruled the earth road. Thinking about this,
Empress Ping Xin secretly marveled in her heart as she wanted to know what was in Ling Zhao's head.
Anti-Ping Xin is flattered. The Tao ancestor teaches hundreds of millions of beings and is the Tao ancestor of the 10,000 races of the flood. The Tao of heaven, the Tao of earth, and the Tao of man returning to its place is the way of the flood world, and I am merely following the general trend. Ancestor Hongjun is at the right age to make a break for it. Is there a problem with going to be an ancestor of the three paths?
Ling Zhao spoke in a calm tone and met Empress Ping Xin's gaze.
Hongjun Taoist ancestor treats him well,
personally sent down edicts to appoint him as the East Pole Qinghua Emperor, and also gave him the God Seal List and the God Whip.
Most importantly,
the Dao couple marriage as stated by ancestor Hongjun Dao had helped Ling Xiao and Wang Shu draw closer, and now the two were just about to form a Dao couple. It's not impossible to get Wang Shu to put her hair up.
Awesome.
If ancestor Hongjun Dao heard these words of yours,
I'm afraid he wouldn't punish you severely. Would he?
Empress Bingxin held her forehead and laughed lightly.
Since the beginning of the opening of the flood world,
ancestor Hongjun Dao had practiced and broken into the world, and now it was hard for him to merge with the Dao in his body and take charge of the flood world, but he still had to eat the big cake drawn by Ling Xiao. The awakening of the Earth's path was extremely bitter and difficult in the view of Empress Bingxin, but Ling Xiao was inclined to do it,
and ancestor Hongjun Dao even accompanied him on his gamble. It's so sad. The Taoist ancestor is kind and gentle. I'm afraid he wouldn't be so brutal. What do you think, Queen Ping Xin?
Ling Xiao looked towards Empress Ping Xin and the corner of his mouth lifted up in a smile. It was a good thing that the underworld was completely integrated into the flood world,
helping the earth path to completely awaken. Queen Pingxin, Jin Yuanzi, and Hongjun Daozu can all benefit from this. The palace promises you, but before that, you should first help me to sort out the qi of 7 emotions and 6 desires. After all, my Yuan Shen, true spirit and body are now full of holes.
Empress Bingxin gently nodded her head and made a decision right away.
Just then, Yun Xiao and Fairy Kaiyun, however, stepped into the reincarnation division.
Because of the fact that they were carrying the edicts of the Tongtian Daofather and were tainted with holy might, they had not been stopped in any way along the way, but of course,
in Ling Zhao's opinion, this was the result of the tacit approval of Empress Ping Xin.
Even though sect leader Tongtian and Empress Bingxin were unpleasant, they were not life and death enemies after all.
Even going back to their roots, the two are still inextricably linked. After all, in the witch demon Quantum of Solace,
both the 3 pristine ones and the 12 ancestral witches boasted that they were Pangu's authentic ancestors, while the former was transformed into the Yuan Shen of the great god of Pangu,
and the latter was transformed into the essence blood of the great god of Pangu's heart.
It was just that the 3 purities and the 12 ancestral witches had had a lot of unpleasantness in order to compete for the name of the Pangu Orthodox Patriarch.
I pay my respects to Empress Ping Xin.
Yun Xiao and Kai Yun Xianzi looked a bit dazed as they made a Dao bow and saluted to Empress Ping Xin.
Just because, after stepping into the underworld,
both of them saw the miserable conditions of the disciples of the Interceptor sect and the quasi-saintly powerhouses of the Phoenix clan, and the tortures they experienced could even be described as perverted. Your intentions have long been known to this palace. Now the reason for all this is not that the palace wants to deliberately target the Interceptor sect,
but that sect leader Tong Tian is to blame. Who made him attack me by holding the Qingping sword? And, from the beginning to the end, this palace is just following the rules of the underworld.
Empress Bingxin looked down at Yun Xiao and Immortal Kaiyun. She did not hide her anger. Her brilliant holy might transformed into a torrent covering the two of them, and an oppressive atmosphere lingered in their hearts. Fortunately, the holy might emanating from Empress Bingxin was not meant to truly injure the two. Otherwise, cloudy sky and colorful cloud fairies would have been thwarted and sent to the land of the end of the world long ago. Please also ask Empress Bingxin to be merciful and forgive those Interceptor disciples and the Phoenix clan's quasi-saintly powerhouses. Their perishing is already considered the greatest punishment. There was a hint of softness mixed in with Yun Zhao's aura around her, as she bowed to Empress Bingxin, putting aside her own condescension and wanting nothing more than to let the disciples of the Interceptor sect and the Phoenix clan paragons who had become departed souls rest in peace, and then be reincarnated in the next life. This is a strand of Shangqing's qi that Shifu divided from his own origin. It is his compensation to Niang Pingxin for chatting about his apologies. Please take it. Interceptor disciples, Phoenix clan paraclete. If they endure endless punishment and are beaten into the Tao, then my Interceptor church is bound to lose all its honor and prestige. Yun Zhao's mana moved slightly, and a wisp of Shangqing qi was suspended in the air.
Bent in time, Xingtian revealed an extremely eager look. In all parts of the underworld, the witch race spirits that survived the witch demon calamity are all boiling with blood, deeply attracted by this wisp of supernatural qi. Sorcerers, do not give birth to genjutsu. If this wisp of Shangqing qi was refined, coupled with Niang Pingxin's Tongtian Dao, it might be able to produce a great sorcerer. Or even an ancestor sorcerer? In the form of a Yuan Shen for the sorcerer clan. Put away the Shangqing Qi. This palace is not a small-minded person. Sect leader Tong Tian knows his faults, so it would be wrong of me to hold on to this matter any longer. In the future, all interception disciples will be judged by their own sins, good or bad, and as to which of the 6 paths they will be sent to, it will depend on their destiny during their lifetime. Lady Hershen waved her hand and said calmly, this wisp of Shangqing Qi was a scourge to the witch clan, and she would not take it in. It would be enough for sect leader Tong Tian, as a saint of the heavenly Tao, to send out a disciple to make amends to himself. But don't get too happy too soon, guys. Nearly 90% of these fallen disciples of the Interceptor sect were people with deep sins, so you can head to the Sins Mirror platform to see what they did in their past lives. Just as Yun Xiao and Fairy Kaiyuan were showing joy, Niang Pingxin said without any qualms, directly poking at the true colors of these Interceptor disciples, those quasi-saintly powerhouses of the Phoenix clan. On the other hand, turned into streams of light and entered the soul cleansing pool to wash away their 7 emotions and 6 desires the moment she made her decision, and would be reincarnated later on. Queen Pingxin, the poor Taoist will deal with the 7 emotions first. Ling Xiao saw that Empress Ping Xian had finished disposing of things, so he spoke. With his feet stepping on the void, he landed over the soul cleansing pool. This scene naturally attracted the attention of the clouds. Colorful Clouds Fairy. Chapter 52 Late Deep Love is cheaper than grass. Yun Xiao spat out blood in remorse. A white robe. Like a spring breeze. The temperament is extraordinary and the Taoist rhythm is natural. Yun Xiao and Fairy Kaiyuan had a ripple in the bottom of their hearts when they saw the scene. Senior brother Ling Xiao, what do I have to do for you to forgive me? I was really wrong and so sorry. Yun Xiao's heart is like a tidal wave of remorse. She hates herself for ignoring Ling Xiao's feelings, regrets not saying something to stop him when he wants to leave the Interceptor sect. Instead of being indifferent and watching with cold eyes, the heart is like a knife. It hurts too much. Complex emotions flickered underneath Fairy Kaiyuan's eyes, and at a certain moment a thought appeared in her mind that Ling Xiao was still a little bit handsome when he wasn't being obnoxious. If I want to resolve these 7 emotions and 6 desires, then I must first refine the law of the Red Dust Sword Tao, and use the Red Dust Sword Tao to induce the 7 emotions and 6 desires to melt into my own cultivation. It's just that even if I dissolve all the Red Dust Qi now, then with the passage of time, the dead souls will still be releasing the Qi of the 7 emotions and 6 desires in a steady stream after going through the soul cleansing pool. Therefore, a way must be devised to give these 7 emotions and 6 desires a channel to vent their energy. Ling Xiao looked down at the soul cleansing pool and raised his eyebrows slightly. A few moments later, after deducing many ways, Ling Xiao finally made a decision. That is, place the pure yang sword at the bottom of the soul cleansing pond, then use the Red Dust Sword Tao to carve formations on it, and use the 7 emotions and 6 desires to quench the pure yang sword, and incorporate it into this very high-grade innate spiritual treasure. Perhaps one day, with the massive amount of 7 emotions and 6 desires, the pure yang sword would metamorphose into an innate treasure and would just fit his Red Dust Sword Tao. Red Dust Sword Fetus. That's what the pure yang sword will be called from now on. Ling Xiao revealed a smile and muttered, no more hesitation. Ling Xiao sat straight up in the air above the soul washing pool, the laws of the pure life creation Tao draped around his body, and the peak Tai golden immortal aura loomed large, creating waves in the soul washing pool. The Qi of the 7 emotions and 6 desires transformed into a torrent that rose up into the sky and surged towards Ling Xiao. Seeing this, Ling Xiao's divine thoughts moved slightly, and the Red Dust Sword Tao laws in the system space instantly appeared within his Yuanshan, with hazy rules and vast Red Dust Tao rhythms constantly evolving. Red Dust Sword Fetus. Go! Ling Xiao's jade sleeve lightly waved, and the pure young sword was knocked into the depths of the soul cleansing pool by him, or, rather, the Red Dust Sword Tire. Bent in time, Ling Xiao operated the primordial Tao scripture, sensing the laws of the Red Dust Sword Tao, refining the surging 7 emotions and 6 desires Qi, and coalescing the great formation divine patterns on the Red Dust Sword Tire, which also allowed this spiritual treasure to absorb the thick 7 emotions and 6 desires Qi. The visions are transverse and regal. A subtle order was derived and filled within the division of reincarnation. It's not purification. It's turning the Qi of the 7 emotions and 6 desires into one's own use. What secret is hidden in this Ling Xiao's body? Empress Pingxin's red lips were slightly open, and it was difficult to hide the shocked look on her face. Even she, an existence infinitely close to the heavenly Tao sage realm, was unable to dissolve the Qi of 7 emotions and 6 desires, let alone talk about refining it and making it part of her cultivation. But Ling Xiao, surprisingly, had made it this far. Auntie Pingxin, may I ask why senior martial brother Ling Xiao is invoking the Qi of 7 emotions and 6 desires? Is he in any danger? Yun Xiao revealed a worried expression as she asked towards Empress Ping Xin. The words fell. Criminal Sky and Tai Xian skimmed their mouths.
their faces filled with contempt. Late in deep love is cheaper than grass, Taixian said in a leisurely and unconcerned manner. Seeing Yin Xiao and Fairy Kaiyun looking at him, he decisively did not make any eye contact with them, but instead whistled as he looked at Ling Xiao over the soul-cleansing pool, the reverence and respect in his eyes growing stronger. Ling Xiao is the pure white lotus heel, ruling the supreme holy purification power. He was invited by this palace to help me dissolve the 7 emotions and 6 desires, but now it seems that he is going to refine these 7 emotions and 6 desires. Little friend Yin Xiao and Ling Xiao were once fellow disciples. You should know his skills very well. I heard that Ling Xiao was in the immortal execution sword formation because of combing the killing karma in the Interceptor Church's chi, and that's why his origin cultivation was lost. Empress Pingxin stared at Yun Xiao with interest, her words teasingly questioning. 3 words caused Yun Xiao's face to turn even paler, and the 2 wipes of tears could not help but slide down her pretty face. Even the Kaiyun fairies on the side had ugly expressions. They didn't know how to refute Empress Pingxin. My sword breaks through all the barriers of red dust. Sword out. Like a starfall split the sky. Red dust to kill the evil are avoided. The direction of the sword. 10,000 laws are difficult to art. The gods and Buddhas are shocked. This is the red dust sword road. Poor Taoist. Enlightened. Time passed, and within the empty and silent reincarnation division, Ling Zhao's Dao voice resounded abruptly. The chi of the 7 emotions and 6 desires came from the 4 directions and the 8 deserts, and all of them merged into his body. Yuan Shun, and true spirit, and finally converged on the sword heart in his chest that emanated the meaning of the Tsang Shang and the rules of the red dust. Cultivate the Taoist scriptures of the beginning of the world and rule the pure life creation Tao. Ling Zhao's understanding of the red dust sword Tao instantly reached the level of Jinjin realization, and the chi of 7 emotions and 6 desires that he had absorbed was only a small amount, with most of it being incorporated within the red dust sword tire. The amount of 7 emotions and 6 desires chi has exceeded the poor Taoist's expectations. Perhaps it won't take long to wait. Soon the red dust swordborn will be transformed into an innate supreme treasure. However, this will require the help of Empress Pingxin and Jin Yuanxian. In a split second, Ling Xiao had calculated everything. When Jin Yuanzi and Pingxin Yang have both attained sainthood, let them invoke the order of the earth's path to quench the red dust sword tire, and they will surely be able to let it completely metamorphose into an innate supreme treasure. As for the chi of 7 emotions and 6 desires that washed off those dead souls in the future, as long as he came to refine and absorb them several Yuanhui intervals, there was no need to suppress them with the red dust sword tire. Little friend Ling Xiao, you haven't dealt with the 7 emotions and 6 desires chi in this palace's body. Yuan Shun and true spirit, seeing that the underworld was clear, the gloom in Empress Pingxin's heart immediately dissipated. It was just that the 7 emotions and 6 desires chi in her body had long been closely linked to her, to the point where it was a matter of glory and loss, and she was afraid that Ling Xiao would not be able to dissolve it. Mistress Pingxin, the poor Taoist will help you now. Ling Xiao stepped on the void and landed in front of Empress Pingxin. With both hands strangling the spell, the red dust sword Dao came out across the sky. A sword light with ethereal Dao rhythm flew directly into Empress Pingxin's body, and the pure life creation Dao also wrapped around Empress Pingxin's body. Yuan Shun, and true spirit. At this moment, everything about Empress Pingxin was exposed to Ling Zhao's divine thoughts, including those proud breasts, slender jade legs, and the shy secret inside. In response, Ling Xiao only froze for a moment, and he did not allow these distracting thoughts to affect him. Many thanks, little friend Ling Xiao. After the chi of 7 emotions and 6 desires had dissipated as much as it could, Empress Pingxin felt her body relaxed, her Dao heart unclogged, and her Yuan Shen clear, and she was overflowing with gratitude to Ling Xiao. There's no need for you to be polite, Empress Pingxin. The poor Taoist is just making some small contribution. That being said, the poor Taoist would like to thank you for gifting the Wangshu Xianin by hairpin. She loves this extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure, and she asked to say thank you. Ling Xiao made a bow and said softly, not taking credit for it. Scrubbing the chi of 7 emotions and 6 desires was something that would benefit all the living beings of the 10,000 races in the flood world, and he had also comprehended the red dust sword Dao, and would also be able to obtain an innate supreme treasure level innate spirit sword soon. From start to finish, Ling Xiao had earned it. Goddess Taiyin is truly blessed to have such a Taoist mate as you. When the time comes for you to hold the heavenly wedding ceremony, this palace must go forward to hold the ceremony. It would be even better if I could be a witness. With a hint of a bad smile at the corner of her mouth, Empress Pingxin deliberately said along with Ling Zhao's words. As the divine thoughts swept through, Yun Zhao's petite body trembled slightly, her entire being plunged into self-sadness, and her already bloodless pretty face lost all luster at this moment. The heart is as good as dead. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao nodded and said slowly, before the God-sealing calamity completely descends, Ancestor Hongjun should grant the edict of heavenly marriage, allowing us to enter into a Dao couple's marriage. If Empress Pingxin is willing to preside over the heavenly wedding ceremony for us, then the poor Taoist will be truly blessed. As he spoke, Ling Xiao pondered in his mind as well. If Ancestor Hongjun Dao still doesn't grant the edict of heavenly marriage, then he's going to be furious. I hope this old den knows better. As for witnesses, who says there can only be one? At the very least, Jin Yuanzi and Lady Pingxin should be arranged. 2 saints. That's twice the face. Put. A mouthful of blood sprayed out directly under Yun Zhao's tongue. Endless regrets, trepidations and sufferings overwhelmed her completely. Senior sister Yun Xiao. Ferried Sayun's hands were busy, and she hurriedly ferried mana for Yun Xiao to calm her disturbed chi and mana. With pity and resentment in his eyes, he looked at Ling Xiao. Senior brother Ling Xiao, do you really want to be hard-hearted and infuriate senior sister Yun Xiao to death? Chapter 53 Ling Xiao is the recluse one? Jin Yuanzi awakened to the ground. Nani? Ling Xiao frowned slightly with a question mark on his face. I talked to the Queen of Peace and Heart, and did not get in the way of the clouds. What things? This sickly girl vomited blood off him. What? For a moment, Ling Xiao felt that he had suffered an undeserved disaster. The poor Taoist acts in an open and honest manner, has lived a life of candor and compassion for all living beings, so don't throw dirty water on me for no reason, or don't blame me for going to the Taoist ancestor and suing you for slander. Ling Xiao said gently, eyelids drooping slightly, innocence in his tone. However, he did not look at Yun Xiao or immortal Kaiyun more than once. Little friend Kaiyun, don't speak out of turn and tarnish Ling Xiao's reputation. Cutting off the karma with the intercepting sect. He is the one who breaks free from the cage, and whatever he does has nothing to do with the intercepting sect or cloudy sky. So why are you so aggressive? Mistress Hershin watched the fun and arched her fire again from the sidelines. Ling Xiao was relaxed and stood around doing nothing. Fairy Kaiyun was breathing heavily and the white skin on her chest gradually rose and fell, but she didn't dare to say anything else and could only comb Yun Zhao's agitated chi and blood. It was only after a long time that Yun Xiao woke up leisurely. Senior brother Ling Xiao, do you really want to couple up with Wang Shu? What about me? And a few of my senior sisters and brothers. Tears blurred her eyes and Yun Xiao carried an almost pleading tone as she raised her head to look at Ling Xiao. It was like a fish in the throat, with a heartache that was about to tear apart. Endless grievances, unwillingness and regrets shocked her to pieces, and the obsession in that heart intensified. She even wondered if it was her own fall that would earn Ling Xiao's forgiveness. At that time, will this senior feel remorse for her death? What's it to me? Interceptor disciples meditate and cultivate nature and I have nothing to do with it. If it is for the wrongdoing scourge of the people, then the poor Tao, as the East Pole Qinghua Emperor, will have to set up a life for the people and get a justice. Say it. Ling Xiao was unwilling to pay any more attention to Yun Xiao as he landed his gaze on Empress Ping Xin. The conversation turned and slowly said, now that the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the underworld Earth's chi have all been dissolved by me, it's time for Empress Pingxin to fulfill her initial promise to allow Zhenyuan Daxian to connect the underworld Earth's chi to the floodland's earth vein. The words fell. The pained Yun Xiao and the anger-filled Kaiyun fairy all had doubts in their hearts. The underworld is not the land of the Queen of Peaceful Hearts. Why? To give way to Jin Yuanzi? Great, good. Empress Pingxin nodded and directly raised her hand to slice open a spatial door. Immortal Jin Yuan, may I present myself? The sound of the word rolls on. Deafening. Spin. Jin Yuanzi and Taoist Red Cloud stepped through the void and took a step out of the door of space, appearing in the division of reincarnation as they scanned the surroundings with smiles at the corners of their mouths. Greetings to Jin Yuan Immortal. Elder Red Cloud. Ling Xiao made a Dao bow and saluted, the corners of his mouth lifting into a smile. Plotting for endless years. Jin Yuanzi, it's time to take charge of the Earth's path and become a saint. Little friend Ling Xiao, this kind of mundane ritual is exempt. By the looks of it, you've convinced Empress Pingxin, and it's time for the poor Taoist's chance to arrive. Jin Yuanzi seems to be light and breezy, but in fact, his heart set off raging waves. The Hongmeng violet chi in his Yuanshan is leaping, and the long coalesced heavenly Dao merit and virtue golden will is also moving foolishly. Proving the way to sainthood is just a thought and a step away. Immortal Jin Yuan, you are blessed. The 3 Qing and the 2 saints of the West are all established religions to become saints, while you comb the earth veins of the flood. And now you can rely on little friend Ling Xiao to touch the saintly Dao fruits. Do you count this as a reverse thigh hug? With an envious look on her face, Empress Pingxin flirted with Jin Yuanzi. The jig is up. There was no one who could stop the flood land vein from connecting to the underworld, and no one could stop her and Jin Yuanzi from becoming saints. This is the great power of the flood, which cannot be stopped by the heavenly Dao. Hey, the poor man is getting better. I'm going to activate the Earth Book, so that the flooded earth vein will be connected to the underworld, and you and I will call upon the will of the Earth Road together, hoping that the Earth Road will awaken successfully.
Jin Yuanzi grinned and offered the Earth Book. One could only see the blankets of Earth and Qi and the order of the Earth's Tao rules entwined on top of the Earth Book, as well as the subtle Xian Huang Qi and the golden light of merit and virtue looming. This scene was a shocking sight to see Lady Ping Xin. By transforming her body into the underworld and creating the 6 paths of reincarnation, she was able to hold the authority of the Earth's path. And now Jin Yuanzi had even been recognized by the Earth's path. Not much worse than her. The Earth's way awakens, proving the way to sainthood. Fairy Kaiyun murmured, and was soon left stunned. Yun Xiao had not yet recovered from her grief, and her mind was only on Ling Xiao. As long as she thought of Ling Xiao and Wang Shu's Dao couple marriage, and that they would receive an edict from ancestor Hong Jun Dao, Yun Xiao's heart ached so much that it hurt so much that she couldn't breathe. Stunned, aren't you? Doesn't the intercepting sect emphasize intercepting a line of heavenly opportunity? Now you still haven't seen that perhaps fellow Taoist Ling Xiao is that line of heavenly opportunity? When Ling Xiao was in the interceptor sect, he changed the destiny for the interceptor sect against the heavens. Now that he has severed his karma with the intercepting sect, all the blessings are his alone, and all those who have made good karma with him have been blessed by the great Tao. Tai Xian stroked his chin and looked mockingly at immortal Kaiyun. On the side, Ting Tian spoke with a cold snort. Sitting up in a dying dream, the clown is yourself. All the living beings of the intercepting sect, including sect leader Tong Tian, they all looked away. Now there is no Ling Xiao Taoist friend to protect the interceptor church. You guys are going to suffer the old crime. Jia jia jia. Rolling Dao sound. Like thunder. Tai Xian and Interdictor's words seemed like thunderbolts from a clear sky, landing in the hearts of Yun Xiao and immortal Kaiyun. Shocked and overwhelmed, the two men's legs went limp and they directly collapsed to the ground. Could it be that Ling Xiao was really the recluse one? Yun Xiao and Fairy Kaiyun exchanged glances, and both of them had complex emotions in their eyes. However, they all had a feeling that the Interceptor sect had missed out on a blessing against the heavens. Tai Xian. Interceptor. You two don't talk nonsense. The poor Taoist is nothing but a rebel of the Interceptor sect in the eyes of others. A guy who doesn't know what's good for him. Of course, if anyone dares to say that in front of the poor Taoist, then I won't be blamed for being unreasonable. As the East Pole Qinghua Emperor, I know a bit of Kung Fu too. Ling Xiao looked at Tai Xian and Xing Tian and said indifferently, for the Interceptor Church to act against heaven and disobey the general trend, and for himself to follow heaven and revert to the way and follow the trend. Now, Ling Xiao has realized his own way. There was no need to go against the heavens, he would directly transgress the heavenly Tao and reign over the supreme great Tao. Ha ha ha. It's the two of us who talk too much. Disciples of the Interceptor sect, where are they worthy of being here to listen to us talk about these secret stories? Interceptor laughed resentfully and rubbed the back of his head. Disgusted gazes fell on Yun Xiao and immortal Kaiyun, not caring about their identities and the fact that they represented sect leader Tong Tian. This time, Jin Yuanzi catalyzed the Earth Book, and a vast shadow was suspended in the air, only to see that it was actually the Earth vein alignment of the flood world, just like a meridian, spreading out within the flood lands. Sumeru Mountain, Wanshou Mountain. Many immortal blessed lands are communicated together by earth veins, and there are countless tiny earth veins that connect every part of the flooded earth. The arcane gold light was brilliant. Just, the center of that void was blank. Immortal Jin Yuan, let's begin. Ling Xiao stood aside and said indifferently, that blank space shall be the home of the underworld and the 6 paths of reincarnation. Immortal Jin Yuan, this palace has opened the world barriers of the underworld, and with all the authority, you can control and operate freely. Empress Bingxin kept her word, and a kind smile appeared on her face, just because, the moment the Earth Book appeared, she could clearly sense the will of the Earth Tunnel trembling. It's releasing an emotion of longing but being bound in some kind of shackles. Empress Bingxin knew that the rules of the heavenly Tao were suppressing the will of the earthly Tao. But now, as long as Jin Yuanzi connected the Floodlands Earth vein to the underworld, that heavenly Tao rule would have to give way to the earthly Tao's will. Heavenly, earthly and humane. It is an equal existence. I, the ancestor of the earth immortals, seeing that the flooded earth veins are silent and the underworld is devoid of spirit, I use the power of the Earth Book to connect the two and awaken the will of the earth. This is the supreme principle of heaven and earth, and the great trend of the flood. Even if 10,000 hardships are added to my body, my determination is as firm as a rock. Look to the Taoist ancestor for discernment. Heaven and earth together. Jin Yuanzi was in the void, his expression solemn and majestic. The words fell, the heavens and earth shook, and all the spirits were astonished, and visions were born. The flood, it's going to change. Empress Bingxin looked up into the void. The shocked look on her face could not be dispersed for a long time, and her eyes were even flooded with longing. The corners of Ling Zhao's mouth rose slightly. Taoist ancestor discerns, and heaven and earth share in the discernment. I hope ancestor Han Jun Dao will be satisfied. Chapter 54 Hongjun Daozu, Heavenly Dao. Why do you rebel? The storm clouds are changing like the end of days. Scarlet thunder rolled at the top of the dome of the sky. A spatial crack appeared out of thin air. The eye of heavenly punishment that obliterated all living beings looked down on all living beings, and the vast and immeasurable rules and order suppressed towards the underworld. I hope that the Tao ancestor will recognize this, and I hope that heaven and earth will jointly recognize this. Jin Yuanzi really knows how to kiss ass, but now it seems that the heavenly Tao is unwilling to allow the earthly Tao to awaken. In the Baiyu Palace, sect leader Tong Tian was sitting on top of the platform, his eyes flickering with an inexplicable light. In the world of the flood, the way of heaven is honored. Before ancestor Hongjun Dao merged with the Tao in his body, he was nothing more than the spokesman of the heavenly Tao. After the merging of the Tao, Hongjun for the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao is not Hongjun, still be bound by the rules of the heavenly Tao order, and cannot directly intervene in the many affairs of the flood world. Even the several heavenly Tao saints were constrained by the heavenly Tao. Nowadays, Jin Yuanzi, who was muffled, was about to awaken the earth's way, and also ranked Hongjun Daozu before heaven and earth. His actions were undoubtedly disrespectful of the heavenly way, and he had a rebellious heart. Can Hongjun Daozu, no matter how exalted his position is, be compared to the heavenly Tao? Enlightened Master, Senior Sister Kaiyun has sent word. The rebellious disciple Ling shall cleanse the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the underworld. And only then did Queen Pingxin agree to Jin Yuanzi's connecting the floodland's earth vein with the underworld, in a delusional attempt to awaken the will of the earth's way. All of this is a calculation behind the scenes by this disciple who disobeyed his master and disrespected the saints. At this time, Taoist Duo Bao steeply stood to the center of the great hall and made a Taoist bow to sect leader Tong Tian, saying, his face was blue and his teeth were clenched. In Taoist Duo Bao's mind, Ling Xiao is a sinister villain who is treacherous and deliberately opposes the interceptor sect, so how could he or she do something so powerful? But now, Ling Xiao not only dissolved the 7 emotions and 6 desires qi, but also helped Jin Yuanzi begin to awaken the will of the earth's path. It's so dreamy. Why is it that he, the head of the interceptor sect and a strong person in the middle stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm, can only be a nobody and can't do such a shocking thing? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ling Xiao is only at the Tai golden immortal realm. How could he be able to dissolve the difficult qi of 7 emotions and 6 desires? Holy Mother Turtle Spirit frowned and through her voice. Ling Xiao severed his karma with the interceptor sect, reducing all the disciples of the interceptor sect and the Tongtian sect to a laughingstock. Now, Ling Xiao was actually the initiator of Jin Yuanzi's awakening of the earth's path, and regardless of whether or not the latter could succeed, Ling Xiao would be able to make a name for himself within the entire flood world. At that time, the interceptor sect would have to be taken out and laughed at by all beings once more. In other words, the stronger and more famous Ling Xiao became, the more the interceptor sect would be ridiculed and shaded by the world, and the interceptor sect's honored prestige would be gone. The qi of the 7 emotions and 6 desires is essentially the way of the red dust. Ling Xiao comprehended the red dust sword Dao, turning all the 7 emotions and 6 desires into his own. And Senior Sister Kaiyun said that the power of that red dust sword Dao might be no less than Senior Shangqing sword Dao. The heavenly Dao is unjust. Why is it so mean to my interceptor sect? How dare you let the rebellious disciple Ling Xiao take charge of this supreme sword path? Taoist Duo Bao held back the anger and indignation in his heart and told everything he knew, chest thumping and red face. For a moment, a mouthful of blood was almost spewed out, enough to see his jealousy. Red dust kendo. Above the cloud platform, sect leader Tong Tian muttered, deducing the heavenly chants and knowing the ins and outs of this matter, and that red dust sword Dao was indeed not below a Shangqing sword Dao, and was even better. At the thought of this, sect leader Tong Tian suffered from abdominal cramps and veins on his forehead. There was both remorse for expelling Ling Xiao from the interceptor sect and endless killing intent and anger towards Ling Xiao. After all, this person had made the interceptor sect the biggest joke of all. How difficult is it to awaken the will of the earth? Even if Jin Yuanzi could connect the floodland earth vein to the underworld, the heavenly Tao would never allow the will of the earth to completely awaken. This floodland world has always been honored by the heavenly Tao. Sacred Mother Wudang narrowed her eyes slightly and looked up at the sky dome where the visions were rampant. The words of heaven's punishment brewed endless blood-colored thunder, each of which was capable of destroying a paramount saint. And now there were hundreds or thousands of them, all falling towards the underworld. Only in the next instant, her expression twisted up, and her entire body looked as if she couldn't believe it. Boom! The sound of explosions was unrelenting. The blood-colored thunder didn't really land on top of the underworld, but instead collided with a palace that was 1,000,000 feet long, and endless waves swept across the entire flooded heavens and earth, towering and magnificent, transmitting an ancient and mysterious aura. Countless law runes evolved and surged,
resisting the blood-colored thunder that descended from the eye of heavenly punishment. It's the Panga Temple. Empress Pingxin has not stood by coldly, but is helping Jin Yuanzi to resist, helping him to connect the Floodlands Earth Vein and the underworld, which is truly mind-boggling. Can it be that, behind this matter, Empress Pingxin has her own schemes and ambitions? Kong Xian sucked in a breath of cool air and said to the crowd, "Original." All of the people of the Interceptor sect thought that the blood-colored thunder that descended from the eye of heavenly punishment would pierce through the underworld and send Jin Yuanzi to the land of the end of all souls. But now Nymphet's Pingxin had stepped in. Although this one had not yet become a saint, he was sitting in the underworld, and by virtue of the earthly order rules and the 6 paths of reincarnation, he was enough to rival the saints of the heavenly Tao. The universe is shaken and the yin and yang are reversed. The earth veins of the floodplains were all manifested, and the Xin Huang Qi and the rules of the earth's way were transformed into a surging river, which instantly covered the sky and surged into the underworld, wrapping the slightly demonic heaven and earth, as well as the 6 paths of the wheel of reincarnation. The earth shook, the mountains shook, shattered and remade, and the 4 seas churned into angry waves. Jin Yuanzi's silhouette stood between the flooded heavens and earth. The Xianhuang Qi and endless merits coalesced in his body, and as far as his eyes could see, space and time stood still, as if everything was going to return to the initial chaos. The majesty is vast, and all the orders are worshipped. Awakening the earth's way is a great power of the flood. Heavenly Tao, you're going to stop Poverty Road? Jin Yuanzi's Tao sound carried brilliant Tao authority, and as he held the Book of Earth, he smoothly connected the flooded earth veins to the underworld, and instantly the underworld's qi was added to each and every one of the earth veins. The will of the earth's way is constantly impacting the bonds and shackles of the heaven's way. Reincarnation division. Ling Xiao witnessed this scene and his face remained cloudy. The eye of heavenly punishment. Even though it was terrifying, he knew that the heavenly Tao could not stop it at all. With my supreme will, I call upon the earth to awaken. Don't be suppressed by the heavenly Tao any longer. Break free from the shackles and shake the Qiankuan with me to reshape the order of the flood. Jin Yuanzi urged his mana, and the earth book was releasing light in a frenzy. Seeing this, Queen Ping Xin could no longer sit still. Immortal Jin Yuan, all the powers of the underworld are yours to use. Say it. The 6 paths of reincarnation were in operation, and the underworld qi was rampant. The rules of the earth's way around Jin Yuanzi grew denser and denser, and he was like the great god Pangu at the time of the opening of the heavens, standing in the midst of the endless storm of energy, wanting to let the will of the earth's way break through all the shackles. Is the heavenly way merciless, or does emotion exist? The awakening of the earthly Tao is not favorable to the flood, or to the heavenly Tao. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, that's why the heavenly Tao sent down thunder punishment, trying to stop Jin Yuan Daxian. Ling Xiao stood firm and said faintly in his mind, or, perhaps, he had a guess. Ancestor Hongjun had merged the Tao with his body, causing the heavenly Tao, which was originally devoid of any emotions, to be tainted with emotions, which led to the current scene. After all, according to Ling Xiao's original calculations, the eye of heavenly punishment should not have appeared. Right here and now, the eye of thunder punishment in the clouds of the 9 heavens and at the top of the dome of the sky abruptly disappeared. Spin. The origin of the heavenly Tao evolved and the rules of order solidified. The entire flood world shook as boundless pressure came toward Jin Yuanzi to suppress him, and in the depths of that void, a giant hand slowly took shape, reaching out toward the long river of life. The heavenly Tao couldn't hold back and actually tried to obliterate Jin Yuanzi from the river of life. This is really... Finally, a flash of surprise appeared on Ling Zhao's face. He did not expect the heavenly Tao to be so decisive. The underworld had Empress Pingxin at its helm, and she mobilized the Pangu Divine Hall to block the might of the heavenly Tao. But the heavenly Tao did not stubbornly just rain down thunderbolts. Fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi should be fine, right? Taoist Red Cloud was filled with worry, but he didn't say anything more. Awakening the earthly Tao was Jin Yuanzi's Tao, and it was also the method by which he cultivated the Tao fruit of saints. Sad. Rebellious disciple Ling Zhao's scheming is going to come to naught. The heavenly Tao obliterating Jin Yuanzi is not something that he, a mole of Taiyi golden immortal, can stop, and even this seat's intervention will be of no avail. It seems that this farce is going to end with the fall of Jin Yuanzi. Bo Palace. Tongtian sect master had a burst of darkness and pretended to be profound. The disciples of the Interceptor sect, all of them sighed, and even had a feeling of having been robbed of their lives. Only, their joy soon came to an abrupt end. Tendo, why do you rebel? The heavenly Tao, the earthly Tao, and the human way are the fundamentals of the flood world, and the awakening of the earthly Tao is beneficial to all beings in the flood. Is it possible that you, the heavenly Tao, want to disobey the great Tao of the heavens? I am the ancestor of the Tao, the teacher of all beings, and I shall establish my life for the living.
Chapter 55, The Elemental Sect is stolen from its home by the ancestor.
Jin Yuanzi pays homage to his master.
Brilliant Taoist sound that came out of nowhere.
Ancestor Hongjun Taoist sat on top of the auspicious platform. Behind him was the vast golden wheel of the heavenly Tao. The jade disk of creation above his head drooped down the 3,000 laws, and the boundless Taoist rhythms turned into torrents that stirred within the three realms.
A gray robe, plain and simple.
Immortal mist filled the void, making it impossible for beings to see his appearance.
However, across the endless space,
Ling Xiao could perceive the kindness and wisdom in ancestor Hongjun Dao, as well as his supreme holy might at the moment.
In separation from the heavenly Tao, go!
Ancestor Hongjun Dao spat out a single word,
and the jade disk of creation immediately flew out,
directly rushing into the long river of life.
Bent in time,
the giant hand condensed by the heavenly Tao origin and rules turned into smoke and scattered in all directions. The jade saucer of creation, protecting the true spirit of Jin Yuanzi within the river of life.
The Taoist ancestor is merciful. Within the underworld, Jin Yuanzi shouted. Immediately after,
the surging will of the earth's path broke the shackles and surged between the flooded earth veins,
the underworld, and the 6 paths of reincarnation, and then it covered the flooded world continent,
with a steady stream of mysterious arcane light illuminating all living beings.
The will of the earth awakened. Purple chi came from the east. Heaven and earth aura swept between heaven and earth like a gale. Western world, top of Spirit Mountain.
The earth's path awakens.
The flood world is sublimating in the extreme.
The earth veins of the western world have become incomparably thick, and the aura of heaven and earth has been restored to what it was before the initial calamity of the Dragon Han.
And now my western continent is, at last, brand new. With hot tears in his eyes, Guiding looked down on the western world.
One could only see the withered earth swaying with immortal grass and spiritual flowers, a dead tree sprouting new buds, and even the lakes and long rivers that had dried up for countless years were filled with condensed spiritual liquid.
One time, the 2 saints of the West suddenly felt their yuan clear and spiritually pure. Senior brother, now that the Western world is no longer barren,
and the grand wishes you and I have made are actually showing signs of fulfillment by chance,
it seems that the heavenly Tao merits we owe may really be repaid one day. Junti was overjoyed and said slowly to Jain, Original,
when they established the Western sect and made their great wish,
their master and brothers had a broken attitude and did not even think about repaying the borrowed heavenly Tao merits. Now,
because of the awakening of the earth path, the Western world has changed the heavens and the earth, and as long as they do their best to develop the Western religion and universalize all living beings of all races, then they can have the opportunity to unload the great grand wishes that they are carrying as well as their shackles.
The God-sealing quantum revelation. My Western sect may not be unable to compete with the hierarchy, Interceptor sect, and the human sect for endless chi. After all, right now the Western world is not inferior to the Eastern world.
Of course, you and I still have to get on good terms with Ling Xiao and Jin Yuanzi. It's just that where Taoist Red Cloud is, it's a little difficult for us to explain.
Guiding was spirited.
His heart was full of grandeur, and a deep light glowed in his eyes. It was only when talking about Taoist Red Cloud that a touch of bitterness surfaced on his face.
Words. Junti's eyes narrowed as he said quietly, It is indeed a suspicion of ungratefulness that we, master and brother, owed Taoist Red Cloud karma and did not come to his rescue in his time of distress.
But now that we've come to our senses,
let's find a chance to make it up to Taoist Red Cloud. Just as Reception and Junti were discussing,
billions of living beings and all the heavenly Tao saints were incomparably astonished.
Isn't ancestor Hongjun Dao merging the Tao with his body? Why did he still go toe-to-toe with the heavenly Tao and leave Jin Yuanzi the opportunity to allow the earthly Tao to awaken? Deeply hidden and terrifying, on top of disobeying the heavenly Tao.
I thought that ancestor Hongjun Dao was a conservative faction.
But now, I finally know the meaning of conservatism among them.
He is thinking that we radicals are too conservative.
Shun Tian rejoices in the rights, and Shun Tian responds to the Tao.
The supreme principle that the first heavenly father and the hierarchy have believed in for countless years has actually been broken by Hongjun Daozu.
What fellow Taoist said is very true.
But how is this not in some sense the hierarchy being stolen from its home by the ancestors?
There was a big fall and an uproar. Tai Ching Lao Zi, Yuan Shi Tian Zun,
and all the other heavenly Tao saints were unwilling to believe the facts in front of them for a long time. The Tongtian sect master had a fish in his throat, and it was as hard as eating. Looking at the top of the dome of the sky, the great figure of Hongjun Daozu, Tongtian sect master was finally in a hurry and a mouthful of blood was sprayed out of his mouth. Then, straight down from the gimbal, Bio Palace immediately became a mess. The underworld. The will of the earth's way awakened and merged within the 6 paths of rebirth and the floodlands earth veins, and incomparably vast rules fell upon Jin Yuanzi and Yang Pingxin.
Spin. Boundless merits rolled in, landing on the heads of Jin Yuanzi, Yang Pingxin, and Ling Xiao. and there were even the ghostly messengers of the underworld and others, who also gained some merits. Not heavenly merit, but the effect is similar. Essentially, merit is the materialization of the world's origin, its laws. Ling Xiao condensed that merit into a 10-foot-long golden wheel of merit and then put it within his yuanshan, a bland smile spreading across his face, the corners of his mouth always slightly raised. Jin Yuanzi, would you like to worship the poor Taoist as your teacher? Hongjun Dao ancestor did not know when. Appeared within the division of reincarnation. He was seated on top of the platform. The immortal mist around him dispersed a bit, but his figure was still incomparably hazy. Eyelids lowered. Staring at Jin Yuanzi. The tone was kind and not malicious. Ling Xiao was able to sense that in addition to the rules and order of the heavenly Dao, there was also the presence of the rules of the earthly Dao and ancestor Hongjun Dao. It was just that it wasn't as dense right now. Disciple pays homage to master. The one who recognizes the time is a wise man. And Jin Yuanzi is also unwilling to miss this opportunity. Bowing slightly, he made a doji bow and saluted. When these words came out, the heavens and earth shook, and all the spirits saw the virtual image of this scene. Those top innate deities all had envious looks spreading across their faces. They hadn't thought that after billions of years, ancestor Hongjun Dao would even take on a disciple. No need to be polite. At the time of the third sermon, the poor Taoist then distributed all the spiritual treasures to the 3,000 innate deities. So the spiritual treasures taken out are rather shabby. So don't mind. This is an extreme innate spiritual treasure. The Greenwood Pure Heart Pagoda. Count it as a spiritual treasure bestowed upon you by the poor Taoist. Ancestor Hongjun Dao stroked his beard and looked toward Jin Yuanzi and said softly. The words came with a hint of apology. A 9-tiered pagoda, glowing with a greenish-colored light and containing endless creation and wood origin, then landed directly in front of Jin Yuanzi. How can it be shabby when it's given by the master? If it weren't for master's blessing, I wouldn't have been able to perceive the mysteries of the Hongmeng Violet Qi. And now that I'm about to step into the realm of the saints, I'd like to ask master to point out the misty realm. Sage of the heavenly Dao, sage of the earthly Dao, how shall a disciple choose? Jin Yuanzi lightly waved his jade sleeve and put the Greenwood Pure Heart Pagoda within his yuanshan, then said to Daozu Hongjun, nowadays, within the yuanshan, the Hongmeng Purple Qi was about to be completely refined, but the rules of the heavenly Dao and the order of the earthly Dao were all entwined above his yuanshan, making it impossible for Jin Yuanzi to make a choice for a while. And as for becoming a saint of the heavenly Dao and a saint of the earthly Dao at the same time, this was not realistic. The way of heaven, the way of earth, and the way of humanity are all the basis of the flood world, and all laws follow each other. But that doesn't mean that they can fit each other and live in peace all the time. Demented child, you should be a heavenly saint. The earth path is awakening, the origin is weak, and Pingxin is also going to transcend. If you become an earth path saint, that would be cutting off her chances of becoming an earth path saint. The extreme Dao of the flood world is sublimated and can now carry 2 more saints. Ancestor Hongjun nodded his head gently and then said with a gentle tone, the moment the earth road awakened, the heavenly Dao fell directly silent, because the great power of the flood had already been decided, and the heavenly Dao could not make any changes. The heavenly Dao could only watch as the earthly Dao awakened. However, Hongjun Daozu is also a reasonable person. He knows that this time to let the earth road awakening, indeed is the pitfall of the heavenly Dao. Therefore, letting Jin Yuanzi become a heavenly Dao saint was a bit of compensation for the heavenly Dao. And the great ancestor of Hongjun Dao still had calculations. When Jin Yuanzi became a saint of the heavenly Dao, yet was able to rule over the authority and rules of the earthly Dao, how could the earthly Dao resign itself to its fate? And he would surely take his grievances out on the heavenly Dao. At that time, Dao ancestor Hongjun only needed to add fuel to the fire and sit back and watch the tigers fight, and then gradually take control of the heavenly Dao and the earthly Dao to become the true Dao ancestor. Disciple honors the teachings of the master. Jin Yuanzi came to a sudden realization and bowed once again to Dao ancestor Hongjun. Along with the dispersion of the visions, the Hongjun Daoist ancestor disappeared into thin air. However, Ling Xiao could sense that the moment ancestor Hongjun Dao left, he gently nodded his head to himself, revealing an extremely peaceful smile. It seems to say, nice work, kid. I haven't disgraced you, have I? I'm asking for 5-star reviews, small gifts, and catch-ups from all of you dogs out there. Chapter 56, I'll see you for slander. Oh, Tong Tian, we've been tricked by Ling Xiao. The underworld. The division of reincarnation. Jin Yuanzi sat in the void, the boundless rules of the heavenly Dao and the order of the earthly Dao deriving and intertwining in his yuanshan, and the Hongmeng Purple Qi gradually fused with his yuanshan under the melting of endless merits and virtues. Little friend Ling Xiao, you've made a wonderful move. Ancestor Hongjun, Jin Yuanzi, and Daoist Pingxin all benefited from the awakening of the earth path, and only the heavenly path became the most miserable one, which is really saddening. In other words, you're counting on the heavenly Tao. Daoist Red Cloud couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. He was sincerely happy for Jin Yuanzi. After billions of years, Jin Yuanzi was finally going to become a Taoist. However, the ripples in his heart could not be calmed, and he admired Ling Xiao, counting on the heavenly Tao. Just ask who dares. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao said righteously, my junior is obedient to the heavenly heavens and follows the great trend. How could I dare to calculate the heavenly Tao? Senior Red Cloud, don't throw dirty water on me, or I'll sue you for slander. Oh, in the flooded world and billions of living beings, no one knows more about following the way of heaven than I do. Hong Jun is the way of heaven, and the way of heaven is not Hong Jun. Ling Xiao boasts that he obeys the way of heaven, and he obeys Hong Jun, the way of heaven, can't he? Now that the Earth Road has awakened, Hong Jun Dao Ancestor is in charge of the Earth Road's authority, which is enough to separate it from the Heaven Road. And whether or not he can get rid of the identity of the Heaven Road's puppet will depend on his subsequent creation. After all, the human way is the way of all living beings and spirits, not the limited human way, and it can be difficult to awaken. Even Ling Xiao was a bit clueless right now. Ha ha, it's still you, little friend, who can talk the talk. Daoist Red Cloud revealed a teasing smile as he appreciated Ling Xiao more and more. The moment, Niang Pingxin's breath was calm around her body. The shackles sent down by ancestor Hongjun Dao and the heavenly Dao had long since disappeared, replaced by an aura that was infinitely close to the realm of saints, and shock and excitement surfaced in her pair of beautiful eyes. The body transforms the underworld and creates the 6 paths of reincarnation, so meritorious but trapped in a cage and never allowed to get away with much. Now, breaking free from her chains and shackles, she has traveled to the void since her god and is not bound. Fellow Daoist Red Cloud and little friend Ling Xiao, this palace will first sense the earth's way. I apologize if I've been slow. Empress Pingxin nodded gently at the two of them before turning into streams of light and flying within the 6 paths of reincarnation. She wanted to compete with Jin Yuanzi to see who could achieve the sage Dao fruit first. Seeing the situation, Ling Xiao leisurely sat on top of a futon, tasting the innate spirit fruits with Daoist Red Cloud, and he personally took the initiative to make tea with the 3 lights divine water. Instantly, the atmosphere was incredibly harmonious. Tai Xian, interdictor, you two come to taste the enlightenment tea as well. Ling Xiao beckoned, and the two hurriedly sat down as well. Inside the silent division of reincarnation, only Yun Xiao and Fairy Kai Yun stood alone on the ground. They didn't know if it was better to leave now or enjoy the embarrassment of their toes buckling to the ground. To leave without saying goodbye is a great taboo, an act of disrespect to the Queen of Peaceful Hearts. But to stay here, they are groundless, so to speak. They cannot sit still. Right at this moment, fairy-colored Cloud's divine thoughts moved slightly. No good. The master's hasty fire attacked his heart, injuring his origin. Fairy Kaiyun had a worried look on her face as she said to Yun Xiao beside her, just a hint of a fluke for some reason. The fact that sect leader Tong Tian vomited blood seemed to have become a lifesaver for her and Yun Xiao to get out of the awkward scene. You and I will go back to the Bijou Palace. Yun Xiao lost her face and made a decision right away. Subsequently, Yun Xiao and Fairy Kaiyun made a Dao Bao and saluted in the direction of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and then saluted Jin Yuanzi and Daoist Red Cloud as well. Senior brother Ling Xiao, I will still go to Penglai Immortal Island to look for you. Yun Xiao reluctantly glanced at Ling Xiao before stepping on the auspicious clouds and Kaiyun Fairy gradually moving away, only until she left the underworld. She didn't even get a single glance from Ling Xiao. The heart was despondent, and the obsession and sadness became more intense. Time passes and the winds change. Yun Xiao and Kaiyun Xianzi returned to Bio Palace. When he entered his eyes, he could only see sect leader Tong Tian, his face pale and his breath withered. Sitting on top of the platform, Daoist Duo Bao and the other disciples of the Interceptor sect, on the other hand, were anxiously pacing within the Great Hall, and they had a look of curiosity and doubt in their expressions when they saw Yun Xiao and Immortal Kaiyun. Tell this seat what really happened in the underworld. Why does this seat perceive that another Dao rhythm has appeared in the depths of the heavenly Dao origin, and it seems to have a great relationship with the Dao ancestor and is tainted with endless karma? Sect leader Tong Tian opened his eyes and said in a calm manner. Perhaps, his mind had guessed it, but he didn't want to believe in reality. All the disciples of the Interceptor sect also had their gazes all on Yun Xiao and Immortal Kaiyun. Seeing this scene, Fairy Kaiyun didn't dare to hide anything and told what she had seen. But the Tong Tian sect master's tongue was sweet underneath, and another mouthful of blood was spewed out. But he did not pass out this time, but instead, his expression was complex as he looked towards the chaotic void and the 9 heavens in clouds. Accept Jin Yuanzi as a disciple. Let him become a saint with a peaceful heart. Dao ancestor, what exactly are you calculating? Just as the Tong Tian sect leader murmured, the majestic and vast holy might swept across the entire flood world from the underworld. and all kinds of divine wonders descended between heaven and earth. I am Jin Yuanzi, combing the earth veins of the flood and helping the earth's path to awaken. And today I have achieved the heavenly Tao Sage Tao fruit. This palace is even-minded, and has become a saint by the rules of the earth's way, and is a saint of the earth's way. Brilliant Tao sound, shaking the universe. All the spirits are astonished, and all the living beings are submissive. Sensing the holy might that escaped from Jin Yuanzi and Yang Pingxin, sect leader Tongtian's Tao heart could not be calmed for a long time. He did not expect these two to be able to certify the Tao and become saints. A few breaths later, the Tongtian sect master let out a long sigh and said, "That Hongmeng purple qi turned out to be in the hands of Jin Yuanzi, and the Taoist ancestor even let Jin Yuanzi live in Mount Yujing." Jealousy, indignation, welled up. In the end, it all turned into nothing. After a moment of shock, the sacred mother Wu Dang slightly opened her red lips and said, "During the witch demon quantum heist, the demon court attacked the five Zhuangguan, wanting to take away that Hongmeng purple qi from Taoist Red Cloud, but it ended with Taoist Red Cloud's fall. But after the witch demon quantum revelation fell, Taoist Red Cloud came back from the dead. It was then that the various great powers realized that Taoist Red Cloud had only faked his death. I remember that Ling Xiao had a great relationship with immortal Jin Yuan and Taoist Red Cloud during the witch demon calamity. It's hard to believe that Ling Xiao knew about Jin Yuanzi's reign over the Hongmeng purple qi from the beginning to the end." The pawnless virgin was thoughtful and spoke her deductions. When sect leader Tong Tian heard this, he immediately counted with his fingers. His face became more and more ugly, and soon became ironic. After Jin Yuanzi certified to sainthood, all of these secrets were exposed by him, and Ling Xiao was undoubtedly the biggest contributor to Jin Yuanzi being able to achieve the heavenly Tao Sage Tao fruit. At this, Jin Yuanzi was not willing to hide it any longer. Reverse. The rebellious disciple Ling Xiao had a rebellious heart a long time ago, not informing his master and my brothers and sisters of such an important matter. He's simply a wolf with a heart of gold, a crime punishable by death. Ting Guangxian pounded his chest and his voice was like thunder. The Hongmeng purple qi, that's the foundation of sainthood. Ling Xiao and Jin Yuanzi had actually tricked all the heavenly Tao saints and the multitudes. No one could have imagined that the Hongmeng purple qi would fall into the hands of Jin Yuanzi, who also gained endless merits by combing the earth veins of the flood and helping the earth's path to awaken, and was certified as a saint today. Thinking about this, Ting Guangxian's intestines turned green with remorse, but he was more resentful. The Hongmeng purple breath is clearly related to the interceptor sect. Steeply, Ting Guangxian came to a sudden realization as he raised his voice and said, "Disciple remembers that after Ling Xiao had traveled to the five Zhuangguan once, Jin Yuanzi began combing the flood ground veins. Perhaps Ling Xiao has long been laying out everything for today." Not for a moment. All of the interceptor disciples spoke up, and with the Tongtian sect leader communicating with the heavenly Tao, they thoroughly made the ins and outs clear, and understood that it was all Ling Xiao's doing. Ling Xiao deceived his master. His crime is punishable by death. This person was born with a rebel bone, and his layout is quite deep, and he has never put my interceptor sect in his eyes. What bowing and scraping for the intercepting sect to the point of destroying his origin. He is all acting and trying to step on my intercepting sect to gain a good name. The golden spirit Holy Mother's Gungold sword chi vibrated around her body, itching to kill Ling Xiao by 1,000 cuts. The moment, including the Tongtian sect master, all the disciples of the intercept sect felt that they had been deceived by Ling Xiao, and even Yun Xiao was biting her red lips sadly, doubting Ling Xiao. Unbeknownst to him, if Ling Xiao was present, he would have made a fool of himself. When he made friends with Jin Yuanzi, it was because he wanted to expand his connections and make good karma for the interceptor sect. And it was not the so-called truth in the mouth of the golden spirit virgin. The people of the interceptor sect, all of them were brainstorming geniuses. Rebellious disciple Ling Xiao tricked us all. He shall not die. The Tongtian sect master trembled, his tone carrying an icy killing intent. Interceptors and Ling Xiao, immortalized. Chapter 57, Innate Treasure. Man in the Flood. Enchanted Master Ling Xiao. The chi of the underworld surged, and the flowers of the heavenly Tao fell in disarray. Within the underworld, all are auspicious visions. Jin Yuanzi and Empress Pingxin dispersed their holy might, and they landed in front of Ling Xiao with peaceful smiles on their faces, the corners of their mouths unable to resist rising. "Master Tao, I've made it." Jin Yuanzi patted Taoist Red Cloud's shoulder, and his smile was somewhat wild and unrestrained, causing the crowd to hold their tongues, and there was flirting in his words in addition to respect. Congratulations to immortal Jin Yuan and Empress Ping Xian for establishing themselves as saints. Ling Xiao stroked his chin and said in a breezy manner, "The matter is over and the body is whisked away, and the work and fame are hidden." Who would have thought that the two of them, Jin Yuanzi and Empress Pingxin, would be able to attain sainthood and be inextricably linked to themselves? Jin Yuanzi seemed to have seen Ling Xiao's thoughts as he teasingly said,
The matter of the Hongmeng purple chi is no longer a secret amongst the flood world. Perhaps in Baiyu Palace?
Sect leader Tong Tian doesn't know how he's scolding us.
Little friend Ling Xiao. I'm afraid you can't wash away your identity as a rebellious disciple of the Interceptor sect. The words fell. Ling Xiao rolled his eyes,
knowing that it was Jin Yuanzi who was secretly doing this. Otherwise, how could such secret information be circulated? However, Ling Xiao wasn't angry.
Being able to see the interceptors jumping up and down,
making Jinao Island jump around,
he was incredibly comfortable in his heart,
and his Taoist heart became extremely clear.
When little friend Ling Xiao severed his ties with the Interceptor sect, the heavenly Tao oath he made was not to be a disciple of the Interceptor sect or a member of the Xin sect. But right now your status with Ancestor Hongjun is no less than that of any of the heavenly Tao saints.
From now on,
when discussing the great power of the flood, you and sect leader Tong Tian are afraid that you will have to sit at the same table. This palace can already imagine the expression on the face of sect master Tong Tian at that time. Breaking free from chains and restoring freedom. Empress Bingxin's nature became a bit jumpy as she said to Ling Xiao with a smile.
A gossipy look that is truly a crying shame.
Little friend Ling Xiao, what are your plans now? Daoist Red Cloud looked towards Ling Xiao, his eyes twinkling as he wondered what he was plotting.
Seeing the situation,
Ling Xiao said blandly, cultivation won't be able to break through for the time being, so the most important thing is to raise the heel. Perhaps at the Karma Fire Red Lotus? I still need Senior Red Cloud to help me. Of course, Senior Red Cloud and Immortal Jin Yuan don't have to make an immediate move. We have to give the two saints of the West a bit of a chance to atone for their sins, and after the revival of the Western world, they should be able to make a move. Insight into the situation and perception of the heavens. It wasn't that Ling Xiao was making wild guesses, but he had spied a hint. The demon court attacked the five Zhuangguan and fought for the Hongmeng purple chi on Daoist Red Cloud. But after Daoist Red Cloud disappeared, it was Old Man Styx who killed him. Although the Red Cloud Taoist faked death, but also the source of the complete destruction. Only a trace of the true spirit of the spirit to stay in the 9-9 Red Cloud dispersal gourd. In the Jin Yuanzi day and night under the cultivation of this only to restore the vitality. It could be said that Daoist Red Cloud was only one step away from death. This karma, whether it's the demon court, the old man of the river Styx, or the two saints of the West, all have to show something. Don't worry little friend Ling Xiao, this matter is wrapped up in the poor Taoist. If those two saints of the West don't come to their senses, then I won't blame Jin Yuanzi and I for getting mad. Daoist Red Cloud's Taoist voice was loud and deafening. Look at the crowd in disbelief. Daoist Red Cloud, truly relying on Jin Yuanzi's holy authority, was not afraid of anything. Little friend, right now it's better for poor Taoist and flat-hearted Taoist to make a move to refine your red dust sword fetus with the earthly Tao origin first, and upgrade it to an innate supreme treasure. I have to say, you being able to take charge of the red dust sword Tao is outside my expectations. Jin Yuanzi lightly stroked his long beard, rolling the rules of the earth's path into a torrent, directly toward the soul cleansing pool fell, and soon the sound of clanging swords could be heard reverberating, seemingly opening up the heavens and the earth. Empress Bingxin also activated her mana and quenched the red dust sword fetus together with Jin Yuanzi. Underworld, the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the chi that escaped the flooded heavens and earth were actively integrated within the earth, and then followed the earth's veins to converge over the soul cleansing pool to be melted into the red dust sword tire. In only half an hour, the innate prohibitions of the red dust sword tire were as complete as they could be, and the laws of the red dust sword Tao and the chi of the 7 emotions and 6 desires were constantly flowing, surging within this supreme treasure. It's done! Mistress Hershen let out a soft whimper. The red dust sword tire flashed with red light and hovered in front of Ling Xiao. The body of the sword was more than 3 feet, as if it was a ghostly night of metaphysical ice, with wisps of red aura flowing through the depths, and endless innate divine patterns looming. The cold light of the sword blade was biting, and the void trembled slightly, seemingly capable of tugging at the heartstrings and capturing the soul. Good sword! This red dust sword tire is an innate treasure. Perhaps not as good as the immortal execution sword formation in terms of killing, but the laws of the red dust sword Tao and the chi of the 7 emotions and 6 lusts contained within it can cause the enemy's Tao to quake and fall into endless chaos. Even the poor Taoist is a bit surprised. The power of this sword cannot be underestimated. Jin Yuanzi flicked the sword, and the crisp sound of the sword's chirping was unceasing, and there was a look of fondness in his eyes. Even more, it blew the red dust sword tire out of the water. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao invisibly pretended and said blandly, "The black lotus of extinction and the golden lotus of merit were refined by me, and now this red dust sword tire is a good treasure, so in the future when I walk in the flood, my feet will not be empty." The Qingping sword was too hateful and Ling Xiao was too bothered by the trouble, so he just threw it within the system space. The remaining few spiritual treasures were not suitable for stepping on and flying. The current red dust sword tire was a solution to his immediate needs. After all,
Who didn't have a dream of flying with a sword? Sure. Little friend Ling Xiao. You're a ING talent. Taoist Red Cloud gave a thumbs up with a feeling of skepticism. An innate treasure. Only worthy of becoming Ling Xiao's foot soldiers? After being verbally attacked by a few people, Ling Xiao put the red dust sword tire within his yuanshan and then began to refine it, and sensed the Tao rhythms within it. Anti-Pingxin. This is the enlightenment tea leaf. Please accept it. In the middle of the conversation, Ling Xiao took out a jade box. Among them, dozens of enlightenment tea leaves flickered with ethereal law light. Thank you, little friend Ling Xiao. This palace accepts it. Anti-Pingxin did not push back. She put the jade box within her jade sleeve. A charitable smile appeared on her pretty face, and the more she looked at Ling Xiao, the better she looked at him. With a twist of words, Empress Pingxin continued, the enlightenment tea leaves contain endless Tao rhythms and laws, and a single one will allow a cultivator to have an epiphany of the laws, which is a supreme treasure for cultivators in the realm of Tai Golden Immortal and Daeluogen Immortal. The hierarchy in the Western sect have all obtained the enlightenment tea leaves, and the human sect's Xiandu, who has limitless qualifications, doesn't need to use the enlightenment tea leaves, so only the interceptor sect is left to look on, unable to experience the wonders of the enlightenment tea leaves. When I think about it, this palace really sympathizes. Ha ha, shady and mocking pulled full circle, with Niang Pingxin taking the lead, Jin Yuanzi, Taoist Red Cloud, and the others all began to count down the interceptors, and they didn't care whether or not sect leader Tong Tian could deduce it, and they didn't conceal the heavenly chances at all. After a long time, Ling Xiao said goodbye to a few people before stepping on the red dust sword tire to leave the underworld and head in the direction of Panglai Immortal Island. Wang Shu waited a long time. He had to go back and talk to this goddess of the Taiyin. Inside the palace of the purple heaven, 1,000 streaks of rays of color and a flow of purple energy. Hongjun Dao Ancestor, a gray robe, sitting on top of the platform, pampered face with a broad smile. The muscles on his face is even slightly shaking, some smile almost twitching. Little friend Ling Xiao, you've really victimized the poor Taoist. The heavenly Tao and the earthly Tao have all added to my body. This little life is getting more and more promising. Ancestor Hongjun sipped his enlightenment tea with a relaxed look. Getting rid of the identity of the heavenly Tao's puppet was a long way to go, but after taking charge of the earth's Tao, his whole body revealed relaxation from the inside out. No longer the twilight look he used to have. Even, there is a kind of swinging back to youth. Master, watch your image. Being a Taoist ancestor and spirit points, Hao Tian shrunk his neck and said as he came up to Hongjun Daozu. Since Hongjun Taoist ancestor merged with his body, the charitable and peaceful old master in the past was a little cold, so Hao Tian didn't even dare to be naughty. Now, without realizing it, he had the feeling of still being a child under the seat of ancestor Hongjun Dao. So, they spoke out and flirted with the following. Hey! Ancestor Hongjun raised his hand and slapped the back of Hao Tian's neck. Hao Tian child, are you going to reverse the Big Dipper? Immediately, Hongjun Daozu's eyelids lowered as he began to ponder when he would issue the edict to allow Ling Xiao and Wang Shu to become Dao couples. After all, the person is in the flood, and the benefactor is in the sky. Hongjun Daozu is also a person who knows how to repay. Chapter 58, Heavenly Marriage Edict. The three heavens repented and cried. The island of Panglai is surrounded by immortal mist. Ling Xiao stepped on the red dust sword tire and instantly landed under the peach tree of the Nanshui peach tree, and his eyes were greeted by Wang Shu, who had a slender and delicate figure and a gentle smile on her pretty face. You're back. Wang Shu's red lips slightly opened as she said to Ling Xiao, self-conscious lying on top of the rattan chair, the white and slender jade legs swinging freely. Between the mannerisms, in addition to like autumn water like tenderness, there is also inadvertently charming. Seeing this, Ling Xiao navigated the situation and rested his head on Wang Shu's jade leg. There are wisps of fragrance that refresh the mind. I've kept you waiting. Your cultivation has broken through to the late stage of the mixed golden immortal. Worthy of being a Taiyin goddess, this realm refinement is as simple as eating and drinking. I'm afraid it won't be long before you're certified as a mixed great Luo golden immortal. Ling Xiao squeezed Wang Shu's jade hand and said softly, allowing Wang Shu to bring the spirit fruit into his mouth. He enjoyed the peace and ambiguity of the moment, and his emotions for Wang Shu were also flowing and gradually intensifying. As a chaos demon god, Wang Shu's follow-through and enlightenment were not bad. Trapped in the ominous rule order for billions of years, now that she had gained her freedom, she only needed time to settle her cultivation, and would not encounter any realm shackles, or so-called bottlenecks. Upon hearing this, Wang Shu nodded and said blandly, if this palace were to disappear far away from the chaotic void, then naturally I could easily certify to the mixed great Luo golden immortal, but I don't want to leave you in the flood world. Even though you will be restricted by the heavenly Tao and the Hongjun Taoist ancestor and will not be able to achieve the mixed Tao fruit in a short period of time, at least you are by my side. The fruit of the mixed Tao is within reach. But this palace only wants to experience the red dust of the world and repay you for saving my life. As he spoke, Wang Shu's fingertips lightly caressed Ling Zhao's cheek. The heart of the road throbbed, and his eyes revealed deep emotion. Two people have not concluded the fate of the Taoist couple, but the emotion has been like the yellow river water flowing down, uncontrollable. Just as the immortal mist was about to fill the air and the two were about to get a little closer, boundless purple and gold light shone in half of the sky. Countless golden flowers of the heavenly Tao came from outside the chaotic sky and floated down between heaven and earth. And there were even long whistles and chirps of various auspicious beasts. It's the aura of ancestor Hongjun. Ling Xiao instantly reacted and stood up to make a Dao bow and salute to the heavenly vault. Only then did he hold Wang Shu's jade hand and calmly stared at the visions that kept descending. The sound of the gentle Taoist voice began to reverberate. I am Hongjun, and I am in the world today. Sensing the spiritual rhythm of the heavenly Tao, and inspecting the marriage of Ling Xiao and Wang Shu, the two Taoist couples. The king and the secretary are like the stars and dukes intermingling and the spiritual rhinoceros communicating secretly. This is the marvel of creation and the pull of the great Tao. The poor Taoist then granted Ling Xiao and Wang Shu to become Taoist couples, and held the heavenly marriage ceremony after 1,000 years, which is the destiny of heaven. The Qiankuan witnesses together. All worlds look forward to it together, and all spirits honor it. The silhouette of ancestor Hongjun Dao spanned the 9 heavens of the flood. Kind and good-natured and articulate, the sound of the Tao swept through the flooded heavens, and billions of living beings bent their heads to listen. It caused a huge uproar, circulating among all the great powers and many saintly disciples. We honor the edicts of the Tao Father. Ling Xiao and Wang Shu looked at each other, then respectfully made a Tao bow and saluted. The former is physically and mentally volatile, the latter shy and gentle. Good. Ancestor Hongjun Dao looked down at Panglai Immortal Island, nodded his head gently at the two of them, and then disappeared. Looking into the void, Ling Zhao's hands hidden under his Dao robe trembled slightly, his throbbing Dao heart raging waves, suddenly feeling that the bitter days would finally come to an end. When ancestor Hongjun Dao sent down his edicts, he and Wang Shu were also able to go through the water and go further. Wang Shu's pretty face was blushing. Looking at Ling Xiao slowly said, since the Dao ancestor has sent down his edicts, then I will be in solidarity with my husband, linked by karmic destiny, and from now on, life and death will be unswerving, and cultivate the great Tao together. But before molding the 36 pure white lotus, husband and I should not have dual cultivation, otherwise it will affect your origin and damage your foundation. Speaking later, Wang Shu shyly lowered her head. Without waiting for Ling Xiao to react, he flew straight into the pure life Tao palace. But the gate was not closed. The corners of Ling Zhao's mouth lifted into a smile as he murmured heartily, it's not appropriate to double cultivate, but it doesn't mean that poor Taoist can't do something about it. Ling Xiao wiped his feet and stepped directly into the pure life Tao palace. The forbidden order shrouds Panglai Immortal Island, and the red dust sword fetus, the god-slaying lance, and other supreme treasures are suspended over the pure life Tao palace, isolating the heavenly chances and the prying eyes of the onlookers. Soon, a hazy halo of light loomed. Only Ling Zhao's voice could be faintly heard. Sure, put your hair up, Golden Ao Island. Within the cave of the 3 heavens, Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao were in tears. Their eyes were bloodshot, their delicate bodies were trembling, and even their voices had become somewhat hoarse. Yun Xiao, in particular, was paralyzed to the ground. The Dao ancestor actually did grant an edict for Ling Xiao and Wang Shu to form a Dao couple marriage. How could this be? Why would senior brother Ling Xiao leave us and look for Wang Shu to conclude a Daoist couple marriage? No, we have to go to him. We have to talk to him face to face. Xiong Zhao's vermilion lips were bloodless, and her eyes were devoid of any luster. At the moment she felt that something important was gradually fading away, and she was simply powerless to return to heaven. Resentment, jealousy, shame, many emotions came to mind. Hongjun Taoist ancestor is the teacher of all living beings, the most powerful of the flood world. His body to merge with the Tao to protect the living beings, and now even for the sake of Ling Xiao, Wang Shu's matter to notify the flood of all living beings, Taoist marriages and celestial marriage ceremonies. These elations were like a rock, pressing down on Xiong Xiao, and her heart seemed to have countless sharp blades intertwined, cutting into her internal organs. The body, Yuan Shun, and true spirit, all seemed like they were about to shatter. Do you really think you can win back Ling Zhao's heart? Everything that happened was our own fault for pushing Ling Xiao to Wang Shu's side. He has long since severed his karma with my interceptor sect, and for you guys to think about renewing your previous relationship is really a self-inflicted insult. Bi Xiao smiled in a self-deprecating manner, with indifference and relief in her tone, while tears glittered in the bottom of her eyes. Even she didn't notice, though, that as she spoke those words, her hands clenched together so tightly that the skin at her knuckles turned ghastly white. seemingly relieved, but actually burying everything in the depths of the Taoist heart. The jade sleeve was lightly waved, and the sword clanked. The space around her was twisted and distorted due to the rolling sword Dao laws, and the feelings within her were gradually stripped away in an invisible manner, and along with her growing indifference, the sword Dao laws became much stronger. Senior brother Ling Xiao. No! Jun Xiao tightly covered her chest. Spin! In Xiong Xiao and Bi Xiao's astonished gaze, Yun Xiao's head full of long black hair became snow white, which can really be described as a green silk turning into snow. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, staining his long hair. Like the winter plum blossom, it reveals a bleak coldness that one dare not touch. Sister, what's wrong with you? With a concerned tone, Xiong Xiao immediately came to Yun Xiao's side, staring at the latter's long, snow-white hair. Worry and sadness appeared under her eyes, simply because she could sense that Yun Xiao's vitality was like a wandering thread, as if it was going to be destroyed and cut off in the next instant. The heart of the Dao trembled and nearly fell. The blows one after another made Yun Xiao doubt her life and had gone off the deep end. The obsession in her heart was destroying her origin, body and Yuan Shen. Sister Yun Xiao, why do you bother? Ling Xiao has long since abandoned us. He already has the goddess Tai Yin as his Dao partner, and he will never look at us more than once in the future. Bi Xiao said coldly, her sword chi destroying the void around her. You shut up! Xiong Xiao shouted angrily, her eyes glaring angrily at Bai Xiao. Working her magic power and drawing in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, she began to calm Yun Xiao's agitated chi deficiency and ever-depleting origin. An anxious expression on her face. Perhaps only if I die can I obtain the forgiveness of senior brother Ling Xiao. Two sisters, I really know I'm wrong. It is we who have failed Ling Xiao and his favoritism over billions of years, and now after losing everything, it has become too late to repent. The obsession turned into a tidal wave, drowning the cloud's sanity. Within the flood world, love is not the most important thing, but once it becomes a demon, it will affect the person's decision and every aspect. Now Yun Xiao has been completely trapped. Aside from San Xiao, the rest of the female immortals of the Interceptor sect all had anger, jealousy, and remorse. But, it was too late. Chapter 59, The Two Saints of the West Who Can Bend and Stretch. Old Man Styx was unlucky. 9 heavenly clouds, the top of the auspicious clouds. The golden light of the Buddha's path shone brightly, and the sound of Sanskrit echoed continuously. Senior brother, guess what the poor Taoist has gained insight into? Junti was dressed in plain, dusty clothes, but he had a bad smile on his lips. The Earth's path awakens and the Western world is revitalized. Knowing that they could not afford to offend Jin Yuanzi, and having realized their past sins, Jia Yin and Jianti were ready to go to the Wushuangguan on Wanshou Mountain and apologize to Taoist Red Cloud. As for how it would work, they had already discussed it. Upon hearing this, Receiver said with interest, don't try to sell any secrets in front of the poor Taoist. Quickly tell us. Now that we are almost at the Wushuangguan, we must keep in mind our previous plans and not make any mistakes. Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud Taoist. The two saints of the West were very self-aware that they couldn't afford to offend these two. After all, Jin Yuanzi has a killer temperament is extremely hard. If he is forced to hurry, then it will really take the flood continent with the burial. Then who can not afford that vast karma? Senior brother Tong Tian entered the immortal execution sword formation to calm down after Jin Yuanzi certified himself as a saint. So the celestial chances of this golden AO island weren't covered up by him. Just now, the poor Taoist deduced the heavenly Tao and gained insight into the scandalous behavior of the female immortals of the Interceptor sect, all of whom have changed their temperament drastically as a result of the edict of heavenly marriage sent down by ancestor Hongjun Dao. Jun Xiao has gone off the deep end. Bi Xiao has no intention of practicing the emotionless sword Dao, and the rest of the several female fairies have grown to hate each other out of love, and now they can't wait to tear little friend Ling Xiao to pieces. Junti stroked his chin in a leisurely manner. With just Ling Xiao alone, the Interceptor sect has made the chickens and dogs of the Interceptor sect restless, and the rest of the sects can be said to be reaping the benefits of the fisherman, intercepting the heavenly chance in 10,000 immortals. It gradually becomes a joke in Paramount's view. Senior brother, that's not true. These female immortals of the Interceptor sect are not born out of love, but rather they have lost the favoritism and care of little friend Ling Xiao, and that's why their temperament has changed drastically. I have to say that all the disciples of the Interceptor sect are talented. Ha ha. Reception was clouded with a look of sophistication. Soon, Guiding and Junti descended in front of the Wushuangguan. Jin Yuanzi and Taoist Red Cloud had long since deduced their imminent arrival, so they waited at the portal with the two children Qingfeng and Mingyue, immortal Jin Yuan and fellow Taoist Red Cloud. We masters and brothers are intruding. I came to visit today because I want to take the blame, clear up the muddled accounts committed in the past, seek the forgiveness of fellow Taoist Red Cloud, and seek a chance for little friend Ling Xiao. Sitting cross-legged on top of the futon,
Receiver was the first to speak. The slightly vicissitudes of his face revealed guilt and apology, and if he hadn't slightly suppressed his acting skills, he really would have shed a cloudy tear in the depths of his feelings. Junti chimed in. Two fellow Taoists, we are all known to be at fault. The karma of the Purple Heaven Palace letting the seat can't be repaid, but we want to do something to chat about our apologies. And at the same time, we want to make good karma with the two of you. The Earth's path has awakened and the Western world has been revitalized. All thanks to Jin Yuan Xian's compassionate heart. Only to see the paraclete finish. Both of them bowed slightly and saluted Jin Yuanzi with a Dao bow. Those who know what's good for them know what's good for them. The two Western saints were both men of great wisdom, and they came up with a very low stance. And they were also unique in terms of shamelessness and cheekiness. So, simply disregarding his face, he solemnly conceded to Taoist Red Cloud. Being from a humble background is not a disgrace. A husband is only a husband if he can bend and stretch. Compared to the revival of the Western world and the flourishing of the Western religion, the face of the saints of Guiding and Junti was not worth mentioning in their own eyes. Even if dignity could be exchanged for cultivation resources, they would have long ago groveled for the sake of the Western sect to gain that endless blessing. Two fellow Taoists, why are you suffering? From now on, the karma between us will be cleared. But what I am more concerned about is what exactly is the chance that you gave to little friend Ling Xiao. Taoist Red Cloud was not angry or annoyed, and immediately forgave the two saints of the West. The Demon Court and the River Styx are the ones who started his nearfall, and the Western two saints moved to watch the fire from the other side of the river is sinister. But it makes sense. Fellow Taoist Red Cloud, follow our masters and brothers on a trip to the underworld sea of blood, and you'll be able to find out then. Reception pretended to be profound and said to Taoist Red Cloud. Jin Yuanzi looked meaningfully at Jiayin and Junti. Fellow Taoist Red Cloud, you go with the two saints. The poor Taoist is burdened with the rules of the Earth's path, so it is not appropriate to erupt into conflict with the one from the underworld blood sea, and with the two saints on the side to help you. You can settle that karma from billions of years ago. Jin Yuanzi slightly straightened his color and slowly said. Next, a few people sipped at each other, tasting the enlightenment tea and the innate spirit fruit. After a greeting, the two saints of the West and Taoist Red Cloud stepped on the void and headed in the direction of the underworld sea of blood. Styx, danger, Fengqi Mountain, Demon Emperor Palace. A demonic aura filled the air and killing intent was rampant. Lu pressure, Ding Wang Xian, golden-winged great rock eagle, turtle spirit holy mother, and Wu Yun Xian gathered here, their faces carrying various emotions, ranging from anger and jealousy to resentment and remorse. This emperor has long since asked Mother Nuwa to take action to cover up the heavenly chances of Fengqi Mountain, so we are now able to plan carefully and discuss how to count on the Witch Mountain goddess. Lu Ji sat on top of his throne, his late Dala golden immortal aura flowing, and the sun true flame was burning, incinerating everything in the void. If you can't deal with Ling Xiao, you still can't count on Heavenly Court? Several people pointed their spearheads at Jade Emperor Haotian's soft underbelly and scales. Wushan Goddess Yao Ji. The purpose is to stir up conflicts between the human race and the Heavenly Court. Above the heavenly pillar of the Heavenly Palace, there is a three-headed dragon, which was originally an evil dragon in heaven and earth, and was later nudged by the great white gold star to be transformed into the auspicious, evil scrubbing sin barrier of the Heavenly Palace. Yao Ji, as the goddess of Wushan and the ruler of the heavenly lust realm. If we use our greedy desires to awaken the evil nature of the three-headed Jiaolong, Yao Ji, as a righteous deity of the Heavenly Court, will definitely uphold the duties of the heavenly Tao and go after the three-headed Jiaolong. As long as we leave the 33 heavy heavens, Yao Ji will be the fish and meat on the plate, to be slaughtered by us. With a face full of wisdom, Immortal Dingguang spoke to the crowd. He is one of the leading players in this scheme. Seeing the situation, the turtle spirit sacred mother revealed a gloomy smile as she said indifferently, the traitor Ling Xiao would never have thought that we would count on Yao Ji, thus setting off a conflict between the human race and the celestial court, and at that time, I'll see that he'll be screaming about the sky and the earth. Even, while stirring up strife between the human race and the heavenly court, we can also bring the dragon race down. I remember that the dragons are lewd by nature, so why don't we go and extract the lustful desires of a few dragon beings as a means of awakening the evil nature of the three-headed augur dragon? Dare I ask you all what I think? One time, Turtle Spirit Sacred Mother's calculations elicited flattery from the crowd. With the help and deduction of Bai Zhe and the Kuan Pang ancestor, the plot to count on Yao Ji was born. But all of them did not know exactly what kind of existence they would be messing with. The other side, Pang Lai Immortal Island, Pure Life Taoist Palace. Ling Xiao organized his own Dao robe with the help of Wang Shu. The two of them stepped out of the Pure Life Dao Palace hand in hand and sat down on the rattan chair under the nonpareil peach tree. And at this moment, there was tenderness in their eyes, and Wang Shu's pretty face was all shy. The two saints of the West and Senior Red Cloud are heading to the underworld Sea of Blood. So I wonder if old ancestor Styx will take them on the hard way. Or will he hold off for a while and obediently surrender the Red Lotus of Karma Fire? The Underworld Blood Sea Array. The Blood Sea does not dry up and the river Styx does not die. By all accounts, Old Man Styx is a top-notch existence amongst the 3008 deities. The experience of this peak paragon powerhouse has been kind of ups and downs. Saddening. Ling Xiao was leisurely, gently rubbing Wang Shu's jade hand, the old ancestor of the river Styx, carrying the Yuan 2 sword, Abi sword, 12 Karma Fire Red Lotus and the Northern Shin Yuan water control flag, for extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasures to enhance themselves. The compulsion cannot be said to be not high. Most importantly, he had melted the underworld blood sea with himself, and no one dared to disrespect him. Nuwa created man to become a saint, and Styx created the Azura race. The three pristine ones and the two sages of the West set up their sects, and he set up the Azura sect. In order to obtain the heavenly Tao merit, the old ancestor of the river Styx was racking his brains, but the result was very little, and the heavenly Tao merit that came from scheming was not able to support him to prove the Tao and become a saint. Offending Daoist Red Cloud. Old Man Styx is considered unlucky. However, he would not have thought that the reason why the two saints of the West and Daoist Red Cloud traveled to the underworld Sea of Blood was simply because you needed the Red Lotus of Karma Flame. Wang Shu's red lips were slightly open, a faint smile on her face. This time, in Ling Zhao's mind, a familiar electronic voice sounded. Chapter 60, Chaos Bell. Old Man Styx, I don't understand. Ding. Divine Choice Quest Refresh Successful. Choice 1, resolve the three Zhaos not and stop Lu Ji and the others from scheming against Yao Ji. Rewarded with a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Taiji Sword. Choice 2, I have nothing to do with the affairs of the Interceptor sect and stand by with folded arms. Rewarded with a superb innate spiritual treasure, the Heavenly Devil Pagoda. Choice 3, to trick the Demon Court and reward the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell. After hearing the system's voice, the corners of Ling Zhao's mouth lifted up into a smile. He didn't expect that those Interceptor disciples would even hit on the Witch Mountain goddess Yao Ji. Yao Ji's descent to the mortal world is a great trend before the God-sealing quantum leap, at which time Yang Jian will come out of nowhere and cause havoc in the heavenly court to save Yao Ji, causing great shocks in the world of the flood. The matter of the Interceptor sect, the poor Taoist decisively opens the pendulum, but when it comes to the Wushan goddess and the heavenly court, then I can't just stand by and watch, so I can only follow the general trend and count the demon court out of it. Who let the system give too much? System, I choose 3. Ling Xiao muttered in his mind and made a choice right away. Opening the pendulum does not mean that he wants to turn a blind eye and watch the disciples of the Interceptor Church and the Demon Court count the heavenly court and wreak havoc on the people, but he does not want to intervene in the internal affairs of the Interceptor Church. The innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, disappeared when the Eastern Emperor Tai died. Now, it is about to fall into his hands. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell. Inside the system space, an ancient clock with a chaotic metaphysical yellow color was suspended above the vast emptiness. The clock body outside the sun, moon and stars, earth, fire, wind and water around it. The clock body has mountains, rivers, earth, flood tribes hidden in which the 5-colored light shines in the heavens. The chaos of the holy might shock the world. Confinement of time, suppression of space, the power to reverse the power of time and space of the heavens, the ability to evolve the mysteries of the heavenly way. The Chaos Bell is a supreme treasure of both offense and defense, and in terms of offensive capabilities it can be compared to the God-slaying lance, Pan Guan, and other supreme treasures, and in terms of defensive prowess it is also only below the Taiji diagram and the Chen Kuan tripod. Now that the Chaos Bell has been obtained by the poor Taoist, if Lu Press and the other people of the Demon Court were to learn of this, they would be afraid that they would be so angry that they would vomit blood and then fight me to the death. Right? Ling Xiao discovers it and a bad smile raises on his face. Seeing this, Wang Shu, who was on the side, thought that Ling Xiao was reminiscing about the scene in the Pure Life Tao Palace just now, so she reached out her jade hand and pinched Ling Xiao's waist, and for a moment the endless soreness made him grimace. Sure, Gu, what are you doing? Ling Xiao hurriedly grabbed Wang Shu's jade hand with a pained look. Immediately, turning the tables, Ling Xiao slowly said, poor Taoist will go to the Palace of Heavenly Jade. I have something important to discuss with the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother. Do you want to go with me? After learning about the plot of Lu Press and the others, Ling Xiao had already thought of a countermeasure. Who says Yang Jian has to cause havoc in the heavenly court? The demon court, doesn't it smell good? Upon hearing this, Wang Shu shook her head and said, husband, you go ahead. I want to meditate and cultivate on Panglai Immortal Island, and when the two saints of the West and Taoist Red Cloud's business in the underworld Sea of Blood is over, they will definitely come to visit. so I'll receive them on your behalf at that time. Wangshu has a calm nature and is not willing to get involved in anything. After experiencing the torment of the heaven-opening calamity in billions of years, she only wanted to meditate and cultivate, then be a good Taoist couple to Ling Xiao and share her husband's worries. Yes. Ling Xiao gently wrapped Wangshu in his arms, and the two of them cuddled for a long time more. With the red dust sword tire hanging in the air, Ling Xiao stepped on this innate treasure and headed towards the 9 heavenly clouds. In the meantime, the sea of blood in the underworld. Waves of blood. The atmosphere was heavy with fury. God Pangu opened up the sky and earth. His navel turned into a netherworld sea of blood, where endless dirty blood, heaven and earth's fury, and the rules of killing converge, which is a forbidden place for countless living beings. Waves of blood rolled. Fish and shrimp did not prosper, birds and insects did not arrive, and the hostile chi of heaven and earth raged and swept. The two saints of the west and Taoist red cloud cut through the void and hung above the surging sea of blood. The aura and Tao rhythm that escaped from them shocked the heart and soul, and countless clansmen of the Azura tribe were terrified. Fellow Taoist sticks, we have come to visit. Why don't you show yourself? The red cloud Taoist stepped on the blood wave. Hanging on the waist of the 9-9 red cloud dispersal gourd released the sky red sand. Horrible breath of silence in the void. Seems to be to the underworld sea of blood to be submerged to fill the general. Guiding and Junti were stoic, faintly looking down at the underworld blood sea. Fellow Taoist sticks, we masters and brothers would like to be peacemakers and clear up the karmic hatred between you and fellow Taoist red cloud. If you don't want to be decent, then don't blame us for tearing our faces off. The receiver's tone was flat, but his words were loud and clear. In the face of Jin Yuan Zi, red cloud Taoist, their brothers can be coy, but in front of the old man of the river Styx, if they are still lowly, then this heavenly Taoist Saint Taoist fruit is not in vain practice? Moreover, Guiding and Junti had to make their attitudes clear in order to settle their karma and make a good relationship with Taoist Red Cloud. How dare you? If the sea of blood does not wither and the river Styx does not die, how can this old ancestor fear you? Steeply, the sound of the word rolled. 10,000 feet high blood wave rises up to the sky. Styx River old man sitting on top of the karma fire red lotus. Endless flames burning. Yuan 2 sword. Abi sword behind the clanking sound. In terms of the surrounding Tao rhythm and aura, the old ancestor of the river Styx had already surpassed the peak of the quasi-saint realm, but he was still as far away from the ethereal heavenly saint realm as if it were a heavenly rift. All under the saints are mole crickets. Without sainthood, one cannot attain the great escape after all. Boom! Space trembled and auras collided. Earth, fire, wind and water are derived, and the 5 elements of yin and yang are reversed. Underworld blood sees surging blood waves. The Azura clan members are hiding in the blood waves behind the old man of the river Styx. For a time, the old man of the river Styx and the Red Cloud Taoist, the two saints of the west confronted each other, and no one is willing to back down half a step. Fellow Taoist Styx, don't make a mistake. During the Witch Demon Quantum Revenge, you nearly wiped out Taoist Red Cloud completely, and you must repay this karma. We masters and brothers have arrived here because we also want to follow the great trend of the heavenly Tao, and we don't want anything bad to happen to you, an innate deity. Now that Jin Yuan de Xian has been certified as a saint and is worshipped under the seat of Hong Jun Dao ancestor, if he raises his arm, there will be all sorts of great powers who will assist fellow Taoist Red Cloud in attacking the underworld sea of blood. Junti saw that old man Styx's face was full of gloom, so he said in a serious tone, sacrificing the 12 karmic fire red lotus and dissolving the karma with Taoist Red Cloud, their masters and brothers would also be able to gain freedom and would not be held by Jin Yuanzi or Taoist Red Cloud's grudges from now on, no matter how one looked at it. In Junti's opinion, the only way was for old man Styx to go soft. When these words came out, old ancestor Styx's face was filled with iron, and he was furious. Junti appeared to be doing him a favor, but in fact it carried a threatening undertone. However, old ancestor Styx couldn't tough it out. Even though he was profound, he couldn't carry the targeting of 3 heavenly Tao saints. For a time, endless bitterness arose, causing the old ancestor of the river Styx to feel like a fish in his throat. The path of the great Tao. The path of obstruction. The 10,000 spirits competing for the crossing. This old ancestor secretly attacked and killed fellow Taoist Red Cloud. There is no right or wrong in this matter. There is only the saying that the king has become a king or the bandit has lost. Since your strength surpasses this old ancestor's, I have nothing to say today. Say, why have you all come? Old ancestor Styx's jade sleeve lightly waved, and the underworld blood sea calmed down. Sighing softly, he chose to resign himself to his fate. With Jia Yin, Junti, and Taoist Red Cloud raging, and Jin Yuanzi spying in the shadows, he would end up in a miserable situation if he made any slightest move. Even if he activated the underworld blood sea formation, all he could do was to have a fierce battle and eventually fall.
Perhaps the destruction of the underworld blood sea would have endless karmic consequences placed on a few people. But the old man of the river Styx was afraid that at that point in time, he was going to be in the form of a god. Seeing old ancestor Styx gather his breath, Taoist Red Cloud slowly said, "We are all innate deities, why should we fight to the death?" However, the poor Taoist did come today because he wanted to settle karma with you. I won't hide it. Fellow Taoist Styx's 12 pieces of karma fire red lotus is destined to be with the poor Taoist, so why don't you compensate me with this treasure? The red lotus of karma fire is about Ling Xiao shaping the 36 pure white lotus heels. So Taoist Red Cloud couldn't care less about his face. Anyway, old ancestor Styx owed him karma, and he had to hand over the karma fire red lotus. Otherwise, the big deal was to sink the underworld sea of blood and carry the yoke of karma and the heavenly Tao. It seems that this old ancestor guessed correctly that you all are indeed here for the karma fire red lotus, but I'm really puzzled as to what kind of charms that East Extreme Qinghua Emperor has that would cause you all to run around so much for him? It can't be for the District Enlightenment tea leaves, can it? Old ancestor Styx's essence leaked out, barely revealing a bitter smile. Taoist voices gusted, questioning the three. He doesn't understand. Chapter 61 Styx from the Heart. Taoist Manjing. Fellow Taoist Styx, you're a good judge of character. Receiver folded his hands, a kind smile on his face, and said in a loud voice, the Enlightenment tea leaf, which can cause people to fall into an epiphany, perceive the laws of the heavenly Tao and the order of the great Tao, is a supreme treasure. Guiding and Junti wanted to make a good relationship with Ling Xiao, and also wanted to obtain a steady stream of Enlightenment tea leaves, so that the Western sect could rise, and the Western world could flourish. Shame on you. Old ancestor Styx was first dumbfounded, and finally said without a trace of anger, the bottom line of the two saints of the West was incredibly flexible from the beginning to the end, and they really didn't want any face at all. At this time, Taoist Red Cloud spoke, if it wasn't for little friend Ling Xiao, it would have been impossible for the poor Taoist to escape that death calamity, and it was also him who gave Jin Yuanzi the method to attain sainthood, so I can't forget his kindness. Hand over the red lotus of 12 karmic fires, and then the karma between us will be resolved. After all, you don't want to perish in body and watch the destruction of the Azura race, do you? The atmosphere was heavy and stormy. Styx River old ancestor Taoist robe hunting wind, blood-colored beard in the wind fluttering, demonic scarlet eyes flashing metaphysical light. He inwardly calculating, entangled. The red lotus of karma fire was one of his innate treasures. Fellow Taoist Styx, why be indecisive? The advantage is on our side. You can only be resigned. And even if you activate the underworld blood sea formation, you cannot reverse the situation. So it is better to be from the heart. Junti said righteously, addressing the old man of the river Styx. The 3,000 innate deities, who had gone through the witch demon quantum of solace, had now long since fallen almost to the ground. Old ancestor Styx was in charge of the Tao of killing, the Tao of blood, and the Tao of Azura, and was the strongest existence amongst the many peak paramount saints of today, and Junti didn't want to start a big war and then kill him. The way of heaven, the way of earth, and the way of man are the foundation of the flood world. Now that the earth's way has awakened and there are two more saints, Jin Yuanzi and Taoist Bingxin, then when the human way awakens, will the flood world still be able to accommodate a few more saints, or also the mixed great Luo Jingshians? Fellow Taoist Styx, don't make a mistake and ruin the opportunity of the great Tao. Seeing that old ancestor Styx was not rejecting people like before, Jia Guan explained bitterly, directly revealing some of the secrets. After hearing these words, old ancestor Styx finally stopped hesitating. With a slight movement of his magical power, the 12-pin red lotus of karma fire flew toward Taoist Red Cloud, who had directly severed the connection with this supreme innate spiritual treasure. Fellow Taoist Red Cloud, the karma is over. Since you and the others hold the eastern extremity Qinghua Emperor Ling Xiao in such high esteem, then if this seat has the opportunity in the future, then I will have to get acquainted with him. Old ancestor Styx's heart was dripping blood, but he still pretended to be dashing and frank. No way. The secret story that reception said became the last straw that crushed him. Unable to testify to become a saint, is because the flood world carries a limited number of saints. But if the heavenly Tao, the earthly Tao, and the human way are all awakened, then the flood world will certainly be extremely sublimated to a terrifying point. Perhaps, it can really accommodate the mixed metaphysical great Luo golden immortals. Even though the chances were extremely slim, old man Styx still wanted to take a gamble, and he had enough patience and time to wait it out. Fellow Taoist Styx, thanks a lot. Taoist Red Cloud's jade sleeve lightly waved, and the red lotus of karma fire was put away by him. The divine thought swept through, only to see that the imprint of the Yuan Shin in this treasure had completely disappeared. In the underworld, the karma between the two was also completely dissolved. Fellow Taoists Jia Yin and Junti, do Do you want disciples? The old ancestor of the river Styx pondered over it again and again before such a sentence suddenly came out, a meaningful smile on his face, his twilight aura from just now completely dissipating, resolving the karma with Taoist Red Cloud. His Tao heart relaxed a bit, just because. The demon court pursued Taoist Red Cloud while he dealt the latter a fatal blow and watched his life pass by. Even various means were used to search for the Hongmeng purple chi and Taoist Red Cloud's true spirit, Yuan Shun, and origin, only to find nothing in the end. Fortunately, the Red Cloud Taoist gentle temperament. Otherwise, if it were someone else, really want to disregard everything, with his old man Styx River's head to wash away this blood revenge. If fellow Taoist Styx says this, then the poor Taoist will not be sleepy. And please be quick about it. Still, the flood is not about fighting and killing, but about the human condition. As the Western world recovers its vigor, what the Western Church now lacks is disciples with top heels. Ahem. This old ancestor's throat is a bit dry and must be moisturized with enlightenment tea. Don't worry, two fellow Taoists, this disciple's heel is no less than an ordinary innate deity. Say it. Blood chi surged and transformed into a jade platform, and the 4 futons flickered with blood light. Old ancestor Styx River sat straight on the futon, gently knocking on the jade table in front of him, with an inexplicable smile on his face as he looked toward Jian and Junti. With a light tone, he continued in a self-conscious manner. In the underworld blood sea, the living beings evolved by heaven and earth are actually more than just this old ancestor. Fellow Taoists, are you sure you don't want to take a disciple? Handing over the 12 pieces of red lotus of karma fire, old ancestor Styx's heart was still a bit unwilling. Thinking about it, the idea was put on the 2 saints of the West. As the underworld blood sea shook, a blood-colored figure flew out of it and landed behind old ancestor Styx, and the aura of an early-stage great Luo golden immortal loomed with it. The appearance is absolutely beautiful and very seductive. The features are exquisite. Between the eyebrows seems to hide some kind of mind. The Tao robe on his body was cut appropriately and the texture seemed to have flowing light, moving with the wind and revealing that delicate figure. Fellow Taoist Wen Jing, meet the 2 saints and Senior Red Cloud. Bowing slightly, he made a doji bow and saluted. Taoist Manjing stood behind old man Styx, and a faintly ferocious aura flowed around him. Hongmeng fierce beast, blood-winged black mosquito. Fellow Taoist Styx, this Taoist Wenjing has a destiny with my Western sect. If she is willing to worship the Western sect, the 2 of my brothers and sisters will accept her as a personal disciple. Junti breathed in sharply and hurriedly said to old man Styx, the Hongmeng fierce beasts, each one of them was a terrifying existence. In the Western sect, there was a disciple of a Hongmeng fierce beast healer named Golden Cicada Z. The heel, a 6-winged golden cicada, was not well known in the flood world, but in terms of strength it was no less than the Earthstore King, Maitreya Buddha, and others. This Golden Cicada Z, also a hidden disciple of the Western sect, is now already concentrating on Mahayana Buddhism, and not long ago stepped into the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal based only on his own perception. The future creation is unlimited. 2 fellow Taoists, what are you waiting for? Make enlightenment tea for fellow Taoist Styx before he relents and lets Taoist Wenjing worship under your seat. Taoist Red Cloud said helplessly, holding his forehead. Upon hearing this, Jain and Junti then hurriedly sat down on the futon and took out 3 enlightenment tea leaves with a face of pain, placing them in the jade cups. 1 can't be held. 2 is not very auspicious. In order to take Taoist Wenjing under their seats, they could only take out 3 enlightenment tea leaves. For a moment, they grimaced so they wouldn't eat the pain. Just as reception was about to pour the boiled 3 lights divine water into the jade cup, the old ancestor of the river Styx's fingertips slightly picked, and 2 of the enlightenment tea leaves transformed into streams of light and flew into his sleeves, leaving only 1 in the jade cup, glowing with a subtle light and flowing with laws. When did the 2 Western Taoists become so extravagant? Snatching this old ancestor's karma flame red lotus away, it's reasonable for me to take 3 enlightenment tea leaves, isn't it? As old ancestor Styx looked at the deflated 2 saints of the West, the resentment in his heart finally calmed down a bit, and he no longer thought about the unpleasantness just now, but instead carefully savored the enlightenment tea. Taoist Red Cloud was eating a ginseng fruit, looking like he was watching the fun. Jarius, how true of you, old man Styx. Then this Taoist Wenjing will be a disciple of my Western sect in the future, and if she has any troubles at that time, I'm sure that you, the Lord of the Underworld Blood Sea, won't be kind enough to let it go, right? After all, the heavenly Tao saints may not meddle in the affairs of the flood, and sometimes we masters and brothers still have to take it easy. Reception raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile on his face, an early Dala golden immortal powerhouse joining the Western sect, that would boost the Western sect's fortunes, while even binding old man Styx and the Azura race to the Western sect's great ship. The God-sealing quantum revelation is becoming more and more promising. With such depth, I ask who else is there? Get out. This old ancestor acts steadily and is not willing to be caught in the middle of the quantum revelation. Daoist Wen Jing. Go pay your respects to your two masters. Old ancestor Styx was leisurely, a smug smile appearing on his face. Disciple greets the two masters. Daoist Manjing walked up to the two saints of the West, then knelt down and bowed, performing the rite of worship. Soon, a few people argued and talked with each other, all without the previous hostility. The other side. Ling Xiao arrives at the temple of the Heavenly Palace to discuss with the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother about Yao Ji, the goddess of Wushan. Chapter 62 Hao Tian's Mouth. Kai Meng and Wu Yunxian arrived at the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Palace is filled with 1,000 streaks of rays of color. Ling Xiao, Hao Tian, and Yao Qi were sitting on top of the cloud platform. The aroma of enlightenment tea and refreshing atmosphere. Wushan goddess Yao Ji's descent to the earth is the great power of the heavenly Tao. In the poor Taoist's opinion, we don't have to intervene too much. We only need to be at the critical moment and expose the demon court's plotting and scheming. I wonder what the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother think. Ling Xiao had an elegant temperament and a gentle smile. Yao Ji's descent to the earth. Her marriage and childbirth with Yang Tianyu is the most important part of the eve of the God-sealing quantum rebellion. After all, Yang Jian's birth is an excellent thing for the heavenly court. The demon court and several disciples of the Interceptor sect wanted to use this matter to stir up the relationship between the heavenly court and the human race. So why couldn't Ling Xiao go along with it and make the best of the situation? With the help of Yang Jian, the human race and the heavenly court can be linked together. After the end of the God-sealing period, Yang Jian will become a saint in the flesh and gain the position of a god. And the human cultivators will also follow the trend of cultivating the Jindan Dao and ascending to the heavens. At those words, Hao Tian's face trembled. He really couldn't afford to let the little cabbage he had raised be given away by a mortal. Seeing this, Ling Xiao faintly explained. The poor Taoist has insight into the heavens and senses the great situation. Perhaps Yao Ji will be with that mortal and give birth to a latter-day human with a heal and talent that can rival that of Grandmaster Xian Du. This person will be blessed with immeasurable chi fortune, and should be worshipped in the hierarchy. At that instant, Hao Tian and Yao Qi revealed surprised expressions. What kind of existence is Grandmaster Xian Du? The best of the innate human race and the close disciple of Laozi Tai Ching has now long been cultivated to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, or even the peak of the realm, and is the spokesman of the human sect in the outside world. But Ling Xiao now said that the Hotian human race born by Yao Ji would have a heal and cultivation qualification comparable to that of the Xian Du Grandmaster. So how could Hao Tian not be moved? Worshipping the hierarchy, Hao Tian also knew what this represented. As the Lord of the Three Realms, this emperor should obey the heaven and respond to the Tao, and should not stop the general trend. Yao Ji's destiny should have this calamity. Then I will trouble fellow Taoist Ling Xiao to worry about this matter. Hao Tian said righteously, throwing his voice. Mouth. You're afraid you're letting go of this because you have a godly nephew. Yao Qi showed no mercy at all, revealing Hao Tian's inner thoughts. However, Yao Qi was also clear that Hao Tian, as the Lord of the Heavenly Court, adhering to the mission of the Heavenly Tao and holding the authority of the Heavenly Tao, could not disobey the Heavenly Tao and act against the trend. Since the Jade Emperor has agreed, then the poor Taoist will improvise. But after that person is born, I still have to trouble the Jade Emperor to do his duty as an uncle. Otherwise, even if I plan it however I can, I'm afraid I'll still leave some hidden dangers. The poor Taoist has come to be the villain. One of us will sing the red face and the other the black face. In Ling Zhao's mind, everything was calculated. The matter of suppressing Yao Qi would be left to him, the East Pole Qinghua Emperor. Great good. Since the Demon Court and the Interceptor sect have long been plotting, then if we stay within the 33 heavens, I'm afraid that it will cause them to bind their hands and feet. How about this Emperor and the Queen Mother? Following fellow Taoist Ling Xiao to Panglai Immortal Island as their guests? Hao Tian nodded gently, and then the corner of his mouth lifted up a smile. So much the better. Ling Xiao didn't think much about it and directly agreed. And so, accompanied by the heavenly soldiers and generals and Tai Bai Jinxing, Hao Tian, Yao Qi, and Ling Xiao left the heavenly court through the east heavenly gate, and then headed in the direction of Panglai Immortal Island. The movements of a few people were soon made known to Lu Press and the others. Fengqi Mountain, Demon Emperor Palace. The corners of Lu Ji's mouth were almost grinning to the roots of his ears as he said excitedly, the Jade Emperor, the Queen Mother, and the others left the 33 heavens, and now that the heavenly court is empty, it's the perfect time to count on Yao Ji. The three-headed scaly dragon is tainted with lustful and evil thoughts, so perhaps it will plot against Yao Ji. At that time, we don't even need my demon court to make a move. This plan will be a success. Feverish and furious. Before that it was all Ling Xiao who represented the heavenly court and suppressed the demon court and the Interceptor sect, and now that he is attacking and defending the alien, it is time to raise his eyebrows and take revenge. When he thought of this, Lu Pressure's mood was incomparably clear. and a mouthful of long pent-up anger was spat out from his abdomen. What the Demon Emperor said is very true. If the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother were in the Heavenly Court, we would still have to be afraid of them, but now that they've gone to Panglai Immortal Island, we'll be able to start moving. The Demon Saint K. Meng said to Lu Press in a neutral tone. The matter of the Four Seas Dragon Clan had caused him to lose face. Now, K. Meng was going to strike again, and the one who traveled with him to the Heavenly Court was Wu Yunxian. Senior K. Meng, senior brother Wu Yunxian, you still have to be careful on this trip. The traitor Ling Xiao has a meticulous mind. Even though Nuwa has covered up the heavenly chances, the poor Taoist is still worried that our plot will leak out, so we must prepare for the worst. The turtle spirit Holy Mother narrowed her eyes filled with killing intent. At the time Ling Xiao severed his karma with the interceptors, his true colors were exposed, and he blurted out that the disciples of the interceptors were all hairy, wet-born ovipositors. These words were always remembered by turtle spirit Holy Mother, so she thinks Ling Xiao is a hypocrite. And as for the so-called bowing and scraping, I'm afraid it's just a calculation on his part. Please rest assured, senior sister turtle spirit, the poor Taoist and elder K. Mang will definitely live up to your trust, and let Ling Xiao, the Jade Emperor, and the others know what will happen if they offend my interceptor sect, and the demon court as well. Which mountain goddess Yao Ji? Just the beginning, Cloudy Mortal Cloud said to the crowd. Soon, K. Mang and Wu Yunxian crossed the void and headed towards the 33rd heaven. Ting Wangxian, Lu Press and the others were drinking wine and enjoying the dance of the many female immortals of the demon race, not realizing that their calculations and plots had long been known by several people in Lingxiao. Panglai Immortal Island. Under the nunsuch peach tree, Ling Xiao, Wang Shu, and Haotian were sitting on top of a rattan chair, and next to them was a jade mirror that was about 10 feet square, revealing a mysterious aura, with images constantly deriving from it. It is the very best innate spiritual treasure Haotian mirror. Through this mirror, Haotian is able to deduce all things. Insight into the flood world. K. Mang and Wu Yunxian have already stepped into the 33rd heaven, and they are heading towards the Great Luo Heaven where the Ling Xiao Palace is located, so I'm sure it won't be long before their plot succeeds. Killing intent was derived in Haotian's heart as he stared at the scene in the Haotian mirror. Having to watch Xiao Ji go through the calamity with his own eyes was too painful for him as an older brother. However, Haotian also left a thought. He burned down all the scenes in the Haotian mirror. These images would be useful in the future. The winds and clouds of the God-sealing quantum revenge are rising. The chi of the quantum revenge is evolving between heaven and earth. And the more calculating K. Mang and Wu Yunxian are, the deeper they will be plunged into the quantum revenge. On the contrary, we, the gods and goddesses of the heavenly court, will stay out of this quantitative calamity, so there is no need to be afraid of the demon court and the interceptor sect jumping up and down. They are taking their own lives. Ling Xiao lightly drank the enlightenment tea and leaned back on the rattan chair leisurely. The God-sealing quantum revelation was aimed at many sects. The heavenly court adheres to the order of the heavenly Tao and exercises the authority of the heavenly Tao, and the chi of the quantum revelation will not contaminate the heavenly court gods and goddesses, which is why Ling Xiao, at the very beginning, hoped that the disciples of the interceptor sect would be able to go up to the heaven and be ordained as gods, to get rid of the attack of the chi of quantum karma, or even to completely dissolve quantum karma. It's just that Lord Tong Tian and the interceptors don't have a big picture view and don't cherish this opportunity. Little friend Ling Xiao, we have come to pay a visit. Just then, Daoist Red Cloud's voice rang out. With a slight movement of Ling Xiao's divine thoughts, he only saw 4 figures treading in the air above the vast eastern sea, namely the 2 saints of the west, the Red Cloud Daoist, and a charmingly dressed female immortal, blood-winged black mosquito of the Hongmeng fierce beast, Taoist Wen Jing. I didn't expect that old ancestor sticks would allow Daoist Wen Jing to worship under the seat of the 2 saints of the west, so in that case, then this God-sealing quantum revenge will be even more confusing. With a pinch of his fingers, Ling Xiao gained insight into the heavens. As the East Extremity Qinghua Emperor, coupled with the fact that he was in charge of the creation pure world Tao, his ability to deduce heavenly chances was no less than that of a heavenly Tao saint. Without the slightest hesitation, Ling Xiao opened the prohibition barrier and personally went to greet the 3 latecomers have met the 2 saints and Senior Red Cloud. Ling Xiao made a Taoist bow and saluted, welcoming several people into Panglai Immortal Island. It was only when they landed on the top of the Immortal Mountain that they saw the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother sitting under the nunsuch peach tree. Elder Brother Guiding and Elder Brother Junti, long time no see. Haotian smiled skinlessly and greeted the 2 saints of the west. Seeing this, Jain and Junti did not move, suppressing the embarrassment in their hearts. After all, in the Purple Heaven Palace when discussing the sealing of the gods, they did not give Haotian a good face. Now, in turn, it was their turn to be passive. Fellow Taoists, take it easy. This is little friend Ling Xiao's dojo. We cannot make things difficult for him. At the critical moment, it was Taoist Red Cloud who spoke out to remind him, and only then did Haotian smile blandly and sit back on top of the rattan chair. Guiding and Junti obediently sat down as well. When seeing the picture in the Haotian realm, the guide raised his eyebrows slightly. Ling Xiao, little friend, Jade Emperor, what are you guys up to? The two people, K Mang and Wu Yunxian, how did they get inside the Ling Xiao palace? A dumbfounded, fox-filled face, Junti and Taoist Red Cloud, too, had puzzled looks on their faces. K Mang and Wu Yunxian, a sneaky look in the picture. Chapter 63. The three-headed scaly dragon battled Yao Ji. Ling Xiao Palace. K Mang and Wu Yunxian manifested their forms and collected their own auras. After surveying the surroundings, Yun Yusin shrugged and let go of the spirit that had been straining. Elder K Mang, that three-headed scaly dragon is wrapped around the heavenly pillar in front of us, and now as long as we strike lustful desires into his body, he will break free from his bonds and become completely violent. Yao Ji is in charge of the heavenly lust realm. She is extremely sensitive to all kinds of desires. She will definitely be the first to descend here, and a great battle will be inevitable then. Wu Yunxian's eyes revealed cunning as he slowly said to K Mang, when he thought of Yao Ji having to suffer the ravages of the three-headed dragon, and having to marry and have children with a mortal, and doing things that disobeyed the laws of heaven, his Tao heart was trembling with excitement. The Jade Emperor's sister, falling from grace. The excitement and the thrill of revenge is not something that can be felt by the average person. Great good. K Mang looked ahead and saw a 10,000-foot heavenly pillar supporting the heavenly palace. On it, along about tens of thousands of feet of augur dragon. It scales with a ghostly dark light. In the dark there is a ferocious aura escaping. Look at the cultivation is certainly in the middle stage of the Tai Jinxian realm. The mana moves slightly, only to see a ball of energy emitting a bizarre aura, appearing in K Mang's hands, regaling the heart and carrying demonic rules of the Tao. When Wu Yunxian saw this, her body trembled slightly. Lustful desire, not to be underestimated. Go! K Mang's jade sleeve lightly waved, and lustful desire turned into streams of light and flew into the body of that three-headed Jiaolong. Glancing at each other with Wu Yunxian, the two of them merged their figures into the void. Boom! Loud bangs were heard, and the great hall shook slightly. With the flickering of the mysterious light, the three-headed dragon opened its eyes, and the ferocious aura around its body, as well as the evil thoughts could not be suppressed any longer, and immediately turned into a surging tide, stirring within the Lingxiao treasure hall. Roar! Who the hell is counting on me? The three-headed augur roared in rage as he felt his sanity being devoured. That desire for evil thoughts inspired his instincts, but what was rather strange was that while those energies were running amok in his body, his bloodline had become even more refined, and even his strength had increased a bit. However, the spiritual platform is stained with dust, the mind of the Wei is unclear, and the Yuanshin have all become muddled. In the next instant, the evil thoughts and ferocious aura annihilated the last of the sanity. The three-headed scaly dragon looked towards the sky above the heavenly palace, where there was a dragon pearl emitting a dazzling golden light, and he opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the pearl into his stomach. Immediately after that, with open teeth and claws, he broke through the gate of the heavenly palace, and then headed in the direction of the southern heavenly gate. Elder K Mang, the fish is hooked. Dark Cloud Immortal looked towards the direction where the three-headed Jiaolong had fled away. There was a valiant female immortal with a long sword standing in the air. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed and her vast aura was locked onto the three-headed Jiaolong. Wind hairpin sword. With a cold snort, Yao Ji attacked the three-headed dragon. Wickedness is unchanged and lust is entangled. Three-headed Jiaolong, if you tie your hands and surrender, I can plead with the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother to ask for leniency from you. If you persist, then I won't blame you for being impolite. After a moment of entanglement, Yao Ji said indifferently, as the Jade Emperor's sister, her cultivation level wasn't really that high, and she was only in the middle stage of Tai Golden Immortal. When battling against the three-headed Jiaolong that had lost its sanity and had a strong body, Yao Ji was obviously struggling a bit, and she also seemed to have sensed that something was wrong with the three-headed Jiaolong. This person, whose cultivation was rising, seemed to be about to break through some kind of barrier. Death to those who stand in my way. The three-headed scaly dragon looked up to the sky and transformed into a tall man, dressed in a black and gold-colored Taoist robe and a hideous jade crown. His eyes were filled with a violent and ferocious aura while he stared lustfully at Yao Ji. Your Highness Goddess, the three-headed scaly dragon has devoured the dragon pearl that the Dragon King of the East Sea offered to the Jade Emperor. If he were to refine it, then he would definitely break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm and then wreak havoc on heaven and earth. Just then, a celestial general came hurriedly. Turning to Yao Ji, he said with an anxious face. He was guarding the palace of heavenly jade, but he allowed the three-headed dragon to break through the gate and stole the dragon pearl.
This heavenly general could already imagine what would happen to him and the rest of his brothers. In the lesser case, they would be sent to the heavenly prison for dereliction of duty. In the greater case, they would be stripped of their immortal bones and reincarnated. But either way, it's not something they can afford. Get out of here, all of you. The three-headed dragon hissed and began to refine the dragon pearl. Taking advantage of the gap between that heavenly general and Yao Qi's talk, the three-headed scaly dragon burned its essence blood and mana, and immediately broke through the shackles and restraints, escaping from the southern heavenly gate and heading towards the flood continent. The moment, evil thoughts and desires grow, and the three-headed dragon is no longer willing to live under people for a long time. In the temple of the heavenly palace, he is just a mascot for the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother to enjoy, but in the flooded heavens and earth, he is the king of dragons and the ultimate demon. At the thought of this, the three-headed augur dragon completely gave up. I'll go after the three-headed Jiao dragon. You quickly ask the 9 heavenly mysteries for help. Yao Ji instructed and then chased after the three-headed augur dragon. A few moments later, the 9 heavens and clouds were filled with killing intent. Yao Ji was holding the Fengzhan sword. Her powerful sword sound tore through the wind and clouds. Opposite her was the evil-looking three-headed Jiaolong, who was currently looking her up and down, her face glowing with lechery. Your Divine Highness, why should you be bitter toward me? As things stand, I also have to thank that existence that secretly calculates, who's allowed me to break free from my shackles, gain such a cultivation level, and also refine the dragon pearl. My lustful desires are about to be suppressed, so don't make a mistake for yourself. The three-headed augur dragon formed its hands into claws, and the veins on its forehead bulged. Now he has embraced evil thoughts and desires, so his character has become even more flamboyant. However, no matter how arrogant, the three-headed Jiaolong did not dare to get his hands on Yao Ji, or else what was waiting for him would not be Yao Ji's pursuit, but the heavenly court's execution. Thus, forcibly holding back the lust in his heart, the three-headed Jiaolong did not lay a hand on Yao Ji either. I rule the realm of desire and can dissolve the desire in you. Let go of your mind and stabilize your breath. It will only take a few hours for you to regain your usual calmness. This is your last chance. If you are still unrepentant, then there really is no way back. Yao Ji tightly gripped the phoenix hairpin sword and stared scornfully at the three-headed augur dragon. After gradually refining the dragon pearl, the cultivation of the three-headed augur dragon was raised to the late Tai golden immortal realm. If it was a head-on battle, Yao Ji really didn't have the certainty to suppress the three-headed augur dragon. Stubborn. I'm not going to try to be a smart ass with you. The three-headed scaly dragon let out a furious rebuke, and immediately battled with Yao Ji. Avatar attacks flew in the sky. However, it didn't take long for blood to flow from the corner of Yao Ji's mouth, and her origin was damaged. Seeing this scene, the three-headed Jiaolong didn't hold back, only to see him mobilizing his entire body's mana as his tyrannical attack landed on top of Yao Ji's chest. Flesh damaged, heart in pieces, the mana gradually drained away and the vitality began to fall away. In Yao Ji's unwilling exclamation of shock, she fell straight towards the earth, her blood floating in the air. The scene looked extremely miserable. The three-headed scaly dragon did not stay. He directly disappeared into a long river and went forward to contain the violent mana and find a way to completely refine the dragon pearl. Pity. It's really saddening that the determination of a three-headed augur dragon would be so strong. It's really saddening that he was able to restrain his lustful heart when he was tainted by lustful desires for his Yuanshan true spirit. It's just a shame we can't get the dragons involved. Kaimeng stroked his chin with a look of regret. The fact that the three-headed dragon had only seriously injured Yao Ji did not make the Jade Emperor hold a grudge against the dragons. After all, it was his doing alone. However, if Yao Ji were to be defiled, it would damage the honorable prestige of the heavenly court and the face of the Jade Emperor. Sessions. Any augur with a lustful nature and any living being tainted with dragon blood will be subject to undeserved disaster and the liquidation of the Jade Emperor. But in that case, the dragons will surely rise up. Yao Ji's heart veins are destroyed. Although she can't die, she won't be able to recover her vitality and mana for a long time to come. There is a mortal scholar in the land of the Yao Ji Fall, and everything that happens next will go according to our plan. Elder Kaimeng, it's time for us to go to Fengqi Mountain to resume our orders. Wu Yunxian and Kaimeng did not follow Yao Ji anymore, but headed towards Fengqi Mountain. Panglai Immortal Island. The people who knew everything through the Haotian mirror looked at each other. Kaimeng, Wu Yunxian, you will die. Exasperate the emperor. Hao Tian was furious and slapped his hand on top of the jade table. In his heart, he was anxious and couldn't wait to save Yao Ji right now, but there is no way. The great trend of heaven cannot be violated. This is Yao Ji's calamity. Chapter 64 Sigma Man, Yogi, are you for real? Look, you're in a hurry again. Ling Xiao looked at Hao Tian and said with a bland face. Being familiar with the trend of the feudal quantum revelation and having insight into all things in the heavens, Ling Xiao understands what Yao Ji's revelation is, and what she will encounter after she falls to the mortal world. Therefore, Ling Xiao was extremely calm. Unlike Hao Tian, who was restless, Yao Ji is this emperor's sister. Watching Kei Meng and Wu Yunxian scheme against Yao Ji, this emperor's heart just doesn't feel right, Hao Tian said painfully. The crowd could not help but watch this scene, but they all suppressed the smiles at the corners of their mouths. Taoist Red Cloud lightly waved his jade sleeve. The 12 pieces of karmic fire Red Lotus hung in the void, a wisp of flame incinerating space and escaping with a terrifying pressure. Little friend Ling Xiao, take it. The karma fire Red Lotus has a karmic connection with you. My karma with Old Man Sticks has been settled, and he knows the purpose for which I plotted the karma fire Red Lotus here. Taoist Red Cloud had a kind face as he said to Ling Xiao. Seeing this, Ling Xiao didn't squirm, as he bowed slightly, and then he put the karma fire Red Lotus within the system space. This time, I was able to obtain the Red Lotus of karma fire thanks to the 2 saints and Senior Red Cloud, Ling Xiao said slowly with a smile on his face. Shaping the 36 pure white lotus heels requires melting the rest of the 4 directions of the lotus platform. The golden lotus of merit and the black lotus of extinction had long since been transformed into a part of his origin, and now the red lotus of the 12 karmic fires had also arrived. The 24 pints of the green lotus of creation transformed into the green ping sword, the Tai whisk, and the 3 treasures jade ruin. The Qing Ping sword has long been under his control, and the 3 treasures jade rui is also within his reach. That is, the Tai duster is the treasure of Laozi of the Tai Qing dynasty, and he has not come into contact with this heavenly saint at this time. However, Ling Xiao was not in a hurry. The car was in the right place. There's no need to be polite. Little friend, look at the Haotian mirror. Junti folded his arms and did not take credit for it, pointing at the Haotian mirror, only to see the picture inside evolve. Yao Ji's situation seemed to be not good. The heart and veins were shattered. The Yuan Shen was disorganized, and the origin was seriously injured. The corners of Yao Ji's mouth were bleeding, and the divine light in her eyes became gradually dimmed. Unless I reunite my heart veins, I can't use my mana at all, and if I pull one to start the whole body, I'm afraid I'll really be dead by then. The 3-headed augur said that someone was counting on him. So who exactly is this person? Yogi has a quick mind and smart qualifications. Soon, she vaguely surmised that the great power that was secretly plotting was perhaps not targeting the 3-headed augur dragon, but herself. But right now, she couldn't even use her mana, let alone find out the real culprit behind the scene. Girl, are you okay? Right at this moment, a young man dressed in plain robes and leading a donkey noticed Yao Ji from afar, and he immediately opened his mouth to inquire. Sword brows, a face of justice, and a bookish air about him. Who are you? Yao Ji covered her chest and stared at the man warily. Between his eyebrows, streamers flashed. Only when she saw that the person in front of her did not have any cultivation and was immortal did she slightly relax her mind. My name is Yang Tianyu and I live in a nearby village. I see the girl is badly hurt. Do you need help? Yang Tianyu said with clear eyes, sizing up Yao Ji. In the back of his mind, it was a bit of curiosity. In the middle of nowhere, this beautiful woman in front of her, she could not be the lonely ghosts and evil demons that the old people in the village said, right? I heard that female ghosts and fox spirits, favorite to suck the yang energy of the readers. At the thought of this, Yang Tianyu's heart thumped. The hands hidden under his robes trembled slightly, and he felt hasty. No harm done. Yao Ji shook her head. She was only seriously injured and couldn't die for the time being. In Yang Tianyu's eyes, Yao Ji was looking so pitiful that she seemed to be saying that she was fine, but in fact she was luring him to fall into the land of doom. Invisible brainstorming is the most deadly. Since there's nothing else for the girl to do, I'll take my leave. Take care. Yang Tianyu moved quickly and directly rolled over onto the donkey. With a slap on the donkey's ass, he fled in the direction of the village in a flash. Yogi was left alone, messed up in the wind. Better find a place to heal first. Yao Ji held her forehead and sighed softly, and she took care of herself towards the top of the mountain, where the essence of the sun and the moon were collected, and the spiritual chi of the heaven and earth was also the most concentrated. Panglai Immortal Island. The people who witnessed the scene were dumbfounded. Ling Xiao frowned slightly and said in his heart, this is not the same as what Pauline Lamp acted out either. Yang Tianyu. Is it hard to be a Sigma man with a missing brain? With a pinch of his fingers, Ling Xiao learned the ins and outs. It turned out that it was Yang Tianyu who had over-brainstormed and treated Yao Ji as a ghost demon. Talent. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. He activated his magic power and stirred up the heavenly chances to promote the marriage between Yang Tianyu and Yao Ji. For a while, Ling Xiao actually felt like he had become a moon lord. This damned mortal. How dare he leave this emperor's sister in the middle of nowhere and slip away on his own feet? When I find the opportunity, I will definitely beat him severely. With a belly full of fire, Hao Tian could only pour in the enlightenment tea.
Yao Ji is a famous and outstanding female immortal in the heavenly court, and now that she has fallen to such a state, it really makes his elder brother's heart ache. Jade Emperor, calm down. Yang Tianyou's nature is pure and good, and there is nothing else wrong with him. And read on. Ling Xiao couldn't help but cry and laugh, and could only pacify Haotian. The eyes fell on the picture within the Haotian mirror, only to see that Yang Tianyu and Yao Ji had lowered their guard, and they were within a temple with oil lamps on the ground. Miss Yao Ji, I was offended much earlier. I thought you were a demon. These oil lamps were borrowed from several villages around the area that I searched for, and they will certainly help you set up the 8 trigrams formation. Yang Tianyu looked at the oil lamp on the ground. His face once again flashed a trace of apology. At this moment, he already knew Yao Ji's identity, the Wushan goddess of the heavenly court, a being who wields supreme magical power and is also the sister of the Jade Emperor. Apart from respect, Yang Tianyu had no distractions in his mind. With pleasure, Yao Ji nodded gently. Then she sat down in the Bagua formation. The firelight swayed, accompanied by the rolling of heaven and earth aura and the fall of faint starlight. The originally shaky Yuanshan completely stabilized, and even the damaged origin was restored. However, the broken heart vein was not healed at all. There was an endless amount of fury and desire destroying Yao Ji's vitality, and even though she used her heavenly eyes, she was unable to clear the energy. After a long time, Yao Ji could only stop. Miss Yao Ji, have you recovered from your injuries? Why don't you look for a way to ask for help from the heavenly court first? With the help of the heavenly court gods and goddesses. Yang Tianyu was spouting advice for Yao Ji. I don't know. The moment Ji Meng and Wu Yunxian had counted on Yao Ji, the heaven and earth had been constantly surging with robberies, and the several great powers of that demon court had covered up the heavenly chances, not giving the 9 heavenly Xian maiden and the others a chance to find Yao Ji. Moreover, Yao Ji should be robbed, married to Yang Tianyu and had a child, which is the great trend of sealing the gods and cannot be stopped. I was set upon by someone to be in this position. I forced my mana and sent a message to the heavenly court fearing that it would be blocked by the person behind the curtain, and it would be like a muddy cow entering the sea with no sound from the bird, unless the damaged heart vein is repaired. My injuries cannot be healed at all. Yao Ji sat down on the ground and narrated to Yang Tianyu. After hearing that her heart vein was destroyed and her heart was also scratched by the 3-headed dragon, Yang Tianyu was not only concerned but also curious. If the heart of a bystander is fitted to your body, will your wounds be restored? Yang Tianyou's brain erupted with an aura, and he hurriedly said to Yao Ji. At these words, Yao Ji raised her head and looked at him strangely. You may look like you're out of touch and out of your mind, but sometimes you're quite reliable. How about lending your heart to me? Just like that, you're dead. A meaningful expression flashed across Yao Ji's face as she stared blankly at Yang Tianyu. For a certain moment, she seemed slightly disoriented. It felt like I had developed a different emotion towards Yang Tianyu. Miss Yao Ji, are you for real? Yang Tianyu looked at Yao Ji in shock with an unbelievable expression. Obviously, she is a fair lady and a supreme female immortal. Why would she say such miserable, cold and icy words? But soon, Yang Tianyu discarded the distractions. Take my heart. You are a deity of the heavenly court, and you are also tasked with the mission of hunting down the 3-headed Jiao dragon. Now if you delay, then the people of the Zhongshan will suffer the persecution of the 3-headed Jiao dragon. Perhaps my mission in meeting you was to give you my heart. Chapter 65 Yuan Shi Tianzun was fished into a warped mouth. The lights swayed in the darkness. Yang Tianyou's sound words made Yao Ji have a hint of respect for this mortal scholar for the first time, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. There's no need to rip out your heart. We can just share one. It's just that by that time, the minds are connected and the destinies are connected in life. If I die, then you will also be destroyed in form and in spirit. Yao Ji's red lips opened slightly as she spoke. As a mid-Tai golden immortal cultivator, she was able to survive even if her heart veins were destroyed. It was just that the hard-to-heal injuries made it difficult for her to regain her mana. The only way is to share a heart with Yang Tianyu, so I don't have to die? Miss Yao Ji, you should start. Yang Tianyu felt a pique in his words. Next, along with the rolling of the spiritual qi of the heaven and earth, Yao Ji integrated Yang Tianyou's heart into her own body, and soon the two of them were so connected that they could know what was in each other's heart without speaking. Miss Yao Ji, now that you have a heart, you will be able to recover from your injuries very quickly. At that time, you will be able to capture the 3-headed Jiao dragon, fulfill your duties, and head to the heavenly court to resume your duties. I'm immortal and mortal, so why don't we just leave it at that? Yang Tianyu looked at Yao Ji and said slowly. Even though he had a feeling of a lump in his throat, he still continued to speak. How can a mere mortal dare to play with the gods and goddesses of heaven? When Yao Ji returned to the heavenly court, she would be able to find a way to remodel her heart veins. and then she wouldn't have to share a heart with him. If you want to cultivate, I'll teach you. Your heart is flooded with desire, but you're trying desperately to suppress it, wanting to get rid of it with me. It's just that when you parted half of your heart with me, you and I became entangled in karma, and this is the calamity of my destiny. Yao Ji covered her chest, where the sound of throbbing came from. Sharing one heart, how could Yao Ji not understand Yang Tianyu's mind? As the goddess who ruled over the realm of lust, she had a deep understanding of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and knew that she had entered the karmic tribulation, and that she would have to overcome this worldly love tribulation in order to have a smooth Taoist mind. Next, everything fell into place. Yao Ji and Yang Tianyu let go of their mustiness and shackles, and the two of them chose to face their hearts and spend their lives in this human world. Panglai Immortal Island. Immortal mist and rich aura. The Haotian mirror turned into a stream of light, and was taken into the Yuan Shan by Haotian. This Yang Tianyu is quite a bit self-aware, knowing that he is not worthy of this emperor's sister. But this person is pure in heart. Even if his qualifications are not able to follow his feet, he is still able to achieve something. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, I still hope that when the time comes, you will give Yang Tianyu strength, Hao Tian said without any humor. In his heart, he gradually recognized Yang Tianyu. The qualification can't be upgraded with the heal, but with the pile of cultivation resources and by virtue of hard practice, one can also transform into an immortal. Hao Tian secretly made up his mind. If Yang Tianyu dared to give up halfway and indulge in Yao Ji's tenderness, he would let this person know the thunderous wrath of being the lord of the heavenly court. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao said gently, "Don't worry. According to the heavenly laws, immortals and mortals should not be involved in marriage karma. Now that both Yao Ji and Yang Tianyu have violated the heavenly laws, I will play the role of this villain. As for Yang Tianyu, the Jade Emperor doesn't have to worry. He won't let you down." Yang Tianyu, Heart of Justice, seems to be a cowardly scholar, but in fact, the outer soft inner strength, the body of the clanking bones, know their own responsibility and bear. It's all about immortal fan fornication. Yang Tianyu is the manliest one. Lu Yanchang. The dog dislikes it. Little friend Ling Xiao, the Jade Emperor, and the Queen Mother, we masters and brothers will take our leave first. Junti and Jain stood up, and the former said to a few people, it was a heavenly good thing for Taoist Manjing to worship the Western sect. Now it was necessary to return to Mount Sumeru as early as possible to teach Taoist Wenjing the infinite Buddhist Dharma, so that she could cleanse the fury and violence of being a ferocious beast of the Hongmeng, and cultivate the qi of Buddhist merit and virtue in her body. Yes, Ling Xiao did not stay too long and watched the two Western saints leave. Time passes and the winds change. Red Cloud Taoist, Jade Emperor, the Queen Mother also all left. Panglai Island and only Ling Xiao and Wang Shu, the two in the nonpareil peach tree, an ambiguous look of love. Husband, when are you going to travel to the Kunlun Mountains? Wang Shu stroked Ling Xiao's head and asked with a tender expression. After molding the 36 pure white lotus heels, the two of them would be able to practice Taoist couples. And now all that was missing was the 3 treasures Jade Ruin and the Tai Duster. When Yang Tianyu and Yaoji get married and have children, I will head to the Kunlun Mountains. According to my deduction of the heavenly chants, they will have 2 sons and a daughter, and all 3 of these heirs are people who are endowed with qi, and will also make waves in the God-sealing quantum revelation. Yaoi's second son, who is related to the hierarchy. Ling Xiao squeezed Wang Shu's jade hand and said with a face of enjoyment, Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, Yang Chan. With Ling Xiao's blessing behind the scenes, Yang Jiao will escape the fate of perishing, while Yang Jian, when worshipped under the jade tripod truthfulness, will be tainted with the karma of Nuwa in the original flood situation. But since they were planning to count on the demon court, there had to be a change in where Yang Chan was going. The big picture cannot be changed, but the small picture can be changed. Yang Chan does not have the Pauline lamp and will have other treasures. So it is. Wang Shu lethargically leaned back on the rattan chair, no longer caring about these things. All of his mind was on Ling Xiao. The flood does not count the years. Nearly a decade flew by with the snap of a finger. The matter of Yao Ji and Yang Tianyu's fornication and violation of the heavenly laws gradually spreads among the 3 worlds, and the demon court is secretly plotting to put pressure on the heavenly court. The 10,000 tribes of the flood, too, were somewhat agitated. The Jade Emperor's sister went down to the earth privately and married a mortal scholar and had a child. The honorable authority of the heavenly court was rubbed on the ground, and some immortal officials, gods and goddesses, were also talking about it in private. Seeing this, Ling Xiao no longer hesitated and stepped on the red dust sword tire, heading towards the Kunlun Mountains. It is an honor for us, the disciples of the hierarchy, to have the great Emperor Qinghua of the Eastern Pole come to my Kunlun Mountain. The Heavenly Father is already waiting in the Jade Void Palace, so please follow us there. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao,
The jade tripod realist raised his voice and said to Ling Xiao, who was flying on his sword and hanging over the Kunlun Mountains. His eyes swept over the red dust sword tire with a look of envy. The rest of the people, such as Guangchang Zi and the South Pole Immortal Wang, were also staring at the red dust sword tire with scorching eyes. After all, who wouldn't want to own an innate supreme treasure? Great, good. Ling Xiao made a Dao Bao in return and followed behind the 12 golden immortals and the others. Soon, Ling Xiao appeared inside the Jade Void Palace. Latecomer has met the Heavenly Father, and has met Elder Burning Lamp. Ling Xiao looked towards the first Heavenly Father and the lantern burning Taoist before bowing slightly and saluting. Shun heaven and pay attention to etiquette. This scene made the first Heavenly Father like it even more, and he hurriedly invited Ling Xiao to sit on top of the futon, in front of the East Pole's great Emperor Cheng Hua. The poor Taoist doesn't dare to call himself a senior. If young friend Ling Xiao doesn't mind, in the future, you can address me as the Burning Lamp Vice Sect Leader. Taoist Light Burning Lamp's face was piled with smiles as he slowly said to Ling Xiao. Seeing this, Ling Xiao responded. The God ceiling measure had not yet fallen, and the hierarchy had not risen up in civil strife. Nowadays, the lamp-burning Taoist, the Sihang Taoist and others are all loyal to the hierarchy and have not yet changed their minds. Little friend Ling Xiao, you have truly impressed this seat. I thought you were brave enough when you were in the Interceptor sect, but ever since you got out of the quagmire of the Interceptor sect, you've skyrocketed, and you've directly made it into the Dao ancestors' eyes. Even this seat is a bit awed by this pile of battle achievements. A kind smile appeared on the solemn face of the first Heavenly Father. Immediately, he did not mince words of praise at all and said to Ling Xiao, Hongjun Taoist ancestor with the body to merge the Tao, should have in the Tao of heaven to seek the great things of the flood, but in the earth awakening, Jin Yuanzi certified to become a saint in front of him, but he did the old six, directly backstabbing the Tao of heaven. This incident, so that the beginning of the Heavenly Father for a long time cannot forget. After all, Hongjun Taoist ancestor, this move, is not it in the demolition of the hierarchy stage? Ancestor disobeyed the way of heaven. Who dares to think? The root cause of all of this is in Ling Xiao, so Yuanshi Tianzun has more respect for this East Pole Changhua Dadi. In addition to being optimistic, your Heavenly Father has praised me too much. The poor Taoist is merely adhering to the general trend in following it. The Dao ancestor is highly respected, sacrificed himself to merge the Dao with his body, and as one of the flood wasteland crown beings, was ordained by him to be the East Pole Qinghua Emperor. So I have to share the Dao ancestors' worries, don't I? But if we're talking about obeying heaven and emphasizing the Dao, Heavenly Father is my predecessor. Perhaps in the Dao ancestors' place, you are the existence he favors the most among the disciples. Ling Xiao practiced the principle of reciprocity and also flattered the first Heavenly Father. But what he says is far from empty. Among the three Qing, only Yuanshi Tianzun was given the heavenly Dao exotic treasure of the celebration clouds of the heavens by ancestor Hongjun Dao while obtaining the innate supreme treasure of the Pango streamer, the heavenly celebration clouds. But the vast and righteous qi in the chest of the great god Pangu was transformed, and the implication of this was much deeper. Little friend Ling Xiao has made this seat embarrassed. Dare I ask what my young friend is doing on this trip? The corners of the first Heavenly Father's mouth grinned up to the roots of his ears, directly being fished into a warped mouth by Ling Xiao. It was only after a long time that he asked about Ling Xiao's reason for coming. Chapter 66, 2 Extreme Innate Spiritual Treasures. Xian Du wanted to take on a disciple. Jade Void Palace. Within the main hall, Ling Xiao said slowly and calmly. Yao Ji came down to earth and gave birth to 2 sons and a daughter with Yang Tianyu. Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Yang Chan are all people with deep followers' fortune, and they should have immeasurable creation and fortune. Yang Jian has a destiny with the Elucidation sect. He should be a disciple of the Elucidation sect and worship under the seat of the Jade Emperor. The poor Taoist would like to exchange this master-disciple karma for the 3 treasures Jade Ruin in the hands of Heavenly Father. May I ask what Heavenly Father would like to do? The words fell and rippled. The hierarchy disciples discussed and then deduced everything about Yang Jian. Upon hearing this, the first Heavenly Father came to a sudden realization and said, that day at Fengqi Mountain, this seat was going to give the 3 treasures Jade Ruin to my little friend, but you refused on the pretext of cause and effect. So, you've been planning this for a while. Between the words, without the slightest hesitation, the first Heavenly Father offered the 3 treasures Jade Ruin. Auspicious qi surging, flooded with white jade light, seems to have a curl of immortal qi lingering. Between waving it, it can call the wind and rain, control heavenly phenomena, ward off evil spirits and suppress demons, and possess the power of 10,000 pounds. Little friend Ling Xiao, this 3 treasures Jade Ruin shall be destined for you. The jade sleeve lightly waved, and the 3 treasures Jade Ruins landed in Ling Xiao's arms. Sensing the vastness of the creation origin therein, Ling Xiao's Yuan Shun and true spirit both trembled slightly.
and he was just one final Tai whisk away from shaping the 36 pure white lotus heel. Thank you, Heavenly Father. Ling Xiao stood up and made a Dao bow. With a flip of his right hand, he put the three treasures jade ruins within the system space. At this time, Tai Zhengrong asked in a grudging manner, as one of the 12 golden immortals of the hierarchy, Poverty Road is above Yudingshi D in both cultivation and combat power. Why can't I become Yang Jian's master? Yang Jiao. Yang Chan is also gifted disciples. Also should be my hierarchy disciples. I do not know whether fellow Taoist Ling Xiao can change a little? Who is Ling Xiao? The red man in the eyes of the East Pole's Qinghua Emperor and Hongjun Dao ancestor. If they can get into Ling Xiao's eyes, then Yang Jiao, Yang Jian and Yang Chan are all non-trivial. And all Tai masters would like to do nothing and directly incorporate these three people into hierarchy. Fellow Taoists and heavenly honored ones, Yao Ji's fornication with Yang Tianyu to give birth to a child is an act that violates the laws of heaven. Yang Jian carries the mandate of heaven, so he should use hatred as a motivation to cultivate, so that he can finally come to a great realization. Fellow Taoist Jade Tripod knows all the laws of the three realms and is also an existence that is not afraid of anything, so it is most appropriate for him to become Yang Jian's master. After all, in poor Tao's deduction, this disciple of fellow Taoist Jade Tripod is an existence that dares to turn the heavens and the earth upside down. Fellow Taoist Tai, you don't want Yang Jian to make a big trouble for you, do you? Ling Xiao was worried and explained to the crowd. After hearing his words, the first heavenly father pinched his fingers and projected. Soon, an inexplicable smile was on his lips. Little friend Ling Xiao, Yang Chan should join my elucidation sect. As for the matter of disobeying the rules of the heavenly Tao and offending senior sister Niwa, this seat will bear it all. Yang Chan is kind by nature and has a pure heart, so she shall worship under the seat of Cihang. It is a sound that cannot be disobeyed. With a slight movement of his magical power, only a spiritual lamp above the Jade Void Palace landed in front of Taoist Cihang. Jade Void Glazed Lamp, one of the four great spiritual lamps of the flood. Turning to Cihang Taoist, the first heavenly father said, Yang Chan's fortune is extraordinary, and she deserves a spiritual lamp. This Jade Void Glazed Lamp will be a gift for her to join the hierarchy and worship you as her teacher. Yang Jian has a strong temperament, but he is easily confused by anger. Only with Yang Chan by his side can he understand that hatred is only a shackle, and great love is the root. In the blink of an eye, before Yang Chan had even worshipped the hierarchy, she was bestowed with the gift of the first heavenly father. Taoist Cihang nodded and saluted, taking the Jade Void Glazed Lamp into his bag. Seeing this, Ling Xiao did not say any more. He knew that the first heavenly father's mind was made up, and that in his plan, Yang Chan should not be involved in karma with Niwa. Now that the first heavenly father was so rigid, he wasn't worried about running into Niwa. Yang Jian has joined the seat of Master Jade Tripod, and Yang Chan has become the disciple of Master Cihang. It seems that poor Taoist has vomited his heart and soul and said so much, but in the end, he got nothing. Sadly, Tai is teasingly possessed and a pain in the ass. This scene caused the crowd to hold their tongues. Even Yuan Shi Tianzun also reached out and knocked on Tai Zhen's head a few times, then told him to lessen this whole dead outlook. White Crane child, go outside the Kunlun Mountains and greet your eldest senior brother. Just then, the first heavenly father revealed a smile and said to the White Crane child. One time, the people present were still a bit confused, but the White Crane boy was the first to react. This Grand Master refers not to Guangchengzi, but to the head of the Xianmen sect, Grand Master Xuandu. Grand Master Xiandu. What is he doing in the Kunlun Mountains? Can't it be that it has something to do with the poor Taoist? Ling Xiao frowned slightly and muttered in his mind. The relationship between the hierarchy and the interceptors is like fire and water, but the Church of Man has managed to maneuver between the two and has always managed to be quiet and not offend anyone. Xiandu Dfa sure is Tu Qing Laozi's close disciple. Both cultivation and qualification is the Xianmen disciples of the first. Whether it is hierarchical disciples, or interception disciples, do not dare in front of him, just because. Grandmaster Xiandu knows some fisticuffs along with his reasoning. Disciple greets Master Uncle. Meet the Heavenly Emperor. Xiandu was dressed in a greenish-gray Taoist robe embroidered with mysterious runes and cloud patterns. He wore a Taoist crown on his head and an overall bundle of Dharma, and his aura was elegant and easygoing, carrying a sense of floating and dustiness. With his long, cranial body and neutral appearance, one could not pick out any faults. Back to the basics and immortal. Greetings, fellow Taoist Xiandu. Ling Xiao was light-hearted and made a bow to return the salute. Surveying Xiandu, he only saw that his aura was internalized around him, but his cultivation at the late Dala Golden Immortal stage was not hidden. Lu pressure with the re-establishment of the Demon Court gathered luck. Heavenly merit cultivation to the late Dala Golden Immortal realm, but Xiandu was hard cultivation, by virtue of their own creation to step into this realm. In an instant, the highs and lows were there. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao, the poor Taoist came to Kunlun Mountain on this trip to deliver this treasure to you. Tai Yi whisk. Now. Xian Du opened the door and said to Ling Xiao. The Tai Yi duster was transcendent, hanging in the void, causing the heavens and earth to shake and the laws to wreak havoc. Fellow Taoist Xian Du, what are you doing? Ling Xiao looked at the Tai Yi duster. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't moved. Right now he was just short of this extreme innate spiritual treasure. He would be able to cause the heel to metamorphose and the extreme path to sublimate. At that time, the 12 qualities of the 3 flowers of the Great Luo, stepping into the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. However, in Ling Xiao's scheming, he didn't want to owe karma to the human sect because of the Tai Yi whisk, so he was now caught in a dilemma, not knowing whether or not he should accept this treasure. On the cloud platform, the first Heavenly Father could see Ling Xiao's thoughts. He said blandly, "Little friend, don't get entangled. Neither elder brother Tai Ching nor the human sect is a flooding beast, so take the Tai Yi duster. As for the karma owed, I'm sure elder brother Tai Ching won't force his hand." And Xian Du came on this trip for Yang Jiao. The word is out. Ling Xiao also went with the flow and said with a smile, "Since Heavenly Father has spoken, then for the poor Taoist to push back would be disrespectful to the 2 saints. Fellow Taoist Xian Du, the Tai Yi whisk is destined for me. I'll take it." Reaching out and grabbing it, the Tai Yi whisk fell into Ling Xiao's hands. To this point, the treasures that shaped the heel of the 36 pure white lotus were all gathered. It was only necessary to wait until Yao Ji's matter was over. And after Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Yang Chan paid their respects, Ling Xiao would be able to return to Panglai Immortal Island to go into seclusion and remodel his heel. Fellow Taoist Ling Xiao is refreshing. Yang Jiao should be the personal disciple of the poor Taoist. Yang Jian and Yang Chan were worshipped under the hierarchy. As Yao Ji's eldest son, Yang Jiao had inherited her deep origin as a goddess of the immortal world, so after repeated calculations by old man Tai Ching, he decided to let Xian Du accept Yang Jiao as his personal disciple. Perhaps this move did not go with the heavens, but those who cultivate the Taoist way. The main one is to follow the heart of the Taoist way. Fellow Taoists, choose your day. Poor Taoist notices that the heavenly chances are surging. It's time for Yao Ji to pass through the tribulation and for Yang Jiao and the others to worship under the Elucidator sect and the human sect. Ling Zhao's divine thoughts moved slightly as he said to the crowd. The moment Yao Ji and Yang Tianyu met, he had long planned everything. This villain, only he can do. The purpose of this plan is to let Yang Jian bear the blood feud, so that he can turn hatred into motivation, cultivate hard, and ultimately uncover the traces of the conspiracy of the demon court on the eve of the attack on the heavenly court. In the end, he made a big mess in the demon court and stirred up the demon court's chi. Great good. With the Jade Tripod realist, Daoist Si Hong, and Xian Du nodding their heads in response. A moment later, the crowd stepped on the void, and the next place was the mansion of Yao Ji and Yang Tianyu. As the wind and clouds change, a great calamity will befall Yang Jian's family. Chapter 67, Shadow Emperor Possession. Cold-blooded Ling Xiao. Yang Mansion. The Yang Jian family is a happy family. Yang Jian, Yang Jiao and Yang Chan were chasing and playing around in the courtyard. Yao Ji and Yang Tianyu watched them, and the two of them couldn't help but glance at each other, smiles flashing across their faces. Just as quickly, the two men's smiles came to an abrupt end. Above those 9 heavenly clouds, tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers and generals stepped on the auspicious clouds. The light of the sun and the moon became dim. The solemn killing intent permeated between heaven and earth, and countless auras locked Yao Ji. In an instant, Yao Ji and Yang Tianyu both covered their hearts, and both of them stuttered in their hearts. After all, it can't be avoided. Tens of thousands of celestial soldiers apprehending the Yang family's crowd. It seems that my great uncle, the Lord of Heaven, is really giving us face. Yang Tianyu sighed lightly, but without any fear. Yang Jian, the three of them, retreated behind Yang Tianyu and Yao Ji. Soon, Ling Xiao stepped on the red dust sword tire, followed by dozens of heavenly generals, and landed within the Yang mansion. 9 heavenly clouds, the Jade Cauldron Master, Daoist Si Hong, and Xian Du witnessed this scene. Fellow Daoist Ling Xiao has really bowed and scrapped for the heavenly court. After today, he will carry a bad name and be hated by Yang Jian and Yang Chan. But poor Taoist admires him for this courage of entering the game with his body. Xian Du stroked his own chin and said with a tone of admiration, "Enter the game with your body and win half a sun in heaven." Ling Xiao had gone to great lengths in order to hoodwink the demon court and the interceptor sect so that his plan could be successfully accomplished. How do you catch a tiger without entering its lair? Now that there is no one available in the heavenly court, Ling Xiao can only rush the duck onto the shelf. Upon hearing this, the Jade Cauldron Master smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Ling Xiao is wise and intelligent. He is able to act in accordance with the general trend and also borrow it for his own use. This is a rare existence in both the floodlands and the heavens and earth. before Yang Jian succeeds in his cultivation. Poverty Road should hide his identity. As for Master Sihong, he can be honorable and take Yang Chan under his seat. In the future, if Yang Jian and Yang Chan come together, we still have to exert our acting skills, so we don't show our faces. The words drew nods from Xiandu and Taoist Xi Hang. The moment, within the Yang mansion, Ling Zhao's figure moved slightly and landed on the ground. The red dust sword tire, hidden into the void. Yao Ji, do you know your sin? Ling Zhao's shadow emperor possessed a stern and solemn look, with a huff in his tone. Hear this. Yao Ji brought young Tianyu and the others, and they all bowed to Ling Xiao. Then, Yao Ji slowly said, Heavenly Emperor is above. Yao Ji knows that she has violated the rules of heaven, causing the heavenly court's honorable authority to be damaged. But from the beginning to the end, it is all my fault, and it has nothing to do with heavenly providence, and my child. I also ask the heavenly emperor to be merciful and let Tianyu, my child, live. As the goddess who ruled over the realm of lust, Yao Ji knew the rules of heaven. Fornication with mortals, marriage and children. For such a crime, one should be stripped of one's immortal bones and sent to the land of eternal damnation. Even Yang Tianyu and Yang Jian were to be implicated and end up with their forms and gods destroyed. Yao Ji, since you know the crime, then you must be subdued. The Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother are closed for cultivation, and the poor Taoist is in charge of all affairs in the heavenly court. Your violation of the heavenly rules is spreading in the three realms, and even the immortal officials and gods are in the dark. Only in accordance with the heavenly laws and heavenly punishments can the authority of the heavenly court be rectified. Ling Xiao was righteous and said to Yao Ji. As he spoke, he didn't forget to peel Hao Tian and Yao Ji from it, making himself the originator of everything. At this moment, Ling Xiao was secretly sighing that he was reliable. It is only because of this that Hao Tian can act as a good person and give his nephew a little care from time to time during Yang Jian's cultivation process. Otherwise, Yang Jian's path is crooked. You only know that Yao Ji moved her mortal heart. Do you know how his mortal heart moved? She had her heart shattered by the three-headed scaly dragon's claw, so I gave it to her in order to save her. It's been my heart she's been using these past decades, so I'm the one controlling her. The one who violated the heavenly laws is me, not Yao Ji. If you want to arrest, just arrest me alone. Yang Tianyu took a step and blocked Yao Ji's body. Righteousness and a deafening voice. Qi rippled, even to the realm of refining Qi and transforming God. Obviously did not negative Yao Ji's payment. He was also seriously cultivating in these years, even though, in the middle of this flood, it was not even a mole, quite a spunky kid. Though, Ling Xiao spoke in a light tone and said softly, just as Yang Tianyu's face was filled with determination. Staring at Ling Xiao turned his head sideways and said lightly to one of the heavenly generals, defying the authority of the heavenly court and disrespecting the heavenly emperor. Kill him, Shasta. Killing intent was rampant and divine light manifested. That heavenly general immediately struck out and killed towards Yang Tianyu. Yao Ji wanted to resist, but she turned the endless starlight into chains, binding her firmly. Put. Only to see Yang Tianyu spitting blood from his mouth, his body paralyzed on the ground, completely lifeless. Sure, these were just Ling Zhao's blindfolds, not only to fool Yang Jian and the others, but also Yao Ji. No, how did this happen? God bless. Yao Ji's tears fell like rain. Her face was filled with sadness and anger as she looked at Ling Xiao unwillingly. Yao Ji, you disobeyed the heavenly Tao and violated the heavenly rules. The poor Taoist will send you to the bottom of Peach Mountain to be tortured by heavenly thunderbolts and heavenly fire devouring your body. And unless Peach Mountain is shattered, you will experience torture for all eternity. And not even the Jade Emperor or the Queen Mother will be able to stop you. Are you convinced? Ling Zhao's words were stern, and in just a few words, Yao Ji's heart was as if it was dead. Yang Jian and the others were burning with rage, unable to bear the pain of their father's fall, and then they had to suffer the pain of parting with their mother. Peach Mountain, which was transformed by the body of the great sorcerer, Quaif. It is so named because its peach staff is transformed into a peach forest. This place had a disturbed baneful qi, and the residual pressure of the Quarian, which made it a forbidden place of life for cultivators and spirits below the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. However, there were still people who risked 9 deaths to step into the Peach Mountain territory for the sake of that immortal peach. East Extreme Qinghua Emperor, why are you doing this to me? All this is because I disobeyed the rules of heaven, and the sin is not on heaven's blessing or my heir. The gods and goddesses of the heavenly court say that you are free and compassionate, so why can't you show mercy? Yao Ji's heart was like a knife as she questioned Ling Xiao. I don't know. Ling Xiao was being proud of his acting skills, so he looked like he had a heart of stone, and with a mere wave of his hand, the heavenly generals behind him gagged Yao Ji's mouth, and then several lawful orders penetrated Yao Ji's body. With a gentle tug, he dragged Yao Ji towards the clouds. and she didn't even have a chance to resist. Before leaving, Yaoji's heavenly eyes, which had somehow fallen, landed in Yang Jian's arms. To this, Ling Xiao was oblivious. Incidentally, Yang Tianyu was also taken away by the heavenly general. Bull East Extreme Qinghua Emperor, to do such a poisonous thing to my mother and father. If I, Yang Jiao, can still survive, one day, I will tear you into pieces. Bent in time, when Yang Jiao's anger rose, he cursed angrily at Ling Xiao. Yang Jian and Yang Chan didn't have time to grieve. They felt like their sky had collapsed. Yellow-mouthed child, how dare you disrespect the heavenly emperor? Die! The heavenly general beside Ling Xiao let out a cold snort as the long sword in his hand pierced through Yang Jiao's chest, spilling blood onto Yang Jian and Yang Chan. In the meantime, that heavenly eye abruptly flickered with metaphysical light, then wrapped Yang Jian and Yang Chan, and they instantly disappeared. Two mole crickets, there's no need to chase after them. They can't turn any waves. Yang Jian and Yang Chan, who were thousands of miles away, could vaguely hear Ling Xiao's words. Tearful eyes and blood feuds filled a mind. Only what they must worry about now is their own safety. Because under the energy of the Eye of Heaven, Yang Jian and Yang Chan got separated. The Eye of Heaven, tightly grasped in Yang Jian's hand. He didn't know where he was going. Time passed. Several hours later, everything went smoothly and Yao Ji was suppressed under Peach Mountain by Ling Xiao with supreme magic power. This storm spread toward the three realms. Cold-bloodedness, ruthlessness, brutalization of mortals, and many other charges were placed on Ling Xiao. In addition to Ling Xiao's self-direction, there was also the operation of the demon court. Ting Guangxian, and other disciples of the Interceptor sect, who seized this opportunity and were frantically slandering Ling Xiao. The living beings of all races, the great powers who do not know, have been cynical. Even a kind of conspiracy theory has spread between heaven and earth. It says that Ling Xiao took advantage of the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother's seclusion to try to replace them as the Lord of the Three Realms and the Lord of Heaven. Jin Ao Island. When the Sacred Mother of Wu Dang and the Sacred Mother of the Golden Spirit heard about this, they were instantly enraged. I'm begging for catch-ups, 5-star reviews, and small gifts from all of you dogs out there. The ratings are too low. Please,